Chapter 420 Die. Countless black lights shot out, instantly enveloping the chosen that was still in midair. He screamed as his body was pierced through by over 100 needles. Those were steel needles that had shot out of Guo Ran's arm. These needles were covered in runes that made them frighteningly hard, and the physical body was simply unable to block them. They had pierced holes through his body from head to toe. He fell to the ground, his body basically just a lump of flesh now. Those people that had been shouting to kill all turned green with horror. Seeing this metallic monster in front of them, they all trembled. He had killed a chosen with just a single attack. Furthermore, his attacks were things they had never seen before in their lives. The fear of the unknown was what was truly terrifying. Without any hesitation, everyone began to flee down the mountain. Right now, they no longer cared about what Yin Wuxia had promised them. Although treasures were enticing, you had to have a life to enjoy them. There were some that had come here due to promises from Yin Wuxia, but the majority were actually those who had come here to suck up to her. Having heard of this matter, they wanted to create a good relationship with Yin Wuxia, and so they had taken the risk to disturb Long Chen. Originally, they had thought it would just be making some trouble. After all, they were all righteous disciples, and Long Chen shouldn't have dared to do anything to them. But Long Chen's ruthlessness had surpassed their imaginations. Guo Ran was now some metallic devil. With a wave of his hand, he killed a chosen. None of them cared about any treasures or creating a good relationship anymore, and they fled for their lives. Ah, this is no good, don't you think? Guo Ran's icy voice rang out. Placing both hands on his waist, many little holes opened up over his chest plate. A huge ice wall was shattered by 3 weapons, revealing an ice-cold face. Shapely eyebrows framed her phoenix eyes, and a bright light shined in her eyes. She seemed just like an ice goddess that was beyond ordinary mortals. This kind of particular temperament was something only Yi Ziqiu possessed. At this time, she was being besieged by 3 chosen and forced to constantly retreat. By her side were 3 men that were also fighting intensely. Blood had dyed their robes red, and they were doing their best to defend against a tide of enemies. Behind the 3 men were 2 bodies. One of those bodies was already cold and had lost any life. The other one still held a trace of life, but that kind of weak life force could be extinguished at any moment. Yi Ziqiu, don't struggle meaninglessly. Today, you'll all definitely die, sneered one of the 3 chosen attacking her. This chosen's face was covered with pockmarks. Although Yi Ziqiu was forced into a disadvantage by the 3 of them, they didn't dare be careless. Yi Ziqiu's ice attribute energy was terrifyingly destructive. At the beginning of this battle, this pockmarked man had fought a one-on-one against Yi Ziqiu, almost ending up being killed by her. Although he hadn't died, he had suffered heavy injuries, causing his combat ability to sharply drop. Otherwise, Yi Ziqiu wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. The 3 of them were all wearing monastery robes, coming from the 7th, 9th, and 11th monasteries. The other attackers were all from the various monasteries. HMPH, so what if we die? Long Chen will definitely get revenge for us. At that time, your deaths will be 1,000 times worse than ours. Song Mingyuan clenched his teeth. At this time, Song Mingyuan, Luo Kang, and Yu Zifeng were fighting with their lives on the line. Each of their attacks were self-destructive ones that traded injury for injury. They had already descended into madness. As for these attackers, they all saw that victory was in sight. This was just their final struggle, and their deaths were merely a matter of time. No one wanted to take the risk of going head-on against them, so they were just fighting a battle of attrition to grind down their energy. Of the 2 bodies lying on the ground, the one that was on his last breaths was Li Qi, Song Mingyuan's inseparable brother. There was a sword that was stabbed into his chest, and he was on his deathbed. The other person, the one that had already lost his life, was Guan Wenan. Back during the first competition of the 108th monastery, alongside Ji Yuyong, Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu, he had been one of the 4 core disciples that had already awakened their ancestral marks. There was a large hole over his stomach. His blood had dyed the ground scarlet, and his eyes were lifelessly staring up at the sky. Long Chen, idiot, Long Chen will quickly be sent to the otherworld with you. Han Tianyu will personally cut off his head, sneered a chosen. The 3 chosen once more worked together to shatter Yi Ziqiu's ice blade. She flew back, a strand of blood slowly flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Haha, all of you can die now. After that attack, they noticed that Yi Ziqiu's aura sharply declined. That meant that all of her energy had already been poured into that attack. She no longer had the power to fight any longer. The three of them raised their weapons in delight, the cold blades slashing mercilessly at her. The ground suddenly split apart, and countless wooden stakes bored their way out, forming a huge wooden shield around Xianxia and the others. The three of the Chosen's weapons all landed on the wooden shield. They were shocked to find that their attacks could only chop through a portion of this wood, and were unable to completely destroy it. These three were all bone-forging Chosen, and they had already tempered 2 bones. With their incredible power, they were unable to even break apart some wood. The wooden shield sank back into the ground, revealing 1 man and 1 woman. Seeing that face filled with killing intent, the three of them turned pale, stuttering out this name. Long Chen and Chu Yao had managed to finally make it. Seeing Long Chen, Yi Ziqiu and the others finally relaxed, collapsing on the ground. Today, all of you will die. Looking at these enemies that had been besieging them, Long Chen's killing intent soared crazily. It was unknown who shouted it first, but over 100 experts turned on their tails and fled for their lives. They all knew Long Chen had killed Han Tianfeng. If someone as strong as Han Tianfeng had been unable to block Long Chen, then none of them had the slightest hope. Heavenly Wood Cage. Chu Yao pressed a palm against the ground, and countless wooden stakes once more grew out, forming a huge prison 3 miles wide, capturing each and every one of them. Die! Long Chen roared furiously and charged at the 3 Chosen. His fist ripped open the void as it smashed at the 3 of them. They had already reached the edge of the cage and had just been about to attack it when Long Chen's fist arrived. Its terrifying power caused them to tremble in fear, and they hastily blocked. His fist slammed through the 3 of their weapons. They felt as if a mountain had slammed into their chests, and they all vomited a mouthful of blood. But before they were knocked back, Long Chen had already appeared behind them like a phantom. The sounds of bones cracking continuously rang out, causing people's scalps to turn numb. Those cracking sounds were mixed with their heart-rending cries. In just a breath's time, any bone that could be broken on their bodies was broken by Long Chen. Furthermore, Long Chen was extremely familiar with the human body's structure. He knew just which kind of bone breaks were the most painful. By this point, the 3 of them were no longer even able to scream. They just lay there suffering. As for the other people that were fleeing, they had reached the edge of the wooden prison, but the wooden stakes had interwoven tightly. Let alone a human, even a housefly would be unable to fly out. They attacked the wooden stakes with all their power. But the current Chu Yao was no longer the old Chu Yao. After absorbing the tree heart, her grasp over the profundities of wood had advanced to a whole new level. The wooden stakes she could summon forth were now much, much stronger than before. Their full power attacks were unable to destroy her wooden stakes, filling all of them with absolute horror. Die! Long Chen's voice rang out like the roar of a death god, and a golden light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Blood splashed as heads flew through the air. People were horrified to see that not one person was able to block that golden light. Some people managed to raise weapons against it, but that light slashed right through all of them. The golden light took life after life, wreaking havoc amongst them. None of them had the ability to resist, and they could only watch as it continuously harvested people's lives. Long Chen, I beg you, please spare us. That person's reply was a golden light. Once his head left his neck, he no longer had to be terrified. But his expression was still full of unwillingness. Long Chen, I didn't personally attack any of your friends. I just came over because there were so many people. Spare me. By the time he finished speaking, his head had flown off, and he could no longer say anything else. At this time, Long Chen wasn't caring the slightest bit about people's screams. He simply controlled the golden page to continuously slaughter, as if it would be possible for Long Chen to believe their lies. The reason they hadn't personally attacked was because there were too many people and they hadn't had a chance to attack. Although they hadn't personally attacked, they had still surrounded Yi Ziqiu and the others, preventing them from running. They deserved to die. The Golden Page's rampage was continuously reaping lives. In just a short time, the majority of people had died. Heads rolled across the ground, and blood was spurting everywhere. The dead were dead, but those who were still alive were still struggling despite their despair. They continuously ran around, vainly attempting to dodge the Golden Page. But all that was futile. In front of the Golden Page, they were just a bunch of weeds waiting to be killed. Their mournful screams revealed their heart's wickedness. When they slaughtered others, they had never been merciful. Only when they were the ones being slaughtered did they understand just how mournful being killed was. The final head fell to the ground, and the world returned to calm. Even Yi Ziqiu and the others were stupefied by the sight. This wooden cage had been like hell. As for Long Chen, standing there with a golden page in his hand, he would be that hell's merciless death god. Long Chen, hurry and come over. He probably won't make it. Chu Yao's urgent voice rang out. Chapter 421 Next Goal. He probably won't make it. Chu Yao's urgent voice rang out. Long Chen hastily rushed over. He saw that Chu Yao's wooden stakes were tightly wrapped around Li Qi, and a vast life energy was pouring into him. Yi Ziqiu and the others were waiting around him. Song Mingyuan had already begun to sob. The two of them had always been as close as real brothers, and seeing Li Qi like this made him feel like a blade was slicing his heart. At this point, Li Qi's body was like an open drain, unable to hold any of the spiritual qi Chu Yao poured into him. At this time, he still had the slightest bit of consciousness left because of Chu Yao's energy. But he already had no life energy left. Just relying on an outer energy, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Long Chen, boss, I'm glad I got to see you. Li Qi's face was white as paper. Looking at Long Chen, he forced out the slightest smile. Long Chen, Chu Yao was unable to pull Li Qi back from the hands of death. They had been a step too late. Don't feel sad, I'm just happy, I get to see boss again, and that you're all alright. A content expression appeared on Li Qi's face. Li Qi, you can't abandon your brothers, cried Song Mingyuan. It's fine, none of you have to feel bad. He won't die. Long Chen took a deep breath and a drop of verdant liquid appeared in his hand. This was the divine life liquid that the spirit world expert had given to him before leaving. This liquid was extremely miraculous. No matter how serious the injuries were, it had always been able to heal them. It had never failed up to now. However, after all this time, this was his last drop. Even after he had been so heavily injured by the lightning tribulation, Long Chen had not been willing to use it. Li Qi was now already half a step into the gates of the netherworld. Only this drop of divine liquid could possibly save his life. Sending the drop into Li Qi's mouth, Li Qi immediately fainted, causing everyone to jump. His life energy is recovering, exclaimed Chu Yao. She was the first to sense that the spark of Li Qi's life had been reignited. The life energy she poured into him no longer just dissipated. Long Chen nodded. Looking at Guan Wenen's corpse, he couldn't help but sigh. They really had come too late. Guan Wenen was already dead. Brother Guan died to save me. I definitely have to avenge this enmity. Yu Zifeng, who very rarely spoke viciously now. The four of them were now healed thanks to Chu Yao. Their auras were no longer so low, however, it would take some time to recover their physical strength. First, I want to confirm something. Long Chen slapped one of the chosen. This slap temporarily blocked that person's pain nerves. Long Chen, spare me. I'm begging you, please, I can't bear it anymore, that chosen begged with a terrified expression. He had never experienced this kind of pain in his life before. This level of pain was practically enough to make a person die. It had already surpassed the limit of what a human could bear. According to reason, once the pain surpassed a certain threshold, in order to avoid that pain, a person's body would automatically shut down and fall unconscious. That was a method of self-preservation, but it was unknown just what method Long Chen had used to make them clearly feel such an immense pain without letting them faint. Fainting had become an extravagant hope that was impossible to achieve. They finally understood what it meant to be in so much pain as to not want to live. Speak. Who incited you to do this? Questioned Long Chen. If I tell you, will you let me go? That person's eyes brightened with a bit of hope. Long Chen once more slapped him and icily said, you don't have the qualifications to argue. After that slap, his whole body began to twitch, and his eyes almost popped out. He was once more experiencing the pain again. With another slap across his face, Long Chen icily said, you only have one chance. I don't like listening to nonsense. That person was filled with terror. Looking at his two companions whose bodies were constantly twitching beside him, he began to narrate what had happened in full detail. These three people were the lackeys of the first monastery. The first monastery was an enormous power even within the entire supermonastery. There were dozens of monasteries that followed them. Frankly speaking, those monasteries were all subsidiary members of the first monastery. Furthermore, Those monasteries were all ranked within the top 50 monasteries. Those ranked below 50 were mostly just ignored by the first monastery. However, there were always those who liked to kiss ass. Previously, Long Chen had killed Han Tianfeng and severed Yin Wushuang's arm. That had completely terrified Yin Wushuang, and she had tried to go find Han Tianyu, but she didn't know where he had secluded himself. After escaping, Yin Wushuang was still uneasy. She had fought twice with Long Chen now. The first time, she was still able to fight against him. But the second time, despite having advanced to the bone-forging realm and pushing her power to its limit, the difference between them had only grown even greater. Now, whenever she closed her eyes, she would see Long Chen's ice-cold, merciless face as he slashed his blood-colored saber to cut her in half. He had already become her nightmare. She was afraid of him continuing to grow stronger, so she had used Han Tianyu's name to gather people to secretly target Long Chen. Those people were not stupid. If Long Chen was able to kill Han Tianfeng, then just how many people in the righteous path would dare do anything to him? Those who had the strength to fight him wouldn't listen to Yin Wushuang. A favor from her was not worth much to those people, so Yin Wushuang had placed her sights on those subsidiary monasteries as well as some smaller sects. She offered them enough to move them, and had them go disturb Long Chen. She didn't require them to try and kill him. Instead, they just had to keep a constant eye on him and make some minor trouble for him. Of course, if they could kill the people by Long Chen's side, it would be much better. She offered ample rewards for that. In fact, for those who managed to make a good display, she offered to bring them into her Yin family. Her Yin family possessed an ancient bloodline, and the only reason she had come to the first monastery to cultivate was because of Han Tianyu. With the Yin family's power, there had been no reason for her to need to come to such a small place. So when people heard that promise, they had all been won over. Those experts that already had a good relationship with the first monastery put in even more work. Ever since Long Chen had reached Compass Mountain, they had been guarding there. Yin Wushuang had seen through Long Chen's intentions, and she had secretly encouraged people to spread out and kill the disciples from the 108th monastery. Her goal was to make Long Chen crazy and have him waste his time searching for the killers. Once Long Chen went crazy and began a massacre, it would attract everyone's attention. She trusted that there would be true experts who would sooner or later grow dissatisfied with that. If those experts then attacked Long Chen, her goal would be achieved. The Zhuli secret realm was open to 7 prefectures. The Xuantian supermonastery was not the sole ruler of this place. The top geniuses of the other prefectures had also entered. Once Long Chen drew the attention of those other geniuses, it was very easy for a conflict to occur. She wanted to push Long Chen into the fiercest struggles. Where is Yin Wushuang? Hearing all this be explained by him, Long Chen's killing intent surged. This woman was too insidious, and she definitely couldn't be let off. I don't know. After she made her announcement, she hid herself somewhere. She said if we had any accomplishments, we should immediately go seclude ourselves and not fight with. You, said the Chosen with terror. This Yin Wushuang really is vicious, raged Chu Yao. We'll definitely have to kill her to get revenge for our brothers. Yu Zifeng gritted his teeth. What, are there other sacrifices? Asked Long Chen. Song Mingyuan, Luo Kang, and Yu Zifeng all sunk into silence. Flames raged in their eyes. Yi Zichou's expression grew sad. Clenching his teeth, Song Mingyuan spat out furiously. After hearing about your fight on Compass Mountain, we all gathered from every direction. We ran into quite a few attackers on the way. When we exchanged blows with them, we heard there were quite a few brothers who had been killed by them. They even beheaded them as proof for that slut Yin Wushuang. We also killed quite a few people on our way. We saw many images of our brothers being killed in their spatial rings. Luo Kang's voice was also choked with emotion. They were all hot-blooded men. Seeing the images of their brothers being killed, no one would be able to accept such a result. Of our 108th monastery, the only ones still alive are us, Tang Wan and perhaps Guo Ran and Ji Yuyang. The rest are all. Long Chen felt as if his heart was being crushed by a boulder. Although he had long since been prepared for such a result, as he knew the secret realm was filled with countless dangers, hearing that was still impossible for him to accept. Each one of those people had been his brothers. For Song Mingyuan to say this, it meant he really was sure those people had died. As for the exact details, Long Chen didn't care to ask. How could he possibly ask about how each one of those people had died? That was just torture. I'll leave these 3 to you. You can use your own way to kill them, said Long Chen. Good. Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng all got up at the same time, each of them carrying one of the chosen to a secluded corner. Only 2 hours later did they stop. Their faces held both tears and a slight smile. Once the 3 of them returned, Chu Yao raised her hand and made a coffin out of her wooden stakes. They placed Guan Wenen's corpse gently inside. Once the coffin was sealed, their moods all became extremely heavy. Let's go. Our next goal is revenge. After finishing up with this battlefield, Long Chen looked up at the distant sky. The killing intent in his eyes had already turned solid. Chapter 422 Sending Off with a Gift. By the time Long Chen and the others returned to Compass Mountain, the ground was already littered with corpses, and blood still slowly trickled. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and Shu Yong were busy cleaning up the battlefield. They were gathering the spatial rings as well as picking out the needles that were stuck in the corpses. Those were all Guo Ran's precious treasures that he had to gather back. He had been smart and had long since put his personal spiritual imprint on each of those needles. He could easily sense their locations within a range of 300 meters. Those things took a great deal of bitter work for him to create. Losing just one of them filled him with pain. Ever since the previous righteous and corrupt battle when he had run out of ammo, he always focused on keeping sufficient weapons around. So usually, he wasn't even willing to lose a single needle. Currently, the needles that had just been littering the ground had already been gathered. The only ones left were still stuck in people's bodies. Under normal circumstances, with the power of the needle mechanism he used, those needles would easily pierce through a person's flesh. These needles that were stuck in bodies had mostly already pierced through a body or even 2 bodies before getting stuck. Guo Ran, let's just leave them. It's too hard to get these things out, complained Ji Yuyong. Extracting these needles from corpses was truly unpleasant. It wasn't that he found touching corpses to be so taboo, but they were all sticky and unpleasant to extract. You and Shu Yong can rest. I'll just slowly handle it by myself. Hehe, these things are all like my children, and I can't just throw them away, said Guo Ran. To shoot out this many of your kids in one time, you really are an interesting father. Ji Yuyong shook his head. The speaker said that unintentionally, but the listener heard that other meaning. Guo Ran was trapped between laughter and tears as he said, Ji Yuyong, you really are getting vulgar. Ji Yuyong rubbed his head, not understanding. He was about to say something when a bird cry rang out, and a huge figure descended from the sky. Boss has returned. Hehe, Sister Yi, Brother Mingyuan, Brother Luo Kang, Brother Zifeng, long time no see. Seeing that they had returned, Guo Ran hastily called out a greeting. After seeing everyone together, the previous heavy atmosphere lightened a great deal. Hearing that Guan Wenin and the others had all died, Guo Ran and Ji Yuyong were all filled with sadness. So many of them had entered, but now only these few people were still alive. Mentioning Yin Wuxuang, not one of them didn't grit their teeth in anger. That slut was too hateful, and they wished to tear her apart. Alright, that's enough. The path of cultivation is just like that. No one knows just who will fall at one time. The important thing is that we cherish these feelings while we're alive. From today onwards, our goal is revenge. Us brothers can't be afraid of death, and a blood debt must be repaid with blood, said Long Chen. Boss, we'll listen to you. But just who is our exact enemy? Asked Guo Ran. He couldn't completely comprehend just what Long Chen meant by revenge. Just what hatred had caused Yin Wuxuang to target Long Chen like this. Long Chen's conduct had always been open and candid, and he had never offended her. So why would she constantly be forcing Long Chen to this point? The true people behind the scenes are the higher-ups of the first monastery. As for Yin Wuxuang, she is just the person executing their scheme. But according to my guess, the first monastery was probably only planning on targeting me. The original plan was probably to kill me as soon as I entered the secret realm. As for Yin Wuxuang, she was even more vicious, wanting me to become a stepping stone for Han Tianyu. She constantly smeared my name, turning me into a heinous villain. Then, Han Tianyu, under the banner of justice, would kill me, bringing him another glorious achievement. Later, the situation gradually exceeded her control, and she realized that I was a serious problem. Since she couldn't find me, she started to search for all of you. She wanted to kill you to force me out. I was in seclusion back then, and so I didn't know what was going on outside. As soon as I exited seclusion, there was that fight on Compass Mountain. Long Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. According to his analysis, if it was just the higher-ups of the first monastery, they definitely wouldn't have made it so fancy. Keeping it simple and direct was more in line with a cultivator's temperament. If it had been someone else handling this matter, and they were only to target Long Chen wouldn't fear anything. But this matter had landed in Yin Wuxuang's hands, and to target Long Chen, she had targeted the people by his side. That was something Long Chen could not tolerate. No matter what, Yin Wuxuang must die, said Long Chen hatefully. Of course that slut has to die, or our brothers will not be able to rest in peace. Ji Yu Yang's killing intent also surged. However, this slut is hiding somewhere right now, and doesn't dare face us head on. We won't be able to find her. If we really did just try to randomly look around for her, we would fall for her trap, and probably even be ridiculed by her in secret. So right now, the most important thing for us is to increase our strength. Before Han Tianyu comes out of seclusion, we'll raise our strength to the highest level possible. Then when the time comes, we'll have a fierce battle, warned Long Chen. Don't worry boss, during this battle, none of us brothers will get scared. We'll all kill as many as possible, said Guo Ran confidently. Long Chen nodded. Looking at this battlefield, he said, are these your masterpieces? Correct. These were all done by Guo Ran. Brother Shu and I didn't even have a chance to attack, praised Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang was still slowly recovering from his shock from that previous battle. The armored Guo Ran was just like a slaughter machine. With a raise of his hand, countless concealed weapons shot out from unexpected places, making it so people couldn't defend. Guo Ran had hunted them down to the last. Even the final chosen had been smashed to death with a single one of his metal fists. Furthermore, that chosen had definitely been very powerful. But no matter what he tried, he was unable to damage Guo Ran's armor. Not only was its defense incredibly high, but Guo Ran had also made it very exquisitely, and he was able to move very nimbly with it on. So all Guo Ran had to do was attack. He could basically ignore other people's attacks. That chosen's powerful attacks had been completely stifled by Guo Ran. Shu Yang sighed, to tell the truth, I've experienced countless battles in my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying fight. Hehe, that's because you haven't seen our boss fight. I guarantee that would make your blood boil, laughed Guo Ran. After being praised this much, he actually ended up knowing how to be modest and change the subject. That was definitely something rare for Guo Ran. It seemed that little fellow was finally beginning to change. Long Chen said, what were you doing just now? Was killing them not satisfying enough? You're playing with their corpses. Cough, no, I'm just gathering back my treasures. I can't just so easily throw away the things I worked so hard to make. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Asked Guo Ran. He noticed that Long Chen's gaze had become very disdainful. Are you a pig? Why don't you just gather all those corpses together and burn them? Do you think your needles would burn too? Long Chen was a bit speechless. Guo Ran clapped his leg. Aiya, what a simple method. How could I not even have thought of that? He had been depressed this whole time about having to take out these needles from flesh. When these needles were stuck deep in a person's body, the only option was to hack apart the flesh around it. Let alone Ji Yu Yang and Shu Yang, even he found it a bit unbearable. After all, that was human flesh, not pig flesh. Shu Yang was an outsider, and so he didn't feel right with complaining. He just lowered his head and worked. But Ji Yu Yang hadn't been able to hold back a few grumbles. Long Chen sighed, I find you really did use up all your smarts on forging. Just go gather the corpses, and Little Violet can help you incinerate them. The Little Violet Long Chen was referring to was Chu Yao's Violet Phoenix Sparrow. Currently, the Violet Phoenix Sparrows had all advanced to the 4th rank, and the flame they could spit out was something even chosen were unable to endure. Burning a few corpses was just playing around. Guo Ran immediately began to gather the corpses that still had his needles in them. Everyone else began helping, but Shu Yang was held back by Long Chen. Shu Yang, what do you want to do next? Do you want to stay with us? Long Chen was truly grateful to Shu Yang, as he was a person who understood that favors had to be repaid. Ignoring the risk to his own life, he had come here to report the news to him. That was enough to prove he was a loyal and virtuous person. He wanted to pull Shu Yang over, but for Shu Yang to stay by his side was also too dangerous. Although he had the ability to offer many cultivation resources, compared to that danger, those resources were not so precious. So Long Chen wanted to hear Xu Yang's thoughts. As for Xu Yang, being invited over by Long Chen, his eyes reddened. Just who was Long Chen? He was the greatest dark horse within the secret realm, was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with peak experts, and was unrivaled within his realm. The fact that Long Chen was inviting him to become a member meant Long Chen treated him as one of them. Just what kind of glory was that? But after a brief excitement, he sighed, "Thank you, Brother Long, for your respect. But I come from a humble origin, and I still haven't paid back my debt to my sect. I can't leave them, so please forgive me for declining." Long Chen nodded, understanding Xu Yang's meaning. He was someone that had come from a small sect, and considering how much kindness his sect had given him, he couldn't betray his sect by leaving to follow him. According to what he knew about Xu Yang, it was very likely his sect had spent a huge amount of resources to get him a quota for the Julie secret realm. For his sect to send him in was a true gamble. So Long Chen truly could understand his difficulties. "That's fine. No matter what, we're all brothers. I don't have anything good to give you, but here are 20 bone tempering pills and 10 wind spirit stones. As brothers, don't decline." Long Chen pushed a jade bottle as well as 10 wind spirit stones to Xu Yang. "Brother Long, I can't accept this." Xu Yang couldn't accept it. He had only ever heard of bone tempering pills. But from what he had heard of, they were unimaginably expensive. Furthermore, these 10 wind spirit stones were at least 10 times better than the one he had obtained at the beginning. The wind energy inside it was incredibly pure. "As brothers, don't say anything useless. Since I'm giving them to you, just take it. You risked your life to give me information, which saved my friends from calamity. If you don't take it, it means you're looking down on me." Long Chen intentionally turned hostile. "All right, then I'll accept it. I, Xu Yang, will never forget Brother Long's great favor." Xu Yang respectfully bowed to Long Chen before leaving. After Long Chen sent off Xu Yang, Li Qi, who had been unconscious this entire time, finally awoke, delighting everyone. Once that brief celebration was over, Long Chen continued refining pills, while everyone else alternated between guarding and tempering their bones, all in preparation for the upcoming clash. Chapter 423 Harsh Denouncement. News of the battle on Compass Mountain, as well as the news of Long Chen killing monastery disciples in the canyon, resounded throughout the entire secret realm. Quite a few people ran over to confirm its veracity. Seeing the ghastly corpses, they were all horrified. At the same time, countless criticizers spoke out against Long Chen, believing Long Chen to have a vicious heart and ruthless methods. Having slaughtered members of the same path, he was guilty of terrible crimes. However, such words could only be said behind his back. That was because after those two huge battles, no one dared run out and provoke Long Chen again. They could only express their own sense of righteousness behind his back. No matter how great the rewards offered were, no one was willing to go and find trouble. For Long Chen again, as for that hand behind the curtain that had been constantly urging people on, it had become powerless. One reason was that the matter of someone deliberately targeting Long Chen had already become common knowledge. As cultivators, just how many people were so stupid? The majority of people had already seen through what had happened. The other reason was that while some subordinates were busy trying to instigate people to target Long Chen, most people had already entered seclusion now. So just who would bother with them? Just how many of them truly cared about who was good and who was bad? Those subordinates were just wasting their time. In just a few months, the secret realm's exit would finally open. At that time, there would be a huge battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. Those with weak cultivation bases would all die within the secret realm. These people all considered the first monastery, as well as Long Chen, to be acting idiotically. Before that huge battle, they were actually busy with inner strife. If that wasn't idiotic, then what was? So most of the righteous path's experts were all just sneering at Yin Wuxuang's attempt to spread her propaganda. As for the corrupt path's experts, they had long since vanished into seclusion. They were focused on that final battle. They didn't like inner strife. If the righteous path wanted to fight amongst themselves, then that was fine. They would focus on increasing their strength, and when the time came, they would slaughter the righteous disciples. In the end, wouldn't those treasures that the righteous disciples had risked their lives for end up in their pockets anyway? Yin Wuxuang had a group of people spreading her propaganda, but everyone was already in seclusion. Just who were they spreading that propaganda to? It wasn't as if they could just shout as loudly as possible all day. If they ended up disturbing an expert's seclusion, they would probably be killed directly. After trying to instigate more people for 2 days without any results, Yin Wuxuang could only helplessly give up. Her people all went into seclusion. So this was the calmest time of the Julie secret realm. Other than some brazen experts or some criminals fleeing deeper into the secret realm, essentially everyone had entered seclusion and begun tempering their bones. As for those disciples who had come from humble origins and didn't have bone tempering pills to use, the only thing they could do was focus on increasing their cultivation base, wanting to use their realm to make up for their lack of tempered bones. Although that wasn't very effective, it was better than doing nothing. That final battle would have to do with everyone's life and death. No matter how many treasures they had gained in the secret realm, if they couldn't leave, it would still be useless. During this time, Long Chen was still focusing day and night on refining pills. At this time, the only person guarding them was Guo Ran. Every time someone would furtively attempt to spy on them, Guo Ran would get rid of them with a single arrow. Those who were still focused on them at this time had to be enemies. So Guo Ran was now like a hunter patiently waiting for rabbits to take the bait. But after killing several people, a week passed without him making any more harvests. He began to feel bored. Although looking at Long Chen refined pills was something very pleasing to the eye, no matter how amazing it was to watch, after seeing it dozens or even hundreds of times a day, a person would still get tired of it. "Boss, how much more until you finish refining?" "Not much. Right now we already have 6,000 bone tempering pills. After another 2 days, all the medicinal ingredients will be used up," answered Long Chen. After refining day and night, Long Chen had accumulated more and more medicinal pills. However, the medicinal ingredients only decreased. Some of those living medicinal ingredients had been kept within his life ring. He wasn't planning on using them to refine pills. After all, living medicinal ingredients were 100 times more valuable than dead ones. In the outside world, Long Chen could obtain a massive amount of wealth from them. Furthermore, these living herbs were ones that people would fight over to buy, which would make the price skyrocket. His life ring was packed with precious herbs, but Long Chen didn't care whether or not they were comfortable inside. In any case, it was fine as long as they didn't die. Even if their branches snapped or their leaves fell, even if they were on the verge of dying, it was still fine. In any case, those things were priceless treasures in the outside world. Even half-dead herbs would be treated importantly by sects. Those sects definitely had ways to make them flourish again. In the outside world, many precious medicinal ingredients had already gone extinct. But there were also some precious herbs that were all in the hands of certain sects and powers. They treated those precious herbs as things even more important than their wives, and sometimes they wouldn't even let others know they had them. Even if they were to sell them, they would only sell dried-up herbs. They would rarely ever let people know that they had the living versions which they could breed themselves. It was only when something was so rare that no one could obtain it that its price would skyrocket. So there were actually quite a few extinct herbs that the larger powers possessed and kept secret from the rest of the world. The price of those herbs was all controlled by those sects. As they steadily drove those prices higher, the smaller powers could only spend an exorbitant amount of money to purchase them. As a result, the larger sects only grew stronger, while the smaller sects always remained weak. For example, Xu Yang's sect was so poor that they were unable to even prepare bone-tempering pills for him. That wasn't because they didn't care for Xu Yang enough. In fact, once Xu Yang left the secret realm, they would go all out to groom him. Bone-tempering pills were just too rare, and his sect only had the wealth to raise a single expert. If they ended up giving their bone-tempering pills to Xu Yang, and he died in the secret realm, then his sect would decline even further. Xu Yang's shoulders were carrying the fate of his sect right now. He was their one chance to rise, and so he couldn't accept Long Chen's offer. This was also why the cultivation world, with its thousands and thousands of sects, still had most of its resources in the hands of just a few people. The smaller sects could only struggle while constantly on the verge of collapse. As for the larger sects, disciples, even ordinary disciples could easily fight above realms with the elders of smaller sects. That was the difference between them. "Boss, if we completely absorb all these medicinal pills, how many bones can everyone temper?" asked Guo Ran. Splitting it equally, each person would get almost 800 bone tempering pills, and according to the normal cultivation world's theory, you would all be able to temper 16 or more bones. The bone tempering pills that Long Chen had refined were not the same as the ones in the outside world. The medicinal formula was several times better, and it was capable of fully activating the medicinal energy. Most importantly, the medicinal ingredients Long Chen were using were either alive or had only just died, which further increased the medicinal energy. Furthermore, due to the fact that they were still alive, their medicinal energy was also easier to absorb. At the very least, Long Chen's bone tempering pills were 10 times more effective than the bone tempering pills on the outside world's market. He had seen many bone tempering pills in other people's storage rings. These were made with an inferior formula that was unable to fully bring out the medicinal energy. However, according to his deduction, the difference between the two shouldn't have been so large. After an investigation, Long Chen had discovered a certain secret. That secret made Long Chen sneer inside. He had found out that the outside world's bone tempering pills had had something deliberately done to them to make their medicinal effect lower. In the beginning, he had thought that whoever had done this must have some mental disorder. What was the point of turning good medicinal pills into trash? But after thinking about it, he realized that the person who had done this was most likely the seller of these pills. By not changing the price of the pill, but reducing its effect by 50%, those who wanted to temper more bones would have to purchase an exorbitant amount of bone tempering pills. This was definitely conning people. It was no wonder that the bone tempering pill had conned so many geniuses to death. This was definitely done by some immoral merchant behind the scenes. Furthermore, he had found out that this was true of both the righteous and corrupt path. All the bone tempering pills had had their effect cut in half. However, it was impossible to notice this. You couldn't tell from either looking at it or even from consuming it. It was only possible for Long Chen with his pill god memories. He was able to tell something was wrong because according to the medicinal pill's formula, tier, and quality, the medicinal effect did not match. All the bone tempering pills sold outside were the same. That was because a certain existence had monopolized the bone tempering pill market. All sects could only get them from the pill tower. And thus, Long Chen had come up with a certain conclusion. Under the outer semblance of being a holy land, the pill tower was actually a bunch of shady wolves. But at the very least, they were fair about it. They conned both the righteous and corrupt path equally. Otherwise, if they only conned the righteous path but not the corrupt path, the righteous path would definitely be doomed. When he thought of that, Long Chen realized a certain something. With the righteous path and corrupt path constantly fighting, and the pill tower taking a neutral position, selling medicinal pills to everyone, then wouldn't the party benefiting the most be the pill tower? Neither the righteous nor corrupt path dared to offend them for fear of losing access to medicinal pills. That really was comical. 16 bones. Wouldn't that be the level of the sect leader? Heavens, then wouldn't we be able to sweep through the entire secret realm? Guo Ran was filled with disbelief. Each extra bone you tempered would greatly increase the amount of energy that could be stored within the bones. That would make a person incredibly strong. Tempering 16 bones was practically something he had only heard of in legend. Don't get excited too early. I said that under the normal bone tempering process, you would be able to temper 16 bones. But since we've all chosen complete tempering, these pills can at most let us temper 4 bones, said Long Chen. What? Guo Ran stuttered. The difference between 4 bones and 16 bones was far too great. There's no way around it. To undergo complete tempering, each time you temper 1 bone, you also have to go through every single bone in your body. That's the only way to make sure every bone gets tempered. The previous bone connecting pills you consumed created energy channels within every single one of your bones. Pretend the bone you're attempting to temper is a beggar, and you're trying to feed it some bread. But in order to feed that beggar, you first have to feed the 205 beggars that are in front of it. You need to make your rounds through each of them before getting to that last one. Do you understand? Smiled Long Chen. Chapter 424 4 Temper. No way, it's this exaggerated. Guo Ran was stunned. It's not the slightest bit exaggerated. Only in this way is it possible to temper each and every bone in the body. With each bone, you have to temper all the other bones as well, said Long Chen. Then wouldn't it require decades to undergo complete tempering? Guo Ran felt slightly hopeless. He had already eaten the bone-connecting pill, and thus connected all his bones. He had no choice but to undergo complete tempering at this stage. You're extrapolating according to normal standards. For other cultivators, for each bone you temper, It costs twice the amount of the previous time, and the time required to temper it also doubles accordingly. For them, to temper 8 bones requires over a year's time. First-rate bone tempering requires at least 3 years. But we're not the same. For us, each bone we temper requires the same amount of time. If it took 3 to 5 days to temper the first bone, it will take 3 to 5 days to temper each and every bone. In fact, once we reach the end, we'll temper them faster and faster. That's because we tempered each of our bones with each tempering, so by the end, each bone's requirements go down, and the bones you've already tempered don't need further energy, explained Long Chen. Oh, then I'm relieved. You really scared me just now. If we had to keep bone tempering for decades, then my springtime of youth would all have been lost, sighed Guo Ran. But after you finish tempering each bone, you'll need to undergo one final total tempering. That total tempering will be a bit painful. Seeing Guo Ran's expression suddenly change, Long Chen laughed. It's not like you think. Once each bone in your body is tempered, just what level do you think your strength will explode to? If I haven't misjudged, the amount of power your armor can release is directly proportional to your own physical strength. At that time, you understand. Hearing that, Guo Ran's eyes lit up. Long Chen was absolutely correct. His armor was something that amplified his own power. Although his armor looked ordinary, there were countless steel wires tightly bound around his muscles. Each one of his movements pulled on those threads, and adding on a few mechanisms that were activated by his fingers, it would multiply his original power. Boss, you really are awesome. Then we're on track to become the strongest squad ever. But if the amount of bone tempering pills we have is only enough for 4 bones, then just what astronomical number will we need for complete tempering? Thinking of that, Guo Ran began to sweat. Good word, astronomical really is accurate, nodded Long Chen. Don't praise me at this kind of time. How are we supposed to get more bone tempering pills? Guo Ran was filled with worry. There will always be a way. Haven't you already noticed? As our cultivation bases gradually increase, the enemies we come into contact with also grow stronger. If we cultivate like ordinary people, our lives will definitely become incredibly miserable in the future. The path of cultivation is just that cruel. Once you've stepped onto it, don't even think of escaping. Trouble will constantly come to find us. So we have to think of any way we can to get stronger. Only then can we live with dignity, sighed Long Chen. I understand, boss. There is no path of retreat for us anymore, nodded Guo Ran. Speaking of which, do you think I should make Wild a set of armor? If I start now, then I should be able to finish it before the Secret Realm's exit opens. With Wild's strength, if he made a set of armor for Wild, then with Wild's abnormal strength, he would definitely become a practically godlike killer. Do you think Wild is like you and understands how to use those controls and maneuvers? When are you going to start using your head? Oh, I forgot. Guo Ran clapped himself in the head with embarrassment. With Wild's intelligence, getting him to learn how to control his kind of armor would be heaven-defying. Back then, for Long Chen to teach him the simplest way of circulating his qi, Long Chen had almost died of anger. And Long Chen considered himself someone with decent patience. Speaking of which, have you seen Wild in the last 2 days? Asked Long Chen. Yesterday I went over there. Wild was still sleeping then, and the ground was littered with feathers. That violet, that bird is only half eaten right now. It seems it'll take Wild some more time to completely finish it. Guo Ran suddenly remember how Long Chen didn't want him mentioning the violet phoenix sparrow's name. Those 4 little fellows were currently guarding the perimeter, and after being subdued by humans, their intelligence had increased. That topic was taboo. The violet phoenix sparrow was a peak 5th rank magical beast, and its flesh contained a great deal of energy. For an ordinary person, they would need half a day to digest just a mouthful of its flesh. Even with Wild's abnormal body, he needed to sleep for a few days to digest that energy. It could be seen just how terrifying the amount of energy in that flesh was. Currently, Wild really is too frightening. Just the power of his blood and qi is enough to terrify me. And I'm his brother. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare get close to him, exclaimed Guo Ran. Some kind of special aura had now appeared from Wild's body, and that aura was even more terrifying than that of a high-ranking magical beast. Long Chen smiled. Wild was a warrior from the barbarian race that consumed all beasts as food. Now that he was consuming the flesh of 2 peak 5th rank magical beasts, that barbaric aura of his had become even clearer. He still clearly remembered the aura from the barbarian race expert in the Abyss of Fiends. When he compared that aura to Wild's, he found they really were similar. However, Wild's aura was far weaker than that expert's. But with the support of this powerful flesh, that barbaric aura of his continued to grow, meaning Wild's body was beginning to awaken. According to that expert, their barbarian race didn't need to cultivate any secret techniques. Once their flesh reached a certain level of power, they would automatically awaken their abilities. He had also mentioned something about the barbarian god's blessing. Long Chen still didn't know what that meant, but Yu Shaochen had told him that this world truly did have gods. If there were gods present, then what were they doing? Why would they let the world become so chaotic? Boss, how about I make you a set of armor too? Your power would multiply, and you could definitely slaughter everyone, said Guo Ran. Long Chen shook his head. That's not my fighting style. If I wear armor, that's equivalent to not having enough confidence in my own physical body, and it will affect my Dao heart. I'm not the same as you are someone who wants to become a crafting god. Wearing your own armor will further stabilize your Dao heart. The two of us walk different paths. Once I finish refining the bone tempering pills, I'll start refining bone forging pills for everyone to increase your cultivation bases. At the very least, everyone has to be able to reach the mid-bone forging realm. The amount of medicinal ingredients he had were limited. At most, he could only allow everyone to temper 4 bones. But the good thing was that after tempering 4 bones, they had all set down a foundation for the rest of their bones. Although they hadn't completed the tempering process, even their non-tempered bones had become much stronger, passively increasing their strength. For close-range fights, this increase was very precious. But the cost for it had also been shocking. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Long Chen had finished refining all the bone tempering pills and was now focused on refining the bone forging pills to increase everyone's cultivation bases. After continuously refining medicinal pills for a month, even Long Chen felt like he would puke. Just looking at his pill furnace was enough to make him dizzy. But the good thing was that he didn't need to refine that many bone forging pills. Even though they were refined by Long Chen, each person could only consume 10 of them. That was already the absolute limit. In fact, for ordinary bone forging pills, just consuming 3 of them was the limit. The bone forging pills were different from bone tempering pills. They were used to increase cultivation base, and needed to be combined with spiritual qi. They needed to be slowly absorbed, or it was possible for your realm to become unstable and your foundation to become flawed. Over this fortnight, everyone had consumed the bone tempering pills like eating rice, and once all the bone tempering pills had been consumed, everyone had finally tempered 4 bones. As for which 4 bones those were, they were naturally the small bone of the 2 arms and legs. That improved both speed and power, and it was always the first 4 bones people tempered. Millennia of experience had told everyone that those 4 bones were the best. After finishing the bone tempering, Long Chen had everyone rest for a few days to stabilize the medicinal energy in their bones before increasing their cultivation bases. Hearing that they had a slight vacation, Guo Ran immediately pulled over Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng, finding a secluded place to compare notes. Ji Yuyong and the others were also full of mettle. After their seclusion this time, they felt as if their bodies had completely transformed, and so they also wanted to have a good fight to test their new strength. In any case, with a metal monster like Guo Ran present, they could bring out their full strength. What could go wrong? The few of them left, leaving behind only Long Chen and the 5 women on Compass Mountain. They had only just left their seclusion, and each of them was full of energy. This chance to increase their strength had completely transformed them. Even the always taciturn and unsmiling Yi Ziqiu had a faint arc to her lips. Even she was unable to conceal her excitement. Now what should we do, Long Chen? Do we go find that woman for revenge? Asked Tang Wan. Speaking of revenge, their expressions all turned icy cold. Yin Wushuang was too sinister, and not one of them didn't hate her to the bone. Long Chen shook his head. She can't run away. If we go looking for her like this, our chances of finding her are too low. It'll just waste everyone's time. For the next few days, we'll rest for a bit and adjust our mental states. Other than that, I also have gifts for you and Meng Qi. Gifts. The first one is for you, Wan. Long Chen smiled and took out a stone the size of a baby's fist. Chapter 425 Dividing Treasures. Wind Spirit Stone. Tang Wan let out a startled exclamation. With her innate wind spirit body, she could instantly sense the vast amount of wind energy in this stone. That was something that Tang Wan would long for even in her dreams. To her, such a thing was a gift from the heavens, and there was nothing else more suitable for her. Thank you, Long Chen. Tang Wan received the wind spirit stone excitedly, wanting to immediately go absorb the wind energy within it. Wind spirit stones contained the purest wind energy within heaven and earth. They contained profound wind mysteries, and if she could comprehend some of them, it would greatly increase her abilities. Although Tang Wan family wasn't poor, they weren't an ancient family. There were many things that had been lost over time, and she couldn't rely on her family for anything. Her future cultivation would all be up to herself. Otherwise, her family wouldn't have sent her to the Xuantian monastery to cultivate. That just proved her family was much inferior compared to the last place 108th monastery. You're this happy about just one? Laughed Long Chen. Could it be you have more? Tang Wan was filled with shock. If it was just one, it'd be far too lacking to be a gift for you. If I'm going to gift you something like this, I'd have to give you at least a mountain of them. Long Chen laughed and handed a ring to Tang Wan. All you like to do is brag. If you really had, At first, she thought he was joking. But the instant she looked at what was inside this spatial ring, her eyes popped wide open with disbelief. With her understanding of Long Chen's abilities, she supposed it might be possible for him to gather a few dozen wind spirit stones. But seeing the mountain of wind spirit stones in the ring, she was absolutely stunned. What is it, Wan? The others looked at her with surprise. Just what had she seen to make her so speechless? Take a look. Tang Wan handed over the spatial ring to them. When they saw what was inside, they were just as shocked as Tang Wan. How did you get this, Long Chen? Asked Chu Yao. Naturally, I got it through adventuring. Long Chen gave a simple recount of how he had ended up noticing wind spirit stones being blown around within the misty mountain valleys. Well, Long Chen, you even thought of such a clever method. Praised Chu Yao. The other women nodded. Long Chen was bold and daring, but he also paid attention to the smallest details. The reason he had his current accomplishments was not by coincidence. But why does this mountain of wind spirit stones have a portion cut out from the top? Logically, you would have only cut it at the bottom, wondered Tang Wan. Long Chen, you're definitely hiding something. Hurry and own up. Meng Qi stared at Long Chen with a touch of suspicion. You're overthinking it. These wind spirit stones are things I worked so bitterly for. Their origin is definitely completely pure. Being stared at by Meng Qi, Long Chen began to lose some confidence. I don't believe you. Just now, your spiritual fluctuations changed. You're definitely hiding something. Meng Qi smiled in an unforgiving manner. Yes, hurry and own up. Chu Yao and the others also followed Meng Qi, taking an attitude of if he didn't talk, he would be harshly punished. Tang Wan, do you even have a conscience? I gave you such treasures, and you stand with them as well. TCH, you really turn hostile faster than the flipping of a page. Even Tang Wan had now betrayed him. Don't think you can scare me. Right now, I'm a member of a sisters, and we must work together. Tang Wan waved her hand. Long Chen, hurry and tell us. None of us can cultivate right now, so just tell us your story. Chu Yao gently pulled on Long Chen's arm, sitting down with him. They all sat in a circle, the women all staring at Long Chen. He almost felt as if he was floating lightly through the air from being stared at by such beauties. I can tell you, but you can't laugh, or I won't tell you. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before giving a warning. Fine, we won't laugh. Hurry and tell us. Tang Wan wrapped her arm around Long Chen's other arm, her face alight with anticipation. With the two of them on his arms, Long Chen really couldn't find a way to refuse them. He just thickened his face and told them about what had happened. With a soul specialist like Meng Qi around, Long Chen didn't even have a chance to lie. Hearing how Long Chen had repeatedly bamboozled Han Tianfeng, how Long Chen had repeatedly trampled him and led the barbaric wind beast to attack him, they all couldn't hold back their laughter. As for Tang Wan, she was laughing especially hard, rocking back and forth. But a beauty was a beauty, and no matter how she laughed, it was still enchanting. Seeing them holding their sides from laughter, Long Chen became embarrassed and raged. Didn't you say you wouldn't laugh? Long Chen, you can't blame us, it's just too funny. Tang Wan was unable to even stay sitting straight up from her laughter. As for the ice goddess Yi Ziqiu, she had turned around. But from the trembling of her shoulders, she was obviously laughing as well. Long Chen was speechless. Now he regretted telling them this. He had gravely damaged his glorious image. Long Chen, you really are bad. Even Chu Yao was laughing so hard that she didn't even have time to breathe. Although he had only given a simple recounting of what had happened, when they pictured a grand, peak genius being toyed with almost to death, all the while not knowing just who it was that was messing with him, they really were unable to hold back their laughter. Ah, Long Chen, really well done. Such a bastard should be killed just like that. Tang Wan'er finally finished laughing and patted Long Chen on the shoulder. There's nothing embarrassing about this, Long Chen. To handle an enemy, you naturally should use any and all methods, or the one to suffer will be you. Lu Fang'er greatly approved of what he had done. Speaking of which, I remember that fellow Zhang Yifan. Did you end up running into him? Asked Tang Wan'er suddenly. She didn't know whether or not Long Chen had finished taking revenge. Nope, I searched for him forever, but I didn't even see his shadow. Long Chen shook his head repeatedly. Even if he was beaten to death, he definitely couldn't admit what had happened. Even Long Chen shivered when he thought of Zhang Yifan and crap brother Qi's fates. That was really too nauseating. Meng Qi glanced at him oddly, but seeing Long Chen doing his best to give her a meaningful glance, his eyes seeming to be begging her, she just smiled and didn't say anything. Long Chen, why are you looking at Sister Meng Qi like that? Asked Chu Yao. This is a kind of tender-hearted gaze. Could you not tell? Laughed Long Chen. This phrasing of his was too ambiguous and flirtatious, causing all of them to blush. Meng Qi didn't even dare look at the others now. Seeing that one sentence was enough to stop their attacks on him, Long Chen sighed inside, cursing himself for being stupid. If he had known that it would be this simple, what would he have had to beg for? Wan'er, keep the wind spirit stones yourself. I know you can't use them all, but just look after them. Right now, all you need to do is absorb the purest energy of the wind spirit stones to quickly increase your wind comprehension. That will bring huge benefits to your cultivation. Since no one else was saying anything, Long Chen brought the conversation back to proper matters. But that would waste a huge amount of their energy, said Tang Wan'er. Wind spirit stones contained an enormous amount of energy, but that energy wasn't all entirely pure. Only a portion could be absorbed. Most cultivators would absorb all the energy of the wind spirit stone into their bodies, and then they would force out the impurities. Only then could they keep the waste to the minimum, as wind spirit stones were just too precious. But Long Chen wanted her to just absorb the pure energy, and just directly waste the impure portion. That meant she would reject over 90% of its energy. That was truly extravagant and practically a waste of a natural treasure. If it's a waste, then it's a waste. Right now, time is more important. When the exit opens, it will definitely bring a bloody battle. Each little bit of strength is a greater chance of survival, said Long Chen. Alright, I understand. Tang Wan'er nodded. This was currently an extremely pressing period of time. Seeing her nod, Long Chen knew he didn't need to worry about that anymore. Tang Wan'er was a very sensible girl, and he didn't need to worry about things she had promised him. Meng Qi, this is your gift. Long Chen took out a golden page. Both Chu Yao and Yi Ziqiu let out startled exclamations. They had been present when Long Chen had rescued Yi Ziqiu and the others. He had used just this golden page to kill all those attackers. It was incredibly sharp, and all weapons and armor had been as weak as paper in front of it. That scene of its golden light bringing with it a rain of blood was still fresh in their memories. Long Chen, this is. Meng Qi was startled by Chu Yao and Yi Ziqiu's reactions. This is a soul item, said Long Chen. Soul item? Meng Qi let out a startled cry. As a soul cultivator, she naturally knew what that was. Even in the Wind Spirit Pavilion, they were extremely rare and precious. Long Chen. Meng Qi was just about to refuse when Long Chen solemnly said, now isn't the time to be courteous. Of everyone present, you're the one most suited to this soul item. Using a soul item requires you to use your spiritual strength, but Chu Yao, Yi Ziqiu, Wan'er, and myself are all fighters. We can't fight while splitting our attention to use it. Only you and Lu Fang'er can use it to its full potential, while you are the one who has the strongest soul energy here. With you controlling it, during a critical moment, you can instantly kill experts. This is our entire team's life-saving talisman. But in truth, this is not a true soul item, so its use is limited. You'll need to constantly use your soul to nourish it and form a connection to it. Even I don't know how exactly this thing should be used, so it'll be up to you to figure that out, smiled Long Chen. After distributing these two treasures, everyone once more began to talk and laugh. Although Yi Ziqiu didn't smile or talk, a trace of warmth had appeared in her eyes. This relaxed time flew by. 3 days later, just as everyone gathered together to enter seclusion again, an unfamiliar guest arrived. Chapter 426 Wa Baluo. What a rare guest. Who would have thought that Sister Wa Baluo would come to see me here? There were 2 people in a tent. In front of Long Chen was a slender woman in a purple dress. This woman was precisely the second monastery's #1 expert, Wa Baluo. Long Chen was surprised to see her now. Meng Qi and the others had intentionally vacated the tent, leaving just the 2 of them. Wa Baluo smiled. To rudely turn up unsolicited, please forgive me Brother Long. Please, sit. Long Chen waved his hand. There were a table and 2 seats in the tent that Guo Ran had prepared. Sister Baluo, I'm quite the boorish man, so please don't blame me for not knowing the etiquette. Wa Baluo gently brushed forward her dress and sat down. Her movements were very graceful and relaxed. There was a certain kind of air around Wa Baluo that made her seem very poised and graceful, one that would instinctively make a person feel relaxed. But Long Chen disliked it. That was a kind of noble mannerism. It could be considered an accomplishment in the secular world, but in the cultivation world, this kind of artificial mannerism could be described with a single word: posturing. Long Chen knew that Wa Baluo wasn't doing this deliberately. This was something innate to her, and if his guess wasn't wrong, her origins were definitely not simple. Senior apprentice Brother Long Chen is courteous. Men should be open and candid, living free and unfettered. To tell the truth, I greatly admire you. Wa Baluo smiled gracefully, a smile that could deeply move a person. It could be said that Wa Baluo was exceptionally beautiful. There were few men who wouldn't like her. That pride in her bones would especially cause a man to feel a strong longing. It was just like a horse. The more prideful a horse was, the greater the desire you would feel to subdue it. Sister Baluo overpraises me. Since you like to be direct, then I also won't bother with etiquette. Why have you come to find me? Asked Long Chen. Wa Baluo was slightly surprised by how direct Long Chen was. He had skipped over all those polite manners, getting to the main point without even pouring a cup of tea for her. However, she quickly reacted and smiled. Yes, the reason I came here was to form an alliance with you. Wa Baluo was very intelligent, and after this short of an exchange, she could already tell Long Chen's character. Knowing he didn't like beating around the bush, she also got right to the point. What kind of alliance? You want to handle Han Tianyu together? Yes, I'm sure you're aware that the first monastery has been targeting you since you entered the secret realm. They set up layers of traps, constantly raising your infamy. That Yin Wuxuang is especially repulsive, even placing her target on the ones beside you when she couldn't handle you. That kind of person is the scum of the righteous path. Unfortunately, this junior sister is not strong enough on her own to handle the first monastery and could only watch as Brother Long had to suffer injustice. Seeing her apologetic expression, Long Chen smiled slightly. Sister Baluo, neither of us are stupid. Since you want to collaborate, shouldn't you bring out some sincerity? Yes, the first monastery is targeting me. I trust that your second monastery definitely knows the whole story. But the reason you just watched instead of doing anything was to see just how many trump cards I have, and whether or not I would be worth pulling to your side. Only once I revealed enough power to move you did you begin to take sides and protest against my injustice. Having her thoughts seen through by Long Chen, Wa Baluo's expression changed slightly. His words were really too direct, and she found herself put on the spot. Sister Baluo, I don't have any other intentions by saying these things. I just want to tell you that if we want to form an alliance, we both need to be sincere. We can't conceal things from each other, or when we face our enemies together, we'll be suspicious of each other. If we're just scheming against each other, there's no point to it, said Long Chen. I really do have to blush with shame about that matter. Wa Baluo's face did redden slightly. Long Chen had been entirely correct. Even before the secret realm opened, it was impossible for the first monastery's covert actions to slip past the attention of the second monastery. Which monastery didn't have a few spies? If the first monastery could bribe other sects, elders and disciples, then the second monastery could do the same. So they had learned everything that had happened. Furthermore, for something as big as Luo Bing bringing her 36th monastery's disciples to grandly punish the 108th monastery, only to be defeated miserably. It was impossible to slip past the second monastery's ears. So Hua Baluo was 100% clear on the matter between Long Chen and the first monastery. That was why she had purposely smiled at Long Chen at the beginning when all the monasteries had gathered. One reason was to leave behind an impression as a foundation for this alliance. But the other reason was to provoke Han Tianyu. She never paid any attention to Han Tianyu, acting as if she didn't even see him. So when she expressed such a smile to Long Chen, she succeeded in arousing Han Tianyu's discontent. Furthermore, at that time, Long Chen had also been accompanied by two peerless beauties like Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu. Others might not have been able to tell, but Hua Baluo had immediately sensed Han Tianyu's jealousy. After entering the secret realm, Hua Baluo hadn't directly gone to ally with Long Chen. Instead, she had chosen to be a bystander, wanting to see if Long Chen was really worth her pulling him in. If Long Chen had been unable to reach that level, she would have spent her time pulling in others. And so that line of hers, that she could only have watched as he had to suffer injustice, was just a lie to deceive others and to deceive herself. Once images of Long Chen's defeating Yin Wuxuang had reached her, she had finally taken action, saying Long Chen was the innocent one, and that the woman in the photographic jade had just been setting him up. However, back then, she had only just said that single line. That was also setting up a foundation. Saying such a thing had been of no help to Long Chen at all. At the same time, she hadn't directly drawn on the hostility of the first monastery. However, after he had managed to defeat Huo Weifang, she had finally been moved, feeling like it was time to take action. As a result, she had directly supported Long Chen, pointing out that he was being entrapped by someone. Although she didn't directly say who the person entrapping him was, she implied it was the first monastery and that Yin Wuxuang was the director. Then, when Long Chen had killed Han Tianfeng and severed one of Yin Wuxuang's arms, Hua Baluo should have immediately come to find him. However, she had only come now after Long Chen and Guo Ran had slaughtered a mass of their enemies, only once everything had calmed down. That was a bit unexpected for Long Chen. I've actually been waiting for you for a long time. You've come a bit late, smiled Long Chen. Talking with you really saves effort. I was going to come earlier, but because of a few things, I ended up being delayed. Hua Baluo smiled bitterly. Long Chen had already impressively seen through everything. She sighed. Suddenly, I'm a bit afraid of cooperating with you. Oh, why? Because I find you really are impressive. To have already managed to clearly see through everything, I really don't feel that safe, Hua Baluo sighed, brushing back a few strands of loose hair. Long Chen laughed. Then are you curious why I just foolishly jumped in despite knowing about this trap? Why I didn't think of a way to counterattack? Or perhaps do you think I have some hidden scheme? Hua Baluo didn't say anything, but she nodded slightly. She felt that with Long Chen's intelligence, he should have long since smelled the scent of a trap. According to reason, he should have long since come up with preventative measures and not have acted so passively. However, all things had their own thoughts and plans. If Long Chen really had a plan, then he had truly hidden it deeply, so deeply that it was frightening. In truth, you're overthinking it. I knew there was a scheme against me, but I didn't spend that much energy on thinking about how to use brains to resolve it. In my eyes, she is absolutely nothing. If I ended up slowing down my advancement because of her, then my ending would definitely be very miserable. So despite knowing, I didn't have time to play those games with her. I have many things to do that are more important. In this world, there are many problems that can be solved with intelligence. But I trust that Sister Baluo is aware that when there is a problem that intelligence cannot solve, only martial strength can solve it, said Long Chen. When intelligence cannot solve a problem, only martial strength can. Hua Baluo muttered Long Chen's last phrase, a faint light shining in her eyes. As expected, senior apprentice brother Long Chen really is an intelligent person. This phrase of yours has let me see a new level of things. Sister Baluo is too courteous. All things have pros and cons. If you can use intelligence to solve a problem, it would definitely save effort and be safer, right? Hua Baluo laughed, as Long Chen really was too interesting, and his words were always very sincere. From his gaze, she could tell that he was a very prideful person. And yet, he didn't display it. In comparison, those people who always acted very haughty were the people that felt self-inferior, and they had to use that haughtiness to hide it, all to find their own meaning for existence. As for truly prideful people, they never purposefully acted arrogant. Long Chen was such a person, and such a person would usually disdain lying, whether it was to friends or to enemies. It really is enjoyable talking to you. I almost have an urge to have long discussions into the night with you, laughed Wabaluo. Let's not. I'd rather talk about that matter of cooperation. After all, I still want to live for a few more years, and you should know that these days, even the walls have ears. With a slight carelessness, someone might end up being punished with the 5-horse dismemberment punishment. Long Chen acted very afraid. Within the other tent, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Fang and Yi Ziqiu all had their eyes closed, cultivating. Although they seemed to have entered a meditative state, their ears were all perked up and listening. Hearing Long Chen's words, they all reddened. Was that 5-horse dismemberment punishment referring to them? All right, then let's talk about cooperating. I have one question for you. Can you let off Yin Wuxia? Absolutely not. Long Chen's expression changed. Chapter 427 She Must Die. Absolutely not. I don't know whether the matter of her targeting me was decided by herself or because she was ordered to, but she has already crossed my bottom line. The enmity between us can only be washed away with blood. Either I die, or she dies. There's no third option. Long Chen's words were decisive without any room for leeway. There was no way to doubt his determination. Long Chen was now completely infuriated with Yin Wuxia. Wabaluo was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Long Chen, do you know how powerful the ancient families are? Long Chen shook his head. I don't know. I also don't need to know. Even if she is the descendant of a god, she still must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to face my dead brothers. Whenever Yin Wuxiang's name was mentioned, Long Chen's killing intent would soar. Guan Wenen's lifeless eyes were forever fixed within his mind. Although the various disciples of the 108th monastery had once had some enmities with each other during the initial competitions, those enmities had all been completely forgotten since the righteous and corrupt battle. They had all become life and death brothers who trusted each other unequivocally. Thinking of how those people hadn't died due to the struggle with the corrupt path, but instead due to the insidious schemes of that woman, Long Chen really had an urge to cut Yin Wuxiang into 1,000,000 pieces. If you kill her, her family will not let you off. Perhaps even the supermonastery will not be able to protect you. The supermonastery's higher-ups will not offend an ancient family just for a disciple. At that time, you will be handed over as a murderer to appease the Yin family's fury, said Wabaluo. Ha ha ha, the ancient families really are mighty. So only they can kill others, but others can't retaliate, sneered Long Chen. You are correct, the ancient families are that barbaric, but there's also no way around that, as they have the power to do so. She was only sent to the monastery as a tempering experience. Once that experience is over, the Yin family will call her back. With the ancient family's haughtiness, they will definitely not permit one of their descendants to be murdered. So Brother Long, you have to think this over. For her, you are willing to throw away your own life. Is it worth it? Wabaluo looked at Long Chen complicatedly, trying to persuade him. I don't care if it's worth or not. This is an issue of principles. If I can't get revenge from my brothers, then what is the point of me cultivating? What is the point of living? No matter how high a person's cultivation base reaches, it is a constant struggle while death is just a step away. I would rather live happily, repaying gratitude and enmity, living each day as it comes. As for my enemies, then while I'm alive, they will all be sent to hell, said Long Chen. But have you ever thought that you might implicate the people by your side? Once an ancient family is infuriated, your friends will also die. What will you do then? Seeing how obstinate Long Chen was being, Wabaluo was slightly angered. I would run. Contrary to Wabaluo's expectations, Long Chen actually said these 3 words. I would run and cultivate on my own. When I'm strong enough, I will exterminate their entire family, using their blood as a sacrifice to my dead friends. Then, I would bury my bones with my companions. Long Chen's voice was extremely calm. But within that calmness was an absolute confidence, one that would cause a person's soul to shiver. It was an absolute joke to say you would exterminate an ancient family. But when this joke was said by Long Chen, it seemed so natural, so domineering and contained an unquestionable resolve. In the other tent, Meng Qi and the others' hearts were pounding. When they heard Long Chen's last sentence, they seemed to be able to see the scene of Long Chen all alone, standing in front of a field of graves, filled with sadness as he killed himself. Tears streamed down 5 faces. Even Wabaluo felt a burst of sorrow. According to Long Chen's character, Perhaps that really would be the final result. Is there really no room for any leeway? Asked Hua Baluo. Thank you for your advice, but the enmity between me and Yin Wuxia is unresolvable. The people by my side are not my chess pieces, but my life and death brothers. Long Chen's words caused Hua Baluo to be a bit angry. But that anger had only just surfaced when it was replaced by a dim sadness. To be your friend really is fortunate, she sighed. In the sinister cultivation world, people like Long Chen were truly few and far between. As the proverb went, when the dead were dead, the living had a duty to continue living. She had really never heard of someone who would throw away their own life to get revenge for dead people. In the cultivation world, the focus was on benefits and profit. No matter how great the value of a person was while they were alive, once they were dead, there was no longer any value to speak of. Long Chen's thinking profoundly shook Hua Baluo's inner heart. This was the first time she encountered someone in this world who cared so purely about his friends. I, on the other hand, don't think they're so fortunate. Those that want to be my friends have to have quite the hardy lives, or staying by my side will be too dangerous. A sad light shone in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen was actually someone very guarded with his emotions. He wasn't afraid of danger, but he was afraid of the people by his side facing danger. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of seeing each of his friends falling one by one. That was something harder to endure than his own death. That was also why he had strived to be a great scoundrel when he first joined the monastery. He wanted to be frivolous. He wanted to be on his own, with no cares in the world. He wanted to do whatever he wanted to do. That was a nice thought. But then brother after brother appeared by his side. He was already firmly tied to everyone. He was no longer facing life on his own. He was no longer alone on his cultivation path. This new path was one with laughter and joy. But when that joy was lost, it would become pain and suffering. Long Chen cherished each person by his side, so he needed to get stronger, and he needed everyone else to get stronger as well. Why don't you wait then? Since you are confident in growing to that point, why must you face her at this time? Asked Hua Baluo. This isn't a matter of waiting. I know what kind of person she is. If I don't kill Yin Wuxia, she still won't let me off. Furthermore, even if I did let Yin Wuxia off, a second Yin Wuxia will immediately pop up. Then a third and a fourth. Right now, I want to cut down this Yin Wuxia so that the future ones learn to be afraid. I'll smother those future problems before they get a chance to grow. So, I absolutely must kill Yin Wuxia, said Long Chen. Hua Baluo rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache. It looks like I have no way to persuade you to give up on killing Yin Wuxia. That's correct, so you don't need to waste any more time on that. If I haven't guessed wrong, then you must also be a person from an ancient family. Yes, I am the same as Yin Wuxia and come from another ancient family. Furthermore, the relationship between our two families is rather average. Long Chen was speechless for a moment. Rather average, truly worthy of someone from a noble family, her words were so implicit. Why not just directly say that their family's relationship was bad? The reason I was sent to the monastery was also for a tempering experience. However, it can also be said to be a competition between me and Yin Wuxia. The Yin family approves of Han Tianyu's talent, and so they intentionally sent her over to the first monastery. Their plan is to set him up as the monastery's top expert and have him take the first place in the monastery competition. Once he has that glory, the Yin family will invite him to marry into their family, as currently, he still lacks that qualification. He must obtain the first place of the monasteries. With the relationship between our two families, I naturally won't let them do as they please. So I want to suppress Han Tianyu in the secret realm. Long Chen asked, what exactly do you mean by suppress? Suppress in all ways, not just in terms of direct martial might, but also in terms of group power. I've already promised the second monastery's sect leader that I will help him fight for the rank of the first monastery. Currently, I've roped in quite a few smaller powers, forming an alliance with them. At the very least, I'm not losing out in numbers. In terms of actual combat ability, I might not be able to defeat Han Tianyu, but I can at least guarantee that I won't lose. But with Brother Long's assistance, we should have over an 80% chance of victory. But you say you have to kill Yin Wuxia, so my plans are ruined. Even if my Hua family's relationship with the Yin family isn't good, there technically isn't any hatred on the surface. But if you kill Yin Wuxia, then it will no longer be a matter of hidden competition. This matter would blow out of my control, sighed Hua Baluo. Even though she came from an ancient family, she wouldn't be able to escape her punishment if she helped Long Chen kill Yin Wuxuang. Although the Yin family wouldn't be able to do anything to her Hua family, killing Yin Wuxuang would go beyond her family's plans. Her actions would lead to dissatisfaction amongst her family, and she would end up losing out greatly. Her goal in being sent to the monastery was to try and suppress the Yin family, but the Hua family definitely did not want the matter blowing up too big. If Yin Wuxuang died, the nature of this matter would have completely changed. So Hua Baluo was stuck in a difficult position. What should she do in this situation? Should she still war against Yin Wuxuang, or should she just quietly retreat? But if she retreated at this point, all her previous efforts would have been wasted. Her tempering experience this time would count as a failure, and that would also cause dissatisfaction amongst her family. Long Chen was also lost in thought. He understood Hua Baluo's difficulties, but it was absolutely impossible for him to let off Yin Wuxuang. After pondering for a long moment, Hua Baluo sighed, I've decided to quit my old plan. Chapter 428 Successful Alliance. Long Chen wasn't surprised by Hua Baluo's decision. Her decision was a smart one. If she really did cooperate with Long Chen at this time, even if she didn't personally do anything to Yin Wuxuang, she still would be labeled an accomplice. However, I've only decided to change my plan of suppressing Yin Wuxuang. My plan to deal a blow to the first monastery hasn't changed. This is something I promised to my sect leader, said Hua Baluo. Oh, then what do you want to do? Although I can't help you target Yin Wuxuang, I can bring my group to stand by your side. Don't look down on my group. I've pulled in quite a few smaller powers. With that many people standing by your side, you'll definitely be very intimidating. If the first monastery wants to splash more dirty water on, they'll just be insulting themselves. To tell the truth, Yin Wuxuang has already exhausted all her abilities, and so she has no choice but to use her despicable methods. Just by standing by your side, it'll be like a slap in Yin Wuxuang's face. It'll be equivalent to telling everyone just how contemptible the first monastery's schemes are. This way, when you target Yin Wuxuang, the first monastery's alliance will hesitate. Seeing how strong your side is, they might not even attack. At the very least, it will have a deterrent effect, said Hua Baluo. I don't need you to directly participate in the battle, but if my friends fall into danger during the battle, I hope you can lend a hand to help. If you do, I, Long Chen, will owe you a favor. Hua Baluo's eyes brightened. Long Chen was someone who kept his promises, and to have a favor from him, with his potential, if he didn't die, he would definitely grow to a terrifying realm. A favor from him was truly important. All right, I promise. Hua Baluo extended a hand. Long Chen also extended a hand, lightly patting Hua Baluo's hand. This was a custom that was one of the most solemn promises in the cultivation world. Thank you. Long Chen finally relaxed slightly. Brother Long is too courteous. I'm not really helping you much by doing this. But your care for your people's safety really is rare, praised Hua Baluo. Of everyone she had talked with, Long Chen was the only one for whom she hadn't had to constantly guess their inner heart's intentions. She didn't have to worry about him scheming against her, which was something that made her feel secure. Then since you've already decided to change your original plan, do you have anything else that you need my help with? Asked Long Chen. No, although my plan has changed, just giving a blow to the first monastery is a win for me. This time, the first monastery's greatest mistake was allowing that narrow-minded woman to execute their plan. Now I'll expose the first monastery's despicable side to everyone, causing their prestige to drop to the ground. Also, I'm planning on challenging Han Tianyu before the secret realm closes, said Hua Baluo. You want to break the myth of Han Tianyu being undefeatable? Long Chen was surprised by Hua Baluo's heroism. Do you think defeating him is so easy? Hua Baluo bitterly smiled. You still don't know how terrifying Han Tianyu is. Other than you, he is the most talented genius I've seen so far. When it comes to talent, you might be better than Han Tianyu, but your cultivation base is too low. If you have reached bone forging, you could have swept through the secret realm. I also finally realize why you would be ranked second on the corrupt paths must-kill list. Even in the face of top experts, you are able to fight across realms. That kind of talent is too worrying, so I'm sure that whether it is Yin Wuxuang, Han Tianyu, or the corrupt path, none of them want to let you leave alive. So Brother Long, don't blame me for having been long-winded. You must think this over carefully. As long as you are able to leave the secret realm, you'll have unlimited prospects. Even if you were to join my Wa family would bring out their full power to groom you. Wa Baluo truly didn't want to see Long Chen, a generation's greatest genius, die here. As long as he didn't kill Yin Wuxuang, there would be some leeway. Even she, Wa Baluo, would be able to ask her Wa family to help protect him. But if he killed Yin Wuxuang, the Wa family would not possibly protect him, just a talented genius that had yet to mature, against the Yin family's wrath. The relationship between ancient families was complicated, and even Wa Baluo was unable to see through the higher-ups' thoughts. Thank you for the reminder. It's not that I don't appreciate your kindness, but that my martial Tao is to live freely, repaying both gratitude and enmity. If I let Yin Wuxuang get away with her crimes, I wouldn't be able to endure that kind of impact. That would plant a heart devil, and it'd be impossible for me to advance anymore. Most importantly, as cultivators, we risk our lives cultivating every day. Just why is it that we have to constantly get stronger? Isn't it because we want to forcibly change our own fates? To use your own power to protect the ones you want to protect? If you just endure everything, and you get into the habit of tolerating whatever happens to you, then would you even be a cultivator? If you just want to use schemes to solve your problems, what is the point of you getting stronger? Hearing Long Chen's words, Wa Baluo shook slightly. His words contained the essence of cultivation, causing her to see a clear path in front of her. There were many cultivators, but if you were to ask why they cultivated, then of 10,000 people, you would get 10,000 different answers. However, Long Chen's words were like a loud alarm bell. If you only relied on scheming, then were you even a true cultivator? She finally understood why Long Chen, who was clearly smart enough, never used schemes to handle others. He had to go all out to get stronger because he firmly believed that in front of absolute strength, all schemes were worthless. A person's energy was limited, and if you used schemes to settle everything, then that would take up a great deal of your cultivation time, delaying your cultivation. Long Chen's decision was the smart one. But just who had such confidence in their own strength? Could it be that Long Chen's confidence had never wavered? His words had allowed Wa Baluo to see an unprecedented path for herself. Although she wouldn't necessarily choose to walk down that path, just seeing it was enough to bring her great benefits. Thank you for your pointers, Brother Long. Wa Baluo cupped her hands gratefully. At the same time, she wondered to herself, if instead of spending time and effort on schemes, if she had spent that time on cultivating, then just how powerful would she be right now? Would she still need to worry so much about her current situation? It was still that same phrase, in front of absolute strength, all schemes were worthless. If she was strong enough, would she even need to play these schemes? She could just directly defeat Han Tianyu and Yin Wuxuang. Sister Baluo is too courteous. Since we've chosen to cooperate, we are comrades, so being too courteous will make us seem like outsiders, laughed Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen said this in order to stop Wa Baluo from trying to persuade him. In that aspect, women were not as straightforward as men. Talking with Brother Long Chen has been quite beneficial. Since we've already set up our cooperation, I won't bother you any longer. Wa Baluo stood up and Long Chen sent her out, watching her figure disappear into the distance. Meng Qi and the others now came out of their tent. Long Chen, is Wa Baluo trustworthy? It doesn't matter whether or not she's reliable. This kind of cooperation is purely dependent on self-interests. While we can both benefit, this cooperation will be stable. But in any case, it won't bring us any harm. For Wa Baluo to borrow our power to give a blow to the first monastery can also count as helping us take revenge, so it's mutually beneficial, said Long Chen. Have you ever thought about what you're going to do once you kill Yin Wuxuang? Asked Chu Yao worriedly. To tell the truth, no. Long Chen sighed. I know that killing Yin Wuxuang will cause a great deal of trouble. But I really can't endure letting her live. But the problem also isn't that serious. Meng Qi and Chu Yao, you aren't members of the monasteries, so this won't implicate you. After all, this is an internal matter of the supermonastery. I've recorded everything that has happened in the secret realm in photographic jades. Luckily, I have already considered this possibility, and ever since entering the secret realm, I kept a photographic jade activated, so I have all the proof I could want. Although I disdain using such schemes, that doesn't mean that I'm an idiot. This time, we have to blow this matter up as much as possible. It would be best if we could even disturb the monastery head. I refuse to believe the first monastery is really capable of controlling everything. Since this matter has already reached this point, we just have to make it even bigger. The bigger of a ruckus we make, the more beneficial it will be to us. You've all reached the four-temper realm, and considering our talent and combat strength, as long as the monastery head isn't blind, they will definitely not allow geniuses like us to all be killed. That's why I said this world has no such thing as fairness. If you want fairness, you have to fight for it yourself. We have to make the supermonastery see our value, and only then will they protect us. Right now, the secret realm is in the tranquil period before the storm. Although Hua Baluo has promised to work with us, and Mo Nian has said that he will stand by our side, those are outer strengths that can't be depended on. Only our own strength can be truly relied on. So during this time, we'll make the most of every moment to increase our strength. After saying that, Long Chen had everyone gather again. Other than Wild, all of them entered seclusion to increase their cultivation bases. As for Long Chen, he also began to devour 3 connecting flower tendon pills, focusing on increasing his realm. At the same time, he pushed his divine ring to its max. He could smell the scent of blood coming. Chapter 429 Powerful enemies appear one after another. As the day of the Julie Secret Realm's exit opening approached, the Secret Realm entered a state of silence. Everyone was in seclusion. They used their remaining time to increase their cultivation base to the highest possible level, all to give themselves a greater chance of surviving in the upcoming battle. There was no longer any time to go searching for opportunities. Their lives were much more important. No matter how good the opportunity was, if you didn't have your life to enjoy it, it was still no use. Time passed. Within the cultivation world, time was like a constantly flowing river. 3 months went by extremely quickly. Within the depths of the secret realm, a huge mountain collapsed. A black-haired man stood on top of the rubble, his terrifying aura constantly soaring into the sky, causing space to constantly quiver. This black-haired man was holding a worn-down spear. But that spear emitted a killing intent like a bloodthirsty fiend. Long Chen, this time I'll definitely kill you. This man was precisely the one Long Chen had almost killed, Yin Luo. After being in seclusion for so long, he had finally come out. A scarlet flame lit up the sky. That kind of temperature could dry seas and incinerate the heavens. A man covered with flames was standing at the peak of a mountain. Long Chen, you stole my Phoenix Sparrow Violet Flame. HMPH, but I still managed to obtain the flame ranked 4th on the Beast Flame rankings. This time, I'll burn you to ashes. Standing on the mountain peak, Huo Wufang was surrounded by flames, looking like a flame god. Ha ha ha, I, Shui Wuya, have finally come out again. Little fellows from the righteous path, come crawl beneath my feet. A fiendish laugh resounded through heaven and earth. A man wearing a blood-red robe had an evil smile on. Behind him was an illusory image. That image was an endless blood sea. Although it looked like a picture, an incredibly concentrated blood odor came from it, one that caused all of heaven and earth to change color. Long Chen, you killed my little brother. I'll flay your skin, tear out your muscles, and turn your bones to dust. These words were normally ones that were spat out through clenched teeth, but they were said with such a calm expression that it was even more frightening. A tall man was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes radiated a bright light that was like the point of a sharp blade, making it so others didn't dare look directly at him. Although he was just standing there indifferently, he seemed to contain the imposingness of a devil god looking down on all. His handsome face contained an endless iciness. This was someone who looked similar to Han Tianfang. However, he was even more handsome than him. He was Han Tianfang's big brother, the supermonastery's #1 expert, Han Tianyu. At this time, there were over a dozen people surrounding him. One of those people was the one Long Chen hated with all his being, Yin Wushuang. Yin Wushuang wrapped around Han Tianyu's arm and said, "Brother Tianyu, let's go kill Long Chen right now to get revenge for Tianfang." Yin Wushuang had truly been terrified by Long Chen. Long Chen had become a serious heart devil for her, and she couldn't even close her eyes anymore without seeing his face. That face was one filled with killing intent. She had become incredibly cowardly now, not even able to travel alone. She had to have a large group of people by her side so that she could use them to run in case Long Chen found her. These past 3 months had felt as long as 30 years for her. She wasn't even able to sleep, let alone cultivate. Once Han Tianyu had left seclusion, He had activated his specific communication device, and Yin Wuxuang had immediately rushed over. She felt that the safest place in this world was by Han Tianyu's side. Let him live a few more days. To directly kill him is letting him off too lightly. Send out the news that I've exited seclusion and that depending on my mood, I'll take his life whenever I want. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me, said Han Tianyu lightly. Then that's good. Let's make it so he has to spend every day restlessly waiting to die. Yin Wuxuang clenched her teeth. There was just over a month until the secret realm's exit opened. Countless experts were coming out of their seclusion. The secret realm immediately became lively again. But this liveliness was accompanied by endless slaughter and blood. As experts came out, huge battles were fought everywhere. The people exiting seclusion at this time were all top experts extremely confident in themselves. As for those people who were weaker, they were still in seclusion. Just increasing their cultivation base by the slightest bit was worth it to them. Atop Compass Mountain, Long Chen and the others also exited their seclusion. What gratified Long Chen was that everyone's cultivation basis had reached the mid-bone forging realm. As for Tang Wan who possessed a gold spirit root, she had reached the 7th heaven stage of bone forging, which was the highest out of all of them. Furthermore, as she constantly refined the purest energy from the wind spirit stones, her wind energy once more transformed, and her wind blades had become much more solid and sharp. Tang Wan was the one with the highest cultivation base, but second place was not Meng Qi or the others. What was surprising was that it was actually Guo Ran. He had reached the peak of the 6th heaven stage, and he could advance to the 7th heaven stage at any moment. That had shocked all of them. Only Long Chen was still calm. He knew that Guo Ran walked an alternative path, and he wouldn't run into any bottlenecks. As long as he continued to firmly believe he could rely on forging items to become a crafting god, then by continuously consuming medicinal pills, his cultivation base would grow quickly and constantly. But as soon as he received an impact on his forging Tao, as soon as his confidence was shaken, then his cultivation base would forever stall. Long Chen had already warned him about that, but Guo Ran had still decided to choose that path. He was blazing an unwalked path to godhood. Walking that path was extremely dangerous, but at the same time, high risk signified high reward. Up until now, Guo Ran's decision had been extremely correct. Other than Luo Kang, who was still at the 4th heaven stage, the others had reached the 5th or 6th heaven stage. That level of cultivation base was enough to shock the entire secret realm. This was all because Long Chen had decided to refine ringed high-grade pills. Because of that, his pill furnaces had all been ruined, and he didn't have a single one anymore. However, those trash furnaces had at least served their mission in the end before breaking. At this time, Wild also had come over. He had already finished the Violet Phoenix Sparrow and was now working on the barbaric Wind Beast. Wild's body hadn't necessarily changed much this entire time, but his skin had turned a bronze color. With his current strength, he could crush steel into smithereens. His physical body was even more powerful than a magical beast's. Furthermore, after his skin had turned bronze, he became impervious to sword or spear. Even when Song Mingyuan launched a full-power attack, he was only able to leave a small white mark on Wild's skin. At that time, Ji Yuyong and the others' jaws had dropped to the ground. This was no longer even human. Was there really someone who was impervious to sword or spear? If Wild was using a battle skill, then that was one thing, but Wild didn't know any, and even up to now, he only knew the simplest method to circulate qi. Long Chen noticed a faint mark had appeared on his forehead. Although it was very faint, it was definitely there. That mark wasn't the same as ordinary ancestral marks. This mark wasn't something Wild had called out, but something that had automatically appeared. That mark seemed to be hiding a volcano that might explode at any moment. Was this what the barbarian race expert had meant when he had said that as long as their physical bodies grew strong enough, they would automatically awaken their abilities? But in any case, Wild's strength caused their collective team's power to rise a great deal. Now their squad could truly be called elites amongst elites. According to combatability, each of them had at least reached the level of a chosen. It was just that those with softer temperaments like Meng Qi and Chu Yao wouldn't release that kind of undefeatable will. However, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and the others had all experienced fierce battles and a rain of blood. Their hearts had long since become tempered, and when they fought, their will far surpassed the other so-called chosen. Ji Yuyong and the others had grown to this point on their own, and their will was not man-made by their sects. They were completely different. Other than their strength advancing, they also had 4 powerful helpers. Those 4 violet phoenix sparrows had all reached the late 4th rank. To help those 4 grow, Meng Qi and the others had expended a great deal of effort, and Long Chen had also refined quite a few medicinal pills specialized for them. Of the 4 women, they would rotate, one of them bringing the 4 birds to go hunting. The reason they had all managed to grow so fast was because they had alternated hunting and cultivating. Long Chen noticed that after being raised by Meng Qi and the others, these birds had become much more human. They weren't as berserk as their mother, and they were extremely loyal. There was basically no need to worry about them suddenly betraying the ladies. This was definitely because of the great care the 4 women had given them as they grew up. Although magical beasts were known for being berserk, they also had emotions. Once they fully accepted a master, they would never betray that person in their lifetime. Compared to fickle humans, magical beasts were actually much more trustworthy. The thing that excited Long Chen the most was that little Snow, who had been in a slumber after consuming the barbaric wind beast's Neden, had finally awoken. After he called out Little Snow from his spiritual space, all of them were shocked. Little Snow had shrunk a great deal and was now only 10 meters long. But his aura was something that caused people to feel a profound reverence. As soon as he appeared, those 4 violet phoenix sparrows all began to shiver. Not only had Little Snow shrunk a great deal, but that fiery red tuft of fur on his forehead had become the shape of a rhombus. When Meng Qi saw that, she was filled with disbelief. She told Long Chen that Little Snow was actually transforming his crystal core. Seeing that Long Chen didn't understand, she explained that Little Snow had dissolved his original crystal core and had condensed a new one. In other words, Little Snow had truly completely mutated and his rank would no longer be held back by his bloodline. As for how far he could actually grow, no one knew. This kind of crystal core transformation was something Meng Qi had only seen in ancient texts. But even that ancient text had only said that this was only a theoretical possibility. As for whether it was actually possible, it hadn't said. Long Chen was delighted and surprised. He hugged Little Snow's head and laughed. This way, Little Snow could always accompany him. Just a week after they all left seclusion, taking a brief period of relaxation before the great battle, there was someone who came by to send them a certain item. Chapter 430 Hua Baluo vs. Han Tianyu. The person who had come was someone from the second monastery. After handing over a photographic jade, he bowed to Long Chen and left. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. From the start, that person had not said a single word, but his expression had been grave. Long Chen pondered for a moment. He then had Little Snow guard outside while they all entered a tent to watch the photographic jade. A scene appeared in front of them. This scene was one of a man and woman fighting intensely. "It's Hua Baluo and Han Tianyu," exclaimed Tang Wan. Hua Baluo and Han Tianyu were both holding swords, their auras surging imposingly. Countless flower petals had appeared behind Hua Baluo, and adding on her innate beauty, she truly seemed like a fairy of flowers. But they all knew that these flower petals were not decoration. They could sense that they had all been condensed from Hua Baluo's spiritual qi. Runes covered each petal, and a vast amount of spiritual qi was flowing from them to Hua Baluo. Long Chen was shocked to realize that these flower petals were not just some energy storage containers but able to absorb energy from heaven and earth to supply to Hua Baluo. That was a similar effect to his own divine ring. However, the difference between the two was far too great. There was no way the flower petals could compare to his divine ring. However, the flower petals still pushed Hua Baluo's power to her peak, and with each slash of her sword, heaven and earth quivered and the void was split open. This Hua Baluo really is powerful. Ji Yu Yang and the others couldn't help clicking their tongues. This sword's power was practically capable of ripping open the blue dome of the heavens. But her movements didn't seem to contain any fury and instead seemed like random blows. Their swords clashed repeatedly, and dust filled the air. Sword chi filled the sky and split open the ground, appearing dreadful and grand. Suddenly, Hua Baluo let out a cry and her sword pointed towards the sky. All the flower petals behind her condensed together, forming a huge 300-meter sword. When that sword appeared, heaven and earth changed color, and space contorted violently. It contained endless power as it slashed down on Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu's expression was solemn. Holding his sword in his hands, they briefly saw a golden rune light up on the back of his hands. But those runes faded in an instant, and instead, 2 runes had now appeared on his sword. They twisted around it, making it seem as if his sword had come to life as it emitted a faint cry, slashing at Wabaluo's giant sword. Waves of chi exploded, and both Han Tianyu and Wabaluo flew back. The place where they had clashed was a bottomless pit. After that, the image faded, as that was all that was recorded on this photographic jade. They're both so powerful. Everyone was speechless for a long moment. Those two were truly too powerful. Each of their attacks pushed their power to the pinnacle, but it seemed so effortless for them. The two of them had fought calmly, but considering the power behind their blows, the slightest carelessness could have caused one of them to die. Han Tianyu is said to be the supermonastery's #1 expert, so I can accept him being this powerful. But who would have thought the always low-key Wabaluo would also be able to force a draw even with him? Is that just how powerful ancient families are? Just a random one of them is able to match up to a sect's top expert? Asked an overwhelmed Guo Ran. When Wabaluo had said that she was also a disciple from an ancient family who had come out for some tempering experience, she had made it seem as if she was just an ordinary disciple. But such an ordinary disciple was able to fight with a marvel genius like Han Tianyu. That was truly too shocking. Long Chen, which one of them do you think is stronger? Asked Meng Qi. It's definitely Han Tianyu. In that last exchange, although it seemed like a tie on the surface, Wabaluo had already lost. Didn't you notice? After that exchange, the sword she condensed from her flower petals shattered, but the runic power on Han Tianyu's sword didn't immediately scatter. Only when the two of them were being blown back did the light from his sword fade. He was purposely hiding his power to make it seem like it was a draw. Long Chen's expression was solemn. Han Tianyu was much stronger than he had imagined. Although Han Tianfeng had been his brother, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Now when he recalled how Han Tianfeng had been deluded enough to think he could contest the first-place spot with his brother, he realized just how laughable that was. Why would he do this? Is it in order to win favor with Wabaluo? Chu Yao couldn't help asking. Perhaps. To me, it seems like Han Tianyu would like to join the Hua family, but he also isn't willing to abandon Yin Wushuang's family. So currently, he is being indecisive. However, Wabaluo's method was superior. Constantly ignoring him had definitely been the right choice for her. For a genius like Han Tianyu, he's definitely unable to handle being disregarded by others. So Wabaluo is clearly superior in that aspect. Long Chen smiled. Boss really is boss. These girl pickup techniques are really unrivaled beneath the heavens. Iya. In the middle of Guo Ran's praise and boot-licking, he was kicked away by Long Chen. Only then did Guo Ran remember that it wasn't just the two of them. To talk about Long Chen's pickup techniques in front of these many beautiful women was no different than causing trouble for Long Chen. Boss, I was wrong, apologized Guo Ran. Meng Qi and the others just laughed and didn't say anything about it. They didn't have the heart to care about such a thing right now. What they wanted to know was why Wabaluo had sent this photographic jade over. Long Chen pondered for a moment and said, Wabaluo and Han Tianyu were fighting with at most 50% of their strength. They held back too much, but from this, it seems Han Tianyu is a level higher than Wabaluo. 50%? Yes, 50%, but you don't need to be so shocked. They are both peerless geniuses, ones who stand at the peak of their realm. There's nothing curious about this. Wabaluo did this to give me some extremely precious information. She's hoping I will back off slightly. She thinks that with Han Tianyu present, I have absolutely zero chance of killing Yin Wushuang, smiled Long Chen. Wabaluo's not a bad person, said Meng Qi. Wabaluo had repeatedly tried to persuade Long Chen to give up on killing Yin Wushuang, all for his own good. In truth, considering her position, for Long Chen to kill Yin Wushuang should make her clap her hands in delight. That was using Long Chen to help her remove an enemy. But she had abandoned that kind of selfish desire to persuade Long Chen from putting himself into an impossible situation. That made Meng Qi and the others look favorably upon her. Boss, I have something I want to ask you, said Guo Ran carefully. All right, when did you get so courteous? Laughed Long Chen. What I want to ask is how high are your chances of defeating Han Tianyu? After hesitating for a while, Guo Ran finally asked this important question. Hearing him say that, everyone turned to look at Long Chen closely. This was also what they all wanted to know. Long Chen smiled slightly. You all don't trust me. Fine, I'll tell you my thoughts. Currently, Han Tianyu has yet to bring out his full power, and he is sure to have many other abilities. Furthermore, it is also rumored that he obtained some treasure that we didn't see him take out in this photographic jade. However, that hasn't impacted my confidence. If I fight him, I have a 90% chance of not being defeated, a 50% chance of defeating him, but as for killing him, at most, I have only a 20% chance. All of them turned lifeless. If they didn't know Long Chen's character, they would think he was just boasting. But Long Chen never acted like that, especially not when it concerned everyone's safety. Then what he was saying was an absolute fact. To have a 50% chance of defeating the supermonastery's top expert, just what kind of concept was that? That was too shocking. Did you think that since I spent all these time refining pills, that I forgot how to fight? Laughed Long Chen. To tell the truth, after refining for so long, Long Chen really had an urge to puke. If it wasn't for everyone, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure it. It really was true that it had been a long time since he had had a battle. But during this time, he had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of tendon transformation. Even Long Chen didn't know how strong he had become now. Boss, why don't you hurry and seclude yourself to cultivate? If you break through to bone forging, then wouldn't you be able to crush Han Tianyu with a fart? Guo Ran, be more civilized. Meng Qi and the others blushed, and it was Tang Wan who angrily rebuked him. Guo Ran really needed to pay attention to the situation when he spoke. How could it be that simple? Long Chen smiled bitterly. For others, advancing past the 9th heaven stage would bring them to the next realm. But he had to reach the 13th heaven stage before having to face the bottleneck. Furthermore, for the 10th heaven stage and up, each advancement was shockingly difficult. It required an ocean's worth of medicinal pills. He still didn't have that many pills. Right now, the only useful medicinal ingredients he had were the ones in his life ring. But those were seeds to be sold, and they were the wealth that would allow everyone a chance to soar in the future. He couldn't waste them. Right now, he couldn't increase his cultivation base quickly anymore. What he needed to do was make sure Yin Wuxuang forever stayed within the secret realm to comfort his brother's departed spirits. As for what would happen later, he could only take it step by step. The only thing that Long Chen regretted was that despite clearly being able to feel something in the secret realm calling to him, he was unable to find it. Now they were about to leave. Could it be he would have to wait another 100 years to once more enter the secret realm? But the spatial channel to enter only permitted those at the tendon transformation realm to enter. He couldn't possibly just not cultivate for a century, right? But panicking about this also wasn't a solution. Right now, he had everyone relax as much as they could. Every day, Long Chen accompanied all his brothers in drinking and accompanied Meng Qi and the others in chatting and laughing. This brief moment was an incomparably happy time. During this time, there were a few more people who came to disturb them. They cursed Long Chen, saying he wouldn't have a good death, that he would be executed by Han Tianyu. But after they were killed by Guo Ran's arrows, it calmed back down again. Half a month passed by. Now Long Chen and the others packed up, preparing to go directly to the Two-World Mountain at the core of the secret realm. That was where the secret realm's exit would open. Chapter 431 Two-World Mountain. Two-World Mountain was located at the core of the Julie secret realm. Although there were many entrances, Two-World Mountain was the only exit. Due to how much time had passed, it was unknown how the initial explorers had managed to find it. But in order to leave the secret realm, you had to leave through here. Two-World Mountain was an extremely particular mountain. It was 1,000 miles wide and 10 miles high. It had 2 mountain peaks, with an empty space between them. The ground there was a scarlet-red color. That was from being dyed with blood. Each time the exit opened, the righteous and corrupt paths would undergo an immense life and death battle here. This place was littered with broken weapons, as well as some eroded skeletons. A faint sobbing sound still seemed to linger in the air. After countless years, it was unknown just how many righteous and corrupt disciples had become pieces of dust here. Every inch of space here was filled with the aura of death. Currently, there were still 3 days until the exit opened. All the righteous and corrupt disciples had gathered here from all directions. Both sides were separated by a dozen miles, each minding their own business. Even the savage corrupt disciples had grave expressions. Occasionally, they would glance over at the side of the righteous path. As for the righteous path, they were tightly clenching their weapons, keeping watch over the corrupt disciples uneasily. This was an unavoidable battle. When it was time for the exit to open, a spatial gate would open over the battlefield of Two-World Mountain. This spatial gate would only be open for a quarter hour. Considering how many disciples there were, that time was far from enough. So this was an extremely cruel trial. The defeated could only die. The two paths, disciples had begun gathering a week ago. But when everyone had gathered, they were all given a shock. There were actually no less than 10,000 righteous disciples present now. As for the corrupt disciples, they didn't number much less than the righteous disciples. The number of people present in the secret realm this time was somehow 10 times greater than any other time in history. No one knew just how that had happened. Although there are many entrances to the secret realm, each entrance could only accept a limited number of people. Once that number was reached, it was impossible for any more people to go through that entrance. However, some people's eyes were a bit sharper and they sneered once they saw through the problem. They had realized that this time, a great deal of disciples had come from small, weaker sects. In other words, something had to have happened with the small entrances that were in the control of those weaker sects, allowing them to send in more people. These disciples all had weak foundations, and their combat strength was the lowest of everyone present. Once the battle started, they would just be cannon fodder. In the upcoming battle, it wasn't necessarily a straight-on battle. Instead, it was more accurately a massacre. The experts from the righteous path would charge amongst the corrupt disciples, while the experts from the corrupt path would also charge amongst the righteous disciples. They would wantonly slaughter the weak for their spatial rings. True battles between the top experts were rather rare. That was because they all were focused on killing more enemies to get more treasures. In this particular clash, the ones to die were mostly the weaker ones. Those who were stronger were like lions that stood at the peak of the food chain, and they were always the ones who benefited the most. The disciples that were staring at their enemies were all either thinking of how they would stay alive or how they would snatch more treasures. However, neither side was saying anything. Although there were almost 20,000 disciples present, the entire crowd was deathly silent. However, once a certain group of people slowly walked over, all their pupils shrunk. One person was at the front, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He appeared to be some celestial emperor looking down on mortals, filled with arrogance and disdain. Long Chen's aura had grown even stronger. Although his cultivation base was only at the tendon transformation realm, that aura was like a boulder crushing everyone's hearts. Seeing him, both the righteous and corrupt disciples' hearts involuntarily began to pound wildly. This was a legendary person. When he had first entered the secret realm, he had only been at blood condensation. But even though he had been chased down by Yin Luo, he had still survived. From then on, images of Long Chen's actions had never stopped coming. Many of those scenes were all incredibly shocking, almost unbelievable. There were countless photographic jades that had spread. Two scenes in particular were exceptionally shocking. One of those was from Compass Mountain when Long Chen had revealed an incredible power, defeating Yin Wushuang and killing Han Tianfeng. As for the other scene, that was even more amazing. It was just that at the beginning, only a small portion of people had managed to see it. It only began to spread crazily later. That was the scene of Long Chen chasing after Yin Luo. When they had seen that, everyone had been stupefied. The corrupt path's number one expert had lost an arm and was miserably fleeing. And the one chasing him was Long Chen. Their positions had been reversed from the beginning of the secret realm. Now Long Chen's name had truly created a controversy amongst the righteous and corrupt paths. Countless people felt reverence for his fierceness. Just how ruthless was this person? He could fight across realms against a peak expert, and was even able to chase after him. That practically toppled all their understanding of the world. If Yin Luo was called a peak expert, then what should Long Chen be called? A peak monster. Long Chen was walking forward. Seeing both sides separated by a dozen miles, he decided not to go over to either side. Instead, he walked down the center between the two parties. He didn't want to be associated with either side. The corrupt disciples were his enemies, while the righteous disciples were not. His friends. Behind Long Chen were 5 peerless beauties. Their dresses leisurely floated in the wind, looking like 5 fairies that had descended from the heavens. These 5 were Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Fang and Yi Ziqiu. Previously, they had been a bit nervous about coming here, as they knew an incredibly bloody battle would be fought here. But now that they had arrived, their nervousness instead became calm. The figure in front of them gave them a great deal of confidence. That tall and straight back was still unhurried even in the face of all these experts. This imposing atmosphere was not even able to make him flinch. It was as if even if the heavens collapsed, he would still be able to handle it. Behind the 5 women were Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, Luo Kang, and Yu Zifeng. The 6 of them were proudly staying behind him. To be able to follow Long Chen was their lives' greatest pride. As for the person at the very back, he was a huge giant, his muscles bulging, his arms thicker than a person's legs. A shockingly huge spiked club rested on his shoulder. He looked like some kind of giant god, filled with a domineeringness. This was wild. After all his bitter cultivation, those 2 peak 5th rank magical beasts had both been thrown into his stomach. He felt as if his body might explode, and he longed for a battle. Wild's gaze swept over the righteous and corrupt disciples. His gaze stopped temporarily on the larger fellows. Being stared at by him caused those people to feel a chill as if some beast had set its gaze on them. Long Chen, you heinous villain. You still dare come here? Hee hee, in a bit, we'll all see just how you'll die. A monastery disciple stood out from the crowd, his gaze seemingly delighting in Long Chen's anticipated demise. That was someone from the 7th monastery. Obviously, he was working hard to fawn over the 1st monastery. Seeing how awe-inspiring Long Chen appeared, he couldn't help being filled with envy. Long Chen was just an insignificant brat from the last place monastery. When it came to status, he wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. But somehow, he had run into some heaven-defying dog-shit luck in the secret realm, growing to this point. This fellow from the 7th monastery had long since gone crazy with jealousy. That was especially true with those 5 fairy-like beauties behind Long Chen. He was like the moon set off by sparkling stars, and this fellow directly cursed him in his fury. As soon as that fellow opened his mouth, quite a few people looked at Long Chen in anticipation. Everyone had heard of Long Chen's ruthlessness. They wanted to see what he would do. Long Chen didn't even glance over, nor did his footsteps pause. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed out a single finger. A violet bolt of lightning appeared on his finger and suddenly shot out in front of their horrified gazes. The person who had ridiculed Long Chen was instantly blown to pieces. The bloody stench of this place grew even stronger. There were quite a few people who had been standing by his side, also wearing ridiculing expressions. They all shrieked and fled for their lives. However, Long Chen and the others didn't even glance at them. They continued walking forward, acting as if nothing had happened. How vicious! People's hearts shook. Both the righteous and corrupt disciples were completely intimidated by Long Chen's methods. His attack had been far too quick, so fast that it was impossible to dodge or block. They hadn't even clearly seen his attack before that person had died. That had been a powerful favor, but he hadn't had the slightest ability to retaliate. The most horrifying thing was Long Chen's completely calm expression. There was not even the slightest ripple even after killing someone. Long Chen, you perverted traitor, you vicious slaughterer, are you trying to become enemies with the entire righteous path? Suddenly, a voice rang out from amongst the crowd. But that person was very crafty and hid himself within the crowd, and it was impossible to see him. That voice continued to curse. How could you be so vicious as to kill someone just because he said something you didn't like? Do you think you can kill all of us? You're the absolute scum of the righteous path, and everyone wants you punished. Just wait, when Han Tianyu arrives, the first thing he'll do is make you into a corpse for awe. That hidden person was cursing to his heart's content when he suddenly let out a mournful shriek. Then the voice disappeared. Everyone was startled, but then they saw one of the women behind Long Chen had formed an odd hand seal. Lu Fang'er sneered, contemptible and shameless fellow, did you think it would be impossible to find you just because you hid yourself? Obviously, Lu Fang'er had used some unknown technique to lock onto that person's position, and then use a spiritual attack to kill him. Ha ha ha, now the 2 experts from the righteous path had been killed, a chosen from the corrupt path sneered, dogs killing dogs, truly not bad. But as soon as he said that, his expression changed completely, because a huge crossbow was now pointed at him. Chapter 432 Shui Wuya. Before he could react, a black light instantly reached him. That was a huge, black arrow that instantly pierced through his chest and exploded. Broken pieces of the arrow shot out in all directions. Dozens of corrupt disciples were hit by the aftermath, and only a few of them managed to survive through luck. Guo Ran was the same as Long Chen, and he didn't even glance over. Resting his crossbow on his shoulder, he continued walking behind Long Chen. Long Chen, you go too far. One of the top experts of the corrupt path angrily roared. This person was over 6 feet tall and his cultivation base had reached the mid-bone forging realm. The fluctuations from his body were extremely powerful. As soon as that person stood out, quite a few corrupt experts took out their weapons, ready to attack at any time. Obviously, this person's status in the corrupt path was extremely high. Long Chen paused for a moment to look at this person. He shook his head. For you to put it like this, I really am hurt. Don't make me out to seem so vile. In truth, I really am a kind-hearted person. Kind-hearted, everyone's faces twitched. He killed people like killing chickens. No, that wasn't right. When people killed chickens, they usually had to at least look. He killed people without batting an eye, as if crushing an ant. Did the word kind-hearted really have the slightest bit of relation to him? Long Chen, you actually sneak attacked members of my corrupt path. Do you think my corrupt path is easy to bully? Raged that person. Have you taken me to be an outsider? The righteous and corrupt paths have fought for so many years. You've bullied us, and we've bullied you. Everyone is already familiar with that. So do your words have any meaning? Said Long Chen. Do you believe me when I say with a single word, I can instantly wipe out all of you? Long Chen's relationship with the righteous path was something everyone knew now. Currently, Long Chen was independent of either the righteous or corrupt path. He was also the smallest group present. No matter how powerful Long Chen was, he was just one person. However, they had over 10,000 corrupt disciples present, and they were sure that if they suppressed Long Chen, no one from the righteous path would come out to help. Instead, they would probably cheer. Do you believe me when I say that if you continue talking, I will immediately cut off your head? Long Chen indifferently looked at him. Who didn't know how to brag? That person's aura immediately erupted furiously. At the same time, hundreds of people by his side released their auras, ready to attack at any moment. As for the righteous disciples, they celebrated when they saw this. They really hadn't expected Long Chen to be so brazen as to directly kill so many corrupt disciples. That was a head-on provocation to them. There were also many who silently admired Long Chen inside. This was a true man. Normally, the countless righteous disciples were always terrified of the powerful corrupt disciples. But Long Chen's group only had 12 people, and in the face of over 10,000 corrupt disciples, he didn't seem the slightest bit concerned. What kind of boldness was that? Right now, Long Chen had shown up, becoming the third power outside the righteous and corrupt paths. This group of his had far too few people, and yet, the imposingness he had displayed had shocked all of them. This was all done on purpose by Long Chen. He could already tell that there was no longer any retreat for him. The righteous path refused to tolerate him, and the corrupt path also refused to accept him. In that kind of situation, he needed to show his own power, making people too intimidated. Otherwise, if he revealed the slightest weakness or tolerance, all that would come for him was death. Long Chen had already told his people that there was no way they could smoothly leave this place. If they wanted to live, then they needed to climb out of an endless pile of corpses. Meng Qi and the others had long since prepared themselves now. Since this battle was inevitable, then what was the point of being so careful? Since they could die at any time, why not go out with a bang? Long Chen expressionlessly looked at that corrupt chosen. Even the ones behind him were just looking on indifferently. They hadn't even raised their weapons. They were completely ignoring them. That was a silent ridicule and insult to them. That corrupt chosen's face turned purple from rage. Right now, he was stuck in a hard position. He was a top expert and was on the same level as Han Tianfeng and Yin Wushuang. Although the current him had tempered 4 bones, he had no assurance when it came to Long Chen. However, Long Chen's gaze was truly unendurable. If he retreated at this time, his reputation would plummet. That was practically worse to him than being killed. Clenching his teeth, he was just about to charge at Long Chen. Brother Wu, wait a moment. Just as he was about to charge out, he was held back by another person who said, Long Chen is already about to die to Han Tianyu. He only has a short time before his death. Why bother lowering yourself to his level? If you attack, wouldn't you just end up helping Han Tianyu? The person who had been called Brother Wu sighed in relief. He didn't want to fight with Long Chen. He had just been putting on a bold face. Now, he could borrow this person's words to withdraw. He gratefully said, Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhao. Otherwise, I would have ended up helping those idiots from the righteous path. He turned and looked icily at Long Chen. I'll allow you to live for a few more hours. I'll let you enjoy your time before your miserable death. TCH, gutless. Guo Ran sneered, his eyes containing a trace of disappointment. Why aren't they coming over? Asked a confused Wild. Because they're afraid of death. Guo Ran shrugged helplessly. Oh, then are we fighting? We're definitely going to have to fight. But it will probably have to wait for a while. Alright, then I'm going to take a nap. After saying that, Wild lay down. Just like that, falling asleep. Laying down his club, he ended up using it as a pillow. He would occasionally let out a loud snore. Long Chen and the others were already accustomed to seeing this. Wild's body was different from others, and his body was unable to hold any spiritual qi. In other words, he would only have energy once he had eaten. But as soon as he became hungry, that energy would sharply fall. Sleeping was the best way for him to conserve his strength. They knew that, but the righteous and corrupt disciples didn't. They all looked on with bewilderment. At this kind of tense time, he was still able to sleep just like that. These people had already been waiting here for many days, and their nerves had been stretched taut the entire time. They didn't even dare blink their eyes, afraid they would never be able to open them again. Long Chen swept his gaze over the crowd, and his heart sank slightly. He had still underestimated the power of the 7 prefectures. There had to be at least thousands of chosen-level experts present amongst the crowd. As for experts on the same level as Han Tianfeng, there were over 100 of them. Of the remaining experts, over 80% were favored. Ordinary core disciples only took up a bit more than a tenth of the people present. But after thinking about it for a moment, he understood that this was due to the cruel natural selection of the Julie secret realm. Most ordinary disciples had already fallen. As for a portion of them, they had killed favored and taken their Dao marks, going from an ordinary core disciple to a favored. But for an ordinary disciple to kill a favored, just how difficult was that? So obviously, the majority of those ordinary disciples had already died within the secret realm. Long Chen completely ignored those ordinary disciples, and even those favored didn't need to be put in his calculations. Only chosen were able to pose some threat to them. Their numbers had far surpassed Long Chen's estimation. Furthermore, he noticed that the true top experts of the righteous and corrupt paths had yet to appear. It seemed he had arrived too early. Long Chen's group sat down to rest, closing their eyes and keeping themselves in peak condition. As for the other disciples, not one of them made a single sound. No one else dared further provoke him. Bit by bit, time passed. After 2 hours, a burst of dust blew into the air, and the ground began to tremble. A huge figure was rushing over. It was a 6-horned silver scale bull that was over 300 meters long, and its aura had reached the peak of the 4th realm. On its back was a black-haired man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were 2 stars, and his aura was like the sea. Some sort of formless energy roamed around him, causing space to quiver. It's Shui Wuya. The righteous disciples let out startled cries when they recognized this person. He was someone who stood at the peak of the corrupt path. Just his name was like a huge hammer that smashed people's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. To the righteous disciples, Shui Wuya was even more terrifying than Yin Luo, as Shui Wuya was truly a bloodthirsty fiend. None of the righteous disciples who encountered him lived to tell the tale. The most terrifying thing about him was his abnormal temperament. He delighted in slaughter, and his favorite thing to see was people's expressions right before they died. As for the 6-horned silver scale bull, it was like a huge silver mountain as it rushed over in this direction. Behind it were thousands of disciples. Those were all Shui Wuya's followers, and they were all elites amongst elites. They only stopped when they were in front of the righteous disciples. Those righteous disciples were all terrified, involuntarily retreating. Although the 6-horned silver scale bull was still a few miles away, their blood still turned cold. They weren't afraid of that magical beast, but the person on its back. That person was practically a fiend. Shui Wuya swept his gaze over those terrified expressions and smiled cruelly. He licked his lips, looking thirsty for blood. It was as if he could already taste it, and he was filled with anticipation. Those righteous disciples' expressions all changed. Shui Wuya's bloodthirsty eyes were exactly as described in the stories. However, he only icily looked over them without directly doing anything to them. Instead, he turned his 6-horned silver scale bull to go towards Long Chen. Chapter 433 Displaying Strength. Seeing Shui Wuya leave, all those righteous disciples let out sighs of relief. Despite having known that he definitely wouldn't attack, they had still been incredibly nervous. None of the peak experts of the righteous path had arrived, as the decisive battle would only occur on the final day before the secret realm opened. No one wished to take the initiative to break that tradition. If Shui Wuya had charged in of his own accord, that would lead to dissatisfaction amongst the other experts of the corrupt path, as he would end up taking all the benefits for himself. In truth, the corrupt disciples cared more about rules than the righteous disciples. Now that Shui Wuya was charging at Long Chen, quite a few people were delighted. Wasn't Long Chen acting like some badass just now? Then let's see if he really had that ability. Shui Wuya slowed down once he was a mile away from Long Chen, arrogantly looking down on him. You are Long Chen, if you know but are still asking, then are you an idiot? It wasn't Long Chen who replied, but Guo Ran who lazily took his place. Ha 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 ha, good, it's been many years since someone dared talk to me this way. Shui Wuya actually laughed. He didn't grow angry, but that bloodthirsty light in his eyes grew denser. Don't bother with that, you think you can be arrogant. Is riding a stupid cow so amazing? No one dares say such things to you. You really are a horse that doesn't know his face is long. Do you know, no one here wants to even acknowledge you, as just that is embarrassing for us. But the pitiful you doesn't even know that. If you have words to say, spit them out. Stop wasting our time. If you want to die, then just kill yourself. My boss is too lazy to handle you. Speaking of which, before you kill yourself, dig yourself a grave. Then after you kill yourself, bury yourself. Everyone's too busy to bother with you, said Guo Ran. Everyone jumped in fright. Just who was Shui Wuya? He was publicly known as a bloodthirsty fiend, vicious and cruel. Even the corrupt disciples would shiver when they saw him. But Guo Ran now told him to kill himself. And to even dig a grave and bury himself. Had he gone mad? If you landed in Shui Wuya's hands, having a quick death was an extravagance. Furthermore, it was only Guo Ran who didn't seem to possess any aura or powerful will. Everyone could clearly see that of Long Chen's group, he was the absolute weakest. Was he borrowing Long Chen's might to intimidate others? Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Shui Wuya laughed crazily. Ever since he had stepped onto his cultivation path, there hadn't been a single person who dared say such things to him. Good, very good, little brat, I've decided to take your life. I really want to see whether you'll be able to say such things once you're in my hands. What no one had expected was that Shui Wuya now charged at Guo Ran. There hadn't been the slightest sign of him moving, and his speed was incredible, making him appear like a phantom. By the time others reacted, his hand was about to reach Guo Ran's throat. Long Chen, whose eyes were still closed, raised his hand slightly but then decided to take it back. Just as Shui Wuya's hand was about to reach Guo Ran's throat, a golden spear thrust at his chest, the power behind it tearing apart the void. Shui Wuya was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the large, bald man beside Guo Ran would possess such great strength. Even he couldn't ignore this spear. Most shocking to him was that this spear contained an incredibly courageous will and an unwavering spirit. Before attacking, Shui Wuya had seen that there were 5 women sitting behind Long Chen, while Guo Ran and the others were sitting in front of him. Although he wanted to test Long Chen to see if he was as powerful as the story said, he didn't want to attack him at this exact moment. However, Guo Ran's words had sparked his killing intent. He wanted to use his fastest speed to capture Guo Ran and bring him back to the corrupt disciples. To sadistically kill Guo Ran in front of everyone would be something exceptionally enjoyable for him. His goal had been to capture Guo Ran in one move and then retreat. He trusted that even if Long Chen and the others reacted at that time, they would already be helpless to do anything. However, as soon as he took action, he realized something was wrong. From the start, Long Chen didn't appear to want to move at all. As for Guo Ran, he didn't seem the slightest bit panicked despite Shui Wuya's claw approaching his throat. Instead, his eyes contained a powerful ridicule. Shui Wuya shifted his hand, and a blood-colored palm smashed onto Ji Yu Yang's spear. Ji Yu Yang immediately felt as if his arms were about to break, and his blood surged within him. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was astonished. This attack had contained his full strength. However, it had been easily brushed aside by Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya really was just too powerful. While Ji Yu Yang was shocked, Shui Wuya was also astonished. His blow might have appeared simple, but in order to finish this attack quickly, he had used 80% of his power. If Ji Yu Yang were an ordinary chosen, he would have been instantly crushed to death. But Ji Yu Yang was only forced back a few steps. He clearly hadn't suffered any injury. Shui Wuya had no time to bother about that at this time. After forcing away Ji Yu Yong with a single palm, he was just about to turn back to capturing Guo Ran when a chilling sword chi stabbed towards his head. Shui Wuya was astonished. Sword cultivators were said to be cultivators with the highest destructive power. They focused their life on the sword, and each one of their sword blows contained their full heart and soul, as well as their life's will and determination. This sword chi's power immediately locked him down. That was the terror of sword cultivators. You had to block each of their attacks, as it was impossible to dodge them. If you dodged, you would immediately lose any initiative or impulsiveness. That would bring about a torrent of attacks that would lead directly to your death. Shui Wuya's expression became a bit unsightly. He hadn't expected the unremarkable people that followed Long Chen to be so problematic. He finally realized that the reason Long Chen didn't attack him and why the others were only indifferently looking on at him was because they were not at all afraid of him. That caused his fury to soar. These people dared disregard him. With an icy snort, blood chi filled his hand, and his fist smashed at that sword chi. The sword chi shattered, but the berserk will contained within it caused his expression to change slightly, and he involuntarily took 3 steps back. That exchange caused everyone's expressions to change. They were all filled with shock, looking in disbelief at a man whose face was now slightly pale. Impossible. Shui Wuya, he was capable of knocking him back 3 steps. Just who is that person? Just what kind of people are beside Long Chen? That bald man managed to block one of Shui Wuya's attacks, and now this person is actually able to knock him back. Everyone became lifeless. Shui Wuya was a peak expert amongst the corrupt disciples. He was on the same level as Yin Luo and the others. Someone who stood at the peak of his realm had still been forced back. If it had been Long Chen, then that would still be acceptable. After all, Long Chen had his impressive battle accomplishments. But the people who forced him back were 2 unknown people. That was an unacceptable fact to these people. After forcing back Shui Wuya, Yu Zifeng also suffered a backlash. That sword contained his heart and soul. For his sword chi to be shattered caused some injury to his mind, and his expression paled slightly. However, although Yu Zifeng and Ji Yu Yong had suffered a slight injury, their hearts were filled with pride. They had originally just been ordinary core disciples. In the face of these geniuses, they had always been looked down upon. But now, they could already exchange blows with peak experts. That kind of pride was something only they could understand. At the same time, they were filled with gratefulness towards Long Chen. This was only possible because Long Chen had dragged them up here step by step. Otherwise, they would have never been able to see the scenery from this height. Seeing that both his attacks had been blocked, Shui Wuya's expression turned ugly. A perfect sneak attack had turned out like this. He really had been humiliated. Shui Wuya roared and a palm came crashing down on Guo Ran. This palm caused blood chi to soar into the sky, and a murderous aura locked onto Guo Ran. You should die instead. Guo Ran sneered and his arm became a metal arm. Runes flashed and many little holes opened on the arm. When those holes appeared, Shui Wuya's scalp turned numb, and a powerful sensation of danger filled his heart. Thousands of black lights shot out at him. They contained so much power that each of them made a space-tearing whistling as they flew. They instantly arrived right in front of Shui Wuya. Their sharpness made his hair stand on end. With no way to attack Guo Ran, Shui Wuya's aura exploded out, and a bone-like armor appeared in front of him. Illusory bone armor. Others let out startled cries. That was an ability specific to bone-forging experts. Only once they had tempered their bones to a practically flawless state could they condense this kind of defense. Normally, to condense this armor required you to have tempered at least 4 bones. But not just anyone was truly capable of using it in battle. Only top experts were capable of it. Ordinary people were only able to condense an illusory bone robe. Although they looked similar, the defensive strength was incomparable. Whether it was the robe or the armor, they were both a kind of defense only usable when spiritual chi had been condensed to a pinnacle. This technique's defensive strength was extremely great. Those thousands of black lights smashed onto Shui Wuya's body, causing loud booming sounds with each one of them. Shui Wuya was directly blown back 300 meters, appearing extremely wretched. The entire crowd was silent. They all looked at Guo Ran's metallic arm like they were seeing a ghost. Chapter 434 Treacherous Hearts. Shui Wuya was shocked and infuriated. Although his illusory bone armor had blocked Guo Ran's attack, he was still covered in cold sweat. Seeing those scattered needles on the ground, the runic light coming from them gave him chills. If he hadn't reacted at the first moment and summoned the illusory bone armor, he would have been turned into a sieve. No physical body could possibly block such sharp needles when they were shot out with this kind of force. Although it wouldn't have necessarily taken his life, it would be impossible to avoid being heavily injured. Before the righteous and corrupt battle had even started, he had already been forced into a miserable position. Suddenly, clapping sounds rang out. A group of people grandly walked over. The person at the front was wearing a white dress. She was tall and slender, her skin white as snow, and she gracefully walked over. "It's Wa Baluo." The righteous disciples let out exclamations. Wa Baluo was a peak expert in the righteous path. Shui Wuya's arrival had been like a heavy stone oppressing the righteous disciples' hearts. Now that Wa Baluo had arrived, their morale immediately soared. There were thousands of disciples behind Wa Baluo. Almost half of them were monastery disciples. Wa Baluo truly had skillful methods to be able to gather so many disciples. Wa Baluo was clapping as she brought everyone to stand by Long Chen. Wonderful, really wonderful. Who would have expected that Brother Long's subordinates were all hidden dragons and crouching tigers? My eyes really have been opened. As soon as Wa Baluo arrived, she had just managed to see Shui Wuya attacking. Her evaluation of Long Chen's power rose even further. Previously, she had only been interested in Long Chen's individual power. She hadn't really cared about the others. But just now, whether it was Ji Yuyong or Yu Zifeng, the power they had released was far greater than ordinary chosen. They wouldn't even be much weaker than people on the level of Yin Wushuang. That gave her a shock. Sister Baluo is too courteous. After not meeting for so long, you've become even more beautiful. Long Chen stood up and smiled. Since they were allied, he naturally didn't feel right sitting. The others also got up. Of course, Wild was an exception. To overpraise me like this in front of such beautiful women, if I didn't know your character, I really would suspect you were intentionally mocking me. Wa Baluo couldn't help laughing when she saw Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the other beautiful women. Let me give you an introduction. This is Senior Apprentice Brother Chong from the 4th Monastery, this is Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao from the 6th Monastery. Wa Baluo introduced the leaders of her alliance, and Long Chen politely greeted them. But he could see the contempt in their eyes. Although they weren't looking down their noses at him, it was still obvious to him. However, Long Chen had to give Wa Baluo face. As for what those people thought of him, he didn't particularly care. Guo Ran and the others could also tell that these people were too arrogant, causing them to feel a bit uncomfortable. Just who had the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of Long Chen? Hey, who do you think you are? Is your status so amazing? You dare look down on people? Scolded Guo Ran. Quite a few people's expressions sank, and even Wa Baluo was slightly angered inside. Although she also knew these people were too arrogant, on the surface, they still hadn't done anything. Scolding them like this was a bit too much. Guo Ran continued, and you, in front of my boss, you are just a dreg. Just now, my boss decided not to do anything to you, but if he had, you'd have long since died. If you aren't going to fuck off now, what are you waiting for? You actually don't know how to do this little, but you still think you can call yourself an expert. Following Guo Ran's gaze, they saw the distant Shui Wuya was just standing there, his expression extremely gloomy. He couldn't leave, but he also couldn't stay. Now he was in an awkward position. This still wasn't the time for the decisive battle. He couldn't rashly go all out, but if he just left like this, he really would have lost all his prestige. Now people realized Guo Ran was cursing Shui Wuya. However, quite a few people could tell that Guo Ran was indirectly cursing others. These people actually dared look down on someone like Long Chen. Did they think a grand background was something so amazing? You're looking to die, Shui Wuya raged. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. He was already on the verge of exploding. Shui Wuya, you should return. You won't get anything from here, said Wa Baluo. Her words were entirely correct. He really wouldn't be able to obtain anything unless he decided to initiate the righteous and corrupt battle without care of others. However, he wouldn't do such a thing. When it came to the top experts of the corrupt path, he was not the only one. If he did that, he would offend all those other experts that had yet to arrive. HMPH, I'll allow you to live for a little while longer. Shui Wuya took a deep breath, in the end deciding to return to the corrupt path's side. He was not able to be as free and unrestrained as Long Chen, capable of taking action whenever he wanted. However, he was an extremely quick-witted person. No one would be able to run from this battle, so a few more hours didn't matter. Brother Long, don't stand here. Come with us. After all, you are a member of our righteous path, and we should be working together against our enemies, smiled Hua Baluo. Before Long Chen could reply, a man frowned and said, that's no good. By standing here, Long Chen has already expressed that he is no longer a member of our righteous path. Why do we have to care about him? This person was a monastery disciple, and was also a chosen. His words immediately caused Hua Baluo's expression to change. She icily said, in the righteous and corrupt battles, we should all be working together against our common enemy, the corrupt path. What purpose do you have to say such a thing? She really hadn't expected someone to interfere like this. Although Long Chen had had problems with the first monastery, the righteous path's inner strife had to be ignored so they could unify against the corrupt path. Sister Baluo, Long Chen's reputation is something everyone knows. You want us to stand together with such a person? I, Li Changhao, am a true man, and I cannot forgive such a person, he said righteously. Shut the fuck up, my boss was framed by others. Raged Guo Ran. Framed, HMPH, if he really was innocent, who would have wanted to frame him? Why didn't anyone come frame me? Do you think we're all idiots? He said disdainfully. Guo Ran was completely furious. This bastard really was looking to die. If he didn't have misgivings about Hua Baluo, Guo Ran would have already taken out his battle armor and killed this idiot. Only Long Chen's expression remained indifferent. He didn't say anything. Hua Baluo's expression was a bit unsightly as she icily said, Li Changhao, we no longer welcome you. You can leave. Li Changhao sneered, I don't need you to say that. I'm leaving. I really wouldn't have thought that the goddess of our hearts would end up liking a perverted traitor. It really makes a person's heart cold. Brothers, have you not seen this? Sister Baluo has already fallen for this Long Chen. Although he doesn't have any other skills, it seems his seducing skills are really unrivaled beneath the heavens. What are you all waiting for? Suddenly, a large hand slapped across Li Changhao's face. This slap had come completely silently, and he was struck so hard, his jaw shattered and his teeth flew out. The indifferent Long Chen had finally taken action. After that slap, he didn't wait for Li Changhao to react. His hand was already tightly clenched around his neck. Long Chen, what are you doing? Li Changhao had never imagined that Long Chen would attack him and that his power would be even more terrifying than before. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. His eyes were filled with terror. Previously, he had heard that Long Chen was supposedly extremely powerful. But he had always assumed that Yin Wushuang had just been purposely raising his reputation. The more powerful Long Chen was said to be, the more glorious it would be for Han Tianyu when he killed him. Speak, who sent you here? Long Chen indifferently looked at him, his voice ice cold without the slightest emotion. Hua Baluo had been trembling with rage, but now that Long Chen asked this, she immediately realized that something was wrong with this Li Changhao. You, what nonsense are you spouting? I just can't bear people like you. Could it be you want to kill me? Haha, if you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me. That'll just prove you are a bloodthirsty, homicidal devil. Kill me and Li Changhao suddenly let out a mournful shriek. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his eyes almost popped out. Long Chen, Hua Baluo let out a startled cry. She could tell that Long Chen was using his powerful spiritual strength to crush Li Changhao's soul piece by piece, making him suffer incredible pain. The pain of the soul was the most painful pain. No one would be able to endure it. That was a kind of indescribable pain. Speak, who sent you here? Long Chen, you're contemptible and shameless. How can you use such cruel? A disciple had just stood out to try and fight for justice when he was killed with a single swat of Long Chen's hand. When I'm speaking, others shouldn't interrupt, or my mood might drop. Long Chen swept his gaze over them. Those people all shivered in terror. I know that quite a few of you here are the same as him and were planted in your positions. It'd be best for you not to provoke me, or you'll immediately die. After saying that, Long Chen retracted his gaze. How could it be possible for those people's dirty tricks to be concealed from Long Chen? But this Li Changhao was really too much of an idiot. He wanted to stand out. Then it seemed Long Chen was forced to single him out. Li Changhao's soul had already been crushed by Long Chen. Right now, he was essentially a walking corpse, completely reliant on Long Chen's spiritual strength. Once he withdrew that spiritual strength, Li Changhao would immediately become an imbecile. Speak. Who sent you here? Long Chen was still repeating the same question. At this time, Li Changhao's eyes had lost their focus. Under Long Chen's spiritual pressure, he was unable to refuse to answer. It was. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he hastily threw Li Changhao to the side. Chapter 435. A Saber That Thirsts for Blood. Li Changhao's body flew out a few dozen meters before his head suddenly exploded. Red liquid splashed. Long Chen, you contemptible traitor, how dare you use spiritual witchcraft to force someone to lie and set up people? You really are inferior even to beasts. A voice filled with disdain suddenly rang out. People hastily looked in that direction, seeing a man standing atop a huge black leopard. Feng Xiaozi. Long Chen's pupils shrunk slightly. While he had been forcing Li Changhao to tell the truth with his spiritual strength, he had suddenly sensed that Li Changhao's soul had been ignited and he had hastily thrown him out. Perhaps the only person who would have been able to do that was a skillful soul cultivator like Feng Xiaozi. Behind Feng Xiaozi were dozens of people, each of them riding a huge magical beast and looking icily at Long Chen. And the others. Senior apprentice brother Feng, what are you doing? Meng Qi walked over to Long Chen's side and furiously said, Long Chen was forcing that person to tell the truth. Why would you try and frame a good man? Frame a good man? What kind of good man does Long Chen count as? Furthermore, I hereby use my status as Junior Pavilion Master to order you and Lu Fang'er to return to us and cut off ties with this traitor, ordered Feng Xiaozi. Senior apprentice sister Meng Qi, just come back. We're a family, a young lady behind Feng Xiaozi implored. Meng Qi sighed, Junior apprentice sister, there are many things you don't understand. I have my own troubles. She then turned to Feng Xiaozi. I won't return. I will be fighting shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen, and once the secret realm closes, I will be leaving the Wind Spirit Pavilion. How audacious. To dare take advantage of your master and sect, you really are disgraceful. Our Wind Spirit Pavilion raised you, and now you dare betray us? Roared Feng Xiaozi. Raised me? Didn't you have your own goals? For that goal, didn't you use the lives of my fiancé and my entire family to threaten me? This is your favor. At this moment, tears involuntarily poured from Meng Qi's eyes. Feng Xiaozi saw that those Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples behind him had confused expressions, and he angrily shouted, what absolute nonsense. You traitor, you're trying to smear your sect's name. Feng Xiaozi, from now on, I am no longer a member of the Wind Spirit Pavilion. The debt between myself and the Wind Spirit Pavilion is now settled. Neither of us owes the other anything. Then turning to those other Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples, Meng Qi said, everyone, we've known each other for many years. I trust that you all know what kind of person I am. I hope you can empathize with me. After all, we still have our emotions from being members of the same sect, and I don't want to face you on the battlefield. Tears poured down Meng Qi's face. After all, these friends she had been with for so many years had now all of a sudden become strangers. That kind of feeling was something outsiders were unable to comprehend. Sister Meng Qi, don't feel bad. You still have Long Chen, and you still have us. Lu Fang'er held Meng Qi's hand. Good, then let me just see what kind of ending a traitor like you will have. Sneered Feng Xiaozi. Stop calling her a traitor. Neither you nor your father is a good person. He only accepted Meng Qi to be used as a daughter-in-law for breeding. For that goal, just how many despicable things have you done? Just the fact that you have the face to call yourselves the Pavilion Master and Junior Pavilion Master is already enough to make me sick. Lu Fang'er finally couldn't hold back and began to curse wildly while pointing at Feng Xiaozi's nose. No one understood Meng Qi's suffering and helplessness better than Lu Fang'er. Now she was completely infuriated with Feng Xiaozi. Shut up, slut, roared Feng Xiaozi. Suddenly, a blood-colored saber image cut across the air, bringing with it endless killing intent, looking like some heavenly blade, one that could cut apart the river of stars. This saber's power shook all of heaven and earth. All the murderous aura within the world had been sucked into the saber, and it was filled with an annihilative power. No one had expected that the always calm Long Chen would now attack. And as soon as he attacked, he launched such a killing blow. All of heaven and earth changed color from this saber. The person closest to Long Chen, Hua Beluo, felt as if she had fallen into an ice house. As for Feng Xiaozi, he was filled with horror. He realized he couldn't even move as he had been locked down by some power. The saber image slashed down. Blood flew. Feng Xiaozi's black leopard had been cut in two, and its blood dyed the ground red. That was a peak 4th rank magical beast. But it hadn't even had a chance to cry out before it had been killed by Long Chen's saber. This saber could rend the heavens, and it shocked everyone. Even Shui Wuyu's pupils shrunk. That attack had just been too terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Feng Xiaozi was a soul cultivator, and in terms of combat ability, he was on the same level as peak experts. Where's Feng Xiaozi? I don't see his corpse. It seems he used a teleportation talisman at the last moment. But it happened too fast, and I didn't see clearly. Those people with lower cultivation bases weren't even able to tell what had happened. All of them looked at Long Chen with amazement and reverence. As a soul cultivator, Feng Xiaozi possessed profound spiritual attacks that were almost unblockable. He was someone who could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with people like Shui Wuya, but in front of Long Chen's attack, the only thing he could do was activate a teleportation talisman to flee for his life. If it hadn't been for that teleportation talisman, perhaps he would have already become a corpse. Thinking of that result, people felt numb. Long Chen really was a monster. How regretful. That idiot is always so displeasing, but he actually managed to run, said Guo Ran. As for those people by Hua Beluo's side, their foreheads became covered with sweat. Those people who had faced Long Chen arrogantly were filled with regret. Now that Feng Xiaozi had fled, the remaining Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples were all dumbfounded, not knowing what they should do. You should go to the side of the righteous path and prepare yourselves for the upcoming battle, said Meng Qi when she saw that none of them decided to stand out. Yes, senior apprentice sister Meng Qi. All those Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples bowed to her. Meng Qi bitterly smiled. From today onwards, I am no longer a disciple from the Wind Spirit Pavilion. I am not your senior apprentice sister. Senior apprentice sister Meng Qi, no matter where you go in the future, you will always be our respected senior apprentice sister Meng Qi. That young lady who had begged Meng Qi before now spoke resolutely. Meng Qi's heart was moved, but unfortunately, the Wind Spirit Pavilion was no longer her home. In the future, they might never see each other again. The Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples went to the righteous path's side. They needed to wait for Feng Xiaozi to return, but they had no idea just where he had been teleported to. If he didn't return in time for the exit, then he really would be doomed. Once the Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples were settled, Hua Beluo looked over her people. We are now friends with Long Chen. I've decided to work my way through trials and tribulations with him. But I won't force all of you. You can choose for yourselves to stay or leave. All of them were now given a hard decision. They hadn't expected to have to make this kind of decision. If they left, they could give up on getting any favors from Hua Beluo. But if they stayed, that was equivalent to becoming enemies with the first monastery and the Yin family. If this was merely a struggle between the first monastery and the second monastery, they wouldn't feel any fear. After all, if it was just two monasteries, then when they fought, they would always leave some leeway. But if they joined Long Chen, then that would change. Long Chen had killed Han Tianyu's brother, and also severed Yin Wushuang's arm. They all knew that he would definitely try and kill Yin Wushuang. Then this matter would become much more complicated. Previously, Hua Beluo hadn't told them of her decision to join Long Chen. They had to make their own decision at this time. This would only benefit her. Those who dared to stay at this time were definitely comparatively more devoted, so this was a kind of trial for them. Previously, Long Chen had told her that her group would definitely have some undercover agents. Although Long Chen had been interrupted by Feng Xiaozi when he had been about to get the truth, anyone smart would know that the only ones who would send people to infiltrate her group had to be a top expert of the righteous path, and they had to be opponents with Hua Beluo and Long Chen. So the two names didn't need to be said. Long Chen had only done it to give Hua Beluo some proof and to make her careful not to be stabbed in the back by someone. Although Hua Beluo was very intelligent, when it came to being contemptible and shameless, when it came to using any means necessary, she was far too lacking compared to Yin Wushuang. Now that Hua Beluo asked them for their decision, over half of her people immediately left. As for those that were hesitating, many of them also chose to leave in the end. People all cared about profit. When the profit outweighed the danger, people would all like to join you, even if you didn't need them. But when the danger outweighed the profit, no one would choose to help you when you were down. Hua Beluo wasn't surprised by these many people leaving. Her expression was calm. At this time, less than 1,000 people remained. But a large portion of those people was still in the midst of deciding. In just a moment, less than 500 people remained. At this time, Wabaluo was no longer able to control her expression. She really hadn't expected for these many people to leave. Not even the rewards she had promised them had managed to move them. This kind of situation is very normal. When waves wash sand, they'll bring away the sand, leaving behind only the gold. Long Chen comforted her when he saw her disappointment. But the gold remaining really is too weak. Wabaluo bitterly smiled. She realized that of the people remaining, the majority were just favored. Most of the chosen had left. Whether gold can shine depends on where you place it. Most importantly, it will always be yours and won't betray you. That's the most important part, said Long Chen. In the end, there were only just over 400 people remaining by Wabaluo's side. Long Chen said, the first people who left were all infiltrators, and they took the lead to leave to bring others away as well. As for the last people to leave, they were also infiltrators, and they left because they realized there was no longer any value to being a spy here. So right now you should be happy, as these are your most faithful allies. You're right, at the very least I don't need to doubt them. Although they aren't strong enough, that's fine. As long as they can survive, I will give them a future. Wabaluo smiled. When disciples from noble families like her went out for tempering experiences, they would always bring around a group of followers. Otherwise, there would be no way to fight against other disciples from powerful families for resources. Wabaluo had realized many things she had never thought of before from Long Chen. She saw that the people beside Long Chen were now completely transformed from when they had first entered the secret realm. That made her think of what he had just said, whether gold can shine depends on where you place it. Seeing what levels they had reached told her that talented people were all nurtured to that point. Long Chen, come with me. I have a few things I have to say to you alone, said Wabaluo. Chapter 436 Mind Reading Skill, Fake. Long Chen, you've seen the photographic jade I sent you. Right. Wabaluo pulled Long Chen a certain distance away from the others. It wasn't that she didn't trust the people by his side, but that she was worried about her own people. Yes, I saw it. I want to hear your thoughts. Long Chen pondered for a moment before saying, from the current power the two of you have displayed, Han Tianyu is a slight level higher than you. However, if I haven't misjudged, you're someone who focuses on defense and should be suited to battles of attrition. Attacking isn't your strength, so no one would be able to predict the exact odds of who would win if the two of you fought. In their last fight, Wabaluo had intentionally just been trying to probe Han Tianyu's abilities, while Han Tianyu had also seen through her thoughts, and so neither of them had used their true skills. However, Long Chen had still managed to see that she specialized in defense, causing her to feel some amazement. Long Chen's sudden rise was not the slightest bit coincidental. Just this sharp vision was admirable. Brother Long is correct. My Hua family's core technique relies on defense and to gain victory through a drawn-out battle. However, Han Tianyu is also crafty and managed to see through my intentions. He only let out random blows, not revealing the slightest bit of his true abilities, sighed Wabaluo. If Guo Ran and the others were to hear this, they would definitely be scared to death. That kind of terrifying fight had just been probing blows. What are your thoughts on Han Tianyu? Asked Wabaluo, profound and unfathomable. Long Chen's expression became slightly grave. He attacks without any sign so you can't predict his actions. And did you notice, each time you exchanged blows, he was only looking into your eyes. He was able to easily predict every single one of your moves. Wabaluo nodded. That's right, each time I tried to attack, he seemed to know exactly what kind of move I was making and was long since waiting for me. That was extremely discouraging. Could it be he really knows a mind-reading skill? Thinking of that, Wabaluo's expression became a bit unnatural. In their previous fight, her confidence had been shaken as Han Tianyu was just too strong. The most terrifying thing about him was his accurate predictions. It was as if he could see through all her abilities. Mind-reading skill. Long Chen smiled. He thought of a certain beautiful face with its soul-stealing eyes that could bring about the fall of a nation. At that time, he had also said such words. Mind-reading was a kind of legendary divine art. To be able to read your opponent's every thought while fighting, it was unstoppable and was one of the most terrifying kinds of abilities. It was precisely because it was terrifying that there was no one who would want to be enemies with such a person. If whatever they wanted to do was known by their enemy, would they even have a chance at surviving? First, let's not discuss whether there really are people in this world who have mind-reading skills. I can guarantee that Han Tianyu does not have that ability, smiled Long Chen. What? That's impossible. Through some secret channels, I heard that Han Tianyu truly did spend a great deal of time on mind-reading skills. It seems he obtained some armor and managed to comprehend something from it. Furthermore, those who fight with him always have the feeling that all their thoughts are seen through, the exact same feeling as mine, said Wabaluo. For now, I won't doubt your source. But I am sure that he definitely doesn't know how to read minds. Did you notice something? Wabaluo was taken back by how sure Long Chen seemed. It's just my guess. My guess is based on two things. First, when Mo Nian fought against him, he didn't have that kind of feeling. Mo Nian is my good brother, and when he told me about his fight against Han Tianyu, he didn't feel anything strange like that. Oh, Mo Nian was also a peak expert, and so she naturally knew who he was. Furthermore, it was no secret that Mo Nian had exchanged blows with Han Tianyu. However, she was surprised that Mo Nian hadn't sensed anything strange. Could it be that Han Tianyu was intentionally not displaying that skill? Questioned Wabaluo. If he dared do something like that, I guarantee Mo Nian would have shot him through. You should know that Mo Nian's archery skills are unrivaled, and no one would dare hold back like that against him, said Long Chen confidently. Although he hadn't interacted with Mo Nian for long, Mo Nian's archery skills were practically supernatural. Even Long Chen felt admiration for them. That was my first clue. The second one is that when he fought with you, he was constantly looking into your eyes. At first I found that a bit odd, but then I realized, this idiot is starry-eyed for you, laughed Long Chen. Wabaluo blushed and rebuked, don't make jokes. Long Chen put away his smile and returned to the topic. In truth, at our level, we don't fight with our eyes. Our eyes are just supplementary tools that we can't trust too easily, as eyes are too easily deceived. When experts fight, we always trust our spiritual perception and reactions more. Since sight is not so important, why would Han Tianyu look at you like that? It's because as long as he does that, many people, including you, end up being deceived by him. Deceived? Yes. Those so-called mind-reading skills are just little tricks. When people blindly bet, there will always be winners and losers. But once someone bets right, their opponent becomes afraid, said Long Chen. But that's not right. I've already investigated, and everyone who ends up fighting with him has this feeling of having all their moves predicted. That's not just a one-time gamble. Good point. Then let me ask you a question. Why is that those people you investigated had that feeling, but Mo Nian did not? That is what made me doubt it. Why was that Han Tianyu's mind-reading skill failed when facing Mo Nian? Let me make a brazen guess. Han Tianyu is simply proficient in almost every kind of martial weapon, and based on the faintest of clues, such as the eyes, shoulders, waist, elbows, and other things, he is able to guess what an opponent will do. However, Mo Nian is not a close-range fighter. He has all kinds of ways to use his bow and arrow. He can use the bow itself as a weapon at close range and can shoot out arrows at long range. Due to that, others cannot predict what he is going to do, said Long Chen. Then you mean, Wabaluo came to a sudden comprehension. There is a 90% chance that Han Tianyu is simply a master at using the various martial weapons. The only thing he is unfamiliar with is the bow and arrow. As amongst cultivators, there are exceptionally few who use the bow, said Long Chen. Wabaluo was silent for a long time. Although she found this hard to believe, Long Chen's analysis was completely accurate. If what you're saying is true, then Han Tianyu really is frightening. Just how much fighting experience does he have to be able to do that? Exclaimed Wabaluo. The reason experts are able to become experts is because they have the determination to get stronger. If you have that kind of determination, then you can come up with all kinds of moves. There was one thing that you said that is extremely accurate. Han Tianyu really is frightening. He purposely made up this secret of him knowing how to read minds, when in truth, that was just used to conceal his ultimate killing blows, said Long Chen. His ultimate killing blows? What are those? Long Chen shook his head. How could I know that? It's not like I know how to read minds. However, just think about it. He used this kind of trick, managing to deceive even you. There must be many people who have been deceived like this. Why would Han Tianyu waste so much time to set up the illusion of him knowing how to read minds? Isn't the only possibility that he doesn't want to reveal his true strength? Just this one fake mind-reading skill is able to cause countless people to retreat from him. He can subdue all those people without even fighting them. That's the most superior battle tactic. As for his strongest techniques, other than himself, there is only one kind of people who know that. What kind of people? Dead people. Although it was just 2 words, they caused a chill in Wabaluo's heart. Those 2 words contained many things. If Long Chen's guess really was correct, then Han Tianyu's thinking was terrifying. He was actually able to use such a trick to deceive so many people. Even she had believed that Han Tianyu possessed something along the lines of a mind-reading skill. That itself had been a blow to her. If you fought with that kind of mentality, then your combat strength would drop by at least 30%. What chance would you have of defeating a monster like Han Tianyu? This also meant that at this point, there was no one who knew Han Tianyu's trump cards. The only ones who did were the ones Long Chen had just pointed out, dead people. Thinking of that, Wabaluo's scalp turned numb at the thought of Han Tianyu's profound scheming. At the same time, she practically prostrated herself in admiration towards Long Chen for his ability to see through it. Han Tianyu had hidden his scheming so profoundly, but from just a single photographic jade, Long Chen was able to see through Han Tianyu's intentions. When compared to Han Tianyu and Long Chen, her and Yin Wushuang's petty little tricks were truly just laughably childlike. Let's go back. It seems experts have appeared on both sides. Long Chen and Wabaluo returned to their camps. Quite a few faces had appeared amongst the righteous and corrupt paths. On the side of the corrupt path, there were 4 new people standing beside Shui Wuya. That made Long Chen feel a chill. Obviously, they should be people on the same level as Shui Wuya. Even if they were a bit weaker, it wouldn't be by that much. As for the righteous side, quite a few experts had also appeared. Their auras surged, causing space to uneasily twist around them. In particular, there was a certain mustached man that drew Long Chen's attention. This person was over 6 feet tall and had a tough and stocky build. On his back was a broadsword just as tall as he was. When he walked, the ground would tremble with each step. That broadsword on his back had to be shockingly heavy. But the thing that surprised Long Chen the most was that he sensed a familiar aura from this large man. However, he was sure he had never seen him before. This person walked alone, not interacting with anyone else. Furthermore, a baleful aura came from his body that made it seem like he was a murderous god from hell, making it so others wouldn't dare approach him. This person is very terrifying. How is it that no one has heard of him before? It's a good thing he's a righteous disciple. Wabaluo was also filled with shock when she looked at him. Long Chen was just about to reply when suddenly, cheers erupted amongst the corrupt side. Long Chen quickly turned over to look, a strange expression appearing on his face. He's finally come. Chapter 437 Han Tianyu arrives. The corrupt path let out a burst of cheers as a lanky man appeared in Long Chen's eyes. This man was wearing violet gold robes with a jade belt around his waist. His face looked as if it had been carved with a knife, and his eyes emitted a cold light that would make people tremble. He looked as if he was a devil god who had descended to the earth, looking disdainfully down on all. The righteous disciples' hearts quivered, as Yin Luo's reputation was known to all. Even amongst the geniuses of 7 prefectures, Yin Luo still stood at the peak. Without releasing any aura, he still made it hard for them to breathe. Beside him were 2 other corrupt experts, their auras so powerful that they didn't even lose out to Shui Wuya. That made the righteous disciples' morale plummet. At this point, the righteous disciples had an absolute advantage in numbers compared to the corrupt disciples. But in terms of peak combat strength, the 2 were separated by a great deal. The righteous side clearly had fewer top experts. That made them feel a chill. If they fought like this, the majority of them would just be pigs for the slaughter. That wouldn't be a battle, but a one-sided massacre. The top experts stood at the peak of the food chain. They would always be the ones to benefit, while the ones to suffer calamity were the ones on the bottom of the food chain. This battle would quickly wash out all the weaklings. The corrupt side clearly had more top experts, and so the ordinary core disciples and even the favored were filled with despair. Long Chen was clearly not standing with the righteous disciples. When the battle started, no one was sure whether Long Chen would be fighting with them against the corrupt disciples. Yin Luo's long hair blew in the breeze, his face icy and grave. As soon as he arrived, countless corrupt disciples greeted him. He merely nodded slightly towards them. But suddenly his eyes narrowed and his powerful aura exploded out. Terrifying killing intent soared towards the sky, all because he saw a certain person. Yin Luo, long time no see. Seeing you safe and sound really is gratifying, smiled Long Chen. However, inside, his heart thudded. He could feel an immense sense of danger from Yin Luo. Considering how powerful he was, there were few who could threaten him now. But that sensation of danger was extremely intense from Yin Luo. It seemed that it wasn't just him who had been lucky. Yin Luo had definitely obtained some kind of opportunity in the secret realm that had made him much stronger. Yin Luo suddenly shot forward, the ground trembling beneath him. He had already appeared in front of Long Chen like some phantom. A 300-meter illusion appeared behind him, looking like a projection of a devil god. That projection immediately caused the heavens to shake. Heavens, Yin Luo's gone out of control. He wants to instantly kill Long Chen. No one had expected that Yin Luo would directly attack Long Chen without saying a word. Would this be the opening curtains of the righteous and corrupt battle? But then thinking about it, Long Chen was already standing alone, and there was a clear distinction between him and the other righteous disciples, so this wouldn't necessarily spark the fight. Guo Ran and the others all stood up, all of them ready to fight. Even Wild was woken. Looking at Yin Luo, Long Chen didn't seem to be doing anything. However, his Feng Fu star and Alioth star were already beginning to circulate, ready to explode with power at any moment. But suddenly, a bright ray of light shot through the air at Yin Luo. With a snort, an ancient bronze-colored spear appeared in Yin Luo's hands. This spear was already corroded, and yet the pressure it released made it seem as terrifying as a bloodthirsty monster. Yin Luo's spear smashed into that ray of light. The ground shook as Yin Luo was knocked back by that light, his expression changing slightly. Following a grand chant that rang out in everyone's ears, a figure appeared from the distance. An ancient, multicolored bow was held in his hand, and he wore a cloak that made it so others weren't able to see his face. Mo Nian, everyone could guess who he was. That ray of light had been an arrow, however, it wasn't a true arrow, but one condensed from spiritual qi. In this world, perhaps only the experts from Mo Gate were able to condense spiritual qi into arrows like this. Furthermore, to use a single arrow to stop Yin Luo was only possible for Mo Gate's #1 disciple, Mo Nian. Long Chen smiled. This fellow always liked this flashy entrance style. It really made a person speechless. Boss, you have to learn from Mo Nian. This is how an expert should show off. Guo Ran's eyes were shining as he watched Mo Nian walk over. Behind Mo Nian were over 300 bow-carrying experts. They were all wearing the same clothes as Mo Nian. They were ink black, with only 2 crossing golden arrows on the front. That was the symbol of Mo Gate. Although Mo Nian seemed to just be slowly walking, his speed was extremely fast. Each step he took allowed him to traverse a mile. He appeared in front of Long Chen in just a moment. Hee, how is it? I arrived on time, right? Mo Nian laughed, throwing off his cloak and revealing his still slightly immature face. Mo Nian, you've also come. Then we can finally settle our grudges. Last time you joined hands with Long Chen to defeat me once. Today I'll let the two of you die together beneath my spear. Killing intent surged out of Yin Luo's eyes. Hearing that, many people suddenly realized that the rumors of Long Chen chasing after a fleeing Yin Luo must have been because he had worked together with Mo Nian. Stop being so shameless. The first time we fought together, we worked together to cut off one of your legs. But what about the second time? Wasn't your arm still cut off by just Long Chen? Said Mo Nian. Now everyone was confused. Just which one of them was telling the truth? HMPH, you'll only be alive to say that for a little while longer. Long Chen, today you'll definitely die. Yin Luo's words suddenly changed and he surprisingly returned to his side. Mo Nian and Long Chen were both startled. To just brag without doing anything wasn't Yin Luo's style. They had been entirely ready to begin a fight with him. Ah, I understand. At the same time, Long Chen, Mo Nian, and Hua Baluo realized what was going on. The crucial point was Han Tianyu. Yin Luo wasn't an idiot. He knew that Long Chen had killed Han Tianyu's brother, and Han Tianyu would definitely not let him off. Now he was just going to watch while the two of them fought. The only reason he had charged forward just now was because his anger had overwhelmed his head. Long Chen had caused him far too great of an injury. In truth, when he had been advancing to bone forging this time, it had been incredibly dangerous. He had almost died because of a heart devil. So if he wanted to continue cultivating, he absolutely could not allow Long Chen to continue living in this world. As soon as he had seen him, his killing intent had erupted. Another reason he had attacked was to test out Long Chen's strength. Although he had advanced to bone forging, he had suffered far too much because of Long Chen, and he didn't dare be careless. If Long Chen's strength was still around the same as before, then he could kill him on his own without waiting for Han Tianyu. After all, personally killing Long Chen would immediately erase his heart devil. But if Long Chen died to someone else, then this heart devil could only be slowly dissipated. Unfortunately, Mo Nian had stopped him before he could determine Long Chen's strength. Now that he had Mo Nian and Hua Beluo by his side, they were 3 peak experts, and he wasn't so overconfident as to believe he could kill Long Chen 1 against 3. Since he couldn't kill him, he naturally wouldn't bother wasting his energy. It was better to leave this trouble to Han Tianyu while he played the fisherman. After realizing that, Long Chen just smiled and introduced Mo Nian and Hua Beluo. Although Mo Gate was not an ancient family, it was extremely powerful, and even the ancient families were intimidated by them. Their statuses were basically the same. Furthermore, those 300 Mo Gate disciples he had brought were all experts amongst experts. Hua Beluo couldn't help sighing. The 400 people by her side couldn't even compare to the 300 people by Mo Nian's side. Other than a few dozen trusted aides she had brought out from her family, when it came to power, not even 10 of her regular members would be able to defeat one of Mo Nian's. Originally, she had thought that standing by Long Chen's side would be helping him out greatly. She really hadn't expected that once Mo Nian had appeared, her group had become minor extras. Glancing at Hua Beluo, Long Chen seemed to see through what she was thinking and smiled. No matter how you put it, I, Long Chen, will still owe Sister Beluo a favor. Long Chen truly was grateful to her, as she was the first to stand by his side. As for Mo Nian, they were brothers, and so there were no favors to speak of between them. Hearing that, Hua Beluo couldn't help being embarrassed. When comparing to Long Chen's candid openness, she felt she really was petty and narrow-minded. At the same time, she sighed. It was no wonder Long Chen had so many beautiful women by his side. Just how many women could resist the charm of a heroic figure like Long Chen who cared so deeply about emotional ties? Cultivators all respected the strong, and which expert wasn't arrogant about their power? But Long Chen had never put on such airs. He was like a deep well that appeared ordinary on the surface. Only once you got closer to him would you realize he was incredibly profound. He was a kind of mysterious man, and that kind of mysteriousness possessed a fatal charm to women. He could also be compared to a mountain. He might seem like nothing special normally, but once he erupted, he could destroy the heavens and tear apart the earth. For example, Long Chen's attack on Feng Xiaozi just now had truly just been like a volcano erupting. She still hadn't recovered from her shock from that attack. In order to protect the women by his side, Long Chen might become a furious lion at any moment, or perhaps a raging volcano. In fact, perhaps he would not hesitate to destroy this entire world. Even Hua Beluo couldn't help being emotionally affected. No matter how powerful a woman was, who wouldn't want a shoulder to lean on, one that would never betray them? Unfortunately, such shoulders were pitifully few. At this time, Long Chen and Mo Nian were chatting. She didn't know what exactly the two of them were saying, but the two of them seemed to be in high spirits. They were smiling mischievously, and she managed to hear that they were talking about Yin Luo. The ground began to shake intensely, and people hastily looked into the distance. The righteous disciples let out a burst of cheers. Han Tianyu has arrived. Chapter 438 Zheng Wenlong. The righteous disciples let out an incredibly loud cheer. There was a multicolored tiger in the distance that was rapidly approaching. It was unknown what kind of tiger this was. It was around 100 meters long, and the end of its tail had a hook on it, similar to a scorpion's tail. That hook shined sinisterly, making people feel an icy chill in their bones. Han Tianyu was standing on the tiger's head. 2 shining eyes lit up his handsome face. His embroidered robes fluttered in the wind, and with the way his long hair blew back in the breeze, he was indescribably handsome. TCH, the pretty boy has come. Mo Nian spat on the ground. When it came to looks, Han Tianyu definitely stood at the peak. As soon as he appeared, it was unknown just how many maidens from the righteous path began to scream fanatically. Han Tianyu had immediately suppressed Mo Nian's flashy entrance. Mo Nian did not have Han Tianyu's influence, and especially toward women, his still slightly immature face truly brought him down. Once Han Tianyu almost reached everyone, the tiger suddenly paused and Han Tianyu was immediately thrown off, causing quite a few people to cry out. But then they realized that Han Tianyu was calmly floating through the air like a divine immortal descending upon the world. This action immediately caused countless cheers. The women were already starry-eyed. "Boss, do you see? This is what it means to be a poser, to show off. I've long since been telling you that you can't look down on the effect of posturing. Look, those women have practically gone insane. When it comes to looks, you wouldn't be that much inferior to Han Tianyu. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you'll be able to make an entrance 10 times flashier than this one." Guo Ran patted himself on the chest confidently. Long Chen was speechless, too lazy to respond. However, Mo Nian's eyes began to shine. "This brother, you should be called Guo Ran, right? Brother Guo Ran, as soon as I saw you, I knew you were an erudite and talented man. In the future, we two brothers should talk more." Mo Nian wrapped his arm around Guo Ran's shoulders. This intimate action made Guo Ran feel as if he were floating through the clouds. Mo Nian was the junior pavilion master of Mo Gate, a peak expert. What kind of glory was this? "Big brother Mo, you're too courteous, to think you would think so highly of me. No matter what you tell me to do, even if you want me to tread through fire and water, I definitely won't even frown," said Guo Ran. "Brother Guo really is a loyal man, a true hero." Mo Nian gave him a thumbs up. "I hear that brother Guo has great skill when it comes to showing off. In fact, just from your words I can tell you are a great master. I wonder if you have some time to teach your brother." Long Chen finally couldn't endure it and quietly roared, "Can you two shut up? Now isn't the time for nonsense." Guo Ran and Mo Nian immediately stopped speaking. But their eyes still seemed to be communicating, and it was obvious they felt great sorrow that they hadn't met each other earlier. Other than that large, mustached man, everyone else had gotten up for Han Tianyu's arrival. Han Tianyu's prestige amongst the righteous disciples had reached a level that no one else could reach. Seeing those people's passion, sadness flitted within Hua Baluo's eyes. It seemed she really was too lacking when compared to Han Tianyu. When she thought of how she had been planning on struggling with him, she realized how laughable she was. Of her thousands of original followers, only 400 remained. As for Han Tianyu, as soon as he arrived, he caused such a huge flare of passion. When comparing the two, she almost had an urge to find a hole and bury herself. Quite a few of the other top experts went to go greet Han Tianyu, and Han Tianyu courteously greeted them back, making him seem very amiable. Only now did those people behind Han Tianyu approach. The person at the front was a certain woman that made Long Chen's killing intent ignite. At this time, Yin Wushuang looked the same as ever. Her severed arm had already been regrown, but it seemed her psychological state wasn't very good, as her eyes were very red as if she hadn't closed them in a long time. There were 4 people behind Yin Wushuang whose auras were not the slightest bit weaker than hers. They were all experts amongst experts. The first person Yin Wushuang noticed was the distant Long Chen. The instant she saw him, she shivered, terror filling her. However, she suppressed it. While sneering, she reached out a hand and made a throat-cutting gesture at Long Chen, one filled with provocation. She really must want to die. Yu Zifeng, who rarely ever spoke, was now tightly clenching his sword, his fury soaring. He had a powerful urge to immediately charge over and cut off her head. When he saw Yin Wushuang, the first thing he thought of was Guan Wenin, who had died so miserably. As one of the 4 core disciples who had awakened their ancestral marks upon joining, he had once shown quite a bit of care for Yu Zifeng. Now when Yu Zifeng looked at Yin Wushuang's provocation, he almost lost control. "Don't be impatient, she will definitely die," said Long Chen lightly. "In truth, she is only provoking you to hide her heart's terror," said Hua Baluo. She was extremely familiar with Yin Wushuang. Previously she had felt completely defeated by Han Tianyu, but now she found some comfort from Yin Wushuang. Her true opponent was only Yin Wushuang. Han Tianyu was just secondary. In fact, if she wanted to sacrifice herself, she could pull Han Tianyu into her Hua family at any time, and Yin Wushuang would have nothing. No matter how big of a schemer Hua Baluo was, she still had her own bottom line. She didn't want to sacrifice the rest of her life to pull over Han Tianyu. Nowadays, Yin Wushuang had Han Tianyu, but she didn't feel lacking at all. At least Long Chen had become her reliable ally. After greeting those people, Han Tianyu waved his hand and those righteous disciples immediately shut their mouths. The entire crowd became silent. Han Tianyu smiled with satisfaction at that. He frowned slightly when he saw that man who was still sitting there with his eyes closed, but he didn't say anything. He turned towards the corrupt side and loudly said, "Yin Luo, can our righteous and corrupt battle wait for a moment so I can handle a selfish matter?" With Han Tianyu's prestige, he could represent all the experts of the righteous path. Yin Luo's position was the same as his, and he could also represent his corrupt path. The two of them were both very regretful that despite representing the peak combatants of their sides, they hadn't had a chance to truly fight. "That's fine, we aren't lacking that bit of time," Yin Luo replied icily. Although Han Tianyu had arrived, his expression was still completely calm. He had his own trump cards, and he was confident he could defeat him. "Then thank you." Han Tianyu smiled and turned to Long Chen. However, just as he was about to speak, a group of people suddenly appeared, interrupting him. This group of people had over 500 members. They were rushing right over to Long Chen's side, ignoring the righteous and corrupt sides. These people all had powerful auras. Each of them was a favored, and their white robes had a red cloud stitched into them. Huayan sect. Han Tianyu frowned slightly. Long Chen was also startled. He didn't recognize these people, but then seeing their robes, he thought of a certain person. "Long Chen, it's been a while." A lively Bai Ling appeared in front of him, smiling. So it was Sister Bai Ling. It really had been a long time. Long Chen didn't understand what was going on. "Let me introduce you. This is senior apprentice brother Zheng Wenlong." Bai Ling pulled over a tall man. This man had a square face and looked like the disciple of a rich family. Long Chen could sense quite a bit of pressure from him. Surprisingly, this person was also a peak expert. "I've long since wanted us to meet. Your grand reputation precedes you." Zheng Wenlong extended a hand to Long Chen. "Brother Zheng is too courteous." Long Chen shook hands with him. "Perhaps Brother Long is curious about our intentions. We Huayan disciples all believe in the wealth god, and we all consider ourselves as business people. And when discussing business, it is better to be direct. For saving junior apprentice Sister Bai Ling back then, I will represent all the Huayan sect's disciples to express thanks towards Brother Long." Zheng Wenlong bowed deeply to Long Chen. Long Chen hastily reciprocated the courtesy and said, "Brother Zheng really is too courteous. I am old friends with Bai Ling, and I naturally had to lend a hand." But at this time, Long Chen could see through some clues. Bai Ling was still standing by Zheng Wenlong's side. From their eyes, it seemed the two of them did not have an ordinary relationship. "Since Brother Long is a straightforward person, I will tell you the truth. If it was just for saving Bai Ling, then I, Zheng Wenlong, would owe you a favor. This favor might be large, but it wouldn't have been enough to bring all the Huayan disciples to risk the danger of standing by your side," said Zheng Wenlong. That was also what Long Chen was curious about. As a peak expert and someone who came from the Huayan sect, he should naturally be an intellect. Why would he do something so dangerous? Zheng Wenlong continued, "Let me say it again. I am a businessman, and business is about how to make the greatest profit. So I want to make a business transaction with Brother Long." "Business transaction?" "Yes, precisely a business transaction. Today, I brought all my brothers to stand by your side as your allies. When Brother Long leaves afterward, I hope you will first think of my Huayan sect when you have any profitable business to discuss," said Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen was dumbfounded. "Anything else? It seems this business transaction would make you lose out a great deal, right?" "Actually, it seems incredibly likely that you'll take a loss," laughed Long Chen. "When conducting business, how can you make a profit without risk? High risk means high reward. This is my bet. I bet that Brother Long is a dragon amongst men, one who will bring my Huayan sect a large return in the future. Businessmen must trust their vision above all else. If you couldn't even trust yourself and must hesitate over any matter, terrified of every possible outcome, how would you ever accomplish anything big?" Zheng Wenlong straightforwardly laughed. "But it seems this business of yours will make all your brothers take the risk with you." "That's not good," said Long Chen. "Haha, Brother Long is looking down on us businessmen. We're all life and death brothers, and if I benefit, then they will naturally get a portion in the future as well. Our profits are forever tied together." Getting back to the main point, many people don't understand our Huayan sect and don't understand the ties between us disciples. We also can't be bothered to explain it to them. To sum up, to complete this business between me, Zheng Wenlong, and you, Long Chen, only requires your agreement. What do you think? For even a businessman to be so grand, Long Chen laughed and extended a hand. Zheng Wenlong also extended a hand and was just about to pat Long Chen's when a disdainful shout rang out. To ally with a group of peddlers, Long Chen, you really must be at the end of your rope. Chapter 439 Taking Revenge for Brothers. That disdainful shout immediately drew everyone's attention. A man in a fiery red robe with an exquisite tower symbol on its sleeve appeared in front of everyone, looking contemptuously at Long Chen and the others. Huo Wufang. Both the righteous and corrupt disciples let out startled cries. Even the mustached man opened his eyes to glance at him before once more closing them. Huo Wufang came from the pill tower, and no one dared offend them. That was because everyone's medicinal pills were bought from the pill tower. The pill tower was a neutral power. But even the corrupt experts, ones who would slaughter countless innocents, would stay far, far away from alchemists' guilds. It could be said that Huo Wufang was the one who possessed the strongest background of anyone present. If my Huayan sect is a peddler, then your pill tower is nothing more than a group of sanctimonious swindlers. Neither of us is any better than the other, and neither should be insulting the other. Zheng Wenlong smiled coldly. When it came to the Huayan sect, many people didn't know of its existence. But practically everyone knew of the Huayan pavilions. The Huayan auction houses were spread throughout the world. It could be said that wherever there was business to do, there was a Huayan pavilion around. That was enough to prove just how powerful the Huayan sect was. The pill tower had almost monopolized the medicinal pill market. However, it was only, almost, in other words, not completely. A tenth of medicinal pills on the market came from the Huayan pavilions. This action of theirs was clearly getting in the way of the pill tower's profits. But in all these years, the Huayan sect had not fallen. That was thought-provoking. What did you say? Who is the swindler? Raged Huo Wufang. Ah, forget about it. Some things don't have any meaning once they're said. Could it be you really want me to expose your true face? Zheng Wenlong continued, as a person, don't have such a malicious mouth, unless you have never done anything immoral. You. Huo Wufang's expression sunk. Zheng Wenlong could not be bothered to deal with Huo Wufang any further. Others might fear his pill tower, but the Huayan pavilion was not afraid. Long Chen, what do you say? My hand's getting tired of being raised like this, laughed Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen immediately clapped his hand, completing that oath. He laughed, with Brother Zheng's heroism, I'm sure that as long as I don't die, you'll definitely make a huge profit in the future. Long Chen was starting to like the Huayan sect more and more. Although they always called themselves businessmen who only cared about profit, he could sense their heroism. They were true men. That was especially true of those experts following Zheng Wenlong. Even though he had made such a huge decision to join hands with Long Chen, they hadn't even batted an eye. That was truly worthy of praise. Ha ha ha, then Brother Long, you had better live for a few extra years so your brother can profit more, laughed Zheng Wenlong. Sorry, but he won't be living for that long. Your business transaction is doomed to suffer a loss. Han Tianyu, who had been given the cold shoulder for all this time, finally had a chance to interject. At this time, his expression was slightly icy, as he was unable to accept being ignored like this. Oh, I don't think so. From when I was 7, I joined the Huayan sect, and I didn't have anyone to rely on. I walked to my current point relying on just my 2 eyes. I don't believe my eyesight will fail me this time. Zheng Wenlong smiled slightly, revealing his powerful confidence and pride. That was the point the Huayan disciples were most proud of. They didn't need anyone else, they had relied entirely on themselves for their current accomplishments. Compared to those who had relied entirely on their powerful families to grow, they were even stronger and more self-confident. And so they were filled with gratefulness and worship toward the Huayan sect. Just now, Hua Wufang had only insulted them as being peddlers, which they didn't care about. But if he had insulted the Huayan sect, they would have immediately attacked him. Even if they weren't a match for him, even if they had to die, they would not permit anyone to blaspheme their sect. When it came to the disciples' feelings for their sect, there were few sects that could compare to the Huayan sect. Although they were often called peddlers, no one dared doubt their power. Otherwise, how could they have managed to go head-on against the Pill Tower? The Pill Tower's strength was obvious, while the Huayan sect's power was hidden. The Huayan sect was always low-key, rarely fighting with others. They followed the maxim that being amiable would make you rich. However, once someone attempted to cut off their profits, they would reveal their fangs. Cutting off their livelihood was equivalent to killing their parents to them, and that was a blood debt that had to be repaid. The Huayan sect's history stretched so far back that people had already forgotten what had happened with them. In any case, these disciples only knew that the Huayan Pavilion's foundation was extremely profound. Furthermore, it was impossible to calculate how many disciples they had, because they were just too enormous. Today, Zheng Wenlong's disregard of Huo Wufang was enough to prove how powerful they were. They didn't even care about the Pill Tower, let alone Han Tianyu. Although Han Tianyu was powerful, Zheng Wenlong wasn't afraid of him. Now, Long Chen's side had Hua Beluo, Mo Nian, and Zheng Wenlong. Their power was rapidly rising, and now they were truly a third party here. As for the corrupt disciples, their expressions changed slightly. If this continued, then it seemed the corrupt side would end up losing out greatly against the righteous side. As for the righteous disciples, their expressions also weren't very good. They hadn't expected Long Chen to have such influence and be able to draw in so many people. Many people felt hatred for him. If he hadn't appeared, how could so many matters have occurred? At this time, they would have been able to completely overpower the corrupt disciples. A person's eyesight will always fail him sometimes. After all, people are only humans, not gods. Mistakes are unavoidable. Han Tianyu shook his head. I admit that there have been times I have been wrong. But that depends on who can make me wrong. You, sir, do not have that ability, said Zheng Wenlong with a smile on his face. Zheng Wenlong's words were not at all polite, causing Han Tianyu's expression to become icy. In truth, he didn't want to fight with him, but Zheng Wenlong was forcing him. It's Han Tianyu, right? I will represent the Pill Tower to support you. Huo Wufang quickly arrived beside Han Tianyu. Many thanks, brother Huo. Han Tianyu is extremely grateful. Han Tianyu smiled. Not only did Huo Wufang represent the Pill Tower, but he also had the support of the Pill Valley behind him. The Pill Valley was a supreme existence. Previously, Han Tianyu had also wanted to greet Huo Wufang, but he had never had a chance. Now that Huo Wufang took the initiative to support him, his mood raised a great deal. HMPH, a contemptible little man draws in a pack of rogues and thinks that is enough to lord over others. How laughable. Although my Pill Tower doesn't participate in the struggles between the righteous and corrupt paths, as a person, I really can't bear to see a person like you strutting around, sneered Huo Wufang. Long Chen looked back at him. He knew this fellow was still hung up on losing the Violet Phoenix sparrows. Needin. However, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit bad about that. Back then, he had already taken a step back, offering to split half the Needin's energy with him. Then they both would have been able to obtain its beast flame. But this idiot repeatedly refused, insisting on keeping it all to himself. His attitude was that if he didn't hand over the Needin, he would kill him. For such a person, the best thing was a vicious slap in the face. You couldn't give such a person a single inch, or he would immediately take advantage of you. Han Tianyu cupped his fists to Huo Wufang and then walked over to Long Chen. When he was 300 meters away, the entire crowd held its breath. As an expert of the righteous path, it's unfortunate that your character is so terrible, allowing you to do so many outrageous atrocities. With your cultivation base, I would have only captured you and sent you to the supermonastery. Unfortunately, you refused to change and even killed my brother. Today, I will get revenge for my brother. I will get justice for him as well as all those innocents who died under your hand, to get justice for the very heavens. Han Tianyu's words were filled with righteous injustice. Each of his words was louder than the next, and by the end, his voice shook the very sky. Kill Long Chen as justice for the righteous path. Following Han Tianyu's words, quite a few righteous disciples began to shout. Following those leaders, the other righteous disciples also raised their weapons and shouted along. These idiots, just how stupid are they? Looking at those impassioned righteous disciples, Guo Ran couldn't help but grind his teeth and curse. What dog shit justice? Innocent. Yin Wushuang enticed that many experts to besiege the disciples of the 108th monastery. Then were the dead disciples of the 108th monasteries not innocent? Han Tianfeng and Yin Wushuang had worked together to fight Tang Wan-er. If Long Chen hadn't come, Tang Wan-er would have already died. Was Tang Wan-er not innocent? When the 108th disciples attempted to gather with Long Chen on Compass Mountain but ended up being mercilessly attacked from all directions, were they not innocent? Seeing how much they wanted to punish Long Chen, Guo Ran wished to tear them to pieces. These idiots were really too hateful, deciding to just blindly believe Han Tianyu. Do you see? Your conduct has already infuriated everyone. If you don't die today, then not even the heavens will tolerate it. Your sins are unforgivable, said Han Tianyu icily. Han Tianyu, don't bother being so pretentious. In truth, all you are is a giant hypocrite, sneered Hua Beluo. She was about to continue when Long Chen stopped her. Sister Beluo, I've suddenly decided to change plans. You don't need to testify for me. Today, I will kill him. According to the original plan, Hua Beluo was supposed to testify for Long Chen and prove that all this was caused by Yin Wuxuang, proving Long Chen was the victim. As for Long Chen, his goal was to first kill Yin Wuxuang. If Han Tianyu wanted to stop him, then he would fight with him. However, now, Han Tianyu had immediately pointed his spear at him. That proved that the person targeting him had not just been Yin Wuxuang, but also Han Tianyu. Then those fallen brothers of his had also died because of Han Tianyu. Then the enmity between the two was now one that would not stop until death. Proving his innocence was now meaningless to him. There's no need for any more superfluous words. You want to get revenge for your brother. It just so happens that I also want to get revenge for my brothers. Long Chen's killing intent rose, his eyes turning icy cold. Chapter 440 Divine Skill once more appears. Remembering how his brothers had fought side by side, with him in the righteous and corrupt battle, Long Chen's fury was constantly soaring. At the same time, he was also filled with guilt. If it hadn't been for him, none of that would have happened. He really had never imagined that this bastard Han Tianyu would be so despicable as to take his anger out on just his friends. No matter what you say, no matter how you quibble, you can't conceal your crimes. If you were smart, you'd kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Han Tianyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like an emperor looking down on one of his subjects. You perverted traitor Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Han is doing you a favor by giving you a chance to keep your corpse intact. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and just kill yourself. Senior apprentice brother Han, just kill him. Such a vile traitor should be tortured and cut to pieces before being killed. Dying like this is already letting him off too easy. The righteous disciples took this chance to shout. With this many people, their voices billowed over like powerful waves. As for Huo Wufang and Yin Wuxuang, they were exceptionally pleased by this. Now Long Chen had been forced to the end of the line. The righteous path would no longer allow him to live. Alongside them, the corrupt disciples were also excitedly watching. They had all heard of the righteous path's laughable inner fighting. Now seeing it in action, they were all sneering inside. An immense righteous and corrupt battle was about to begin, but they were still fighting amongst themselves here. That made them wonder, could it be that the righteous disciples were idiots raised especially for them to slaughter? Shut up! An angry roar rang out, one that sounded like it came from a heavenly divinity, one that caused heaven and earth to change all color. Everyone's ears shook from it. A group of idiots who don't know anything, a group of simpletons who only know how to curry favor, a group of cowards who only know how to bully the weak but are terrified of the strong. There are many of you who know what is going on, but you still have the conscience to act like you don't. Even people like you can be called cultivators. In order to suck up to others, you are willing to sell your very soul. You're all a disgrace upon the cultivation world. I can't be bothered to quibble with you about it. But let me just give you one word of advice. It would be best for you not to become enemies with me or try to vainly infuriate me. When I get angry, even I don't know what I will do. Long Chen's shout seemed to come from above the 9 heavens. Each of his words struck them to their very core, and quite a few people were shaken so deeply by them that they almost fainted. That was because Long Chen's voice had contained his spiritual strength as well as his powerful will. Those people who were just lying through their teeth turned pale from that power, their hearts quivering. And you Han Tianyu, don't try to be some dog-like hero, acting like some savior of the world. You're just a hypocrite. Today, I will expose your true face. After finishing speaking, he charged up to Han Tianyu. The two of them had only been separated by 300 meters. With a single step, Long Chen appeared in front of him, smashing a fist. Han Tianyu sneered, I've already seen through all your abilities. None of your attacks are of any use to me. Just as Long Chen's fist was about to reach him, Han Tianyu raised a hand, his palm firmly blocking Long Chen's attack. People were surprised by Long Chen's power. He had yet to release any of his aura. Just this random blow of his had so much power that the ground beneath the two of them split open. Furthermore, this ordinary blow caused a ground within a mile of them to shake intensely. Long Chen repeatedly struck out 3 times. Shockingly, Han Tianyu seemed to be able to predict each one of Long Chen's punches, and he would always place his palm precisely where Long Chen's fist was about to be. Everyone could clearly see that each time Long Chen moved, Han Tianyu would always already be waiting for him. The stories that Han Tianyu has a mind-reading skill and that any attack is useless in front of him really are true. Exclaimed a chosen. Han Tianyu rarely fought with others, so now that he was, people were all shocked. Did he really have a mind-reading skill? That mustached man also opened his eyes, looking unblinkingly at their fight. A contemplating expression appeared on his face. This was everyone's first time witnessing such a fighting style, and they were all dumbstruck. Just how could they possibly defeat such an enemy? This Han Tianyu really is powerful. Does he really know how to read minds? Even Zheng Wenlong was shocked. Long Chen said his mind-reading skill is fake. Hua Beluo shook her head. But inside, she was still nervous. Even if they were fake, that still didn't change the fact that all of Long Chen's attacks were being seen through. In front of me, all your attacks are useless. If this is all the ability you have, then you can just die. After blocking these 3 consecutive punches, Han Tianyu sneered. Oh, is that so? When you brag that much, how do you not blush? Long Chen sneered back and once more sent a fist smashing forward. Bragging, then I'll show you. Before Han Tianyu could finish speaking, a palm came from his dead angle, viciously slapping across his face. That resoundant and crisp sound rang out for everyone to hear. Han Tianyu was blown back by Long Chen's slap. Everyone gasped. Han Tianyu had always been confident and calm, blocking each of Long Chen's attacks with a single palm. But now he was suddenly sent flying by a slap in the face. All of them were dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. Han Tianyu only managed to stabilize himself several dozen meters away. A burning pain came from his face. Long Chen's slap had been too vicious. If it had been a bone-forging expert other than him, that slap could have directly caused their head to explode. Ah, no wonder you can brag so much without blushing. Your skin is so thick that even my hand hurts. Long Chen swung his hand back and forth. Only once Long Chen spoke did people awaken from their stupor, realizing this wasn't a hallucination, but reality. Even Hua Beluo and the others were shocked. They still didn't understand what was going on. Han Tianyu had clearly been seeing through each and every one of Long Chen's moves. It was only this ordinary slap in the face that he was unable to avoid. What they didn't know was that Long Chen's face-slapping ability had already reached the level of a divine technique. There was no sign before he used it, and since it wasn't a killing blow, it was almost impossible to sense it. The only reason it was so effective was because when Long Chen used it, the only effect he was looking for was to humiliate his opponent. He never used it to kill people, so this attack naturally didn't contain any killing intent, making it that much harder for people to sense. Long Chen, Han Tianyu roared, his aura completely erupting out without reserve. A powerful pressure descended upon everyone. This should be the pressure of at least the 8 temper level. Han Tianyu is finally getting serious. Han Tianyu's face still stung from Long Chen's slap, and more importantly, he had never suffered such humiliation in all his years. His killing intent immediately erupted. Die, Han Tianyu roared, smashing his fist at Long Chen. Heaven and earth rumbled, and even those 10 miles away could feel that terrifying power. Long Chen sneered. Han Tianyu really was lacking. After being exposed, his humiliation became rage. Long Chen's Feng Fu star and Alioth star circulated, and his spiritual qi almost seemed to boil, surging out. In the face of Han Tianyu's fist, Long Chen also punched out. The 2 fists were like 2 huge mountains fiercely crashing into each other. A figure flew back in front of everyone's flabbergasted eyes. They had all clearly seen that after their 2 fists had collided, Long Chen's left hand had given Han Tianyu another vicious slap in the face. Previously he had slapped him on the left side of his face with his right hand. Now he slapped the other side with his left hand. Both were perfectly aimed and powered. Now both sides of his face were equally red. I understand. Hua Beluo cried out suddenly. What? Asked Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen previously told me that Han Tianyu's mind-reading skill was fake. He said Han Tianyu must have immense combat experience and have trained to the master level in almost all martial weapons. He is able to guess what a person's move will be based on their eyes and the smallest of movements. At the beginning, I still doubted it, but now I understand. Long Chen's previous attacks, no matter what he tried, were all easily blocked by Han Tianyu. But Long Chen's face slaps are not within the scope of his abilities. Adding on the fact that Long Chen's face slap doesn't have any warning before he uses it, Han Tianyu cannot predict it. He used these two slaps to prove that to everyone, exclaimed Hua Baluo. She finally understood why Long Chen had repeatedly used different punches at the beginning. It was all to prove his own guess. Once he was sure enough, he directly gave him a slap in the face. Now Han Tianyu's mind-reading skill was revealed to everyone as complete nonsense. To many people, a mind-reading skill was too shocking and frightening, and they would be defeated before they even fought. By doing this, Long Chen had given Hua Baluo a great deal of confidence. As long as Han Tianyu didn't know a mind-reading skill, then he wasn't that terrifying. Fakes are just fakes, and just like lies, they will always be exposed one day. Did you think a little trick would work forever? Sneered Long Chen. Although he had been confident in his guess, a guess was still just a guess. Only with proof was he at ease. Long Chen, Han Tianyu held his face, still feeling that burning pain. He had now suffered twice from the same move. Although he wasn't injured, this kind of humiliation made him feel worse than being killed. You're going to get mad just because of this? Ha 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 ha, when you were scheming against me, did you not realize it would make me angry? When you used others to entrap me, constantly smearing my name, spreading photographic jades as fast as possible, did you not realize it would make me angry? When you were unable to find me and so decided to shamelessly target the people by my side, getting them killed one by one, did you ever once think that that would infuriate me? Long Chen's words rang out louder with each one. By the end, it had already become a heaven-shaking roar, a scream from a divine devil containing endless killing intent. If you're angry about a face slap, then that just means you're still a child. A fist came smashing towards Han Tianyu. Chapter 441 Combination Technique. With a final roar, Long Chen's Feng Fu Star and Alioth Star quickly circulated, and a fist came smashing at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu felt a terrifying aura lock him down, and he was filled with horror. Long Chen was only a tendon transformation, and yet he was able to lock him down. People were horrified to see that Han Tianyu was once more blown back. The arm he had used to block had its sleeve completely blown apart, and his fist was now a bit deformed. Clearly he had underestimated Long Chen's power, and thus he had suffered. He flew back hundreds of meters before stabilizing. Ha 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 ha, Han Tianyu suddenly raised his head and laughed. Not bad, it's no wonder you could kill my brother. You truly have that bit of ability. But this is also best, as only like this will it be a bit interesting. He shook out his arm, and it was unknown what technique he was using, but his deformed hand instantly recovered. Clenching it, it let out light crackling sounds. The current you does have the qualifications to make me a bit more serious. Take out your weapon. This battle will end quickly. Han Tianyu took out a sword, and suddenly a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. Han Tianyu, he's a sword cultivator. Everyone was shocked, especially Yu Zifeng. He was already tightly staring at Han Tianyu. The current Han Tianyu had completely transformed from his usual self. He was like an awakened blade whose sharpness shook the world. Everyone present was within the range of that sword chi, and their hair stood on end. They felt as if the edge of a cold blade was pressed against their throats. Sword cultivators were always praised as the cultivators with the strongest attack power. Now that Han Tianyu had released his aura, it caused everyone to tremble. Even Hua Baluo and the others jumped in shock. Han Tianyu had truly hidden himself deeply. Who would have thought that this refined and cultured person was actually a sword cultivator? Normally, sword cultivators were especially prideful. Thus, this contrast of temperaments was truly too much. So his mind-reading skill was just to conceal the fact he was a sword cultivator. Exclaimed Hua Baluo. She saw that even the first monastery's disciples, including Yin Wushuang, were now astonished. Obviously, even they also hadn't known Han Tianyu's true abilities. Does your face not hurt? Long Chen snorted, a blood-colored saber appearing in his hand. A wild will surged out of him. Die! Han Tianyu's expression sank. With a cold shout, his sword quivered and the void seemed to have been split apart. A ray of sword chi mercilessly slashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen's blood-colored saber let out a loud cry, seeming to come to life. A saber image clashed with Han Tianyu's sword chi. When the sword chi and saber image collided, there wasn't any explosion. Instead, the two tightly locked against each other. They constantly trembled as the two of them went all out to suppress the other. In their very first collision, the two of them wanted to use their imposingness to suppress the other. This was one of the most critical steps to victory. Once a person retreated, it was extremely easy for the opponent to launch consecutive blows that might lead all the way to a perfect victory. Both of their spiritual chi was pouring into their weapons. Those 300-meter saber images and sword chi blossomed with light, radiating immense power. The ground beneath their feet crumbled, and a wave of chi surged out. A huge crater formed in the ground. That crater only grew as the two of them increased their power. In an instant, it surged out, encompassing everyone present. Quite a few people were unable to endure that terrifying pressure and spat out blood. They hastily retreated. There were only a few experts who were able to stay in their original locations in the face of that pressure. Suddenly, their saber image and sword chi exploded. They had been unable to endure that level of spiritual chi. The two of them roared at the same time and charged at the other. Long Chen's saber slashed towards Han Tianyu's neck. Han Tianyu blocked with his sword, and he was about to return blows, when he suddenly felt a burst of pain on his abdomen. At some unknown time, Long Chen's foot had kicked him there. Although 99% of his power was focused on the saber, this one kick was still extremely powerful. Han Tianyu was sent flying. No one would expect Long Chen to use such an odd move when all their power was focused on their weapons. His inner organs were displaced by the power, and he almost spat blood. Despicable! Han Tianyu roared and sword chi shot out, filling the sky. Dozens of sword images slashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen was startled, as Han Tianyu's sword chi was no illusion, but solid. With dozens of rays of sword chi slashing down on him, their power could easily superimpose. His blood-colored saber swept out, and a huge ray of saber chi cut apart the void, smashing into the sword chi. Long Chen's arm trembled and he involuntarily flew back 100 meters. Clear wind sword dance. Han Tianyu continued pressing forward, his sword suddenly becoming like the cool breeze blowing through willow trees, continuously stabbing at Long Chen. His sword tip was like the tongue of a viper, coming from every angle, making it so no one was able to predict where his next attack would land. "What terrifying sword arts!" exclaimed Yu Zifeng. This was his first time seeing such sword arts. They were so exquisite they were unblockable. They caused a person to feel such a despair that they would have an urge to just close their eyes and wait for death. Long Chen snorted. Ignoring Han Tianyu's sword, his saber slashed towards his throat. His saber was over 3 meters long, while Han Tianyu's sword was only 4 feet. Even though Long Chen was attacking after him, his saber would still pierce through his throat before his sword pierced his body. What surprised everyone was that Han Tianyu actually sneered with ridicule, and his sword didn't stop. He allowed Long Chen's saber to continue approaching his neck. But with a muffled bang, sparks flew. The thing blocking Long Chen's saber was surprisingly Han Tianyu's sheath. Long Chen was startled. At this time, his sword tip was just about to reach him. Furthermore, there was a powerful spiritual chi condensed on top of it. If it pierced through his body, his insides would instantly explode. But Han Tianyu was extremely crafty, and there was a bizarre absorptive strength on his sheath. It pulled Long Chen's saber to it, making it so he couldn't immediately retreat. HMPH. Violet lightning suddenly appeared on Long Chen's saber. Han Tianyu felt his whole body turn numb, and before he could react, Long Chen's saber had already escaped from his absorption. At the same time, a powerful force pushed him away and allowed Long Chen to retreat. Although Long Chen managed to react in time, Han Tianyu's sword still pierced through his clothes, almost reaching his skin. The spectators were unable to sense the profundities behind this exchange. They could only tell that Long Chen had just been a hair away from being killed by Han Tianyu. That caused Hua Baluo and the others to sweat nervously. Sometimes on the battlefield, it wasn't the one whose strength was greater that would be the victor. Sometimes the slightest bit of negligence might lead to great regret. How does it feel to walk along the path of death? Sneered Han Tianyu. Have you exhausted your limited abilities? Retorted Long Chen. HMPH, then let me see just how long you can keep up such a distasteful mouth. Han Tianyu's sword fluttered through the air, while the sheath in his left hand was like a hidden viper, ready to attack at any time, something impossible to defend against. Long Chen repeatedly brandished his saber, releasing a sky full of saber images to block Han Tianyu's attacks. He sneered, "It seems you've scammed others so much that you ended up scamming even yourself. Your bogus mind-reading skill might have managed to trick countless people, giving you the sweet taste of success, but it also made you walk down the wrong path. Forcing back Han Tianyu's sword, Long Chen continued, genuine products are unable to be faked, and faked products are always never able to become genuine. You wasted all that effort to make up your fake mind-reading skill, all to conceal the fact that you were a sword cultivator. By doing this, you had great success. However, you were also affected. Thinking yourself clever, you used your sword as a weapon while using the sheath as a shield. Did you think doing this would allow you to possess both offense and defense? Absolutely laughable. What nonsense. This is my self-created combination technique. Sword arts focus on offense, not defense, but by using my sheath as well, I can make up for the weakness of sword arts. HMPH, such a profound thing is something you couldn't even comprehend. Han Tianyu's voice was full of disdain. His words moved everyone. The majority of the people present used swords. His words had pointed out the weakness of the sword Dao, causing countless people's eyes to light up. It was as if they now saw a new path open before them. The sword sheath truly could make up for the weakness of the sword Dao. They felt as if they had been awakened to a new world. Idiot, do you even understand why sword cultivators are claimed as the cultivators with the strongest attack power? It's because they only care about offense. If you use offense to make up for your defense, using offense to break through all barriers, to advance without ever looking back, if you had such a powerful offense, what would you need defense for? Your technique is an absolute joke. Sneered Long Chen. Now Long Chen's words caused those people who had just seen a new pathway for themselves to once more become lost. It was precisely because sword cultivators were known as the strongest attackers that most people chose to use the sword as their weapon. But although there were countless people who used the sword, only those who could comprehend the sword Dao and then condense their own sword intent were able to be called sword cultivators. There were very few such people. So Long Chen and Han Tianyu's words caused people to be bewildered. It seemed as if both of them were correct. You're not a sword cultivator, so you don't have the qualifications to spout rubbish here, raged Han Tianyu. For an amateur to criticize his sword arts was unacceptable. All the heavenly Daos return to the same point. All laws are from the same source. At the peak of all Daos, everything is connected. Since you don't believe it, then I'll show you just what it means to use offense as defense. Long Chen switched to holding his saber with both hands, and with a sudden, thunderous shout, his saber became a blood-colored ray that slashed at Han Tianyu. Chapter 442 Ten Temper. The instant Long Chen began to wield his saber with both hands, his aura completely changed. He was now like some fearless killing god, filled with a valiant air, someone who would charge forward despite any obstructions. A saber came slashing down. There was no technique, there was no fanciness. It was just a simple hack. But it had locked Han Tianyu down completely, making it so he could only take it head-on with his sword. Han Tianyu was sent flying. It wasn't that he wasn't as strong, but that Long Chen's saber had contained his full power, while he kept a portion of his power for his sheath. Long Chen's saber came slashing out again. What shocked people was that somehow this second slash seemed to contain some of the power of the first. Now this slash made space tremble intensely, as if it were unable to endure that terrifying power. Han Tianyu was completely shocked. He had never seen such a move. It was clearly just a simple slash, but there was no way to easily block it. The only thing he could do was take it head-on. Perhaps against an ordinary opponent, he could strike at their vitals, causing them to switch to defense. Such a method was practical but useless against Long Chen. All of Long Chen's attacks were full-strength attacks. He wouldn't be able to switch to defense with this kind of attack even if he wanted to. So if Han Tianyu did attack his vitals, all that would mean was that he would die with Long Chen. That was naturally not the result he wanted. Han Tianyu took a deep breath. Crossing his sword and sheath in front of him, his power completely erupted to block Long Chen's attack. The instant Long Chen's saber arrived, Han Tianyu almost coughed up blood, and he was knocked back again. The entire crowd was silent. Long Chen's two attacks had been the same. It was the exact same posture, the exact same angle, the exact same arc. It was incredibly simple, something even a child could clearly see. But it was this kind of simple attack that Han Tianyu was unable to receive. He was blown back twice, dumbfounding everyone. Just who was Han Tianyu? He was claimed as the supermonastery's #1 expert. Even in this place where the heroes of 7 prefectures had gathered, he stood at the pinnacle. The third attack, in front of everyone's appalled gazes, Long Chen's third slash came down, the exact same as the last two. However, The only difference was this attack contained the power of the previous two, and the saber seemed to contain a volcanic power. The space around it was completely twisted. Han Tianyu only managed to barely block it, and he shot out like a cannonball, plowing a mile-long ditch in the ground. For a moment, it was absolutely silent. Everyone was looking at Long Chen with shock, then looking at Han Tianyu in the distance who was leaning on his sword. None of them were able to say anything. Long Chen rested his saber on his shoulder while looking at Han Tianyu with a gaze full of disdain, and icily looked at Han Tianyu, disdainfully saying, "You don't need to pretend like that. Are you putting on a play? Or should I say, are you an actor? You've yet to use even half of your power. Who are you putting on that act for?" Guo Ran and the others were shocked. Han Tianyu was already so terrifying, but he had yet to use even half of his power. Hua Baluo was also completely shocked. If Han Tianyu had yet to use even half his power now, then when he had fought with her, didn't that mean he hadn't even used a third of his power? You really are an idiot through and through. First acting weak to give me some hope, then displaying your great power to make me feel despair. Han Tianyu, you really are too hypocritical, sneered Long Chen. Ha 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 ha, Han Tianyu suddenly laughed, shaking his head. I really wouldn't have thought you'd see that far. I underestimated you. There are many things you haven't thought of. Did you ever think that you would die to my hands today? Never. That's because a person that can kill me, Han Tianyu, has not yet been born. Han Tianyu brushed off some dust indifferently. It isn't that they haven't been born, but that you hadn't encountered them yet. Now that you've run into me, you're destined to die. That's because you caused the death of my brothers, and I want your head as a sacrifice to their souls. Does slandering others like this have any meaning? How many people here will believe you? Han Tianyu shook his head disdainfully. That's why I said you're a hypocrite, the same as your sword arts. Although you managed to comprehend a bit of sword intent, you focused completely on your sword techniques, treating that sword in your hand as a tool, and not a belief, not as a companion. You are at best a dabbler sword cultivator. Long Chen's words didn't cause much of a reaction in other people, but Yu Zifeng's body shook. Long Chen was telling him Han Tianyu's greatest weak point. As a sword cultivator, the sword was their life. As for Han Tianyu, his sword techniques might be exquisite, but his sword intent wasn't strong enough and did not possess the cold killing will that it should. No matter how profound his sword techniques were, they were lacking any substance. No matter what Dao it was, you had to focus on it single-mindedly. Han Tianyu had created his sword and sheath combination technique, using strengths to make up for weak points, possessing both offense and defense. On the surface, it looked extremely creative and effective, but in the end, it wasn't the correct path. He had already deviated from the cultivation path he should have taken. At this time, even the other sword cultivators were gradually understanding what Long Chen was saying, and they practically prostrated themselves in admiration for his sharp vision. HMPH, did you think just a few of your words could rattle my Dao heart? You're too childish, sneered Han Tianyu. You're the childish one. Didn't you want me to die in my despair? Then I will let you die within endless remorse. Aren't you very confident in your self-made sword arts? Then good. I will defeat you where you are most confident and let you know that the thing you are most prideful of is incredibly stupid and laughable. After this final retort, Long Chen no longer wasted words. His saber once more slashed at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu had a ridiculing expression on. Closing his eyes, when he once more opened them, an explosive sound came from his body, and it was as if a dam had been broken, releasing a surging flood. A terrifying aura caused everyone's expressions to change. 10 Temper Realm. Han Tianyu's sword slashed upon Long Chen's saber, and being caught off guard, Long Chen was blown back. Heavens, Han Tianyu has already tempered 10 bones. 10 temper. Most of the favored had only tempered 2 bones, and that was already extremely luxurious. There were some favored and core disciples who had only managed to temper 1 bone. Some didn't even have the resources to temper a single bone. Tempering 10 bones not only required a huge amount of medicinal pills, but it also exhausted a great deal of cultivation time. Just how had Han Tianyu done this? This bastard has actually tempered 10 bones. Even I only managed to temper 8 bones. Mo Nian was a bit indignant. He had already cultivated with his full might. However, he had still been thrown off by his opponent. However, thinking of the several treasures that now lay in his spatial ring, he didn't feel that disappointed. As for the corrupt path, Yin Luo, Shui Wuya, and the others were also shocked. They had also only had time to temper 8 bones. Han Tianyu truly was terrifying. He had to have used some secret technique, or this was absolutely impossible. Even Huo Wufang was startled. Han Tianyu was stronger than he had imagined, but the stronger he was, the happier he became. He was already impatient to see the scene of Long Chen dying in complete despair. He had always been brooding about the phoenix sparrow violet flame that Long Chen had stolen from him. He was still unable to accept it. Although his harvests were also not bad, and he had obtained the beast flame ranked 4th on the beast flame rankings, he had never let this matter go. His hatred of Long Chen ran extremely deep now. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, kill this fiend. Take vengeance for those dead innocents. Senior apprentice brother Han, what are you waiting for? You are the emissary of justice. Hurry up and kill this traitor of the righteous path, returning the righteous path to its clear and bright state. Seeing that Han Tianyu had released a 10-temper aura and definitely had the power to suppress Long Chen, his followers all began to cheer loudly. Many others also followed them. However, there were clearly fewer people than before. Not everyone was so stupid. Although many fiendish images of Long Chen's actions had spread with the first monasteries, people trusted their eyes more. The domineering pride Long Chen had revealed was clearly different from the scenes in those images. Furthermore, Long Chen's discussion on the essence of the sword Dao had benefited many of them. Such an unfathomable person wouldn't do something like that. Although they didn't know whether or not he was innocent, at the very least, there was a seed of doubt in their hearts, and they no longer all just went with the flow. Long Chen, I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. I didn't want to have to kill you. If you hadn't committed such sins, I'm sure we would have been friends, sighed Han Tianyu. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Now I really am starting to admire you. Your skin really is amazing. Even at this time, you can still continue with this little play of yours. What perseverance. I pity you since you are a generation's genius, and I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. But you refused to appreciate my kindness, instead trying to humiliate me, tch. You really can't be saved. Han Tianyu looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression, one that seemed to feel sorrow about the will of the heavens and pity for the fate of man. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, you don't need to feel grief over a fiend like him. If you're kind-hearted to him, you'll only end up being hurt. Hurry and end this fiend's life. The person speaking at this time was Yin Wuxuang. Her voice was sharp and contained a great deal of urgency. The thing she longed to see the most was Long Chen's head falling to the ground. I really want to tear this woman apart. Guo Ran clenched his teeth as he looked at the shouting Yin Wuxuang. The others were the same. This woman was the one who had caused all of this. She and Han Tianyu really were unforgivable. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Did you think that just this was enough to defeat me? You even want me to kill myself. Could it be that your memory is this lacking? I've already said that I will defeat you in the area you are most proud of, letting you know what remorse is. If you're prepared, then I'm about to begin. An explosive sound rang out from within Long Chen's body, and a berserk aura surged out that caused all of heaven and earth to tremble, causing everyone's expressions to change. Chapter 443 Battling Fiercely. A powerful aura surged out of Long Chen's body, and terrifying chi waves were constantly soaring up into the sky. It was as if a peerless monster had finally opened its eyes. After condensing the Alioth star, I never had a true chance to test my strength. Well, now I'll let all of you see just how powerful I am. Long Chen snorted inside. The Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot circulated at its full speed, while the Alioth star in his right hand circulated in the opposite direction. With one circulating clockwise and one counterclockwise, two different energies poured into his body, converging together explosively. This was a way to use the two stars that he had only figured out recently. When these two energies met, they seemed to form a maelstrom, like a volcano about to erupt. A destructive power surged. This kind of power, how terrifying. No one had imagined that Long Chen would be this powerful. Even Favored had to quickly retreat from his aura. They weren't even fighting, but they could sense that in front of Long Chen's power, they were like ants. The slightest carelessness and they would be torn apart just from some random aftershocks. Even Yin Luo's pupils shrunk. Although Long Chen hadn't reached bone forging, his current power made it so even he found it hard to breathe. Long Chen was truly a freak. Each of his actions toppled people's understandings. He was constantly breaking the rules of this world. With a final explosion, the dust around Long Chen scattered, and that berserk aura instantly faded. But that just made others feel even more terrified. That was because Long Chen had already concentrated all that berserk energy inside him. None of it leaked out anymore. When did boss become so strong? Guo Ran and the others were all amazed. In the past few months, they had constantly been with Long Chen. The majority of his time was spent refining pills for everyone. He had rarely spent any time cultivating himself. They had also never seen him attack in all that time. Long Chen truly was enigmatic. Even those who stood by his side every day didn't know his limits. Seeing this battle god-like figure, Meng Qi and the others were filled with pride. In this era, strength was the most respected, and strength was also the greatest attraction. No one could resist such attraction. The strong were always the idols to be worshipped. Your aura is powerful, but it's just an outer appearance. Your true abilities are still too lacking. That's very disappointing. Han Tianyu was also shocked at first. To be able to release such power at tendon transformation was inconceivable. However, he had absolute confidence in himself, and so his words were still light. Don't worry, I, Long Chen, never let anyone go disappointed. Long Chen merely smiled. Feeling the energy of his 2 stars making his body brim with energy, he felt incredibly excited. Looks like you're prepared now. Since you want to continue acting so noble, I'll come reveal the truth. Long Chen's foot suddenly stamped on the ground. The ground split apart, and he appeared in front of Han Tianyu in an instant. A saber slashed through the void. How fast! People were shocked, even the other top experts. They hadn't even seen Long Chen move. If they were to fight, they wouldn't even have a chance to react before being cut apart. As for Han Tianyu, he put away his disdainful expression. His sword shook, releasing a rumbling as light began to shine. His sword seemed to come to life as he slashed it at Long Chen. The instant their weapons collided, everyone's expressions changed. The weaker disciples had their eardrums shatter, blood flowing out of their ears. Not good. Suddenly, someone let out a startled cry. A terrifying pressure rippled out in all directions. When that ripple touched the ground, boulders were instantly crushed to broken pieces. Those broken pieces shot out at everyone. People hastily fled, but those who were slower let out cries of pain. There were several who were devoured by the ripple and turned to paste. Even Yin Luo and Shui Wuyu were not able to endure that level of pressure and had no choice but to block that shockwave as they retreated. They only stopped once they were over a mile away. While everyone retreated to a safe distance, Long Chen and Han Tianyu had already exchanged 100 blows. Saber images came in waves and sword chi pierced the sky. The two of them fought so intensely that others were unable to even see their figures. They could only see the sky full of saber images and sword chi. Too terrifying. This is the power of peak experts. Even those self-important chosen were completely taken aback. Although Han Tianyu was called a chosen just like them, in such a fast-paced battle, even if they used their full strength, they might not even be able to receive a single blow. Why is there such a huge power difference? We're also bone-forging experts. Those favored felt even more dejected than the chosen. They didn't even have the ability to approach such a fight, let alone participate. They would be directly blown to pieces if they tried approaching. As for those ordinary core disciples, they were the only ones who didn't sigh with sorrow. For them, this level of battle was something they could only possibly watch. Furthermore, just watching was something they had to do while hiding far away. Every time I see boss fight, I feel my blood boiling. Guo Ran tightly clenched his fists excitedly, having an urge to also charge forward. Ji Yu Yong and the others also agreed completely. Each time Long Chen fought, it was always so wild, so hot-blooded. It truly did raise people's passions. Each one of Long Chen's attacks was filled with his courageous spirit. When a person had transcended the restrictions of life and death, that was the peak of a kind of Tao, and it could let other people feel a resonance in their hearts. Furthermore, his eyes were always calm, unafraid of anything, even death. Each of his attacks was ruthless, aiming to kill his opponent. Mo Nian, Hua Beluo, and Zheng Wenlong were peak experts, and yet they had no choice but to admit that Long Chen's fighting style truly was formidable. The most terrifying aspect about him was his powerful will and his fearless determination. The three of them could all sense that his will was incredibly powerful. No one could use their will to suppress him in the slightest. Looks like I really will profit from this transaction, smiled Zheng Wenlong. But of course, brother Zheng really is astute. To invest in my boss is definitely the best way to profit. Speaking of which, is your Huayan sect accepting new members? Could this little brother go and try it? Said Guo Ran. Guo Ran, you traitor, you want to leave the monastery. Tang Wan said disdainfully. Cough, of course not. Sister-in-law, I couldn't possibly do that. Guo Ran awkwardly coughed. Zheng Wenlong laughed. To work together with my Huayan sect doesn't require you to become a member of the Huayan sect. We're all businessmen, and the point is for it to be mutually beneficial. Guo Ran became excited now that Zheng Wenlong had helped him out, and he immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother Zheng really is amazing, truly admirable. But here's one thing this little brother does not understand. Are you really so bold as to bet your everything on my boss? It wasn't just Guo Ran who didn't understand. Even Mo Nian and Hua Beluo were doubtful. In fact, while they were standing together, they kept a certain distance from him. However, Long Chen had agreed to their cooperation, and so they couldn't say anything. But now their ears all perked up in anticipation. Zheng Wenlong smiled slightly. Looking at them, he said, it's the same as I said before. Many people don't understand my Huayan sect's disciples, especially how we conduct ourselves. We're businessmen, and business opportunities decide whether we succeed or fail. If you can't even find a business opportunity, then you aren't even a businessman. When it comes to business opportunities, the main point is investment. And risk comes with any investment. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. As a businessman, the thing you must trust the most is your eyesight. Just like with other cultivators, if you have a strong belief, you can advance courageously despite any obstacles. As for us, our belief is in the wealth god, and what we cultivate is the business Tao. Long Chen has also said it. All the heavenly Taos return to the same point, all laws are from the same source, and at the peak of all Taos, everything is connected. This is my first time hearing it being put in such a perfect manner. That is even further evidence my investment wasn't wrong. I digress. Our Huayan disciples, Tao hearts are our belief, and our belief is that wealth is capable of allowing us to walk to the peak of the martial path. Guo Ran was deeply affected and said, Boss has also told me that as long as I firmly believe in my forging Tao, making it into my belief, then as long as I keep a stable Tao heart, I can also reach the pinnacle. So in reality, it was the same principle as yours. Zheng Wenlong nodded. Long Chen is correct. The most difficult part of cultivation is maintaining a stable Tao heart. On the cultivation path, we will all be given blows, we will all get confused, we will all become lost, and we will all suffer from negative emotions from time to time. That will all affect our Tao hearts, and once your Tao heart crumbles, then you will be like a carriage without a road, a boat without any water. You will lose all orientation, and it will be impossible for you to advance. The business Tao is our belief, and our eyesight is the weapon we trust in the most. We will never doubt our eyesight, because if we doubt it, then that means our Tao heart is already broken and our martial path will also be blocked. Since I trust my vision, and since I can see immense profits coming from this, why would I give up on this opportunity? Mo Nian and Hua Beluo now understood the Huayan disciples' conviction a bit more. Although they still didn't understand it completely, it still made them admire them. There were countless Taos in the world, and they were all different paths to the same destination. The Huayan sect had relied on its business Tao to thrive for countless years, so it definitely had its own powerful foundation. There were many people who didn't understand them, feeling like they were nothing more than profit-seeking merchants. However, those people were completely mistaken. Your life is your greatest investment. If you invest it in some object, your profit will always be limited. But if you invest it in a person, then what they might bring you in the end is unimaginable. Zheng Wenlong laughed pointedly. Hua Beluo shook, as she realized Zheng Wenlong was talking about her. Wasn't her cooperation with Long Chen also a business transaction? Then it was also a part of the business Tao. After they finished speaking, Long Chen and Han Tianyu collided with an unprecedented power, drawing everyone's gaze. Chapter 444 Nine-Line Qi Explosion Art. Long Chen and Han Tianyu collided with unprecedented power and then both withdrew 100 meters, looking at each other. Long Chen rested his blood-colored saber on his shoulder, icily saying, I've already said your improved sword Tao is just trash. Your offense can no longer reach its peak, while your defense is just half-assed. The sword Tao is something that has existed for millions of years, and sword cultivators always stood at the peak of cultivators. Did you think using your little smarts to change it would create a new Tao? It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. Someone who merely likes to play schemes behind people's backs cannot have any accomplishments. All the experts watching were shocked. Although their fight had been very chaotic, the stronger ones had seen it all very clearly. Long Chen had repeatedly used the same few attacks over and over, but just those moves caused Han Tianyu to be flustered. No matter what technique he tried, he was never able to reverse his disadvantage. They had no choice but to doubt his self-created sword Dao. Sword cultivators were claimed as the strongest attackers, but defense was their fatal weak point. Countless sword cultivators had hoped to make up for that deficiency, but none had succeeded. Of course, there were many people who had thought of using the sheath as a shield before. However, its effect had always been lacking. As for Han Tianyu, he really was a genius. He had spent endless effort and time on comprehending things others would never have imagined, giving his sheath an absorptive effect and other intricacies that raised its defensive power to the limit. That had shocked everyone and toppled their understanding. But although Han Tianyu had reached that point, Long Chen was still able to point out that his innovative technique was just trash. And their battle just now proved that he was right. Long Chen's tempest of attacks had just been repeats of a few attacks without any technique to speak of. It was simply that each of his attacks did not leave any leeway. Although each of his attacks was clearly full of openings, he had forced Han Tianyu to miserably retreat over and over. Han Tianyu could easily see those openings. With a random blow, he could kill Long Chen. But the instant he killed Long Chen, he would definitely die to Long Chen as well. Furthermore, each of Long Chen's attacks contained his full power, and there was no way he could switch to defense, so it was not a bait. This was basically a scoundrel move, forcing Han Tianyu to die with him. But how could Han Tianyu agree to die with Long Chen? Shameless technique. Han Tianyu was trembling with rage. Long Chen was just a scoundrel, making it so his exquisite techniques were unable to release their full power. With his cultivation base, it was rare for things to rattle his Dao heart. And yet, now Long Chen had truly given an impact to him. Previously, Long Chen had used a single move to force him to retreat 3 times. At that time, he had already lost that exchange. Then after erupting with his 10 temper power, Long Chen was still able to completely suppress him based on just the same moves. That was another loss. That was something he was unable to accept. The reason Han Tianyu dared to ignore the corrupt experts and still first focus on Long Chen before the righteous and corrupt battle was because he had absolute confidence in himself, and absolute confidence he would suppress Yin Luo. Han Tianyu treated this immense righteous and corrupt battle as a stage for him to release his glory and brilliance. As for Long Chen, he was just the opening show before that glorious battle. But Long Chen obstinately said his sword arts were garbage, and after their 2 exchanges, Han Tianyu saw that quite a few people's expressions had changed. That filled him with fury. However, he couldn't show that anger. If he expressed his anger, that was accepting that his self-created sword Dao was flawed. HMPH, all you have is a strong tongue. A despicable traitor that slaughters members of the same path wants to discuss the sword Dao. What a joke, sneered Han Tianyu. Ha ha ha, I was already looking down on you, but now I look down on you even more. When your own self-created garbage is exposed by others, you have to go attack that person. You, Han Tianyu, really only have this kind of morality. Sometimes I truly pity you. Doesn't wearing a hypocritical mask all day get tiring? Laughed Long Chen. When would Han Tianyu have ever been humiliated like this? He was high and above all others. Furthermore, this was done in front of all the righteous and corrupt experts. His killing intent soared furiously. He snorted, even if you have a glib tongue, you can't change the fact that you are a fiend, and you can't wash away your sins. This is just your deathbed struggle to conceal your fear. Now I will use the righteous path's name to end your traitor life. Han Tianyu raised his sword, slashing it at Long Chen. Long Chen sneered, what, you don't dare let me respond? Are you afraid if I talk, I'll continue slowly exposing how much of a hypocrite you are? Now I really am looking down on you even more. Go to hell, Han Tianyu roared. His body suddenly became covered in a white mist, and a terrifying pressure shot out. Everyone's hearts shook, feeling as if a mountain had fallen on their hearts. They were unable to even breathe. Long Chen was caught off guard by Han Tianyu's explosive power, and he was blown back. His stomach jolted, and his organs felt like they were moving inside him. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. What? Guo ran and the others were startled. This reversal was too sudden. Previously, they had been evenly matched, but now Long Chen was sent flying with a single blow, even suffering an injury. People looked at Han Tianyu. When they saw his face, they all jumped in shock. Han Tianyu's originally handsome face now had 9 lines across it, appearing extremely bizarre. Now, his face was no longer handsome, but twisted like a sinister ghoul. At this time, Han Tianyu's aura was soaring into the sky, and the space around him was constantly twisting, making him seem almost illusory. Yin Luo, Shui Wuya, and the others all had shocked expressions. This was a battle skill they had never heard of. It had allowed Han Tianyu's power to explode by several times. This should be the 9-line Qi explosion art. I really wouldn't have expected Han Tianyu to have learned it. Zheng Wenlong was also shocked. What is it? Is it powerful? Asked Guo Ran. The 9-line Qi explosion art is a heaven-class battle skill. When using this Qi explosion art, your body's spiritual Qi will be compressed to the pinnacle, allowing you to release up to 5 times the power. 5 times? Han Tianyu's original combat ability was already incredible. Now that he had 5 times the power, who could possibly subdue him? Perhaps we should consider going to help. Otherwise, if Long Chen ends up injured, our strength will sharply fall, said Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was considering things from a comprehensive point. Long Chen had already displayed his shocking combat ability. As long as he, Mo Nian, and Hua Beluo took action, he trusted there would be no one who would make things hard on them. After all, the corrupt experts were like tigers watching their prey, and the righteous disciples wouldn't go all out at this time. In the end, this matter would be left unresolved, and they could settle their debts outside the secret realm. So in truth, by coming to stand here, he was just intimidating others. But just by showing some imposingness, he would be able to get an enormous favor. That was definitely a huge return. Mo Nian also nodded and was about to move when Guo Ran stopped him. You're all looking down on my boss too much. You should just patiently watch this show. What? Zheng Wenlong was startled. Who do you think my boss is? He has many more trump cards. The reason he hasn't shown them yet is because he wants to expose Han Tianyu's true face bit by bit. This bastard caused so many of our brothers to die. How could my boss let him die so easily? Said Guo Ran hatefully. Brother Guo, are you sure? This is too serious to make a careless mistake, said Zheng Wenlong. I am 100% sure. Boss will definitely be fine. If he was in danger, I would have been the first to rush out. Guo Ran patted himself on the chest confidently. Long Chen had already said he had a 50% chance of defeating Han Tianyu. The fight had not reached anywhere close to its climax yet. Mo Nian suddenly thought of something and smiled. I remember now. Long Chen really hasn't used his full strength. Let's just watch. Zheng Wenlong and Hua Beluo exchanged a glance, each seeing the other person's shock. Just how strong was Long Chen? He was only a tendon transformation. The fact he wasn't defeated by a peak genius like Han Tianyu who was in the 10-temper bone forging realm was already the limit of their expectations. Zheng Wenlong had taken the risk to stand by Long Chen because he looked favorably upon his talent. As long as Long Chen didn't die, he would definitely rise like a comet, his light shaking the world. What he had been hoping for was to send Long Chen help when he needed it, and when he soared, he would definitely get a huge return. Zheng Wenlong's projection was that after a fierce fight between Long Chen and Han Tianyu, when Long Chen showed signs of being defeated, he and the others would intervene, and this matter would end here. Everyone would say a few vicious words, something along the lines of, just wait for me to get revenge, blah, blah. However, from the expressions of the 108th monastery's disciples, he felt this matter was going in a direction he had not expected, causing him some unease. But then he suddenly smiled, mocking himself. It was no wonder it was said that the older you got, the smaller your guts would become. What was the point of thinking about all that? Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, kill him. Cheering came in waves. However, the cheering was now essentially only from monastery disciples. Furthermore, it was only from a portion of them. A large majority of the righteous disciples were now just watching. In front of absolute power, all your quibbling is useless. Do you still have any final words? Sneered Han Tianyu. Long Chen shook his head, patting off some dust. He lightly said, you've stolen my phrase. I often say, in front of absolute strength, all schemes are useless. That's also why when you schemed against me, I couldn't be bothered to take note of it. Instead, I raised my strength as much as possible. However, there was one thing I never thought. I underestimated your shamelessness. I never thought you would implicate innocent people. So today, you and Yin Wuxuang must die. In the distance, Yin Wuxuang's expression completely changed. Long Chen's words sounded like a demonic curse to her, and she suddenly roared. Brother Tianyu, quickly kill him. The sect leader has already said that he must die, so hurry up. For a moment, everything was deathly silent. Everyone was looking strangely at Yin Wuxuang and Han Tianyu. Chapter 445 The Dragon Wars, The Tiger Battles. Only then did Yin Wuxuang recover from her terror. But when she looked at those people's gazes, she had no idea what to say. She was truly just too terrified of Long Chen. His words just now had touched upon her sensitive nerves, and by the time she recovered, it was too late. This idiot woman. Han Tianyu's expression darkened, and he had an urge to slap her. Now that she had said this, everything had been exposed. What nonsense are you spouting? He roared. Seeing that many gazes full of contempt directed at her, Yin Wuxuang was panicked. Now that Han Tianyu roared at her, she immediately became crazy. It's already like this, so what's the point of concealing it? Why do you have to bother acting like some good person? You don't want to join my Yin family. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking with that Hua slut. Don't look down on me, because I'm not so easy to bully. You've already obtained so many benefits from my Yin family, but you want to walk away just like that, a grand but unrealistic dream. Although I created the plan to kill Long Chen, didn't you want him dead too? Weren't you the one who put your sights on his women? But you still act like some noble lord. Don't think I don't know about your little plots. Let me tell you, today, you must kill Long Chen, or don't even think about entering my Yin family. In fact, I will report it to my family and have your entire Han family exterminated. At this time, Yin Wuxuang truly appeared like a shrew, pointing and cursing at Han Tianyu, her voice ringing out for all to hear. Looking at the crazed Yin Wuxuang and then to the dark-faced Han Tianyu, no one said anything. Even Long Chen was stunned. His original plan was to slowly expose Han Tianyu's true face for everyone to see. That was also to help Hua Baluo, as she hoped to make Han Tianyu fall from grace. But this plan of his had now been completed by Yin Wuxuang. At this moment, Yin Wuxuang had already thrown caution to the wind. In her panic and terror, she could not rest until Long Chen died. No person could possibly understand her terror. Han Tianyu had always refused to go all out to kill Long Chen in order to maintain his image, and now, her fury with him had erupted. Furthermore, her patience towards Han Tianyu's unfaithfulness had also reached its limit. With the addition of what she was seeing today, she directly threw away all her face, no longer having any misgivings. The reason Han Tianyu was so strong was definitely related to how much the Yin family had secretly groomed him over the past few years. Han Tianyu was like a seed they were grooming, and when this seed was fully matured, they would draw it back into the Yin family. This was a political move, something involving the inner competition in the ancient families. Currently, Han Tianyu had already begun to reveal his brilliance. But the appearance of Hua Baluo had caused this seed to waver, infuriating Yin Wuxuang. Now this rage of hers exploded. Zhang Yang, Li Chong, are you too stupid? Junior apprentice sister Wuxuang has started babbling nonsense from her terror. You two should go and protect her, Han Tianyu roared at two experts from the first monastery. Those two hastily ran over and caught Yin Wuxuang. By now, she had already vented most of her emotions, and so she had recovered her composure. She didn't resist and let herself be pulled to the side. Long Chen, you bastard, you can die now. Han Tianyu was filled with fury, and with nowhere else to release it, he looked at Long Chen like Long Chen was the killer of his father. With a furious roar, he charged at him. His sword pointed up to the sky, and an enormous sword image soared, causing heaven and earth to rock. Sword light seemed to devour the sky before it slashed down at Long Chen. This attack's power caused everyone's hearts to rise into their throats. Its power had been condensed to the pinnacle, and it was as if the sky was being cut apart. This was Han Tianyu's first full-strength attack. He now wanted to kill Long Chen without giving him the slightest chance. The ground split apart and a chi wave surged out like a furious tsunami. Even other peak experts had their expressions changed and retreated. This terrifying aftershock sent a huge wave rippling across the earth for 100 miles. Countless people were buried within the ground. What? When people popped out of the ground, the first thing they did was look towards the battlefield. At that place, there was a man carrying a blood-colored saber, a 300-meter divine ring behind his back. A terrifying energy was surging out of him, causing space to constantly twist. Looking from a distance, it almost seemed like he was enveloped in a water curtain. Everyone's hearts shook. With the assistance of his divine ring, Long Chen seemed so powerful that it was if the world could not bear it. Do you see? This is my boss's peak state. Previously, it was all just a warm-up, praised Guo Ran proudly. However, he was a bit irritated as well as he spat out mud. At this time Zheng Wenlong and Hua Beluo were not even listening to Guo Ran. They were looking at that figure with his divine ring, their faces dull and lifeless. Other than a selected few people, most of those present had never seen Long Chen using his divine ring. They were all incomparably shocked. The current Long Chen truly looked like a devil god carrying a bloodthirsty saber, one that would cause the 9 heavens to tremble. This image of Long Chen was carved deeply into everyone's minds, something they would never be able to forget in their lifetimes. Since things have reached this stage, there's no need for little tricks anymore. Surprisingly, your hypocritical mask was exposed by someone else. Well, that means I don't need to waste any more effort. Now that we've reached this point, Hand my brother's lives back. Long Chen furiously roared, and his blood-colored saber came slashing at Han Tianyu. Now his saber released a brilliant scarlet light, as if it was a bloodthirsty monster that had finally woken up. Shantian weapon. Sensing the pressure from Long Chen's saber, Han Tianyu's expression changed. The sword he was using right now was a treasure the Yin family had sent him, and its material was extremely precious. However, it still hadn't reached the level of a Shantian weapon. Shantian weapons were just too precious, and even the Yin family was not willing to randomly send one to him. Who cares if you have a good weapon? You still won't be able to escape your death. Han Tianyu was filled with envy, and his sword ruthlessly slashed towards Long Chen. There was another explosion, but this time, it was Long Chen who had initiated it. Han Tianyu was blown back. He felt as if his sword had been smashed by a mountain, and the webbing between his finger and thumb split open. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Han Tianyu couldn't help roaring. As a peak expert who had tempered 10 bones, his power was enough to dominate anyone in the same realm. Furthermore, he was a full realm above Long Chen. With his power, he didn't even place Yin Luo and the others in his eyes. Even though there was a huge battle about to commence, he had still been confident enough to attack Long Chen. But now it seemed Long Chen was an absolute monster. Each time he increased his own strength, Long Chen would follow suit, suppressing him each time. He was practically going crazy. At the same time, he also began to feel uneasy for the first time. This uneasiness also contained a kind of fear. This was the first time he began to feel afraid, and it was to someone who was a whole realm beneath him. Han Tianyu roared again. He actually followed Long Chen's style, grasping his sword with both hands and using his sword like a saber, hacking down with his full power. Ah, he's exhausted his limited abilities. Guo Ran sneered, and everyone else was also stunned. Han Tianyu's sword was not a broadsword, and using it like this didn't increase his power by much. In fact, using it like this caused him to lose out on a sword's agility. Long Chen snorted, and his saber art suddenly changed styles. Instead of a fierce head-on attack, it became nimble and precise. He stabbed it towards Han Tianyu's ribs from an odd angle, alarming everyone. Han Tianyu hadn't expected Long Chen to suddenly change styles, and unable to dodge in time, he was almost pierced straight through. However, although his mind-reading skill was bogus, his combat experience was truly vast, and he immediately shifted his body. His robes were cut open, and a light cut open between 2 of his ribs. Blood slowly flowed out. Looking at that injury, Han Tianyu's fury gradually faded. He had almost lost his life just now. Long Chen's saber contained a berserk energy, and if he was pierced, then that energy would immediately blow up his body. This pain had awakened him. Now, his body suddenly blossomed with light, and his body became brighter than the sun. Tempered bone armor. How did he get enough energy to activate the tempered bone armor? This so-called tempered bone armor was something only those who had tempered 4 bones or more could use. When they cultivated, they could store their spiritual chi in their tempered bones, using them as another storage place other than the dantian. Furthermore, the spiritual chi contained in the tempered bones was at least 10 times more condensed than the spiritual chi of the dantian. That energy was a bone-forging expert's final trump card. But in order to store spiritual chi within the tempered bones, every bone-forging expert had to exhaust a great deal of time. Mo Nian and the others had done their best, but they had only had time to temper 8 bones. They hadn't had the time to store spiritual qi. Han Tianyu had to have used some unknown secret technique, or there was no way he could have tempered such a shocking amount of bones as well as had time to store spiritual qi. It's definitely because of the Yin family. It seems they have some kind of secret technique to increase the speed of bone tempering, said Hua Baluo. She thought of that suddenly because she had glanced at Yin Wushuang. Although Yin Wushuang was still only at the same 2-temper realm as before, that was only because of her heart devil. Han Tianyu didn't have that restriction. Long Chen, don't be so arrogant. The one to die in the end will still be you. Han Tianyu slowly raised his sword, and the sky was suddenly filled with flying snow. Chapter 446 Heaven Class Battle Skill. Flying snow filled the sky. However, it wasn't truly snow, but snowflakes condensed from spiritual qi. At the same time, space was constantly trembling as if it might collapse at any moment, horrifying everyone. Heaven Class Battle Skill. Aren't Heaven Class battle skills only usable by Meridian opening experts? People were bewildered. However, only a Heaven Class battle skill could possibly cause such a huge spatial reaction. Long Chen felt an enormous aura lock him down. That aura caused his scalp to turn numb, and he felt an immense sense of danger. Do you know Long Chen? This move of mine was originally supposed to be left for Yin Luo. I always wanted to test just how powerful his natural energy attacks were. You should be honored to die beneath this attack. Han Tianyu was filled with hate. Long Chen had ruined his brilliant reputation, causing his prestige to hit rock bottom. Do you feel despair, regret? It's too late. Following his words, the snowflakes around him began to converge onto his sword. A rumbling sword cry rang out as those snowflakes merged into his sword. Terrifying sword, intense sword, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Mo Nian's expression changed, and he drew his multicolored bow. He was ready to take action at any time, as he sensed just how terrifying this attack was. No matter how strong Long Chen was, his realm was still too low. Even Hua Baluo had taken out her sword, and Zheng Wenlong took out a spear. They were all ready to assist at the first moment. Don't be anxious. Boss should be able to handle it. Guo Ran stopped them. No one understood Long Chen better than he did. As expected, even as he said that, Long Chen also slowly raised his saber. He wasn't looking at Han Tianyu, but at the saber in his hand. He muttered, "This is our first time fighting shoulder to shoulder. Your name is Blooddrinker. Today, I will let your name reappear within the world." The blood-colored saber seemed to hear Long Chen's words, and emitted an explosive energy. It was constantly quivering in Long Chen's hands, and a soaring battle intent erupted from it. At this moment, Long Chen felt a new mental connection to it. His Feng Fu star and Alioth star circulated, and an enormous energy flowed through 9 acupuncture points before pouring into Blooddrinker. But this time, Long Chen noticed a difference from before as his unprecedentedly vast spiritual qi poured through those acupuncture points. Those acupuncture points had previously always been like starving magical beasts. Long Chen's energy had never been enough to satisfy them. But now, those starving acupuncture points were finally full. Furthermore, once the spiritual qi poured through the 9 acupuncture points and into his saber, the first acupuncture point trembled intensely, and all its energy was sent to the second acupuncture point. When the first acupuncture point's energy entered the second acupuncture point, that energy suddenly doubled. This was something Long Chen had not encountered before. When he had used Split the Heavens before, his spiritual qi was like waves of a river that superimposed before entering his weapon. But now, this was his first time using it to its full power. Not only did the energy superimpose with each acupuncture point, the spiritual qi's power would double with each point. This both shocked and delighted Long Chen. Blooddrinker shivered, and then the entire world became calm without the slightest bit of sound. Other people were unable to sense this change in Long Chen. In fact, to others, it seemed Long Chen hadn't done anything at all this entire time. Only the mustached man who had been watching from the distance was filled with shock. How does he know this move? At this time, all the snowflakes had converged into Han Tianyu's sword. A long sword tip grew out, cutting apart the world as it slashed at Long Chen. Flying snow frost slash, Long Chen's saber trembled, and a saber image suddenly shot out of it. That scarlet light looked like the blood of a devil king, mournful and terrifying. It collided head-on with Han Tianyu's sword. But what astounded everyone was that when those two collided, there was no sound. They could only see white and blood light merging. A terrifying explosion erupted. It was as if all of heaven and earth was being destroyed, and a powerful ripple was spreading rapidly. Those disciples who were closer didn't have any opportunity to run. They were directly blown to pieces by that ripple. Even chosen were unable to take it. Seeing this wave of power coming for them, Mo Nian, Hua Baluo, and Zheng Wenlong were all startled. This ripple was something they could resist, but the people by their side would all be blown to bits. Just as the three of them were about to go all out to resist, trying to stall it for as long as possible, a cry rang out. Layers of wooden stakes appeared in front of them, protecting everyone. Wooden bits shot everywhere. Chu Yao's wooden shield crumbled as soon as it met that ripple. Due to how widely she had spread it, her shield's sturdiness was impacted. She had already expected that, and so she had summoned 3 shields at once. Although the terrifying ripple destroyed the first 2, the third one managed to hold despite being on the verge of collapse. Once the wave passed, Chu Yao scattered her wooden stakes, looking towards the epicenter. The battlefield had completely transformed. Two World Mountain had already collapsed, and everything was a mess. Furthermore, the righteous and corrupt disciples had suffered hideous casualties. The range of that shockwave had been too large, and they had been too close. Even chosen would have died from being struck. The number of people who had met tragedy just now numbered no less than 10,000. Just watching the excitement could be dangerous, that truly was a wise saying. So many experts had now lost their lives just from watching. At the center of the huge crater, the ground exploded and 2 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes, filling them with shock. Are they still human? Those 2 were naturally Long Chen and Han Tianyu. They were both gasping for breath. Han Tianyu was covered with blood spots, his face pale. He had taken a heavy injury from that previous exchange. Furthermore, everyone saw that his sword had now shattered. The only thing remaining in his hand was a hilt. As for Long Chen, other than his hair being a bit messy and his body being covered in dust, he clearly wasn't injured. Everyone's hearts shook. That previous exchange had been so powerful that just its aftershocks had killed countless experts. However, the 2 of them had managed to survive at the heart of that explosion, while Long Chen was even able to come out of it completely fine. That was practically unnatural. Han Tianyu really is worthy of being a peak expert. But Long Chen, he's practically a monster. This time I really did profit, sighed Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was also a peak expert, and although he was a businessman also naturally required his own powerful strength to protect his merchandise. Otherwise, all businessmen would already have been slaughtered. He was a few years older than the others, and he was much steadier as a person. However, the arrogance in his bones had yet to fade. Originally, he had been preparing to struggle for supremacy in this righteous and corrupt battle, hoping to bring some glory to his Huayan sect. He had actually been thinking of having a fight with Han Tianyu. But after seeing that Han Tianyu had reached the 10-temper realm, he had given up on that plan. He knew his own limits. But this battle was truly too shocking. His 10-temper realm had just been the beginning. Han Tianyu had possessed so many trump cards, but he had still been suppressed by Long Chen. Even when he used a shocking heaven-class battle skill, he was still unable to defeat Long Chen. Instead, he was the one to suffer injury. It had to be known that no one else present would have the confidence to be able to control a heaven-class battle skill. Han Tianyu had already said that he had been planning on leaving that move for Yin Luo. It was something that he had thought would be at least on the same level as Yin Luo's natural energy attack. It was unexpected that it would be defeated by Long Chen. Let's end this. I dislike this kind of fighting style. Han Tianyu suddenly sighed. A white bone appeared in his hand. This bone wasn't large, looking similar to a mouse's skull. It was glossy like jade, emitting a faint light. However, there were some lines on that skull that caused quite a few experts to cry out in shock. A Xianxian magical beast's crystal bone. When a magical beast reached the Xianxian realm, it was possible for their crystal core to disappear and merge with a bone. That bone would grow those lines that contained their life's energy and their strongest technique. By the time a magical beast reached the Xianxian realm, their bones were harder than steel. Without an outer force, they would never erode. Only the top experts present knew what a crystal bone was and could recognize what Han Tianyu was holding. At the same time, they realized that the stories of Han Tianyu obtaining an amazing treasure and being busy refining it had to refer to this crystal bone. A crystal bone was on the same level as a Xianxian weapon, and they were even more valuable, because their power could be activated before reaching the Xianxian realm. However, the amount of power you could activate corresponded to your own power. If it was a Xianxian expert who activated it, then the power it would release could one-shot another Xianxian expert. Endless killing intent surged out of Han Tianyu. The crystal bone flew out of his hand and floated in front of him. The skull began to grow, becoming 300 meters large and emitting a terrifying pressure. Its two empty eyes stared at Long Chen, looking like the gaze of a death god. Even the distant spectators felt their scalps tingling. The space between Han Tianyu's eyebrows split open, and a drop of blood slowly flew out, landing on the crystal bone. The bone's lines immediately lit up. The entire crystal bone seemed to come to life, and a powerful aura once more locked onto Long Chen. A red ray of light shot through the void like lightning. Chapter 447 Crystal Bone vs. Dragon Scale. The instant that red light appeared, each and every person felt their hearts shiver, and a dread that came from the depths of their souls filled them. As for Long Chen, he felt as if a monster was staring at him, and he felt a chill in his bones. A strong sensation of death filled his heart. He instinctively dodged to the side. Due to dodging even before that red light shot out, he just managed to dodge, the light brushing past his shoulder. The ground exploded as that ray of light pierced straight through. A bottomless ditch appeared wherever that light reached, spreading all the way into the distance, beyond the horizon. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Such an attack had already surpassed their understanding. In front of that attack, even peak experts would be crushed to bits. There was no way they could block it. Looking at the mountain-sized crystal bone floating in the air, as well as the arrogant Han Tianyu, all their hearts shook. Han Tianyu was too monstrous. He had such immense power and an unending stream of trump cards, each more shocking than the last. Just who could block this crystal bone? Han Tianyu really is undefeatable. He has already refined the crystal bone and can use its power. That level of attack has the ability to one-shot meridian opening experts. Long Chen will definitely die. How regretful. Many people sighed. Long Chen and Han Tianyu were truly the pinnacle members of the righteous path. Unfortunately, these peerless heavenly geniuses had now become like water and fire, and they were unable to work together against the corrupt path. Otherwise, the corrupt path might very likely be completely annihilated today. Quite a few people were looking at the distant Yin Wuxuang who was grinding her teeth. They were filled with disdain for her. They were clearly all righteous disciples, and their powerful enemies were right in front of them. And yet, she didn't want to face that enemy, instead scheming against those on the same side. Such a person was truly the horse that brings trouble to the whole herd. That previous battle had truly been a fierce clash of giants, their incredible imposingness shaking the heavens. However, now that this crystal bone had appeared, everything had ended. That was what most people were thinking. There was no need to doubt Long Chen's strength, but in front of this absolute power, there was no possible chance. Han Tianyu's luck really had been heaven-defying to have obtained a Xianxian magical beast's crystal bone. That had decided the conclusion. Let's attack together to kill Han Tianyu. We won't let him activate the crystal bone again. That's the only way to save Long Chen, suggested Zheng Wenlong gravely. It's useless. He's too far, and before we would get close, he would have enough time to activate it. Mo Nian shook his head. With a slightly pained voice, he said, "Looks like it's up to me, Mo Nian, to save the day." Well, it's fine. The savior often does come at the most critical time. An arrow appeared in Mo Nian's hand. However, this arrow was pitch black, and people were shocked to see that it was an arrow made of bone. This bone arrow was covered with black lines. However, since the arrow was completely black, these lines weren't very visible, so it wouldn't be possible to see them without a close examination. The arrow lit up, and Zheng Wenlong and the others immediately felt that they were unable to breathe. An indistinct pressure seemed to come from the bone arrow. On the surface, they didn't seem to be able to sense anything. But their sharp spiritual perceptions told them this arrow was incredibly terrifying. Just as Mo Nian was preparing to stealthily take action, Long Chen, looking at the crystal bone, smiled. "This is your final trump card. The treasure you obtained within the secret realm. Not bad, really not bad. I really am not able to understand the heavenly Taos. Could it be the heavens are blind? To let a shameless and contemptible person like you obtain such a treasure?" Long Chen's words caused everyone's expressions to change. Cultivators all relied on the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Their goal was to comprehend the heavenly Taos, and they had to comply with the will of the heavens. For Long Chen to dare say such rebellious words, he was publicly in defiance of the heavens. The stronger a cultivator became, the more they would revere the heavenly Taos. In this world, perhaps he was the first person who dared openly curse the heavenly Taos. Ha ha ha, have you despaired? Knowing that you're definitely going to die today, you want to say some bold and heroic words to play to the crowd. Long Chen, I really do have to feel sorrow for you. Han Tianyu couldn't help laughing. To be able to force Long Chen to the point of despair was the greatest delight to him right now. Despair. It seems I'm still not at that point, right? Perhaps I might feel such a thing in the future, but a contemptible idiot like you wouldn't be able to make me feel such a thing even if you cultivated for another 1,000 years. Long Chen shook his head, smiling coldly. Mo Nian and the others were startled. Even at this time, Long Chen's expression was still indifferent. There was not the slightest fear in his eyes. Guo Ran, does Long Chen still have trump cards? Asked Zheng Wenlong. It seems, maybe, I think, he might, probably, not have any more. Guo Ran was unsure. Fuck, why are you still wasting so many words at this time? Can you please be more precise? I only have this one treasure. If Long Chen can handle it himself, I really am unwilling to waste it, said Mo Nian. The main thing is that I don't know either. Boss never reveals his full strength. No one knows just how strong he is. But there is one thing I'm sure of. Whether or not Boss has more trump cards, Han Tianyu is unable to kill him. That's something he personally said. Boss said that he had a 90% chance of at least drawing, 50% chance of defeating him, and 20% chance of killing him. In other words, the chance of Han Tianyu killing him is 0. My boss is an unrivaled hero, and he never says an empty talk. So don't worry, my boss will definitely have some method, said Guo Ran confidently. His words caused Meng Qi and the others to be much more at ease. Meng Qi was the one who knew the least of Long Chen's strength. From the start of the battle to now, she had always been on edge. It was Tang Wan and Chu Yao who constantly comforted her. As for Mo Nian, when he thought about it, it seemed Long Chen really was always a dependable person. Furthermore, a person like him with so many wicked tricks definitely wouldn't be easy to kill. In the end, he decided to put down his bow. Treasures couldn't be exposed for nothing. That was a principle that had held true for millennia. Zheng Wenlong smiled bitterly. Long Chen was practically a monster. This time, he really had to admit his eyesight had been wrong. Long Chen was much stronger than he had predicted. But of course, he was celebrating inside. The stronger Long Chen was, then the more profit would come from being his friend. They all set aside their worry and continued watching the battle. Han Tianyu looked disdainfully at Long Chen. Perhaps you don't know, but I purposely let you dodge that attack. I didn't use the crystal bones attack to lock you down, giving you a slight hope. Killing you just like that would have been too regretful. After all, you are someone capable of fighting against me, Han Tianyu. You have the right to some final moments before your death. I will give you some time. You can say goodbye to your friends. After that, you will be dying without a corpse. After he finished speaking, he saw that Long Chen was just indifferently looking at him. It was completely different from the enraged image of him full of despair he was expecting. This is your last chance. This is a great grace from me, so cherish it properly, said Han Tianyu. Long Chen icily looked back at him. I've had enough of your unchanging posturing. You really don't have any quality content. It seems you haven't heard of a certain phrase, if your posturing arts aren't up to par, then you'll just posture yourself into being an idiot. Their words caused everyone to become lifeless. These two were peak experts. How come their words were so vulgar? What is posturing? 1. I don't get it, asked Meng Qi. She and the other women didn't understand. They looked at Guo Ran, hoping for him to explain. Cough, it seems this term is a descriptive adverb. When it comes to writing and literature, my academics were never that good. Big brother Mo Nian, you come from a noble family. I'm sure you must know what it means. Guo Ran directly threw this burden to Mo Nian. Mo Nian's face instantly darkened. Guo Ran really was worthy of being Long Chen's subordinate. Even Long Chen's wickedness had been passed down to him. He, a grand expert, the junior gate master of Mo Gate, could not possibly explain such a vulgar term. Looking at Meng Qi and the others innocently looking at him, he had an urge to throttle Guo Ran. He had seen scammers before, but he had never seen such a scammer. Brother Guo has really overpraised this junior brother. This junior brother has spent his life cultivating, and other than being in seclusion, all I did was slaughter. This is my first time hearing this kind of term, and although I don't understand it, you all don't need to be dejected. When he reached this point, Mo Nian glanced at Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong immediately had a bad feeling, and as expected, Mo Nian continued, Brother Zheng is a businessman, and he has traveled all around the world. He is worldly and wise, possessing knowledge of all things. I'm sure he definitely knows what that word means. Those Mo Gate disciples behind Mo Nian all looked at them oddly. There truly were some of them who didn't know what that word meant. As for the Huayan sect disciples, they were all much more learned, coming into contact with people from all kinds of schools and religions. Bai Ling couldn't help turning red. Zheng Wenlong couldn't help cursing these two inside. At this time, he didn't have anyone else to push this trouble onto. It wasn't as if he could toss it to Hua Baluo. In fact, Hua Baluo also had a bewildered expression on, and it was obvious she also didn't understand what it meant. This was a vulgar word circulated around in the secular world. Although he was a businessman, he really couldn't thicken his face enough to push this onto her. Just as he didn't know what to say, his eyes suddenly brightened and he exclaimed, Long Chen starting to counterattack. They all turned to look at Long Chen. He extended his right hand, and a palm-sized green scale floated out of his hand. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. That green scale didn't release the slightest bit of pressure. It looked just like an ordinary fish scale. The only difference was that this scale had a white crescent moon design on it. Seeing that scale, Han Tianyu's heart tightened. For some unknown reason, he had an extremely bad feeling. Another drop of blood flew out of his forehead to land on his crystal bone. A terrifying pressure locked Long Chen tightly in place. A red ray once more shot out at him. Long Chen smiled coldly, and the scale in his hand suddenly blossomed with light. It was like the sun as it smashed into that red light. Chapter 448 Exhaust you to death. The instant the dragon scale and the red ray collided, a blinding light made everyone turn away. Only several breaths' time later did their vision recover. Although that light was still harsh, the peak experts were now able to see through it. The scale from Long Chen's hand was now floating in the air. It had grown to become a similar size to the crystal bone. A green light was coming from it that blocked the red light of the crystal bone. The space where they were colliding was constantly shuddering. What? It blocked the crystal bone. What is that scale? What kind of magical beast scale could possibly block the attack of a Shantian crystal bone? People felt as if they were going crazy. If Long Chen had also taken out a crystal bone, then that would have been acceptable. But this was just a scale. How could a scale block the power of a crystal bone? Space was constantly rumbling. The scale was linked to Long Chen's mind and was capable of drawing on Long Chen's spiritual qi. It began to force back the red light. How is this possible? Han Tianyu was shocked and furious. Another drop of blood flew out from his forehead and onto the crystal bone. In truth, this crystal bone was not something he had obtained himself. It was something a righteous chosen had obtained inside a secret cave. However, he had been noticed by Han Tianyu. After killing him, Han Tianyu had spent a great deal of time studying it, finding it to be a bone from an ancient magical beast. The lines on the bone were magical beast runes, something that could only be formed once a magical beast reached the Shantian realm. They would brand their strongest attack onto their crystal bone, and as long as you had enough energy, you could activate that ability. Furthermore, you wouldn't need to accumulate energy like ordinary magical beasts. Han Tianyu had spent a great deal of time and effort in order to refine it. However, his strength was still not high enough, and so he was unable to use his spiritual qi to activate the beast runes. He had no choice but to use his purest essence blood energy to summon its power. After it received the energy within his essence blood, the crystal bone's light increased somewhat, blocking the advance of Long Chen's dragon scale. HMPH, let's see just how much essence blood you can use. Long Chen snorted. After advancing to the 9th heaven stage of tendon transformation, his spiritual qi was vast like an ocean. Furthermore, with the support of his divine ring, his spiritual qi was constantly being replenished. The only time he had exhausted his spiritual qi in this fight was when using Split the Heavens. Despite how much spiritual qi he possessed now, it had immediately used up a third of it. Now, Long Chen was sure of one thing. Split the Heavens was actually a heaven-class battle skill. He had never imagined that the ruined battle skill he had obtained in trade for a garbage medicinal pill would actually have reached the heaven class. Each time Long Chen had used Split the Heavens, it had never disappointed him. It had always been his strongest trump card that had allowed him to reverse the tide. Now, he had finally had enough spiritual qi to use it to its full potential, proving its immense power. Although its consumption was also terrifying, Long Chen was still extremely delighted. He still had half his spiritual qi now. With his divine ring, as long as he didn't release any ultimate moves like split the heavens again, his spiritual qi would rapidly recover, and he could definitely exhaust Han Tianyu. After the second drop of essence blood, Han Tianyu's attack managed to suppress the dragon scale. But his delight only lasted for a moment before his expression turned ugly. The dragon scale had only retreated for a moment. Now it was as if it was being supported by some kind of energy and was once more slowly suppressing the crystal bone. Bastard, I refuse to believe this. Han Tianyu clenched his teeth and once more extracted a drop of essence blood. This drop allowed him to take the advantage again for another breath's time, before Long Chen's dragon scale once more began to suppress him. Although he didn't recognize what that scale was, he could sense just how dangerous it was. He absolutely could not allow it to approach him. He had no choice but to once more extract a drop of essence blood. But this time, his face became slightly pale after it flew out. This essence blood he was extracting was not ordinary essence blood. With each drop, he was extracting all the purest energy within his blood. Doing so was very harmful to the body. 1 or 2 drops was no problem, and even 3 to 5 drops was something acceptable. After some rest and taking some medicines, that could be recovered from. But once you extracted so much that it surpassed your body's limit, that would destroy any chance of you reaching the Shantian realm. However, Han Tianyu could not stop, despite this suffering. He could only continue extracting this essence blood. His only hope right now was to exhaust all of Long Chen's energy. This was now a battle of attrition, and the winner would be who could hold on the longest. Green and red light constantly collided, causing the void to tremble around them. Everything within 100 miles was enveloped by those 2 lights. Just what scale is that? How can it be so strong that it can resist a crystal bone? Asked Mo Nian. It wasn't just Mo Nian who was stunned. This was also the question that everyone else wanted to ask. A scale was just a shed piece of skin from a magical beast. However, a crystal bone contained all the magical beast's essence. The 2 of them should not be even close to the same level. That caused many people to be at a loss. However, none of them noticed a shocked expression flit through Zheng Wenlong's eyes. I can't be wrong. This has to be something from legends. Could it be that this world really does have dragons? They aren't just myths. With his learning, Zheng Wenlong had naturally been able to recognize this reverse scale. However, many people were unable to connect this scale with the dragons that existed only within legend. In the current world, there were far too many magical beasts with scales. They naturally wouldn't think it was something so legendary. Long Chen really has heaven-defying luck. He even managed to obtain something that only exists in legend. Zheng Wenlong was filled with emotion. If he was right, then this entire scenario made sense. Everyone was closely staring at the scale and crystal bone. Quite a few people had recovered from their horror and now some greed had appeared in their eyes. Those were both top treasures that anyone would go crazy for. However, although many people had that kind of thought, they didn't have that kind of courage. For the ordinary people here, let alone snatching those treasures, they would be crushed to death just from the aftershocks. Long Chen really is a monster. Han Tianyu has lost, sighed Mo Nian. What, aren't they still even now? Asked Ji Yu Yang. That ring of light behind Long Chen is rapidly absorbing spiritual qi for Long Chen. I really have never seen such a terrifying technique. It's like a whale inhaling water. Such a battle skill can let a person always keep up their spiritual qi. As for that pretty boy Han Tianyu, do you not see how his face is getting paler and paler? He's clearly lost too much blood. Even if his entire body was filled with only blood, he still wouldn't be able to exhaust Long Chen. Sooner or later, he won't be able to keep it up. Now that Mo Nian said this, everyone nodded. Although they were far from the battle, they could also all sense the flow of the spiritual qi around them. And naturally that direction was towards Long Chen's divine ring. The spiritual qi within hundreds of miles was being crazily absorbed by him. At this point, it could be said that Long Chen was in an invincible position. As for Han Tianyu, it truly was as Mo Nian said. His pale face was getting paler by the minute, and terror had begun to appear in his eyes. He had also sensed that the situation was not good. At the beginning, He had thought his essence blood would be able to exhaust Long Chen's spiritual qi. But that ring of light behind Long Chen was constantly drawing the spiritual qi from all directions. As for him, each drop of essence blood was something he could not recover in such a short time. If this continued, then he would be the one exhausted first. Those subordinate to the Xuantian supermonastery, I use the authority of the first monastery to order you to kill the traitor Long Chen. The first monastery's disciples didn't even need to think. They all took out their weapons and charged at Long Chen. Under the lead of the first monastery, those monasteries that were subordinate to them also took out their weapons. Kill Long Chen, purify our righteous path. It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but all those who were affiliated with the first monastery charged. Suddenly, a ray of light exploded in front of them. A group of people blocked their way. They were Guo Ran, Zheng Wenlong, Hua Beluo, Mo Nian, and all their people. Each of them had taken out their weapons, their killing intent surging. Icily looking at these people, Mo Nian couldn't help but sneer. You dare ignore us, you really must not know what death is. Seeing them block their way, Yin Wushuang and the other top experts retreated a few steps. With such people blocking their way, there was no way for them to launch a sneak attack. Yin Wushuang sharply cried out, "You're all acting as accomplices. By protecting such an evildoer, are you planning on becoming enemies with the entire righteous path? Shut up, an evil woman like you also calls yourself a member of the righteous path. Please, furthermore, do you think just a word from you can represent the entire righteous path? You really are a fool. Do you not even know your own conduct?" Guo Ran viciously spat on the ground. "Brother, I really admire your eloquence." Mo Nian gave Guo Ran 2 thumbs up for his brilliant cursing of others. As for Ji Yu Yong and the others, they were also pleased with his words. This bitch had caused so many people to die, they really had an urge to bite her to death. Guo Ran's cursing really was satisfying. She can't represent the righteous path, but I can. Suddenly, a disdainful sneer rang out, and everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 449 Hua Beluo's Fury. She can't represent the righteous path, but I can. Huo Wufang walked to the front. Huo Wufang, your pill tower is a neutral party. Are you trying to bring on the public's wrath? Raged Hua Beluo. The pill tower's position was transcendent. They didn't stick their hands into the struggle between the righteous and corrupt paths. Everyone was startled that Huo Wufang would stand out at this time. What I'm doing right now has nothing to do with the pill tower. I just find a certain person very displeasing. He stole my things, and I've already said I would make him regret it. Right now, I will use my position to attest that Long Chen is wicked beyond redemption. He willfully slaughters the innocent, and I will take the place of the heavens to punish him. What can you do to me? Sneered Huo Wufang. You really are bullying excessively. Hua Beluo's body was trembling with rage. Huo Wufang was clearly just being shameless. With his grudge with Long Chen, they thought of an extremely frightening result from him standing out now. Huo Wufang, the pill tower is controlled by the Chai, Fang, and Huo families. It is not controlled by just your Huo family. You should think about the consequences of your actions, said Zheng Wenlong. A little peddler like you doesn't have the right to speak to me. How much could you possibly know about my pill tower's matters? Let me tell you, today, Long Chen must die. I don't care if he's innocent, and I don't care if he's guilty. My goal is very simple. I want him to feel regret, and I want him to die. He wants to steal something of mine. Hee, then he can use his life as repayment, sneered Huo Wufang. He then pointed at Hua Beluo. Hua Beluo, your Hua family sent your family head's daughter to marry into my Huo family 2 years ago. Each year, you enjoy a certain discount, allowing you to save a great deal of wealth. Furthermore, you even stealthily sold the medicinal pills you bought from us, swindling even more profit. Did you think your little tricks could be hidden from my Huo family? Hurry up and scram from here. Otherwise, when I return, I will cut off your Hua family from medicinal pills. At that time, I trust your family head would definitely hand you over to me for me to enjoy as I please. Hua Beluo's expression completely changed. In her Hua family, her position was not extremely high. She was just a member from a branch bloodline. It was only because she had a high enough talent that she was treated well. As for the matter of her Hua family stealthily selling the discounted medicinal pills, she did know a bit about it. She really hadn't expected Huo Wufang to know all about it, and for him to even use it to threaten her. If Huo Wafang was telling the truth and he really cut off her Hua family's medicinal pills, well, even an ancient family would decline without the support of medicinal pills. That was something the family head would definitely not permit. To send her to Huo Wafang is an apology, to sacrifice a single genius in the benefit of the family head would definitely not hesitate for a moment. In her shock and fury, Hua Baluo even began to cry tears of grief. However, she was helpless to change this. Everyone, I'm sorry, don't worry, we all understand your troubles. You can just help cheer for us in the distance. Watch how we handle these idiots, laughed Guo Ran. With Long Chen not amongst them, he was the deputy. And the deputy naturally had to display the same heroism as his superior. Guo Ran didn't want to make things hard on Hua Baluo. If she really stood by Long Chen's side, then there was no way she could endure the consequences. Hua Baluo covered her face with her hand and hurried away. Those few experts by her side could also only powerlessly follow. She had only brought 7 of her chosen here. They were the greatest strength she had right now. As for the others, they were too weak, and she didn't want them to be sent to their deaths. As long as they had the right heart, it was enough. Since they were loyal, she would go all out to groom them in the future. The thing known as loyalty was truly too difficult to obtain. That was something Long Chen had taught her. Now, the end result for her was just humiliation. She could only leave sadly without helping Long Chen at all. After she left, Huo Wafang smiled mockingly. Looking at Mo Nian, he began, as for your Qing prefecture's Mo Gate. Shut up, is the great name of Mo Gate something an idiot like you can say? Keep your farts inside, your face is as ugly as a stove. Did you think you were so amazing that your ugliness could scare me away? Before Huo Wafang could finish, Mo Nian interrupted. After cursing him, Mo Nian felt much more refreshed. Didn't his family always like to say that he didn't know how to cause trouble? He wanted to see if they could say that again this time. Amazing, what splendid cursing. Big brother Mo, this cursing is truly exquisite. Junior brother truly admires you. Guo Ran looked up to Mo Nian fawningly, as if he had met his soul mate. Ah, you overpraise me. Brother Guo, aren't you just as amazing? Mo Nian said modestly. You too, you're looking to die. Huo Wafang trembled from rage. Other than Long Chen, this was the first time he encountered someone who dared treat him like this. And even Long Chen had chosen to step back, offering to split half the kneading with him. However, he had wanted the whole thing, and so they had fought. As for Mo Nian, he was just openly cursing him without any regard for his status. He was so furious, his face ended up twisted, truly looking like a stove. He was completely red, making it seem like the stove was lit. All experts of the righteous path, listen to my orders. I, Huo Wafang, ask you to help me to eliminate these dregs in front of us. Whoever helps will get a favor from me. What I say definitely counts, and you can even record it with a photographic jade. Shouted Huo Wafang. Huo Wafang's promise caused a huge commotion amongst the righteous disciples. He came from the Pill Tower, and from his tone, it seemed he was an extremely high-level member there. Every power required medicinal pills. Most of those were purchased from the Pill Tower. If they could create a good relationship with Huo Wafang, then that was a huge benefit to their sects. Furthermore, the fact that Huo Wafang was promising like this, even allowing them to record it with photographic jades, meant that he really had that ability. Kill. Long Chen is a homicidal fiend, capable of rape, pillaging, and all kinds of indescribable crimes. Charge. That fiend, he can't be allowed to escape the punishment of justice. Use his blood to wash away his stain on the righteous path. Clean our righteous path of evil. Kill Long Chen. In the first moment, over half the experts of the righteous path directly charged at Long Chen, infuriating Mo Nian and the others. These bastards, they clearly know Long Chen is innocent, but for a favor, they can still sell out their conscience. Absolutely vile. Veins bulged on Guo Ran's forehead. The most hateful would have to be that Huo Wafang. That bastard wants us to go head-on with these idiots, making it so we both suffer losses. In the end, there won't be many of them capable of surviving. He won't need to do much as a favor. Just a simple discount can appease them. Zheng Wenlong was also clenching his teeth. Facing this tide of righteous disciples, they didn't know what to do exactly. After all, they were all righteous disciples, and they should have been standing on the same side. But now they were charging at them with their weapons raised malevolently. Let's kill them. Mo Nian was filled with fury. These idiots didn't care about right or wrong. Raising his bow, an arrow made of spiritual qi shot forward. The arrow exploded in front of those attackers. Mo Nian hadn't really been aiming to kill them, but just to intimidate them. And so his arrow didn't really have much power. These accomplices are also fiends. Kill them all with Long Chen. Don't hesitate, as we're just taking the place of the heavens. However, instead of intimidating them, Mo Nian's attack only ignited their fury. With a furious roar, their auras erupted out completely and they charged with even greater zeal. These goddamn fuckers. Mo Nian couldn't endure it any longer and exploded with curses. His bow shook, and a dozen arrows shot out. The arrows all landed in their midst, and dozens of them were killed. However, this didn't halt their advance. Goddammit, why do they never have this kind of bravery when fighting against the corrupt path? Raged Mo Nian. That's because they don't see any profit against the corrupt path. As for why they're going all out now, it's all for that favor. As long as they can bring that favor to their sects, they'll immediately begin soaring. Even their sect leaders would probably give them special attention. Zheng Wenlong had a ridiculing expression. He had managed to see through all of this. As a businessman, he could immediately realize what everyone's interests were. There was just one thing he didn't understand. These idiots could see the benefits, but could it be they didn't see the danger? Did they think that they were fat sheep for the killing? All they seemed to see was that they had a numbers advantage. Did they not know that the members of Long Chen's present alliance were even more terrifying than those experts of the corrupt path? You don't need to hesitate. Have free rein to kill them all. Your hesitation will only cause those friends beside you to lose their lives. In this world, there are no innocent people. There are only idiots whose eyes have turned red with greed. If you decide to be merciful, they will return your mercy with suffering. Kill them. Such people are trash. Against real enemies, they are filled with terror. But against their own people, their weapons never hesitate. Guo Ran, kill them all. Long Chen's voice rang out across the entire battlefield. Everyone heard it extremely clearly. His last sentence caused a ruthlessness to fill Guo Ran, and countless spatial stones activated around him. Those were all cores of spatial rings. Guo Ran had embedded them into his flesh, and so with the thought of his spiritual strength, the things within those spatial rocks were all summoned out. His body became covered in armor, turning him into a metallic monster. Facing that huge group charging at them, he roared, "Die!" His arms shook, and many little holes opened on his armor, all pointed at them. Chapter 450 Heroes Fight a Bloody Battle. Countless black lights shot out of Guo Ran's metallic arms, wreaking havoc amongst the attackers. Blood splashed, and miserable cries rang. When those black lights pierced through a body, the entire body would explode. This had happened so suddenly that even Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong jumped in shock. How fiendish. Don't be afraid everyone. They don't have many people, and as long as we get close, we can still crush them to death. Someone loudly shouted. Long Chen kills people without any regard to the value of life. Each person by his side is also evil. Everyone charged together to purify our righteous path. A woman's sharp cry rang out. Fuck, this damn bitch. Guo Ran could tell that this was Yin Wuxuang's voice. However, they had a tide of enemies surging towards them, and so he had no time to find her. He shouted, Brothers, you've all seen that these are all idiots who can't distinguish between right and wrong. We don't need to have any misgivings, kill them all. Those righteous experts finally managed to get close to them. With an angry roar, countless openings appeared all over Guo Ran's armor. Black lights devastated the attackers, and flesh flew through the air. A pile of mincemeat appeared in front of Guo Ran. Mo Nian raised his bow, and terrifying arrows tore through their ranks. Wherever his arrow flew, corpses would follow. As for those archers behind Mo Nian, they were constantly raining a hail of arrows into the ground. They were all truly divine archers, and their arrows were targeted towards the experts. Each arrow was extremely accurate. The killing power of these 300 people was truly terrifying. Zheng Wenlong's spear fluttered through the air. With each swing, a chosen would die. But suddenly, a chilly aura enveloped him, and he hastily swung his spear behind him. Boom! His spear blocked another spear that had tried to sneak attack him. You are the 7 underworld gates Sun Hao. Zheng Wenlong was startled. This attacker was a peak expert of the 7 underworld gate, so Zheng Wenlong naturally recognized him. But he hadn't expected even him to join in now. For a favor, you have to put aside other things. I hope Brother Zheng won't mind, said Sun Hao. This is not some ordinary competition, but a true life and death battle. Don't regret it, said Zheng Wenlong. Don't be so serious. This is none of my business. All I have to do is entangle you for a bit, and once Long Chen is dead, I can report my success. Brother Zheng is a businessman, so can it be you can't tell what's about to happen? Long Chen will definitely die today. Why must you go all out? Wouldn't it be better to also get a favor? Advised Sun Hao. Zheng Wenlong's expression turned icy. I, Zheng Wenlong, am a businessman, but to do business, the most important thing is integrity. Since I've chosen to invest in him, then even death wouldn't change my decision. You should leave. Don't end up sending yourself to your death. Zheng Wenlong, don't refuse to give face. I'm advising you for your own good. Don't think I'm actually afraid of you. Raged Sun Hao. Then you can die. Zheng Wenlong's 8-temper aura erupted, and his spear smashed towards Sun Hao. Sun Hao raised his spear to block, but he was horrified to realize he had underestimated Zheng Wenlong's strength. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his inner organs almost displacing. Sun Hao was the 7 Underworld Gates #1 expert, and his strength was even slightly greater than experts of Yin Wushuang's level. He could just manage to count as a peak expert. However, he was unable to receive a single blow from Zheng Wenlong. Die. Zheng Wenlong sent his spear in for the kill. He knew there was no room for compassion on this battlefield. That would just be sending yourself to death. If they dared to attack, then they were enemies. And since they were enemies, they needed to be eliminated without the slightest mercy. Bang! Zheng Wenlong's arms shook intensely. A sword had slashed onto his spear, saving Sun Hao. Xin Guren, you dare! Zheng Wenlong recognized this person as also someone from a large sect, and his power was similar to Sun Hao's. Zheng Wenlong suddenly retreated as a huge hammer smashed where he had just been. A huge crater appeared on that spot instead. Another peak expert had joined in. Zheng Wenlong's spear danced through the air as he faced off against these 3 peak experts. But then, another expert joined hands with them, completely surrounding him. He couldn't help being startled and furious. He hadn't expected there to be this many idiots. Even those peak experts had become idiots. However, he then suddenly realized that with more and more experts joining in, the righteous side now had a clear superiority. So these top experts were joining in just to take advantage. Zheng Wenlong was besieged by 4 people, while Mo Nian's expression was dark as he stared at the 3 people in front of him. Killing intent was surging out of him. Are you 3 sure you want to become enemies with my Mo Gate? Mo Nian's voice was icy. Young Master Mo, we don't dare do such a thing. You are our Qing Prefecture's hegemon. With each one of your steps, all of Qing Prefecture trembles. Of course we don't dare become enemies with you. But as righteous disciples, we must uphold justice, to defend the weak from the strong, to eliminate evil from our world. Right now, we will simply be taking the place of the heavens to block you for a bit. An emaciated man sinisterly laughed at Mo Nian. Mo Nian's expression was extremely ugly. These 3 were the top disciples of Qing Prefecture. They came from 3 different sects, and they were all exceptionally powerful. Unfortunately for them, Mo Nian still stood at the peak. No one could shake him from that position. These 3 might be heavenly geniuses unrivaled within the same realm, but they were outshined by Mo Nian. If it was a one-on-one, Mo Nian could beat them to the point that they wouldn't even recognize themselves. But if the 3 of them joined hands against him, that was different. His fury soared. For them to target him at this time, Huo Wafang's promise was only part of the reason. The other reason was that they wanted to make up for all their grievance. Then you can all die. Mo Nian's bow trembled as thousands of rays of light enveloped the 3 of them. A terrifying aura instantly erupted. Mo Nian's killing intent was finally, truly provoked. The 3 of them didn't have much enmity with him. After all, they all commonly appeared in Qing Prefecture, and none of them wanted to offend the others. However, Long Chen's matter was huge, and these 3 had decided to interfere. Now Mo Nian's killing intent was truly provoked, and he truly wanted to kill these 3 idiots. Aiya, young Master Mo is mad. How scary. A sarcastic mocking came from one of them. The 2 beside him shouted at the same time, and their weapons began to shine, slashing at Mo Nian. That careless one who had mocked Mo Nian had an arrow pierce straight through his weapon and explode his shoulder. Originally, that arrow was aimed for his head. However, he was also an extremely strong person, and the instant that arrow was about to reach him, he dodged to the side. But it still struck his shoulder, turning his face purple. When they had fought before, Mo Nian had never used such heavy attacks. But this time Mo Nian really was planning on killing them. Attack. We don't need to kill him. As long as we stall him, others will be able to kill Long Chen. One of them raised his weapon and charged at Mo Nian. As for the injured one, he consumed a medicinal pill. Enduring the pain, he also joined them. Due to how familiar they were with Mo Nian's attacks, the three of them were able to surround him and attack him from all sides. Mo Nian roared with fury, but he was also unable to do anything about it. After all, the three of them together were around the same power level as him. Seeing that the peak experts of the righteous path had blocked Zheng Wenlong and Mo Nian, quite a few others directly went around the others to attack Long Chen. With Long Chen busy with fighting Han Tianyu, Long Chen's defensive strength must be essentially zero right now. As long as they attacked, they could definitely kill him. If Long Chen dared focus on them, Han Tianyu's crystal bone would immediately kill him. Furthermore, there were many people who had long since placed their intentions on Long Chen's mysterious scale. Dreams coil around the soul. A cry rang out. Those experts suddenly felt as if they had entered a dream. Meng Qi's eyes were closed, and she was still holding a strange hand seal in front of her. A bit of unwillingness had appeared on her face. Her soul energy was incredibly vast. Those experts who had just been about to pass by them instantly entered a half-sleeping state. Wind murders all directions. The void trembled intensely. The wind was like millions and millions of blades flying through their midst. The sound of wind blades cutting through flesh caused people to feel numb. Thousands of experts had been cut to pieces. Tang Wan'er had constantly refined the energy within the wind spirit stones, and her comprehension over wind energy had increased to a new level. Her wind blades were now even more terrifying, capable of easily piercing armor and bodies. She had a slightly uneasy expression. This was her first time killing people in such numbers. Furthermore, they were righteous disciples. However, for Long Chen, there was no way around it. Treating these people with kindness was to treat Long Chen with cruelness. What vicious women! They're just the same as Long Chen, indiscriminate murderers who kill without batting an eye. Even if we all have to die, we still have to kill them to purify our righteous path. A sharp cry rang out from the crowd. Everyone was constantly fighting. As time went by, more and more experts began to join in, increasing the pressure on them. Suddenly, a large man with the huge broadsword passed by everyone and rushed over in Long Chen's direction. Chapter 451 The Heaven-Splitting Divine Sect. Suddenly, a large man with the huge broadsword passed by everyone and rushed over in Long Chen's direction. Spiritual illusion. Meng Qi shouted and an illusory image appeared in front of that person. That illusion was transparent, and it had the same form as Meng Qi. The person rushing forward was that mustached man who hadn't said a single word from the very start. It was unexpected for him to take action at this time. HMPH. The mustached man snorted and an ancient copper bracelet on his wrist lit up. It protected him and directly smashed apart Meng Qi's spiritual avatar. A soul-suppressing item. Meng Qi was startled. It had to be known that the attack she had just used was incredibly powerful, as she had sensed that this man was extremely terrifying, perhaps not even lacking when compared to Han Tianyu or Yin Luo. So this spiritual attack had contained her full power. Even ordinary protective soul items would have instantly been broken. It had to be known that Meng Qi's vast soul energy was even stronger than Long Chen's. With just one ultimate move, she had managed to block all those charging experts. There had been quite a few people amongst them who possessed soul items to protect themselves. But in front of Meng Qi's powerful soul energy, those soul items would run out of energy in just a moment, and they would still be killed. That was the most terrifying ability of soul cultivators. Their attacks silently targeted the soul, causing a person to die in an instant. However, her attack had been destroyed by this mustached man. Meng Qi could sense that his bracelet contained a huge amount of soul energy. That soul item was not ordinary, and had to be high-grade amongst soul items. Their other name was soul-suppressing item. A soul-suppressing item had a higher quality than ordinary soul items, and it didn't even need to be activated. When it encountered a spiritual attack, it would instantly activate to protect its owner. Meng Qi could sense that the soul energy within that bracelet was incredibly condensed. That was something only possible if a Shantian soul cultivator had poured their soul energy into it. Meng Qi was unable to do anything to it. After breaking past Meng Qi's blockade, he directly charged at Long Chen. He was incredibly fast, and before people could react, he was already past them. Should I catch him? Wild, whose hands had long since begun feeling itchy, raised his club. Don't. Meng Qi hastily stopped him. Long Chen already said that you're our secret weapon and can't be revealed too easily. When a critical time comes, you can give our enemies a fatal blow. Furthermore, Long Chen also told you that when he needs you to attack, he will tell you. As long as he hasn't said anything, it means he still has enough power to handle everything. Just wait here patiently, otherwise, Long Chen will get angry. Oh, okay, but I feel like if this continues, I might get hungry soon, said Wild with a bit of distress. You can sit here, I'll use my wood spiritual energy to help you absorb a bit of energy. That way you won't exhaust yourself too fast. After saying that, Chu Yao summoned a wooden chair for Wild to sit on. They had no other method. The rate at which Wild grew hungry made everyone feel helpless. In order to keep Wild in his peak state, they could only do it this way. If you feel hungry, take out a few pieces of meat to eat from your spatial ring. Chu Yao formed hand seals in front of her, all while focusing on the entire battlefield. Long Chen didn't want her personally joining the battle. He just needed her to help heal everyone as soon as they suffered any injuries. Whenever someone was injured, a root would grow out of the ground beside them and pour a powerful life energy into their body. As long as it wasn't an instant death, practically all injuries were immediately healed. Furthermore, Chu Yao's range was extremely large. She could even grow out her wooden stakes a dozen miles from her. Whenever anyone ran into danger, wooden stakes would grow out of the ground around them to save them. After absorbing the tree heart, her wood energy had become even more powerful. Wherever there was ground, she could bring out her full abilities. Furthermore, her wooden stakes could be small or big, capable of helping in all kinds of situations. Their strongest point was their hardness. A single wooden stake was something a chosen would require a full-strength attack to destroy. With just a wave of her hands, Chu Yao could summon thousands of wooden stakes. Although their attacking strength wasn't very high, in terms of defense, Chu Yao was number one. With Chu Yao's assistance, their entire group had a powerful insurance, and they could focus on attacking with all their might. At the spot where the peak experts were fighting, there was Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong who were entangled with others. There was also Guo Ran in his armor. He carried two sabers in his hands, leading Ji Yuyong and the others on a rampage. As for the Huayan sect disciples that Zheng Wenlong had brought, they were surprisingly powerful. The weapons in their hands had all been made from the best materials. Basically, each one of them had a soft armor protecting them. Taking a person's attack, they would just get a light cut, while they could directly kill the attacker. The thing that made the righteous disciples the most furious was that the Huayan disciples had protections all over them. Even their pants had a powerful defensive strength. Blades were almost unable to cause them any injuries. When a certain Huayan disciples' shoe broke apart from an attack, people saw that even their socks were made of golden thread. That angered the righteous disciples so much that their eyes turned green. That golden thread was from gold silkworms and was incredibly expensive. Normally, they were all used for soft armors. They were practically priceless treasures. In other words, even the Huayan disciples' socks were priceless treasures. That almost angered them to death. These fellows really had too much money. The Huayan disciples fought at the front, while the Mo Gate disciples continuously rained down arrows from further back. Each of their arrows easily pierced through armor and flesh. In fact, several people would fall with each arrow. Their strength was just too great, and each arrow could pierce through multiple bodies before stopping. Such archery arts were truly intimidating. At the core of their group were the 5 women and Wild. The women were their core power, and they wouldn't easily attack. A trump card was something only revealed at a critical moment. You had to cut down your opponent in a single blow. You could not give your opponents time to figure out a way to counter your trump cards. Seeing Mo Nian, Zheng Wenlong, and all the others fighting so fiercely, Hua Baluo was filled with pain. Originally, these were the allies she should have been fighting shoulder to shoulder with. But now, she had essentially abandoned her promise. This fucking Huo Wafang and his fucking pill tower. This is fucking stupid. One of the experts behind Hua Baluo couldn't help cursing. They were also manly men, and which of them didn't have any arrogance? But they were humiliated by Huo Wafang, and they could only watch as Mo Nian and the others fought so valiantly. They were filled with fury. After that person cursed, another expert stealthily poked him, glancing furtively at Hua Baluo. When he saw Hua Baluo's frosty face, he immediately shut up. None of these people felt good about this. But the one who felt the worst was naturally Hua Baluo. It was just that she didn't complain about her suffering. That mustached man with the broadsword has reached Long Chen. Someone let out a cry that drew Hua Baluo's attention. Long Chen's divine ring was constantly absorbing spiritual qi. Not only was he exhausting Han Tianyu's essence blood energy, but his own spiritual qi was gradually recovering. At this point, he had already recovered to 80%. As for Han Tianyu, his face was paper white, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Panic had finally appeared in his eyes. If this continued, he would definitely die. Although he was facing off against Long Chen, he was also aware of what was happening around them. Seeing that everyone was unable to approach, he became even more anxious. Each drop of essence blood he used was diminishing his core strength. If this continued, it would gravely harm his foundation, and he would very likely have to fall from the ranks of heavenly geniuses. A large, mustached man arrived in front of the two of them. He icily looked at Long Chen. Where did you learn the first form of Split the Heavens? Long Chen had been on guard against this man as soon as he had sensed him approaching. He was ready to receive an attack from him, but hearing him ask this, he came to a sudden comprehension. No wonder he had felt a familiar aura from this person. This person's body had the same domineering will as Split the Heavens. However, Long Chen was startled by what he said. The first form of Split the Heavens. In other words, there was a second form and even a third form. He replied, this is something I bought at a market in the secular world. Long Chen didn't say that he had found it in the Imperial College. After all, he had no idea whether this person was friend or foe. Nonsense. You're lying. This mustached man clearly did not believe him. Long Chen's eyes narrowed, and he icily said, I, Long Chen, disdain lying. It's up to you whether or not you want to believe me. The mustached man stared closely at Long Chen, trying to decide whether he was saying the truth or not. After a moment, he said, the Split the Heavens battle skill is a secret technique that cannot be transmitted outside my heaven-splitting divine sect. I must take it back. What do you say to that? Maintaining the power of the dragon scale, Long Chen looked at this mustached man. His tone was very irritating, and he possessed a lofty air that seemed to look down on everyone. However, Long Chen was a bit intimidated by this man. Although it hadn't reached the point that he feared him, he did feel that fighting with him now wasn't a good idea. Supporting the dragon scale with one hand, a worn-down beast hide appeared in the other. That was what had taught him Split the Heavens in the first place. Although he hadn't probed who exactly this person was, he could sense the aura of Split the Heavens from his body. He could not be mistaken about that. Here, Long Chen threw the beast hide to him. In any case, he no longer needed the beast hide anymore. Grabbing the beast hide, he carefully examined it for a moment before a bit of disappointment appeared on his face. Using his spiritual qi, the mustached man caused the beast hide to explode. He icily looked at Long Chen and said, you misunderstand. When I said take it back, I wasn't just talking about how you learned it. I need to take it back from your body as well. What do you mean? Long Chen's expression sunk, and fury began to soar within him. My meaning is that I have to kill you. The mustached man slowly took out the broadsword on his back. Chapter 452 Split the Heavens versus Split the Heavens. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen couldn't help raising his head up to the sky and laughing crazily. His laugh was filled with fury and killing intent. This was his first time being toyed with by someone like this. By handing over the beast hide, he had already taken a step back. He hadn't expected his return to be this humiliation. In his life, Long Chen had only taken a step back twice. The first time was with Huo Wafang. He had offered to split the Neden, but had met with refusal. Now, he had been feeling the pressure, and in order to keep the peace, he had handed over the beast hide. But this time, he met with humiliation. This made Long Chen realize that he was becoming more and more cowardly, and more laughable. Had he really been trying to create peace with these arrogant fools? HMPH, what's so funny? The Split the Heavens battle skill is my heaven-splitting divine sect's top treasure, and it cannot be allowed to circulate outside. You've secretly learned my sect's divine ability. It doesn't matter where you obtained the secret tome. It was definitely stolen from my heaven-splitting divine sect. I'm only telling you all this so you can understand before you die. My heaven-splitting divine sect isn't unreasonable, so you can die at peace, said the mustached man icily. Don't give me your pompous jokes. Your eyes are constantly looking at my spatial ring and scale. Did you think your true intentions could be concealed from me? You want to kill someone for their treasures, but you actually managed to find this many reasons. I really look favorably upon you. You really must be top grade amongst idiots. If you want my treasures, then come. But let me tell you, if you do, don't regret it. Long Chen's killing intent was not the slightest bit concealed. He had truly been infuriated by this strange man. He sensed this fellow's greed. Previously, he truly had come for split the heavens. But after he had tossed over the beast hide, that disappointment on his face also wasn't fake. It was only after he had destroyed the beast hide that his intentions had changed, and he began to feel greed for Long Chen's treasures. HMPH, even at death's door, you still have to slander others. As expected, you really aren't some good person. You can die now. The mustached man's sword shook. This broadsword was 5 feet long and 5 inches wide. It was incredibly heavy. The wind whistled as it slashed at Long Chen with a berserk energy. Even before the sword arrived, the wind blew back Long Chen's robes. Long Chen's heart shook. As he had thought, this mustached man was not at all inferior to Han Tianyu. This sword was one that focused completely on brute power, and of the people present, only a few could receive it. As for Han Tianyu, he was delighted to see this person release a powerful killing blow right at the beginning. If someone hadn't come to help him at this point, then he really would have been doomed. Long Chen would have exhausted him straight to death. In the face of that broadsword slashing down on him, a ruthless light shone in Long Chen's eyes. His left hand continued controlling the dragon scale, while the saber in his right hand went to block the broadsword. Seeing that Long Chen dared split his attention even when facing his sword, the mustached man grew angry. Was he looking down on him? The ground beneath Long Chen exploded when the broadsword smashed onto his blood-colored saber. Long Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. However, ridicule could be seen in his eyes. The mustached man's expression changed. He had sensed something odd. When his sword had met with Long Chen's saber, most of his power had ended up being brushed aside. Long Chen had at most received 30% of his attack. The other 70% had mysteriously disappeared. I've been duped. The mustached man suddenly realized what had happened. On the other side, an explosion rang out. The dragon scale in the air suddenly blossomed with light, and it smashed straight into the crystal bone. That terrifying Shantian crystal bone surprisingly exploded at the first contact, and a terrifying energy erupted, sending Long Chen, Han Tianyu, and the mustached man flying. Han Tianyu vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. One reason was that he was too close, but the other reason was his pain at losing such a treasure. He had spent an incredible amount of time and effort to refine this crystal bone. This crystal bone had been his hope of soaring high above others. He had been filled with dreams. But now, his dreams had been destroyed by Long Chen. Han Tianyu felt a pain similar to having his insides torn apart. His hatred of Long Chen had already reached a peak. In truth, in order to destroy Han Tianyu's crystal bone, Long Chen also didn't have it very well off. Although he felt refreshed inside, his body was suffering greatly. Originally, his plan had been to exhaust Han Tianyu all the way to the end. By that time, his spiritual chi would already be mostly recovered. In order to instantly destroy the crystal bone would require a consumption similar to using split the heavens again. So Long Chen had always been unwilling to do so. However, the mustached man's attack had allowed him to take this risk. Using the saber arts he had learned in the Xuantian monastery, he had shifted 70% of the power in his attack, and then adding on his own power, he had sent a combined attack towards the crystal bone. However, controlling an enemy's attack power was not something he had ever done before. Although he had learned the theory of it, the mustached man was too powerful, causing Long Chen to also suffer injury. However, the result made it all worth it. Long Chen, I'll tear you to pieces. Han Tianyu roared and suddenly swallowed a giant pill. His exhausted aura suddenly recovered to over 90%. Instant chi recovery pill. Long Chen was shocked. If it had just been an ordinary instant chi recovery pill, then it would have been fine. However, Han Tianyu had swallowed a giant pill. Giant pills contained dozens of times the energy of ordinary pills. This bastard was truly rich. Die! Han Tianyu roared, a new sword appearing in his hand. His old sword had already broken, but looking at this sword's quality, it seemed it wasn't much lacking at all compared to his old one. If a hypocrite like you is still alive, why would I die? Long Chen snorted, and Blooddrinker released a bloody light that filled the sky. He slashed it at Han Tianyu. Bang! Han Tianyu shook intensely and was sent flying. Only now did Han Tianyu realize his own strength had decreased by over 20%. Previously, he had still been able to fight evenly with Long Chen. But now he had lost in just one exchange. He had lost too much essence blood, causing his physical strength to sharply decline. Although his spiritual chi might have recovered to 90%, it was impossible for him to reach his peak combat state again. It could be said he had completely lost to Long Chen now. Although he could say Long Chen had borrowed someone else's strength in the end, he still would have been exhausted to death, in the end even if it weren't for the mustached man's attack. Long Chen had only just forced back Han Tianyu when a whistling wind came from behind him. Without looking back, Long Chen swung out Blooddrinker, blocking a broadsword. Turning to look at the shocked mustached man, he sneered, "Wow, who would have thought I'd still have so much energy left now?" Blooddrinker shook, forcing back the mustached man. Han Tianyu's sword was already stabbing towards his back. With another wave of his saber, Long Chen forced back Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu was completely furious. Having used so much essence blood, he was now losing out in strength. Even if you still have so much power left, you still won't be able to escape your death. Battle God Slaughter. Light surged out of the mustached man, making him as blinding as the sun. His sword suddenly pointed up to the sky, and a berserk aura locked down Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook as this technique was far too familiar. This was the start of Split the Heavens. His expression was extremely grave. He also pointed his saber up to the sky. Both their movements were now the exact same. Two terrifying auras climbed higher and higher, causing the sky to tremble. A sword image and a saber image crashed fiercely together, releasing an immense explosion that rocked the entire battlefield. Long Chen and the mustached man were both blown back. This was a world-shaking collision. It was the exact same technique, the exact same movements. This terrifying power possessed a destructive power that shocked everyone. No one had expected that facing such a strong opponent, Long Chen would use the exact same move, ending up in a tie. "Die!" Long Chen suddenly shouted, and extending a hand, a green light shot towards the mustached man. That was the dragon scale. The dragon scale was connected with Long Chen's mind. After destroying the crystal bone, Long Chen had brought it flying back to him. After that head-on exchange, Long Chen had immediately sent the dragon scale to go kill him. The mustached man's combat ability was too powerful. He wouldn't even be that much lacking compared to Han Tianyu, so fighting like this would exhaust Long Chen too much. If it was a one-on-one, Long Chen wouldn't have any fear. But this was not just his battlefield. He still had that many brothers risking their lives fighting. He wanted to quickly end the battle to avoid deaths. The dragon scale tore through the void like a streak of light. It contained endless killing intent as it slashed towards the mustached man. His expression completely changed, and he hastily crushed a talisman. Runes surged out of the talisman, forming an immense shield in front of him. It was like a steel wall, emitting an extremely sturdy air. The dragon scale crashed into the runic shield, and the shield instantly exploded. As for the mustached man, he violently coughed up blood and flew back. The shield had managed to block the dragon scale's attack. However, it hadn't managed to block all of its energy, and a portion of it struck him. Long Chen's expression was slightly pale now. Inside, he sighed that it was a pity. The dragon scale was far stronger than he had imagined, but unfortunately, his own power was not enough to use its full potential. After using it twice to attack, the green light on the dragon scale had become slightly dimmer. It needed to rest. Not only did those attacks exhaust a great deal of Long Chen's energy, but they also exhausted a portion of the dragon scale's energy. It couldn't continue attacking, and Long Chen had no choice but to quickly return it to his body. After using Split the Heavens and the dragon scale, Long Chen had less than 30% of his spiritual chi remaining. But clenching his teeth, he raised Blooddrinker and once more charged at the horrified mustached man. Chapter 453 Fierce Tigers. After using Split the Heavens and the dragon scale, Long Chen had less than 30% of his spiritual chi remaining. Those two attacks were just too exhausting. However, there was no turning back. Long Chen would no longer childishly think of trying to maintain peace with these people. To handle such people, the only solution was to kill. To kill so many that they finally became afraid. Clenching his teeth, Blooddrinker once more lit up, and his terrifying gaze seemed to be one of a furious devil as he charged at the horrified mustached man. The mustached man could not understand how it was that Long Chen could use split the heavens without the core technique of the heaven-splitting divine sect. According to reason, without that core technique, the body would not be able to accept that terrifying energy and would explode. No matter how strong the physical body was, without the core technique, there was no way to use split the heavens, full power. Previously, the mustached man hadn't had such a feeling when Long Chen had used it against Han Tianyu. But now when he faced Long Chen directly, he was horrified to find that when Long Chen used split the heavens, his technique was even more exquisite and powerful than the actual disciples of the heaven-splitting divine sect. If it hadn't been for one of his seniors in his sect giving him a protective talisman, he would have already been killed by Long Chen's dragon scale. It could be said that just now, he had brushed right past the death god's shoulder. The Grim Reaper's sickle had been pressed right up against his throat. He was filled with terror. However, the one thing that comforted him was that he noticed the strange scale Long Chen had taken out also seemed to have run out of energy. He shouldn't be able to use it again for a short time. Now seeing Long Chen charging at him, the mustached man roared, and light exploded from his body. Raising his broadsword, he brought it slashing at Long Chen. Their two weapons collided, causing an immense explosion. What amazed everyone was that even after fighting for so long, and even after releasing so many ultimate attacks, Long Chen was still as valiant as ever. The mustached man was blown back dozens of meters by Long Chen's saber. Long Chen was incredibly imposing now. His divine ring caused the sky to tremble, while his saber was like a bloody river. He once more attacked the mustached man. One had been fighting for a long time already, while one had been completely fresh. And yet, it was Long Chen who was suppressing his opponent, each of his attacks containing a chilling killing intent. Just what kind of monster is Long Chen? Those disciples that hadn't listened to Huo Wufang and that were just spectating were all incomparably shocked. Long Chen's fierce fight with Han Tianyu could already be described as a world-shocking battle. In the end, Han Tianyu had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Even a blind person would have been able to see that, so Long Chen had already defeated him. As for this mustached man, he was clearly not much inferior to Han Tianyu, but he was still suppressed by Long Chen. It was as if Long Chen had an ocean's worth of energy. What's going on? They're clearly all experts of the righteous path, so why do they have to fight to the point of you die or I die? I really don't get it. Some people couldn't help lamenting. The corrupt path's experts were clearly right there. Those were the true enemies. So why did they need to slaughter each other? If they focused completely on fighting the corrupt disciples, then even if they couldn't completely annihilate them, they could still slaughter the majority of them. The corrupt path had suppressed the righteous path for many years now. Now that the righteous path finally had the power to suppress their opponents, they had decided to fight amongst themselves. That really made them have an urge to cry. Frankly speaking, this is all because Long Chen fails to appreciate kindness and vainly wants to snatch the top spot of the righteous path from Han Tianyu. He's just a contemptible little man who wants to fight for fame and profit. Those things are clearly more important to him than anything else. One of the core disciples from the monasteries easily spoke out. He was one of Han Tianyu's devout followers. His words had only just fallen when he was viciously slapped by multiple people. Fuck your goddamn mom, you must really think we're all blind and can't tell this was all intentionally set up by the first monastery. Fucking damn suck up idiot, this was all because you idiots all get bored as soon as you're full, filling the righteous path with turmoil. A large man furiously kicked that disciple with each curse. This lackey was just an ordinary core disciple, and being surrounded and kicked by a dozen people, he fainted in just a breath's time. Such an idiot really should be kicked to death. It's too bad we're not strong enough to help Long Chen. There was someone who couldn't help but sigh emotionally when he looked at the battlefield. The people who were still only watching were mostly from smaller sects. Their cultivation bases were weaker, and they were mostly just core disciples. With their cultivation bases, if they went onto this battlefield, a battlefield in which even chosen were trampled to death, then they would definitely be the cannon fodder of the cannon fodder. An aftershock from a battle would kill a dozen of them. As expected, it really is a case of similar people flocking together. Not one of those who stand by Long Chen are cowards, each of them are like fierce tigers. Just watching makes my blood hot, said one person, clenching his fists. There had been tens of thousands of righteous disciples that had charged over to where Meng Qi and the others were. They had tried getting past them multiple times, but the only result was that the mountains of corpses only grew higher, and they were unable to get past. At the front were Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong facing the peak experts. Zheng Wenlong was fighting 1 against 7, finally using his full strength. They finally understood just how terrifying he was and why he didn't even place Han Tianyu in his eyes. He truly did have that power. As for Mo Nian, other than the 3 experts from the Qing prefecture, there were also several other experts that had joined hands to attack him, hoping to suppress this long-range killer. However, they had still underestimated him. The bow in his hand could also be used as a weapon, and when the runes on it were activated, its power could smash apart mountains. He was actually so powerful that even with so many of them, they were still panicking slightly. Most terrifying of all, in the midst of Mo Nian's fight, he would occasionally, silently, shoot out an arrow. One of the peak experts attacking him had been carelessly distracted for a moment, and his head had been pierced by Mo Nian's arrow. That was the first peak expert to have fallen in this battle. Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong were fighting basically all the peak experts. Behind the 2 of them was Guo Ran. In the last few months, Long Chen had once more refined some special body-strengthening pills for him, and his strength had advanced by a great deal. Guo Ran was guarding the front of his squad. He held 2 sabers in his hands, both of which seemed like the fangs of a bloodthirsty magical beast. He crazily attacked his opponents, and beneath his feet was a river of blood and a pile of corpses. On the other side was Yu Zifeng. His sword continuously flashed through the air and sword Qi soared towards the sky. Surprisingly, he was fighting intensely with Yin Wushuang. Yu Zifeng's eyes were completely red, and each of his moves was all-out attack. He wished to cut this damnable woman into 1,000,000 pieces. According to reason, Yin Wushuang could also count as a top expert, and her combat strength should have surpassed Yu Zifeng. However, due to her heart devil, her combat strength had fallen greatly, and she was actually only able to fight evenly with Yu Zifeng. Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Luo Kang were guarding behind Guo Ran, killing anyone that got past him. They refused to allow anyone to the center of their squad. In the beginning, there were several waves of people who had vainly tried to detour around them only to be killed. But afterwards, Huo Wufang had ordered them to ignore Long Chen and focus completely on killing his friends. His hope was for Long Chen to split his attention to come to save them. Huo Wufang was well aware that Long Chen would not just allow his women to die here, especially not a powerful soul cultivator like Meng Qi. And so his best option would be to focus completely on murdering Long Chen's group. Watching that intense fight, Huo Wufang was filled with ridicule and disdain. To him, the more that died, the better. That way he would owe less favors. He had long since seen that other than Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong, everyone else in Long Chen's group was also extremely powerful. The reason he had scared Hua Beluo into leaving was not just to decrease their overall strength. His other goal was to shake their confidence. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to achieve that goal. Later, he was also surprised to see the mustached man attack. However, once they both used split the heavens, he understood something. Currently, Long Chen was fighting on his own against the mustached man and Han Tianyu. However, he still possessed the advantage. That shocked everyone. His blood-colored saber repeatedly clashed with their weapons, causing powerful blasts that made it so even space was on the verge of collapsing. Long Chen was fighting as hard as he could. He had to kill the 2 of them before his spiritual qi was exhausted. Only then could he intimidate everyone else. Once Han Tianyu and the mustached man died, this battle would be over. However, the precondition of that was that he displayed enough of his power that he awed everyone. Huo Wufang was extremely sinister. He had everyone attack while he just watched from the side. This was the first time Long Chen began to intensely despise the Pill Valley. Although the Pill Tower was not Pill Valley, they were still their spokesperson. And yet, this spokesperson abused their power for selfish reasons and was shameless to the peak. Furthermore, there were so many idiots who listened to him, vainly trying to create a good relationship with Pill Valley. But there was also no way around that. Pill Valley was something that was related to the entire rise and fall of the cultivation world. No one dared offend them, and so the Pill Tower had become a supreme existence. With a single word from Huo Wufang, countless people would sell their souls. The current situation was in a very precarious balance. The corrupt path was watching like hawks. At this point, although many of the righteous disciples had died, their peak fighters were still alive. So the righteous path's overall strength had not declined much. If Long Chen was able to kill Han Tianyu and the mustached man quickly, ending this battle before more experts fell, then even the corrupt path wouldn't dare charge in brashly. But if too many peak experts died, then the righteous path's power would sharply decline. At that time, even if Long Chen killed Han Tianyu, it wouldn't be enough to intimidate Yin Luo. At that time, Yin Luo would take advantage of their power being weaker to launch a fatal blow. Unfortunately, Han Tianyu and the mustached man were both peak experts that were incredibly strong with plenty of battle experience. Although it was clear that the two had lost already, it was impossible for Long Chen to kill them in a short time. He was starting to feel uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Just at that moment, a voice which Long Chen loathed to the extreme rang out once more. Yin Luo, led your corrupt path's experts to kill Long Chen and his friends, and I, Huo Wafang, will owe you a favor. Chapter 454 Have free reign to kill. Yin Luo, led your corrupt path's experts to kill Long Chen and his friends, and I, Huo Wafang, will owe you a favor. Huo Wafang's voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. Those righteous disciples that weren't fighting yet were completely filled with fury. To order corrupt disciples to kill righteous disciples was a serious interference with the upcoming righteous and corrupt battle. That was a grave violation of the Pill Tower's neutral position. Huo Wafang, you contemptible man, you will be condemned by the entire righteous path. One of them finally couldn't endure it and cursed straight at him. A cold snort rang out. Huo Wafang waved his hand, and a flame arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, instantly crossing the distance between them. That person was just an ordinary core disciple, and being struck by this arrow, he was instantly burned to ashes. HMPH, you don't have the qualifications to criticize me. If anyone dares talk nonsense again, you can go die for me as well. Since Brother Huo is inviting me, then I naturally wouldn't fail to appreciate your kindness. Yin Luo laughed loudly. Turning to the corrupt disciples, he shouted, brothers, this time we'll help Brother Huo. We'll only kill people from Long Chen's group. You are not permitted to kill the other righteous disciples. The corrupt disciples all let out a loud confirmation. The call of tens of thousands of corrupt disciples shook the 9 heavens and could be clearly heard for hundreds of miles. Mo Nian and the others' hearts sunk immediately. No one had expected Huo Wafang to commit such a grave sin to kill Long Chen. They had really underestimated how contemptible he was. Huo Wafang, you are courting death. You aren't afraid of the Pill Tower's punishment. You aren't afraid of being attacked by the entire righteous path. Zheng Wenlong furiously roared while fighting. Ha ha ha, I don't need a peddler like you to advise me about my matters. You should think more about how you want to die in a bit, laughed Huo Wafang. Kill. Yin Luo roared. He had already charged up to the front, and the other corrupt disciples all charged their way directly to the battlefield. In the beginning, the fighting righteous disciples had been a bit worried. However, when the corrupt disciples passed by them, they didn't attack them, allowing them to relax. Huo Wafang was also no longer just watching. He and Yin Luo both charged at Long Chen. The two of them both had protective soul items, and they directly passed through Meng Qi's blockade. At this moment, Long Chen was completely suppressing Han Tianyu and the mustached man. The two of them were both drenched with sweat as they bitterly endured. Long Chen was too terrifying, and they were both afraid of him now. The most terrifying thing about him was his killing intent. Even the two of them were unable to disregard it. It was as if there was a sharp blade constantly pressed against their throats, one that might behead them at any moment. That filled them with dread and was a huge mental pressure. Long Chen, I've already said that I'd make you regret it, and when I say something, I do it. Do you have anything left to say? Huo Wafang didn't immediately attack when he arrived. Instead, he just sneered at Long Chen. Long Chen forced back the other two and then turned to look at Huo Wafang. I don't know whether or not I will regret it in the future, but what I do know is that you definitely will. Han Tianyu and the mustached man crawled up from the ground. Both of them were covered in dust, appearing extremely wretched. However, now that reinforcements had come, they finally relaxed. If they had continued fighting, they would have truly been killed in the end. Such a thing was unprecedented for both Han Tianyu and the mustached man. It was a complete humiliation for them. Regret, hee. I, Huo Wafang, never regret anything. If you think you'll be receiving any punishment for this, you're wrong. You're a traitor to the righteous path, one with reprehensible crimes. Everyone here can testify that you are a demon who willfully slaughters the innocent, said Huo Wafang calmly. Correct. I can take the place of the heaven-splitting divine sect to testify that Long Chen is a wretched traitor, said the mustached man. Originally, he had been planning on snatching Long Chen's scale in his spatial ring. He really hadn't expected to be beaten so miserably. That was extremely humiliating for him, and he had to make sure that Long Chen didn't make it out alive today. I will also testify that Long Chen is the degenerate of the Xuantian supermonastery, a villain of the entire righteous path. Han Tianyu was slightly pale, but his eyes were still filled with venom. I will testify that even my corrupt path has never before seen such an evil person. Such a person should be punished with the worst kind of torture before death, sneered Yin Luo. Long Chen's strength had far surpassed his expectations. If the situation hadn't developed to this point, there would have been no chance of killing him. Now, he could kill Long Chen, remove a potential disaster, get revenge, and obtain an immense favor from Huo Wufang. He trusted that by doing this, not only would he not receive any punishment from the corrupt path once he returned, but he might even be rewarded. As for the other righteous disciples, he didn't care the slightest bit about them. Killing Long Chen was the most urgent thing. He absolutely could not be allowed to live and mature. Han Tianyu might be strong, but Yin Luo was confident he wouldn't lose against him. However, Long Chen was different. He was only a tendon transformation, but he was able to dominate the bone-forging realm. If they let him grow up, he would definitely be heaven-defying. That was something the corrupt path refused to allow. Do you see? Even the corrupt path feels that you are a despicable fiend. Long Chen, what do you think would happen if I killed a person as immoral as you? Do you think people would say anything? Ha ha ha, even if people know you were wrongly accused, so what? You'll already be dead. No one would offend my pill tower for a dead person. So no matter how mad you are about it, you'll still be dead. As for me, even after having you killed, I'll be happily cultivating. That's what power means. You can complain that I was just born lucky, but reincarnating is also a skill. Not everyone has that kind of luck, so luck is also a kind of power. For a beast flame, you offended me, Huo Wufang, and have fallen to this point. Are you satisfied now? Now not only will you die, but everyone by your side will die with you. But don't worry, I won't let you die first. I'll let you see your friends dying in front of you one by one. That can be my grace to you. Huo Wufang laughed heartily, his laugh filled with a delight in getting revenge. By this time, the corrupt experts had already arrived at Guo Ran and the others. Due to the immense numbers, even the ground was rumbling intensely. Grand flowers bloom. Suddenly, flower petals began to flutter in the air, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Guo Ran. Those countless and diverse flower petals filled a 1-mile radius, and those charging corrupt experts were instantly enveloped. Miserable screams rang out as those petals cut apart their bodies. In an instant, hundreds of corrupt experts had been killed. The entire crowd became silent. Hua Beluo, you are courting death, raged Huo Wufang. At this time, it was Hua Beluo who had attacked, and there were 7 experts by her side who also joined the battle, fighting shoulder to shoulder with Guo Ran and the others. Huo Wufang, look closely. The ones I killed were from the corrupt path and has nothing to do with your pill tower. I don't believe you'll dare punish my Hua family just because of this matter. HMPH, if you did, you'd become an enemy of the entire righteous path. Hua Beluo smiled icily. Huo Wufang was completely enraged, but he was unable to say anything. The pill tower was a neutral party, never sticking their hands into the righteous and corrupt battles. This was a completely different matter from him calling people to kill Long Chen. When Long Chen had arrived here, he had clearly kept his group separate from the righteous path, establishing himself as a third party. Killing him could be said to have nothing to do with the righteous and corrupt battle. Even when he called corrupt disciples to kill Long Chen and his friends, he could still argue that Long Chen was not a part of the righteous path. But this was different. Hua Beluo was only killing corrupt experts. In other words, she was standing on the side of the righteous path. If Huo Wufang really did get revenge on Hua Beluo for this matter, he really would offend countless people. Huo Wufang clenched his teeth furiously, killing intent surging out of him. However, he was unable to do anything. It's just a single expert. It won't change anything. Why must you get angry, brother Huo? Smiled Yin Luo. After comforting Huo Wufang, he turned to Long Chen. Long Chen, you currently have less than 20% of your spiritual qi, and your strength should have declined to around 50%. Right now, you are an arrow at the end of its flight. Against the four of us, you have no chance. I'm very curious, just what are you thinking right now? It really is a case of if you fear something, it will happen. Was this all the will of the heavens? Long Chen couldn't help sighing, resting his saber on his shoulder. He had already done his best, but luck made fools of men. No matter how he had tried, the situation had constantly progressed to the worst-case scenario. There had been no way to stop it. This current situation was the one Long Chen had been worried about the most. And thus his words, if you fear something, it will come. It really is the will of the heavens. Today, it is fated that your bones will be buried within the Julie secret realm. Ah, sorry, I misspoke. You won't have any bones to bury because I will make sure you die without a corpse. Yin Luo icily stared at Long Chen like a cheetah staring at its prey. His combat strength was only half of his peak state, and his spiritual chi was almost exhausted, meaning he couldn't use any more ultimate moves. In other words, Long Chen was like a toothless tiger. There was no longer any threat. Long Chen smiled slightly, a touch of ridicule appearing on his face. Saying that right now is still a bit too early. Suddenly, he loudly roared, everyone, there's no need to hold back anymore. Have free rein to kill. Everyone in front of you is an enemy, so kill them all. Huo Wufang and the others' expressions changed, and they hastily turned back, only to see four huge, violet birds appear in the sky. Chapter 455 Smash you to death with a single club. Four huge violet birds appeared in the air, each of them almost 300 meters long. Those were the violet phoenix sparrows that had reached the peak of the 4th rank. As soon as they appeared, they opened their mouths and spat out a scorching flame that instantly covered an area of hundreds of meters. Miserable screams rang out as hundreds of corrupt experts were burnt to ashes. Even chosen were unable to bear it. Soul Death Dream. Atop one of the violet phoenix sparrows, Meng Qi solemnly formed hand seals, and a ripple of spiritual strength surged out. Within miles of her, countless experts stiffened and then slowly closed their eyes. They seemed to be sleeping as they lay on the ground, but all their life force had already disappeared. Meng Qi was slightly pale. One reason was because of the immense exhaustion to her soul energy, while the other reason was because of all this killing. Thousands of people had died to her just now. To kill that many people in one go, Meng Qi felt extremely unwell. These were not magical beasts, but humans just like her. Sister, don't feel bad. These are all bad people. If we didn't kill them, they would kill us, Lu Fang'er shouted from another violet phoenix sparrow. Lu Fang'er did not possess Meng Qi's vast soul energy, and so she could only shoot out spiritual arrows at the people below. Although her radius was smaller, her power was also shocking. Anyone who didn't have a protective soul item would instantly be killed. However, those who died to their spiritual attacks were actually lucky compared to the others. At least they managed to die with a complete corpse, looking as if they were just asleep. Of course, those people down there didn't think so. For the people by their side to just silently die like that was the most terrifying thing. Some of the righteous disciples were no longer able to suppress that fear, and they began to withdraw. But as for the corrupt disciples, they were still charging forward. Move aside, I'll handle these brutes. Suddenly, a man charged out from the corrupt side. His chi and blood surged, and there was an illusory sea of blood behind him. A terrifying murderous aura caused others to shiver. Be careful, it's Shui Wuya. Zheng Wenlong warned everyone. However, at this time, he was surrounded by over 10 experts of the righteous and corrupt paths. Those experts were all on the level of peak experts, and Zheng Wenlong already had 2 cuts that were bleeding. In order to send this warning, he ended up distracted, and one of the corrupt experts landed a steel hook on his shoulder, opening a huge cut. Blood instantly dyed half his robe scarlet. Senior apprentice brother Zheng, Bai Ling cried out from the distance. I'm fine, keep fighting. Zheng Wenlong didn't dare be careless again. After shouting, he focused completely on fighting. There were simply too many enemies. Zheng Wenlong was completely suppressed. There was no way he could help anyone else right now. Everyone would have to rely on themselves. Mo Nian was the same. He was completely surrounded by the peak experts of the righteous and corrupt paths. He wasn't too suited to close-range combat, and so being surrounded like this, he wasn't even able to bring out his full abilities, infuriating him so much that he repeatedly cursed as he fought. Shui Wuya's arrival caused all the righteous experts to tremble in fear. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert of the corrupt path besides Yin Luo. They all made way for him. You are Shui Wuya, Suddenly, a large figure appeared in front of Shui Wuya, blocking his path. That person was like a giant, his expression making him appear simple and naive. "I am you." Shui Wuya had only just begun when Wild's huge spiked club cut him off. Shui Wuya hadn't expected this seemingly simple giant to dare fight him just like this. By the time he reacted, the huge club was already about to reach his head. There was no pressure and no aura. It was an ordinary smash of the club. However, the air around it seemed to almost explode. Shui Wuya hastily raised his spear to block it. Shui Wuya was blown back, and those corrupt disciples behind him that he collided with all had their bodies explode. He continued flying back for almost 300 meters. A dozen corrupt experts had died from being struck by him, and one of them had even been a chosen. After stabilizing, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Wild's attack had come too suddenly, and he hadn't had any defense up. That attack had almost caused his inner organs to collapse. Most terrifying of all, when Wild attacked, there weren't any indications of him preparing his spiritual chi. He struck without any warning, making it so people were unable to defend properly. This one attack had caused Shui Wuya to suffer greatly. "Good job, Wild. Hurry and smash that bastard." Guo Ran was constantly paying attention to the entire battlefield while fighting. That was the mission Long Chen had given him. In terms of combat strength, he might not count as the strongest. But when it came to destructive power, he wouldn't be lacking compared to any of the others. However, his greatest strong point was his defense. His entire body was covered in armor, and when other people's weapons landed on him, it was pretty much just an itch. For him, the only ones that could threaten him were those with heavy weapons. As long as he wasn't smashed by one of those heavy weapons, he was practically invincible. That was why Long Chen had given him the task of directing everyone. Only he was capable of keeping watch over the entire battlefield as he fought. As soon as Shui Wuya had appeared, Guo Ran had told Wild to go attack him. In the beginning, Guo Ran had been a bit worried for Wild's safety, but Long Chen had told him a certain thing that made him feel better. Long Chen had said that Wild's true combat strength was not the slightest bit lacking to his own. In fact, perhaps it surpassed his. So, Long Chen had always kept Wild as a secret weapon. And as expected, as soon as Wild appeared on the battlefield, he shocked everyone. It had to be known that Shui Wuya was someone on the same level as Yin Luo. Even if he wasn't exactly as strong as he was, he wouldn't be much weaker. But shockingly, a single attack from Wild had made him vomit blood. Long Chen's group had actually hidden such a terrifying existence. Shui Wuya was shocked and infuriated. With a roar, he pushed himself to his peak state, and he charged at Wild. His spear was like a poisonous snake stabbing towards Wild's throat. His spear's speed was shockingly fast, and it came from an extremely tricky angle. However, Wild didn't even look at his attack. The main thing was that he couldn't possibly grasp the skill needed to block this attack. Long Chen had already taught him not to go block other people's attacks, as he wouldn't be able to. What Long Chen had told him to do was to not be half-assed. Either don't attack, or attack to kill your opponent with a single smash of your club. Once they were beaten to death, then your enemy's attack would be perfectly stopped. There was no other way for Wild. Long Chen had taught him many moves, but he was unable to remember any of them. As for trying to get Wild to be able to see through the intricacies behind an enemy's attack, that level of difficulty would practically be heaven-defying for Wild. So the only thing Long Chen could do was tell Wild to attack without defending. Each time he attacked, he was to aim to kill his opponent. Since he couldn't understand any techniques, the best option was for him to blindly smash his club. Even when Wild had ended up taking Kang Ming as a master, Kang Ming also had to prostrate himself in admiration towards Wild's incredible memory. From then on, he simply allowed Wild to fight as he pleased. So in the face of Shui Wuya's spear, Wild didn't dodge, nor did he try to block. He simply ruthlessly smashed his club at him. Wild's club was 5 meters long. That attack range was too large, and Shui Wuya couldn't dodge it. The only thing he could do was give up his attack and switch to defense. Shui Wuya was once more blown back. Due to switching techniques in the end, he had only managed to bring out 80% of his strength. Another line of unlucky fellows died as he flew back. Not everyone's physical bodies could match up to Shui Wuya. Even 2 chosen were smashed to death. Now those corrupt experts learned from experience and retreated further. After sending Shui Wuya flying, Wild now roared and charged straight at him. With each smash of his club, the entire battlefield would shake. Wild was practically a barbaric dragon in human form. This was his first time fighting with his full strength in a long time, and he loudly roared, feeling incredibly delighted. Wild might be delighted, but Shui Wuya was the opposite. Wild was too strong, and now even his hand was bleeding. Blood devil possession, Shui Wuya roared, and a human figure made of blood mist formed behind him. The blood mist then merged together with his body, causing his aura to explosively grow. Die, once more raising his spear to block Wild's club, the tip of his spear began to glow with a green light. It appeared incredibly sharp as it pierced towards Wild's abdomen. However, Wild didn't even look at Shui Wuya's attack. After his club was blown back, he twisted around and swung it back at Shui Wuya horizontally. Bang! Shui Wuya blocked the club with his spear, and his body was once more blown back. He once more vomited a mouthful of blood, but this time it wasn't from an injury, but from being infuriated. No matter what exquisite technique he tried, Wild would just smash his club at him. Shui Wuya was now fuming. Do you even know how to fight? Shui Wuya furiously cursed. In all his life, he had never felt so stifled when fighting. But his reply was a huge spiked club. Shui Wuya was helpless and could only defend against Wild in a battle of brute strength. Seeing that Shui Wuya had been suppressed, the corrupt experts were all shocked. 2 peak experts even came to help. Now that more people came, Wild did change techniques. Now, he was spinning around in a circle, swinging his club continuously, repeatedly rolling around all over the battlefield. And yet, Shui Wuya and the others did not have a technique to counter this. They were temporarily unable to do anything to him. Wild was now fighting against 3 peak experts, but the corrupt path still had one more. He was about to charge in when a large wind blade descended from the sky, blocking his advance. Tang Wan began a fierce fight against this peak expert. After absorbing so much of the essence energy in the wind spirit stones, Tang Wan's combat ability had soared to a terrifying point. She was so strong that the corrupt expert was unable to get past her. Sister Beluo, you and senior apprentice Sister Zichius should work together. We don't need you to attack. Just help maintain the formation. Guo Ran was keeping watch over the situation. Up in the sky, the Violet Phoenix Sparrows were focusing on defense, so their formation was still stable. All the top experts had been entangled, and so now it would be a prolonged battle. Maintaining their strength was the most important thing. Seeing that Long Chen's group was able to block all these attackers, Huo Wufang's expression turned ugly. He icily turned to Long Chen. Good, since it's like this, then I'll first kill you and send your head to your companions. Are you prepared? Long Chen quietly murmured. Haha, we should be asking you that, sneered Huo Wufang. A terrifying flame blade appeared in his hand. As for the mustached man, Yin Luo, and Han Tianyu, they all raised their weapons towards Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly smiled and lightly said, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my friend. Suddenly, a burst of spatial fluctuations appeared, and 3 huge, emerald leaves appeared on Long Chen's back. One leaf pointed towards the sky, while 2 of them pointed towards the ground. Huo Wufang and the others' expressions completely changed. Chapter 456 Unrivaled Battle God. 3 huge, emerald leaves appeared on Long Chen's back. Those leaves were just illusions, and yet they appeared solid. When those leaves appeared, Long Chen's almost exhausted spiritual chi began to sharply grow, his aura growing several times stronger than before. It's that move again. Yin Luo hastily looked into the distance. He saw there was one Violet Phoenix Sparrow flying high in the air, away from the battlefield. Atop that Violet Phoenix Sparrow, Chu Yao's eyes were closed, and her hands were clasped before her in an extremely bizarre hand seal. Her forefingers pointed towards the sky, her thumb touched her ring finger, and her pinky was slightly curved. Chu Yao's aura had completely disappeared at this time. She was like a statue that had lost all her life, and she wasn't moving at all. Hurry and kill that woman, shouted Yin Luo. He finally remembered what this technique was called, Wood Spirit Union. Last time, in the righteous and corrupt battle, Long Chen and Chu Yao had relied on this technique to completely reverse the tides. It allowed Long Chen to use all of Chu Yao's vast spiritual qi. As a wood cultivator, Chu Yao had dozens of times the amount of spiritual qi of an ordinary cultivator. With her present, Long Chen's spiritual qi was almost inexhaustible. You've finally remembered. Unfortunately, you're too late. Long Chen sneered, and his aura completely exploded out. With Chu Yao's assistance, he no longer needed to have so many misgivings. Blooddrinker pointed towards the sky, and a terrifying aura locked down the four of them. A blood-colored saber image cut open the sky, and then slashed down towards them. The four of them had never imagined Long Chen would directly use his strongest battle skill right at the beginning, and they all resisted with their full power. However, Long Chen's power had reached a new level now, and even the four of them together were blown back. Although they managed to block the attack by going all out, Han Tianyu and the mustached man both vomited a mouthful of blood. They were no longer in their peak state, and they could not compare to Yin Luo and Huo Wufang. Everyone, think of ways to kill the magical beast that's flying high in the air. Huo Wufang had also seen through the problem, and he ordered everyone to attack Chu Yao. Unfortunately, the only strong archers on this battlefield were on Long Chen's side. Others might be able to use bow and arrows, but they were only dabblers. To kill a peak 4th rank magical beast that was several miles in the air was absolutely impossible for them. Furthermore, Huo Wufang's shout had also alerted Mo Gate's disciples. Whenever someone took out a bow, they would instantly be killed by an arrow. However, there were still too many enemies. Even though they killed many people, there were still quite a few who managed to take out a bow and shoot the Violet Phoenix Sparrow. But it was too far, and even when their attacks reached it, their power was unable to even break through its skin. It had to be known that just the feathers of the Violet Phoenix Sparrow were harder than steel. Even blades would find it difficult to pierce them. A full power attack from a favored was unable to even get past its defense. Those arrows just tickled it. Furthermore, even if a peak expert shot an arrow at it, it wasn't as if the Violet Phoenix Sparrow would just sit there. If there was an attack that could menace it, it would use its claws to block or simply dodge. They were powerless to do anything against it. Moreover, the other 3 Violet Phoenix Sparrows were also circling in the vicinity, spouting terrifying violet flames that caused huge casualties amongst the righteous and corrupt disciples. However, the ones to suffer the most casualties were the corrupt disciples. That was because the majority of the righteous disciples had already fled or were just hiding in the back. Seeing the corrupt disciples charging in, they cheered them on. Other than some chosen, the majority of the righteous disciples had all finally felt fear. Guo Ran and the others were just too ruthless, and the piles of corpses on the ground had practically been turned into mountains. On the other hand, the corrupt disciples still did not fear death, and they continued to charge in. And thus, they continued to fall, their blood dyeing the ground even redder. Most importantly, up in the air, 2 powerful soul cultivators, Meng Qi and Lu Fang'er, were raining down terrifying killing blows. Each wave of corrupt experts that charged forward was another wave that collapsed on the ground. If you were targeted by them, then only people with soul items could keep themselves alive. However, even if some survived, they were too few. In the face of the Huayan sect and Mo Gate's disciples' attacks, they wouldn't be able to last for more than a few breaths' time before dying. Bring out your full strength. We have to kill Long Chen as fast as possible. Huo Wufang started to feel a trace of unease. Flames began to soar out of his body, and a terrifying heat almost ignited the sky. His flame blade was filled with runes as it slashed at Long Chen. Currently, Huo Wufang had managed to merge with the 4th-ranked beast flame, and adding on his special circulation techniques, his flame blade's power was terrifying. Netherworld possession. Yin Luo also released his full power. The space around him was constantly quivering, and an enormous aura soared. That aura was his Shantian power. That made Han Tianyu turn cold. Now that Yin Luo had activated his Shantian power, he gave Han Tianyu an immense sense of pressure. He now realized that even if he was in his peak state, he wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Yin Luo. Thinking of that, Han Tianyu took out a jade case from his spatial ring. Inside it was a medicinal pearl that sparkled like white jade. Hesitating for a moment, it was with great pain that he finally swallowed it. After consuming it, his pale face instantly returned to normal. At the same time, his aura began to sharply rise, and he somehow had recovered to his peak state. Lesser Invigoration Pill. Long Chen's pupils shrunk. This was a pill that could let someone on the point of death instantly recover to their peak. It was an extremely precious pill, one that could save your life at a critical moment. It contained a huge amount of life energy. Although it hadn't reached the point that it could revive a dead person, it had instantly made up for all the blood and chi that Han Tianyu had lost. Although this was just a temporary effect, that didn't take away from how precious this pill was. Han Tianyu only had one, and he had always kept it as life-preserving treasure. But now that Long Chen had undergone the wood spirit union with Chu Yao, he was even more powerful than his peak state. In order to kill Long Chen, he was even willing to sacrifice this incomparably precious pill. As for the mustached man, seeing Han Tianyu swallow the lesser invigoration pill, he clenched his teeth and extracted a drop of blood from his forehead. A mark appeared in the space between his eyebrows. When that mark appeared, his aura instantly rose. He had used some kind of secret technique to forcibly increase his strength. Now that the four of them had exploded with their greatest strength, glancing at each other, they charged at Long Chen. Currently, Long Chen did not feel happiness nor sadness. He did not feel shocked nor fear. All he felt was an overflowing battle intent. He felt as if his own blood was boiling. Blooddrinker seemed to sense Long Chen's emotions and also began to quiver. Long Chen's roar was like spring thunder, causing heaven and earth to rumble. The spiritual qi in his body violently surged, and his aura soared to an unprecedented level. The five of them fought intensely, each of their exchanges causing the world to shake. This was a true battle of heavenly geniuses, and each attack could instantly decide life or death. Runes flitted back and forth. Sword light pierced the sky. Terrifying astral winds swirled about. The entire world seemed as if it might explode, and those distant spectators were all dazzled. Long Chen is definitely the reincarnation of a battle god, muttered one person. No one mocked him for saying such a thing. On the contrary, they nodded. On his own, he fought against the four pinnacle experts and was even able to attack and defend without the slightest sign of losing. If he wasn't the reincarnation of a battle god, what was he? Their fight was practically apocalyptic. The void was constantly buzzing, as if it was unable to bear that power and would explode. As Long Chen fought, he only became more and more valiant. That immediately raised Guo Ran and the others' morale. Even the Huayan sect and Mo Gates' disciples felt their blood boiling. Long Chen's power had surpassed anyone's expectations, and those on his side felt their blood boiling from just watching. To be able to fight alongside such a person meant they could die without regrets. While Long Chen was fighting an immense battle, the other battle was not any lacking in comparison. In fact, when it came to bloodiness, it far surpassed it. The righteous and corrupt path had had over 100,000 disciples present. Now, less than half of them were left. The ground was covered with corpses. Although casualties had appeared amongst the Huayan sect and Mo Gates' disciples, those casualties were nothing when compared to the huge number of deaths on the other side. The reason there were casualties now was because Chu Yao was no longer able to help everyone. In order to help Long Chen, she was no longer able to heal or protect them. The battle had already reached its climax. Many of the righteous disciples who had withdrawn had now returned to the battle. However, they hadn't come to help the corrupt disciples, but just to cheer from the side. As they encouraged the corrupt disciples, they began to gather the spatial rings. Considering how many people died, it was uncertain just how many treasures were in those spatial rings. This was definitely the best time to take advantage. The corrupt disciples were at the front fighting desperately, while the righteous disciples were behind them collecting spatial rings. That completely infuriated the corrupt disciples. There were many of them who were unable to control their rage. After all, the corrupt disciples were naturally fierce, so seeing these righteous disciples dared take advantage of them like this, they took their weapons and attacked them. The corrupt disciples are killing. Unable to defend in time, hundreds of those righteous disciples were killed in an instant. Many of the righteous disciples began to cry out indignantly. As a result, righteous and corrupt disciples began to fight each other. Although they didn't start a full-on war with each other, they both had to be on guard against sneak attacks. That caused their overall combat strength to decline, relieving Mo Nian and the others. At this time, Mo Nian and the others didn't have it very well off either. For the safety of the ones behind them, they could only risk their lives to entangle the top experts of their enemies. Their bodies were covered with blood. Some of it was their enemy's blood, some of it was their own. Feng Xiaozi, you dare! Suddenly, Meng Qi let out a furious and anxious cry. Chapter 457 Caught in a crisis. Everyone looked up to see that at some unknown point, a huge crow had appeared in the sky, flying straight for Chu Yao. On the back of the crow was Feng Xiaozi smiling sinisterly. Forming hand seals, a spiritual arrow shot out at Chu Yao. At this time, Chu Yao was completely focused on her wood spirit union. All her spiritual strength was with Long Chen, so it was impossible for her to defend. Just as that spiritual arrow was about to reach Chu Yao, a huge spiritual shield appeared in front of her. When the arrow struck the shield, they both exploded. A ripple of spiritual strength erupted in the sky. That ripple rapidly spread, and due to how close she was, it also enveloped Chu Yao. The violet phoenix sparrow let out a pained cry. Magical beasts feared spiritual attacks, and now it almost dropped straight out of the air. As for Chu Yao, she turned pale and coughed up blood, turning her robes a scarlet red. Her defensive strength was essentially zero right now. Just this spiritual ripple caused her to suffer an injury. At the same time, the 3 leaves on Long Chen's back also trembled intensely, and his aura fluctuated. That was immediately sensed by Huo Wufang and the others, and they immediately launched a flurry of attacks, causing Long Chen to repeatedly retreat. Huo Wufang cried out with delight, "Excellent work, Feng Xiaozi. If you kill that woman, I will give your Wind Spirit Pavilion a 20% discount on all medicinal pills." These words might sound a bit unscrupulous, but they made Feng Xiaozi's heart pound wildly. Medicinal pills were a must-have for a sect's growth. It was their greatest guarantee, and each year, over 60% of a sect's expenses would be for medicinal pills. If Huo Wufang followed up on his promise, then the Wind Spirit Pavilion would save a huge amount of money in the future, making Feng Xiaozi ecstatic. "Many thanks, Brother Huo. Leave this slut to me," Feng Xiaozi shouted, his voice quivering slightly. Previously, he had almost died to a single attack from Long Chen. If it hadn't been for his teleportation talisman, he would have already died. In truth, with a flying magical beast, Feng Xiaozi had arrived a while ago. He had just stealthily watched, not daring to approach. That was because he was out of teleportation talismans. If Long Chen once more attacked him, he would definitely die. Most hateful of all, with a spiritual expert like Meng Qi present, there was no way for him to use any spiritual attacks to kill him. So he had been hiding in the distance this entire time. Now when he finally saw a chance to have Long Chen killed, he pounced, sneak attacking Chu Yao. If Meng Qi hadn't discovered him so soon, Chu Yao would have already died. And once Chu Yao died, her wood spirit union would disappear, and Long Chen would instantly lose his spiritual qi and any ability to fight back. "Feng Xiaozi, you really want to do this?" Meng Qi flew her violet phoenix sparrow to block Feng Xiaozi's path. Listening to Meng Qi's orders, Chu Yao's violet phoenix sparrow flew into the distance. However, it couldn't get too far, or that would exceed the scope of the wood spirit union. "You traitor, if you were smart, you'd immediately leave and not interfere. HMPH, we'll settle our debts once we leave the secret realm." Feng Xiaozi was filled with rancor. Meng Qi was the woman he had selected. She was an immortal fairy-like beauty. But she had shown favor for a brat like Long Chen who didn't have any background, and because of that, had ended up cutting ties with him. That had sparked his jealousy. If that's so, then come. As long as I, Meng Qi, still draw breath, don't even think about harming a single hair on Chu Yao's head. Meng Qi slowly formed hand seals in front of her, her spiritual strength completely activating, causing the void to quiver. People were shocked to see another woman appear behind Meng Qi, one who looked the exact same as her but was many times larger. That figure had to be 30 meters tall. She was like a floating immortal, grand and solemn, giving people a desire to kneel down in worship. HMPH, using my Wind Spirit Pavilion's secret technique against me, you really are a disgraceful traitor. Today, I will clean up my sect. With a furious roar, an illusory figure appeared behind Feng Xiaozi, the exact same technique as Meng Qi. The two of them both formed hand seals and closed their eyes. Dream Soul Battle Armor. The two of them shouted the same thing at the same time. Those illusory figures behind them both seemed to come to life and charge at the other. Those two huge illusions carried swords as they crazily clashed up in the sky. A terrifying pressure surged out from them, one that made everyone feel heavy, almost as if they were stuck in a chaotic stream of water. Heavens, this is how powerful soul cultivators are. Although they were fighting up in the sky, the people below all felt sharp pains in their soul, almost as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Soul cultivators were one of the most unusual types of cultivators, and they were also one of the most terrifying. They could kill people without a sound, seemingly without even doing anything. That was practically unblockable. If your soul wasn't strong enough, you would instantly die to a spiritual attack. So the entire battlefield was affected by their fight. Spiritual protection. Lu Fang'er stopped attacking and had her violet phoenix sparrow fly down. She joined everyone else and quickly formed a translucent barrier around them all. That allowed the people on her side to fight without being affected by those spiritual ripples. Currently, Chu Yao was far away enough that she wouldn't be impacted. However, without her present, their entire group's defensive strength dropped. Yi Ziqiu could only do her best to take Chu Yao's place. Her ice energy wasn't that much weaker defensively compared to Chu Yao's wood energy, but it was lacking in flexibility. She was only able to look after a portion of her group and not the entire battlefield. However, there was no better option. Those two women have both been pinned down. There won't be any more spiritual attacks. Everyone, charge, a top expert from the corrupt path suddenly shouted. The thing they had been the most afraid of previously was the spiritual attacks from Meng Qi and Lu Fang'er. But now Meng Qi was tied down by Feng Xiaozi, and Lu Fang'er was busy defending everyone. Although the aftershocks of Meng Qi's fierce battle with Feng Xiaozi caused them to feel an intense pain in their souls, they couldn't miss this chance. They all charged forward in unprecedented numbers. Even the righteous disciples that had fallen back now raised their weapons and charged in. A huge tide of enemies flooded over Long Chen's group, and they immediately landed in a crisis. Reduce the defensive area. Mo Gate disciples on the inside, Huayan sect disciples on the outside. Brothers from the 108th monastery, split up and start a massacre. Sister Ziqiu, don't focus on defense anymore. Use offense as defense. Guo Ran hastily shouted when he saw this tide-like mass of attacks coming for them. At the same time, he clenched his teeth, and countless little holes opened on his chestplate. Die! Countless black lights shot out from Guo Ran's chestplate. The closest experts were all turned into pulp. Most terrifying of all was that this time, Guo Ran's attack wasn't just a single wave. Instead, it was a continuous onslaught of needles. At the same time, he also activated the mechanisms on his arms and legs. Guo Ran had truly become ruthless this time. He was undergoing a clearance sale, and not a single item could be left behind. Those needles Guo Ran had forged had become the most deadly weapons now. The enemies in front of him practically exploded, their flesh flying everywhere. This scene was incredibly bloody. Right now, their entire group had fallen into its most dangerous moment. Each one of them was fighting all out. Each one of them killed so many that even their eyes turned scarlet. But even so, there were still too many enemies. Guo Ran's assault only continued for a few breaths' time before all his inventory was emptied. He could only rely on the two sabers in his hands to attack now. Everyone was tightly surrounded by righteous and corrupt experts. Occasionally, one of them would fall to an enemy's blade. Yi Ziqiu's ice energy was activated to its peak. She killed enemies rapidly, but those corrupt disciples were completely unafraid, and there was simply no end to them. At this time, the corrupt disciples were like hyenas that had seen blood. Their eyes shone with a cruel light as they continued charging forward, unafraid of death. At this time, Zheng Wenlong, Mo Nian, and Hua Baluo were completely surrounded and isolated on their own. The ones attacking them were all experts amongst experts, and they were unable to help. Wild was currently fighting Shui Wuya and two other peak experts. They were filled with grievance as they were suppressed by him, but there was no way Wild could kill them in a short time. To be able to entangle three peak experts, Wild's strength was truly shocking. Tang Wan was also fighting a peak expert on her own. That was already her limit. On the other side, Yu Zifeng and Yin Wushuang were still completely equal. It could be said that all their strongest experts had been tied down. They were truly in a crisis. Their top fighters had all been tied down and were relatively even. But in terms of ordinary fighters, the difference was just too great. After all, there were just too many of the righteous and corrupt experts. It was truly fortunate that Long Chen had made plans for this worst-case scenario and had spent the last few months focusing on raising everyone's collective strength. Everyone had now tempered 4 bones and reached at least the mid-bone forging realm. Otherwise, such an intense battle would have been impossible for them to endure for so long. And even so, their battle was extremely desperate. Right now, everyone's hopes were on Long Chen. Although he was being attacked by 4 of the strongest experts here, Guo Ran and the others had faith in him. In their eyes, Long Chen was always undefeatable. In the end, whether this situation could reverse would all depend on Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen was repeatedly retreating in the face of their ferocious attacks. Due to Chu Yao being injured, the Wood Spirit Union had been affected, and his spiritual chi was fluctuating intensely. The four of them were taking advantage of this time. Long Chen could only defend and wait for Chu Yao to adjust it. As he had expected, after several breaths' time, his spiritual chi once more became steady. Long Chen took a deep breath. Chapter 458 Wind Flame Combination Attack. Long Chen cried out inside, and a star appeared in his eyes. The divine ring behind him began to shine even brighter, brighter than a scorching sun. His aura explosively grew, and a huge pillar of chi soared into the sky, causing the world to tremble. At this time, Huo Wufang's huge flame blade was slashing down on him. A demonic light shone in Long Chen's eyes as he swung out his blood-colored saber. Huo Wufang's flame blade exploded, and he was blown back, coughing up blood, looking at Long Chen with shock. As for the others, they were also each blown back by a single slash of Long Chen's saber. They were all horrified. Looking at Long Chen's eyes, they felt as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Most terrifying of all was Long Chen's current aura. It had suddenly explosively grown to an absolutely horrifying level. They had never imagined Long Chen had still been hiding such a trump card. Suddenly, a violet ball of flames appeared in Long Chen's hand. That ball quickly grew larger, becoming 3 meters wide. A terrifying heat came from it that almost ignited the air. When he saw that flame, Huo Wufang's expression completely changed. That was Long Chen's pill flame. For him to condense all his pill flame at this time, just what was he planning on doing? Everyone, be careful, he warned. At the same time, he retreated. He couldn't tell what Long Chen was doing, but he felt an immense terror in his heart. He sensed a fatal threat from that ball of flames. The others also jumped back in fright and retreated. The flame ball in Long Chen's hand was too frightening. Once it exploded, it would definitely devour all of them. Although they didn't understand the power of a pill flame, they were all peak experts and could rely on their sharp danger senses to know Long Chen was most likely planning on releasing an ultimate attack. "Prepare yourself," Long Chen quietly murmured. The four of them were dumbfounded to see him suddenly throw it high into the sky. Suddenly, spiritual strength spread and a white figure appeared. That was a white snow wolf. As soon as it appeared, a domineering pressure spread, causing all their hearts to quiver. As soon as Little Snow appeared, he emitted a heaven-shaking roar. Opening his mouth, a huge ball of wind blades shot out. In the beginning, that ball was just a foot wide, but it began to quickly grow as it flew, becoming 30 meters wide. What appalled Huo Wufang and the others was that it collided with Long Chen's violet flame ball. In front of their dumbfounded eyes, the wind blade ball instantly devoured Long Chen's flames, and the ball grew to an enormous 300 meters. Furthermore, after devouring the flames, that ball now released a pressure that chilled them to the bones. Then, the huge ball began to fly towards the four of them. They had never seen such a strange attack, and they didn't dare take it head-on. They dodged to the sides. But what was curious was that such a terrifying attack didn't have any locking ability. They were easily able to dodge, puzzling them. Yin Luo's expression suddenly changed, and he roared to the distant battlefield, "Watch out!" But he had only just shouted when that huge ball picked up speed and shot straight towards the righteous and corrupt experts. Seeing that huge ball descending upon them, all their expressions turned dull and lifeless. Before they could even tell what was going on, that huge ball began to tear through their ranks. No matter what power level they had reached, whoever was touched by that huge ball was instantly blown up and then turned to ashes by the immense heat, leaving nothing behind. The entire battlefield was cut in two now. After flying 100 miles, the huge ball finally exploded, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the distance. The land shook intensely. Where that ball exploded, everything within several dozen miles had been turned to nothingness. Those that were still alive were all stunned. Even though it hadn't exploded amongst them, many experts had lost their lives to it. Furthermore, it had pierced straight through where the righteous and corrupt disciples were most concentrated. After that attack, tens of thousands of experts had disappeared. Just having seen that made people feel numb and cold. That attack allowed all of them to truly appreciate how powerful Long Chen was. If Long Chen hadn't been worried about other people's lives and had instead let it explode in the middle of the battlefield, then there probably wouldn't be very many people who would still be alive. Long Chen had calculated the angle of his attack perfectly. It just missed his companions that were fighting, instantly exterminating almost half the enemies besieging them. This wind and flame attack was Long Chen's secret weapon. It was something inspired from the final death attacks of the Barbaric Wind Beast and the Violet Phoenix Sparrow. That attack had practically been apocalyptical. From it, Long Chen had seen that when wind and flame energy combined, they could erupt with several times the power. Originally, Little Snow had been a dual wind and fire element magical beast. But after absorbing the Barbaric Wind Beast's Niden, his energy had slanted completely towards the wind element. However, he still had a slight amount of flame energy. Long Chen had researched on how he could combine his flame energy with Little Snow's wind energy. If they simply directly collided, that would just cause an instant explosion. That was mostly unusable, but that slight amount of flame energy that Little Snow possessed was the key to fixing that. Although more than 99% of his wind blade ball had been wind energy, it had also contained a trace of flame energy. That flame energy was kept at the very center of the ball. When Little Snow's attack reached Long Chen's flame ball, that slight flame energy had wrapped around Long Chen's flame ball. That way, there wouldn't be any expulsion. It was like a mouth had swallowed Long Chen's flame ball, and it would only release it when it was time. But Long Chen himself had not expected that their full-strength combined attack would reach such a terrifying point. Furthermore, when it had exploded, its power had been absolutely incredible. In fact, Long Chen and Little Snow's combined attack was not much weaker even when compared to the final attacks by the Barbaric Wind Beast and the Violet Phoenix Sparrow. Boss is mighty. Guo Ran couldn't help but cheer. Long Chen's attack had cleaned up half the battlefield. Not only had it exterminated countless enemies, but it had also destroyed all of their enemies' confidence. Now those experts that were still fighting were much more reserved, all keeping an eye on Long Chen. Who knew when Long Chen would unleash another terrifying attack? As for the distant spectators, seeing tens of thousands of people just disappear was too shocking. Each of them was pale as paper. The intensity of this battle had already surpassed their understanding. Too many people had died. At this time, a 10-meter, white snow wolf was standing by Long Chen's side. Its eyes emitted a light that chilled people to the bone. That apocalyptic attack was something no one had ever heard of, let alone seen. Everyone, you don't need to be afraid. That attack used up all of Long Chen's pill flame energy. He can't release a second attack. Seeing that everyone's eyes were filled with terror, Huo Wufang shouted. As a pill cultivator, Huo Wufang could instantly tell that while Long Chen's last attack had been terrifying, it came with the cost of using up all his pill flame energy. There was no need to worry about another attack. However, everyone was still too stunned by the previous attack. This attack was something that would kill anyone it touched. And in truth, even Long Chen didn't dare release it at such a close range. Neither he nor Little Snow would be able to block it either. Little Snow, go help everyone. Try to lessen our casualties. Long Chen patted Little Snow. Don't worry, it's just a bunch of good-for-nothings. They can't do anything to me. After hearing that, Little Snow icily glanced at the four of them before turning into a white bolt of lightning, instantly appearing dozens of miles away and charging into the battlefield. Little Snow opened his mouth and wind blades shot out, mercilessly wreaking havoc amongst them. After absorbing the Barbaric Wind Beast's Niden, Little Snow's wind blades had reached an absolutely terrifying realm. Adding on his magical beast body that had several times the energy of a human, he immediately started a massacre. When he joined the fight, with Little Snow's addition, many experts had to be on guard against him. This peak 4th rank magical beast was too terrifying, and anyone facing him took defensive postures. But Little Snow was as quick as lightning, coming and going like the wind. They were unable to even keep track of where he was, and so they could only keep up a constant guard. Every one of them had seen that Little Snow should be a magical beast with extremely powerful offensive abilities but extremely weak defense. However, Little Snow's speed made up for that weakness, causing them to be helpless. Little Snow's addition was a great boost to Guo Ran and the others' morale. After fighting for so long, especially in such an incredibly fierce battle, they were already exhausted, and even their spiritual chi was starting to run out. But after seeing Long Chen's attack eliminate countless experts and Little Snow joining in, their disadvantage had immediately reversed. They were filled with delight, and their combat strength surged. HMPH, everyone, stop hiding your true abilities. This is Long Chen's deathbed struggle, the final radiance before the setting sun. Don't be deceived. Kill him, Huo Wufang shouted, and flames erupted from his body. Countless flame runes danced around him, and he no longer held back at all, his aura instantly reaching his peak. Han Tianyu also shouted, and lines appeared on his face again. He had once more activated the 9-line Qi explosion art, which was his final trump card. Yin Luo clenched his teeth, once more pushing his Shantian power to its strongest level. As for the mustached man, he was much more direct. He slapped himself in the chest, coughing a mouthful of blood that landed on his broadsword. Countless runes lit up atop his broadsword, and a terrifying pressure soared out. He had used his blood to activate his weapon's true power. As for Long Chen, seeing them all enter their strongest fighting state, he didn't say anything. He directly used his strongest attack. The star in his eyes flickered. His Feng Fu star and Alioth star were pushed to the peak. He absorbed an immense amount of Chu Yao's spiritual qi, releasing an unprecedented strength. He used Split the Heavens 3 times in a row, destroying the land and tearing apart the sky. Huo Wufang and the others had not expected Long Chen to be so ruthless, and immediately use his strongest attack consecutively. Even though they were working together, they still coughed up blood and were blown back. Don't be afraid, if he continues like this, his spiritual qi will quickly be exhausted. Then he'll still die PFFT. Huo Wufang's words were interrupted when he once more coughed up blood. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation appeared. The ground trembled, and the entire world began to rumble. A majestic aura was slowly growing, causing everyone's expressions to change. Chapter 459 Mysterious Sphere. What's going on? The entire world's shaking. Could it be that Long Chen's fight with them has already reached such a terrifying level? People were horrified. The ground was shaking intensely, and they were unable to even stand steadily. Even more horrifying was that cracks were forming in the ground, cracks that were thousands of miles long and spread beyond their sight. Everyone had no choice but to stop fighting and keep watch over the shaking ground. Even Long Chen's side had stopped and pulled apart some distance from each other. They looked at the ground with horror, not knowing what was going on. The shaking was growing more and more intense, as if some peerless monster was trying to dig its way out of the earth. The growing aura caused everyone's hearts to feel reverence. It couldn't be that some monster was awakened by their battle. Right, then wouldn't we all be exterminated? Some people were pale white with terror. Many wanted to run, but the entire Julie's secret realm was shaking, so no one even knew where that monster would appear. Mo Nian and the others all gathered around Long Chen. At this time, no one still had any thoughts of fighting. They all gathered into their own groups, not a single one of them knowing what was happening. Stop fighting, no one else is fighting anymore, so what are you doing? A furious voice rang, drawing people's attention. They saw that Wild was still brandishing his spiked club against Shui Wuya and the other 2 peak experts. They were constantly coughing up blood. Wild's fighting technique was about to make them go crazy. They had all kinds of techniques, but Wild would just reply with a smash of his club, making them unable to use their abilities. Furthermore, Wild relied solely on brute strength, so spiritual qi was unable to block his power. The 3 of them were all repeatedly blown back, and so angry that they couldn't stop coughing blood. Now seeing that everyone had already stopped, but this huge idiot hadn't, Shui Wuya couldn't help furiously cursing. Only now did Wild realize everyone had stopped. Looking over at Long Chen, he saw that everyone had already gathered there. Only he was still fighting. After a final swing of his club, Wild ran back over to Long Chen's side. Shui Wuya and the others finally sighed in relief. They would rather have been attacking Long Chen than fighting against Wild. It had just been too stifling. Up in the sky, Meng Qi and Feng Xiaozi had also paused. Even the sky was trembling, and their magical beasts were growing uneasy. They were shivering, their eyes filled with terror. Mo Nian, Zheng Wenlong, and Hua Beluo all brought their subordinates to stand by Long Chen. By this time, dozens of Mo Gate and Huayan sect disciples had lost their lives. That was something unavoidable. In fact, to have so few sacrifices in such a battle was already hard to believe. Boss, what is going on? Guo Ran's armor had been almost completely dyed red. Out of everyone, he had probably killed the most people in this battle. I can feel an intense summoning, muttered Long Chen. Summoning. Everyone was startled, not knowing what Long Chen meant. Yes, be careful. In a bit, there will probably be an even fiercer battle starting. Yao you should first help everyone heal, said Long Chen. At this time, Chu Yao was by Long Chen, pressing a hand on his back, helping him recover his spiritual qi. However, this was not the Wood Spirit Union. To recover Long Chen's personal spiritual qi was extremely slow. Chu Yao nodded and formed hand seals. Countless wooden stakes grew out of the ground. Anyone injured had life energy pour into them from the wooden stakes. At the same time as they were healed, they also consumed medicinal pills to recover their spiritual chi as fast as possible in order to prepare for that fierce battle Long Chen said was coming. Rumble. The ground was still shaking intensely. That terrifying aura was growing ever stronger. The righteous and corrupt disciples all ran over to Han Tianyu and Yin Luo respectively, all filled with panic. People were all afraid of the unknown. Only Long Chen felt a kind of indescribable familiarity and anticipation. When he had gone all out and summoned his Feng Fu battle armor a while ago, he had felt something. A familiar call was slowly approaching. Now as heaven and earth trembled, that call was getting even closer. Suddenly, the ground exploded. A huge sphere shot out of the ground. It had a diameter of 3 miles. Multicolored lights shone on top of it, and a divine grace circulated within it. The aura of primal chaos coming from it was extremely powerful. It caused a resonance with all of heaven and earth. The entire world was rumbling. When the sphere appeared in the air, it released a pressure that made countless experts kneel down towards it. It was impossible for them to not kneel. That aura was too terrifying, and if they didn't kneel, their kneecaps would explode. Only Chosen could just barely resist it. However, they were all pale and sweating profusely. They obstinately resisted, tightly staring at that sphere. Everyone wanted to know what this sphere was. What was it doing? In addition, that primal chaos aura coming from it filled them with greed. Primal chaos was the earliest energy to exist. It was something containing the heavens, the earth, and all things between. Even just looking at this sphere made their dantians wildly circulate. It was definitely a peerless treasure. However, it was too big and too terrifying. No one understood what was happening, so no one went to directly snatch it. The huge sphere was constantly revolving in the air. Endless primal chaos dispersed from it, and as it revolved, it began to shrink. In just a breath's time, it was only 30 meters wide, and it was still shrinking. When it was finally the size of a fist, looking just like a large pearl, it became completely still. People were all watching with shock. Only Long Chen was filled with ecstasy. He could sense that the thing calling to him was precisely this sphere. Furthermore, when this sphere had appeared, his Feng Fu star and Alioth star had begun to rapidly circulate a dozen times faster than he could control them. Originally, Long Chen had thought he had missed out on the chance to get whatever it was that was calling to him. He really hadn't expected it to appear at this time. His heart pounded loudly. This was a truly peerless treasure, and it was definitely related to the 9-star hegemon body art. The sky trembled, and the fist-sized sphere shot straight towards Long Chen. Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of him, grabbing it. "Haha, this treasure is mine." He laughed. That was one of the peak experts that had fought with Shui Wuya against Wild. He had been the closest to the sphere, and as a result, he celebrated at being the first to grab it. But that laughter had only just rung out when it was cut short harshly. When he had grabbed the sphere, it hadn't stopped at all, and had simply continued flying at Long Chen. A ray of light had come from the sphere and instantly turned that peak expert into ashes. A peak expert had been instantly killed just like that. Furthermore, he hadn't even sensed any danger or had any chance to resist. That scene horrified everyone. With that example, no one else dared vainly try and grab it. They could only watch as the sphere flew straight at Long Chen. That completely shocked everyone. Could it be that this sphere had some relation with Long Chen? Seeing it flying over, Mo Nian and the others all had nervous expressions. This sphere could instantly kill peak experts. No one dared touch it. There was not a single person whose nerves were not stretched taut. It finally came to a sudden stop when it reached Long Chen, floating 3 meters above his head. Light shone from the sphere and enveloped Long Chen. A majestic aura slowly began to merge into his body. Long Chen instantly felt some incorporeal thing slowly being injected into his body. It was flowing towards his empty dantian. But he was also appalled to realize that he suddenly couldn't move at all. He was completely restricted by something and could only allow that energy to pour into him. That pearl is merging with Long Chen. Let's kill him. Feng Xiaozi's spiritual strength was incredibly powerful, and he was the first to realize that secret. He could sense the pearl's energy merging with Long Chen. If Long Chen was already so powerful, then once that pearl merged with him, just who could possibly stop him? Everyone was already filled with terror towards him. But now, they were also filled with intense jealousy for his luck. The natural treasures of heaven and earth could only be found by those who had destiny with them. Furthermore, it also required power, intelligence, and willpower to gain them. However, Long Chen hadn't needed to do anything. This peerless treasure had actually voluntarily sent itself to him and had even been the one to initiate the merge. That made everyone's eyes redden. Attack! Huo Wufang and the others shouted, charging at Long Chen. Mo Nian, Zheng Wenlong, Hua Beluo, and all the others charged up to block them. Long Chen can't move right now. Haha, everyone, attack him. At this time, Yin Wushuang couldn't help but excitedly shout when she saw that while everyone else had sprung into motion, Long Chen was still. Now that everyone realized that point, they all roared and charged at him. 10,000 wood overgrowth, heaven-earth cage. Countless wooden stakes shot out of the ground, creating many layers against the attackers. HMPH, Scarlet Flame C. Huo Wufang shouted, and his two flame blades crossed and slashed out. Chu Yao's wooden stakes were instantly blown apart. Chu Yao's wood energy had been completely restrained by him. 1,000-mile ice wall. Soul extinguishes thousands of lives. Long Chen was unable to move right now. Everyone released their greatest strength, going all out to block the enemies, stalling for time for Long Chen. As long as they could last until Long Chen had merged with the pearl, the scales of victory would instantly tilt towards their side. A spear destroyed all their defenses. Atop that spear was a terrifying Shantian power that caused heaven and earth to tremble. Yin Luo had come. Haha, Long Chen, go die. His spear stabbed directly for Long Chen. That spear had condensed all his Shantian power and was incredibly powerful. You dare attack my brother Long. You should die instead. Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. A massive spiked club smashed at Yin Luo. Chapter 460 Fairy Dies. Yin Luo could kill Long Chen with this spear. However, he felt an intense sensation of death. If Wild's club hit him, he would also die. He could only give up on killing Long Chen and hastily raise his spear to block. Yin Luo was blown back into the distance. He saw there was a giant man standing beside Long Chen. Whoever dares try and attack my brother Long will be killed by me. Seeing that Long Chen couldn't move and that this many people wanted to kill him, Wild's body suddenly went berserk, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Ah! The faint mark on his forehead instantly turned red as blood. Lines began to spread out from it, looking like two small centipedes crossing over Wild's face and slowly spreading to his chest. Buzz! A barbaric aura suddenly exploded from Wild's body. It was like some ancient monster had been awakened and was emitting a terrifying pressure. Die! Wild roared, his voice shaking everyone's minds. At this time, Wild seemed like a savage battle god. Brandishing his club, he swept away all the experts in front of him. A terrifying power shattered all their weapons and turned their bodies into paste. Blood mist filled the air, shocking everyone. Furthermore, the final one to be killed was clearly a chosen and had managed to dodge his club. But he was still killed just from the astral winds of Wild's club. First, work together to kill this blockhead. Han Tianyu shouted. He took the lead to attack Wild. Currently, Wild was closely protecting Long Chen. Without killing him first, there was no way to kill Long Chen. Scram! Wild furiously roared, and a spiked club sent him flying. Not only that, but Han Tianyu's sword also shattered. Heavens, this giant's true power probably isn't even weaker than Long Chen. The distant spectators all gasped. Wild was currently brandishing his club with extraordinary strength. Ordinary chosen would die from touching it. Han Tianyu and the others all realized the situation was not good. If they let Wild continue like this, then they would all be doomed once Long Chen merged with the pearl. All the top experts attacked Wild. Han Tianyu, Yin Luo, the mustached man, were crazily attacking him. Even Shui Wuyu joined in extremely unwillingly. Right now, their number one priority was to eliminate Long Chen. Long Chen's strength had terrified all of them. Considering the enmity between them, they were mortal enemies, and if they didn't kill Long Chen, then the best thing for them to do was to probably dig a hole and bury themselves. The mark on Wild's forehead was blood red. His eyes were also scarlet, and he had entered a berserk state. Even his skin was becoming a fiery red. His club rapidly swung through the air, not leaving any openings for them to attack. He actually managed to force them back several times. Long Chen was unable to move, and he was filled with panic. The pearl atop his head was pouring a strange kind of energy into his body. Although it had just been several breaths of time, a quarter of its energy had entered him. Theoretically, this kind of speed was already extremely rapid. But in this kind of crisis situation, each second felt longer than a year. Faster, faster, you have to be faster. Long Chen was about to go crazy as he watched everyone fight with their lives on the line. Everyone was in danger. There were already casualties, causing him to feel like knives were stabbing him in the heart. Anyone who battled shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen was someone he would view as a brother. If they could sacrifice their lives for him, he could do the same for them. Sensing the number of lives diminishing around him, he felt like he might explode. Up in the sky, the violet phoenix sparrows were no longer able to release any of their power. The battle on the ground was just too chaotic, and they weren't able to differentiate between their own people and enemies. They could only attack the enemies on the outer lines. Even Little Snow was only able to fight on the outer lines. He shot out as many wind blades as possible, but he was unable to charge through the crowd. "Sister, careful." Suddenly, Lu Fang'er's cry rang out. A silent arrow shot at Meng Qi. But Meng Qi was fighting fiercely with Feng Xiaozi now, and she was unable to block it. PFF'd. The arrow pierced through Lu Fang'er's chest. Blood instantly dyed her robes red. However, Lu Fang'er didn't feel the slightest bit of panic. Instead, her face had a faint, gratified smile. "Fang'er." Meng Qi let out a heart-rending cry. Not only had that arrow destroyed Lu Fang'er's inner organs, but it also contained a powerful poison. That was not just some ordinary poison, but a soul-devouring blood poison specialized for soul cultivators. There was no cure for this soul-devouring blood poison. That was because it activated too quickly, and there was no time to even consume medicines to relieve the poison. "Sister, take care." A final, sad but beautiful smile appeared on Lu Fang'er's face before she died. Meng Qi held Lu Fang'er's corpse in her hands and let out a hysterical wail. Lu Fang'er's death filled her with inconsolable grief. Suddenly, up in the sky, a sorrowful bird cry rang out, and a huge violet phoenix sparrow charged down amongst the crowd, going straight towards a certain expert carrying a bow. Zhao Qifeng. Meng Qi's vision was indistinct from her tears, but she still saw that figure. He was someone from the Wind Spirit Pavilion, someone who was usually Feng Xiaozi's lackey. Zhao Kaifeng had received Feng Xiaozi's order to kill Meng Qi, and as a soul cultivator, he naturally knew her fatal weak point. However, he hadn't expected that instead of killing Meng Qi, he would end up killing Lu Fang'er. Now that Lu Fang'er had died, her magical beast had gone berserk. Ah! The violet phoenix sparrow captured him with a single claw and began to tear him apart. But as soon as it landed on the ground, it was also surrounded by countless experts. But what they never expected was that instead of trying to run, a terrifying aura began to explode from the violet phoenix sparrow's body. It's self-detonating. Even though they had realized, they hadn't had the time. The violet phoenix sparrow's huge body exploded, and a terrifying blood chi killed everyone around it. A magical beast that was raised from infancy and treated well would possess an unquestionable loyalty towards its master. It would treat its owner as its family. For its family to die, it would rather die as well rather than living alone. Feng Xiaozi, you and I can no longer exist in this world together. Meng Qi put Lu Fang'er's corpse into a spatial ring. Now was not the time for grief. She released her most powerful soul arts to crazily attack Feng Xiaozi. Lu Fang'er's death filled her with endless sorrow. The two of them had been together all the time and were even closer than real sisters. Meng Qi wanted to kill Feng Xiaozi in the most painful way possible. HMPH, this is the fate of a traitor. You will also follow her shortly. Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples, obey my orders. Kill this traitor, ordered Feng Xiaozi. However, the distant Wind Spirit Pavilion disciples all just stared at him coldly. Not one of them moved. In fact, many of their eyes were filled with disdain and dense killing intent. You refuse to listen to my orders. Are you planning on rebelling? Raged Feng Xiaozi. However, even though he threatened them like this, not one of those disciples moved. That surprised and infuriated him. He swore that once they returned to the Wind Spirit Pavilion, he would settle their debts. A golden light shot straight for Feng Xiaozi. His expression suddenly changed, and he hastily jumped to the ground to dodge. The golden light pierced through countless bodies as it chased after Feng Xiaozi. That was the golden page Long Chen had given Meng Qi. Unfortunately, in her grief, Meng Qi had forgotten Long Chen's warning that it was usually only effective when used as a surprise attack. As soon as Meng Qi had taken it out, it had been sensed by Feng Xiaozi. As a soul cultivator, he instantly sensed how terrifying the golden page was. He fled around the crowd, implicating countless people. "Come out!" When he had rushed several hundred meters away, Feng Xiaozi suddenly shouted and summoned a huge striped tiger. As soon as it appeared, it was struck in the head by the golden page and instantly killed. However, Meng Qi's expression completely changed. She clenched her teeth. She knew she had been duped by Feng Xiaozi. He had sacrificed a magical beast to collect the golden page. "Ah, many thanks." Feng Xiaozi sneered and put the tiger's corpse into his spatial ring. He naturally knew the weakness of soul items. That was that they would be isolated from spiritual strength once they entered flesh. Feng Xiaozi. Meng Qi erupted with her full strength, each one of her blows aiming to take his life. Feng Xiaozi was panicked and repeatedly forced back. Although he was the pavilion master's son, when it came to talent, he was still a level lower than Meng Qi. Even though he had obtained several times the resources Meng Qi had, this berserk Meng Qi still completely suppressed him, making it so he could only defend. As Meng Qi went all out on her side, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Chu Yao, and the others had all descended into an extremely dangerous crisis. Chu Yao was focused completely on defense, blocking huge amounts of enemies at the same time. Otherwise, they could have charged with greater cooperation and efficiency, immediately blowing past their defenses. If it weren't for Chu Yao's layers of protection, they would have long since collapsed. But now she could only focus completely on defense and had no time to heal everyone's injuries. This was truly a life or death moment. While everyone was fighting fiercely, there was a cloaked figure furtively approaching Long Chen. With her dainty figure, she was actually able to fight while avoiding experts, slowly getting closer and closer to Long Chen. "It's Yin Wuxia. She wants to assassinate Long Chen." Someone let out a startled cry. People hastily turned to see that sneaky figure wearing a cloak. However, part of her face was still revealed. Yin Wuxia had been taking advantage of the chaotic battle to get closer to Long Chen. But just as she was about to succeed, someone exposed her. She clenched her teeth and took out a dagger. A blue light came from it, and an extremely disgusting scent filled the air as soon as it appeared. That dagger was clearly covered in poison. "Long Chen, go to hell." Yin Wuxia charged straight towards Long Chen from the side. At the front, Wild was fighting against Han Tianyu, Yin Luo, and the others. This was the spot where their defenses were the weakest, and at this time, Yin Wuxia had found an opening. "Bitch, you should go to hell instead." The closest Mo Gate disciple raised his bow to block Yin Wuxia. Scram! Yin Wuxia sent that person flying with a single palm. After all, that was just one of their ordinary core disciples and could not compare to her. Her dagger stabbed straight towards Long Chen's stomach. She didn't dare look at Long Chen's face at the moment and only dared to attack from the side. She was already too terrified of Long Chen, as he had already become her heart devil. Everyone couldn't help letting out appalled cries. At this time, they were all tied down by enemies. They were only capable of watching as the poisoned dagger approached Long Chen. Before it reached him, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Long Chen. She was using her own body to take the dagger. "Sister Ziqiu." Tang Wan let out a sharp cry. She and Yi Ziqiu had been fighting shoulder to shoulder all this while. She had used her ice energy to block an attack for Tang Wan, which had made it so she had no more energy to use against Yin Wuxia. Surprisingly, she had used her own body to block her poisonous dagger. "Bitch, you ruined things." "You," Yin Wuxia raged and was about to kill Yi Ziqiu. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out like spring thunder, shaking the sky. Chapter 461 The True Meaning of Hegemon. Suddenly, an icy shout rang out like spring thunder. It contained endless killing intent and fury. A single palm viciously slapped across Yin Wuxia's face, sending her flying. The unpleasant sound of bones breaking rang out. Her jaw shattered and her teeth flew out, shocking everyone. Long Chen. Everyone was startled to see it was Long Chen who had finally taken action. The world rumbled. That pearl atop Long Chen's head disappeared. At this time, Long Chen's eyes had turned bloody, and he was already on the verge of going berserk. However, he bitterly held back from that point. Because of his fury, his body was quivering. As soon as his body had become capable of moving again, he had attacked. But he had still been too late. He did his best to suppress his rage. If he hadn't held back just now, then Yin Wuxia would have directly exploded from his power. However, her hand had still been on the dagger that was piercing through Yi Zichou's chest. If Long Chen hadn't held back, Yi Zichou would have also been blown to bits. Long Chen's recovery caused everyone's expressions to change, and they all retreated in terror. Long Chen, Yi Zichou let out a soft cry. As soon as that dagger had pierced her, she had sensed a fierce poison spreading within her. She was already beginning to lose consciousness. But looking at Long Chen's face, warmth appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Long Chen's body was trembling as he held her. As a pill cultivator, he was proficient in all poisons and could instantly tell that this dagger had contained a mixed poison. There had been at least 100 different toxins in it. When those toxins entered a person's body, they would treat the body as a battlefield, beginning to clash against each other, destroying the body from the inside. Quickly consume this. Long Chen hastily fed Yi Zichou an antitoxin pill. But he knew that this kind of pill wouldn't be able to save her life. At best, it could postpone her death for a short while. To suppress this kind of poison would require at least a 5th-tier antitoxin pill. But Long Chen didn't have any. That filled him with grief and pain. Such a fairy-like woman would die just like this. He thought of the days they had passed together. He thought of when the three of them had formed an alliance to snatch the profound spirit fruit. He thought of how they had cultivated together. Although Yi Zichou had always been icy, Long Chen knew she was actually extremely kind-hearted. Now he saw a faint black chi was starting to surface on her face. The poison had already reached her brain, and there was no hope at all. His tears streamed down. Long Chen was filled with regret. If he had had just one more drop of the divine life liquid, perhaps he could save Yi Zichou's life. But right now he was completely powerless. Long Chen, don't cry. A hero capable of supporting heaven and earth shouldn't cry for a woman. I don't want you to be laughed at by others. Yi Zichou's life force was growing weaker and weaker. She raised a hand to wipe away Long Chen's tears. She continued, I really was very happy those days when I accompanied you. The only regretful thing is that those days were just temporary. I won't get to see you standing at the peak of the world. Long Chen, didn't you always want to see me smile? Then I can let you see it one time. Gently caressing Long Chen's cheek, a smile appeared on Yi Zichou's face. It was like a lotus flower had bloomed, sad but beautiful beyond compare. Once that smile bloomed, Yi Zichou closed her eyes. Her life force faded away. However, her mouth was still frozen in that smile. She had accomplished her promise. Long Chen let out a bestial, heart-rending cry. He tightly held that beautiful lifeless body. The current Long Chen no longer appeared as imposing as before. Instead, he seemed like a helpless child who had lost his companion and was powerless to do anything. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others had long since reached the point of losing their voices from sobbing. When a hero cried, the entire world was filled with grief. The only sound right now was Long Chen's crying. The distant, spectating righteous disciples couldn't help but tear up when they heard that. They were all disciples who came from poor backgrounds, but it was those that came from poor backgrounds that had the most sincere emotions. Long Chen was a peerless genius, one who could arrogantly look down on all, one who could suppress the peak experts of 7 prefectures. But when he lost his companion, his grief affected everyone. In this world, where the weak were prey to the strong, such emotions were truly hard to come by. As for those disciples that had attacked him, they were all surprised. None of them had thought that Long Chen would cry like this, without any regard to his image, because of one woman. Huo Weifang, Han Tianyu, and Yin Luo glanced at each other and attacked at the same time. They wanted to take advantage of Long Chen's grief to kill him with a single attack. Fuck off! Long Chen suddenly roared, and a powerful sound wave caused heaven and earth to rumble. At the same time, an incredibly berserk aura erupted from his body, and he raised his blood-colored saber. Huo Weifang, Han Tianyu, and Yin Luo were all blown back miserably into the distance. Everyone was startled. Just now, that had just been a random wave of his saber. But he had managed to send 3 peak experts flying. Long Chen didn't feel any excitement from this power. His face was still covered with tears, his eyes still filled with pain. He gently rubbed Yi Zichou's face. Yao help me look after Zichou. Long Chen gently handed Yi Zichou to Chu Yao. Chu Yao was sobbing noiselessly. She also didn't have the power to suppress such a highly toxic poison. To have to just watch as Yi Zichou died, she was filled with pain. The person who felt the most pain would have to be Tang Wan. It was because Yi Ziqiu had helped her block a fatal attack that she had been forced into using her body to save Long Chen. That made her feel endless remorse. Long Chen was being extremely gentle as if he was afraid of waking up Yi Ziqiu. Only once Chu Yao and Tang Wan had taken her did Long Chen slowly stand up. He wiped away his tears. Along with that, he wiped away the grief on his face. What replaced it was icy killing intent. Long Chen, let's work together to kill all these bastards. Mo Nian also felt grief to see Long Chen like this, and he tried to raise his mood. No need, revenge is best done personally. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen slowly took a few steps towards the righteous and corrupt experts that had attacked them. Currently, there were less than 30,000 of them left. As Long Chen walked forward, Huo Wufang and the others' expression were grave. They involuntarily retreated. They sensed endless killing intent from Long Chen's icy expression. I was wrong. Today, I finally understand that I was always wrong. The 9-star hegemon body art is not trained in this manner. With his blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder, Long Chen muttered to himself as he walked. Mo Nian and the others were startled. Had Long Chen begun to babble nonsense because his injuries were too grave? But that also didn't seem right. They had no idea whether they should follow Long Chen or just stay where they were. Hegemon body art, in other words, to become a domineering hegemon looking down arrogantly at all. Anyone who refuses to submit to me will be destroyed. My cultivation path is one of walking across countless corpses. Long Chen suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his blood-colored saber. Being tolerant and cowardly will only bring humiliation and pain. From today onwards, I swear on the weapon in my hand that I, Long Chen, will no longer concede to anyone. On my cultivation path, if people block me, I will kill them. If gods block me, I will murder gods. I will use the bones of my enemies to forge my cultivation path, and blood to decorate it. You will all be witnesses to my oath, and you will also be my first stepping stone on my cultivation path. I will use your blood to write my life's overture. Long Chen's voice was calm. It didn't contain any emotion, and yet, it still caused people to feel a chill. Each one of his words contained a powerful will, as well as an unquestionable determination. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, an unprecedented aura surged into the sky. His divine ring once more appeared behind him. At the same time, a pillar of light soared into the sky. The originally dusky sky began to boil. A huge maelstrom hundreds of miles wide formed. At the center of the maelstrom was Long Chen. His Feng Fu star and Alioth star quickly circulated. But this time was different from before. This time, their energy was sent directly to his dantian. His originally empty dantian now had a pearl-like bead in it. The bead now looked just like a shining star. After receiving the Feng Fu star and Alioth star's energy, it began to slowly circulate. Following its circulation, a powerful primal chaos aura filled the air. That was what allowed his divine ring to cause such a huge disturbance. After merging with the bead, Long Chen seemed to become the master of the Julie secret realm. This world's spiritual chi was crazily surging towards him. 2 stars had appeared in Long Chen's eyes. One was brightly lit, while the other was still very dim. In that instant, Long Chen's aura erupted like a volcano. Astral winds raged, harsh light crossed, and the entire void rumbled along. The entire space seemed on the verge of exploding. At this moment, Long Chen had exploded with unprecedented aura. Huo Wufang and the others' expressions completely changed. The current Long Chen was like a hibernating dragon that had been awakened. Don't be afraid, he's just one person, kill him together, Huo Wufang shouted, and flames soared out of his body, runes revolving around him. Han Tianyu, Yin Luo, Shui Wuya, the mustached man, and all the others also erupted with their strongest aura. This was a true life and death battle. If Long Chen didn't die, then they would. They had to fight all out. Charge! Huo Wufang and the others roared, charging straight at Long Chen. Chapter 462 Blood Dyes the Julie Secret Realm. Long Chen's expression didn't contain any emotion. His eyes were completely icy as he raised his blood-colored saber. When he swung it forward, blood-red light exploded. Astral winds raged, engulfing everyone. Huo Wufang and the others vomited blood and were blown back. People were appalled to see that other than Yin Luo's spear, every other person's weapon had shattered. Heavens! With a single swing of his saber, it seemed as if even heaven and earth could be exterminated. Just how strong was the current Long Chen? Everyone's hearts pounded wildly with shock. Long Chen suddenly moved, seeming like a bolt of lightning and disappearing from their sight. When he once more appeared, he was already next to Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya was currently still in midair from Long Chen's attack and was in the midst of vomiting blood. That attack had broken all his inner organs. When he realized another figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, his expression immediately became pale white. That merciless figure raised his saber. Blood-red light shone. Everyone was horrified to see Shui Wuya was killed with a single blow. Long Chen's blood-colored saber seemed to be hiding a volcano. When it had struck Shui Wuya, a terrifying energy had blown his corpse out of existence. Up in the air, the only thing remaining of him was his angry roar while at death's door. That scene stunned everyone. One-shot instant kill. That was a pinnacle expert, but he hadn't even had the ability to dodge Long Chen's saber. He had been destroyed like that. Although they hadn't personally experienced it, as experts, practically everyone could guess that it wasn't that Shui Wuya hadn't wanted to dodge, but that he wasn't able to. He had been completely locked down by a terrifying killing intent. After killing Shui Wuya, Long Chen went directly for the mustached man since he was the closest. The mustached man was filled with absolute horror. Seeing Long Chen's saber coming for him, he hastily took out another talisman. Torrential rain killing formation. Crushing the talisman, space trembled intensely as a rain of arrows condensed in the sky. These were translucent arrows formed from spiritual qi. Each arrow had runes curled around it and emitted a terrifying pressure. This was an offensive talisman with a similar power to the defensive talisman he had used previously. Long Chen was instantly surrounded by millions of arrows. But he still didn't have an expression on his face. Raising Blooddrinker, he spun through the air, releasing waves of saber images. Boom boom boom, each arrow caused a powerful explosion. Waves of qi surged out, crushing apart boulders and causing the space to quiver. Each one of those arrows had contained power equivalent to the attack of a pinnacle expert like Han Tianyu. This powerful rumbling dazzled everyone. Suddenly, with a final explosion, a saber image tore through the final arrows and struck the mustached man, making him vomit a mouthful of blood. Before he could do anything else, an icy saber stabbed straight through his chest. Long Chen raised his saber, and the mustached man's feet left the ground as he was suspended in the air. Looking at the saber piercing his chest, his eyes were filled with terror. "Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Please." The mustached man actually began to beg loudly. In the face of death, no matter how arrogant a person was on the outside, it was unable to conceal their inner heart's cowardice. "You don't want to die?" Long Chen furiously roared, "You don't want to die? Then tell me, who wants to die? When you massacred us, did you ever think of other people's feelings? You cowards who only know how to bully the weak, you can all die now." His saber shook, and without giving the mustached man any chance to reply, a terrifying force blew him apart. Another peak expert died. Long Chen suddenly roared. Even after killing those two, his killing intent hadn't lessened at all. Instead, it increased even further. Long Chen had been suppressing himself for too long. Now that he finally let himself free, he had a desire to slaughter every person beneath the heavens. Previously, Long Chen had always suppressed that desire. That was because he was afraid he would one day truly become a madman who only knew how to slaughter. But now, he realized he was wrong, and very wrong at that. Only after merging with that bead did Long Chen realize just how excessively wrong he was. Once that bead had merged with him, the words, "Primal Chaos Bead," had appeared in his mind. Obviously, that must be its name. Many things had appeared in Long Chen's mind just now. However, he had no time to absorb them, and they were gradually fading. But he had realized a certain mistake of his. He should never have suppressed his desire for slaughter. That was in direct violation of the true essence of the 9-star hegemon body art. The meaning of hegemon in the 9-star hegemon body art referred to being domineering, to advance in the face of all obstacles, to rather break than bend, to rather die than submit. When you ran into danger, you had to smash it head-on with a single fist. Long Chen had been raised in the secular world, and he had walked up to his current level step by step. When it came to background, he was far too lacking in comparison to his powerful enemies. That was why he had never wanted to make so many powerful enemies. He had hoped to give himself enough time to peacefully grow. However, this thinking was completely mistaken. The 9-star hegemon body art was not trained in that manner. If you wanted to become a supreme hegemon, then you needed to be completely domineering, and to be domineering required you to never lower your head to anyone. When he thought of that, Long Chen was filled with regret. His conservativeness and cowardice had finally resulted in a painful consequence. Lu Fang'er and Yi Ziqiu had both died. That was also what had allowed him to see the truth. Now, Long Chen's killing intent was surging wildly. A huge saber image grew out of his saber and attacked the experts around him. Heads flew and flesh exploded. Anyone within Long Chen's range was killed. It was incredibly bloody. Long Chen, Chu Yao couldn't help shedding tears as she watched Long Chen charge into a crowd of enemies on his own, crazily slaughtering. Chu Yao was the one who understood Long Chen the best. Even though he was slaughtering so many, his fury wasn't lessening. Instead, he was becoming more and more furious. She couldn't help worrying that Long Chen might become bedeviled. Work together. We don't need to be afraid. There's no way he can keep this up for long, shouted Huo Wafang. But his order didn't have any effect. The current Long Chen was like a bloodthirsty devil king, someone no one could block. Everyone from both the righteous and corrupt paths was completely terrified of him. Who would dare go block him? It was unknown which righteous disciple decided to let out this terrified screech. But it immediately broke any remaining courage people had, and they all began to flee. It wasn't just the righteous disciples who fled. Even the corrupt disciples had given up on fighting. Brothers, it's time to get revenge. Our brother's blood can't be spilled for nothing. Kill, roared Mo Nian. He took the lead, shooting out countless arrows. Previously, he had been completely entangled with the other experts from Qing Prefecture. Now that they were fleeing in terror, two of them were instantly killed with a single arrow. Kill, get revenge for our dead brothers. Zheng Wenlong also shouted. The Huayan sect had also suffered quite a few casualties, and he was filled with fury. This had been extremely different from his expectations, and his killing intent was also soaring. He chased after them with a sword. Kill, we have to get revenge for Yi Ziqiu and Lu Fang'er. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er wiped away their tears. Clenching their teeth, they chased after everyone. Long Chen was killing experts continuously. He suddenly raised his head and saw that Feng Xiaozi was panicking and had summoned out his crow, preparing to flee. His killing intent immediately locked onto him. It could be said that the main culprit for their heavy losses was Feng Xiaozi. If he hadn't entangled Meng Qi, then with Meng Qi's powerful soul energy, many of those experts would have been too intimidated to participate. It could also be said that he was a main culprit in the deaths of Lu Fang'er and Yi Ziqiu. Long Chen's killing intent exploded to unprecedented levels. Seeing Feng Xiaozi was about to flee, he raised his left hand. During his previous seclusion time, Long Chen had not just been increasing his cultivation base. He had also solidified his mastery of his battle skills. Other than that combined technique with Little Snow, he had also been experimenting with his Thunder Force. His Thunder Force was gathered from the Nine Heavens Tribulation Lightning, and that was this world's strongest lightning. However, the thunderization art that he cultivated in was too low grade. It could only control ordinary Thunder Force. When it came to controlling Tribulation Thunder Force, it was far from enough. Long Chen could only experiment with it on his own to find the most effective way to use his Thunder Force. At this moment, Long Chen had raised his left hand and pointed his finger at the crow Feng Xiaozi was on. Lightning Finger. A violet bolt of lightning shot out of his finger and almost instantly struck the crow. Thunder rumbled. The lightning bolt was like a spear, piercing straight through the magical beast. Terrifying Thunder Force instantly killed it. Even Feng Xiaozi was impacted and his body turned numb. He began to fall to the ground with the crow. Long Chen sprung into action, and he quickly appeared in front of Feng Xiaozi while he was still in midair. As for Feng Xiaozi, his entire body was numb, and seeing Long Chen suddenly appear in front of him, his soul almost fled his body in fright. With a light slash of his saber, Feng Xiaozi's body was cut off at his elbows. His cut-up body collapsed on the ground. Feng Xiaozi let out a cry of despair. Long Chen's attack had really been too vicious. He had cut him off at the elbows, meaning he wouldn't die immediately. Perhaps if a Shantian expert was present, he might be able to save him. But there were none present, so Feng Xiaozi was filled with despair. He could only slowly wait for death to take him. That was a cruel torment. Without his arms, he didn't even have the ability to kill himself. Long Chen cut off one of Feng Xiaozi's fingers and took off its ring. That ring contained the tiger's corpse, and within that corpse was the golden page. With a flick of his hand, that spatial ring flew straight to the distant Meng Qi, who caught it. After handling Feng Xiaozi, Long Chen's gaze swept over the battlefield. He immediately noticed a terrified Huo Wufang who was hiding within the crowd. Huo Wufang, hand over your life. Chapter 463 I'll teach you what pain is. Huo Wufang, hand over your life. Long Chen sprung forward, charging at Huo Wufang. Huo Wufang's expression completely changed. Long Chen was absolutely massacring everyone, and no one had been able to stop him. Right now, Huo Wufang had already changed his clothes and was hiding within the crowd. He hadn't expected Long Chen to find him with a single glance. But in truth, it had to be said that Huo Wufang's method was completely foolish, and just deceiving himself. As a pill cultivator with powerful spiritual strength, Long Chen was extremely sensitive to his flame energy. Now that Long Chen had already locked onto him, Huo Wufang felt as if he had been dropped into an icehouse. Even his bones turned cold, and his hair stood on end. Now he really did regret it. He had never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. If he had known earlier, then no matter what, he wouldn't have dared set himself against Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen had already killed 3 pinnacle experts, Shui Wuya, the mustached man, and Feng Xiaozi. He was practically possessed by a killing god, completely unblockable. Whoever tried to stop him would die. Of the pinnacle experts, only he, Han Tianyu, and Yin Luo were still alive. But the 3 of them could all tell that even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to stop the current Long Chen. So they were all fleeing. They all wanted to see just who Long Chen would target. That was a gamble on whoever's luck was the most lacking. They were all waiting for a certain thing that was on the verge of occurring. Now they were in a race against time. Seeing Long Chen target him instead of Han Tianyu or Yin Luo, Huo Wufang couldn't help cursing his bad luck. But in truth, it seemed he had forgotten. The one who had caused this huge battle had been solely him. If it hadn't been for him, Long Chen could have simply killed Han Tianyu and Yin Luo, and this matter would have been over. It was only because Huo Wufang had used his pill tower status to interfere that Long Chen had become the enemy of the righteous and corrupt paths. If Long Chen didn't target him, then that really wouldn't have made sense. He knew he wouldn't be able to get away from Long Chen's phantom-like movement technique. Seeing Long Chen come straight for him, he erupted with his greatest possible power. Blazing Dragon Kill. All his pill flame gathered in his 2 hands, forming 2 huge flame dragons. Countless runes flickered atop those huge dragons. Those were his core runes, something that could push his attack power to his peak. In fact, this one attack contained over half his core runes. Once this attack was over, it would require at least a year for him to recover from the loss. During that year, he wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Furthermore, at his age, this was his golden period for cultivation, and to waste a year was an irrecoverable loss. However, there was no way around it. In order to keep himself alive, he could only use up everything he had. He knew that Long Chen's pill flame energy had been used up, and so this attack should have an 80% chance of heavily injuring him. As long as he heavily injured him, he knew that Han Tianyu and Yin Luo would immediately come to kill him. Suddenly, Long Chen shouted, and a saber image soared into the sky, seeming like a heavenly blade as it slashed down on those 2 flame dragons. Huo Wufang was horrified to see that even after sacrificing over half his core runes to power his strongest attack, his dragons were instantly crushed. Furthermore, those flame dragons were connected to his mind, and when they were destroyed, he vomited blood, intense pain racking his soul. When he recovered, he realized Long Chen was already standing in front of him. The 2 were less than a foot away from each other. Huo Wufang was horrified. It felt as if he was staring the Grim Reaper in the face. He instinctively punched out. Long Chen caught his fist with a single palm. Huo Wufang tried to pull it back, but he was powerless. He hastily kicked his leg at Long Chen's abdomen. That was normally an extremely practical attack. However, he only got his kick halfway when he let out a mournful scream. The arm that Long Chen had caught had been torn off at his shoulder. Blood splattered, appearing extremely frightening. Furthermore, his kick was stopped by Long Chen's foot. With some light pressure, Huo Wufang's knee broke and his leg bent at an odd angle. Compared to the pain of his lost arm, Long Chen's kick had caused him much more pain. Long Chen's foot had contained some bizarre energy that was crazily targeting his pain nerves. Huo Wufang was in so much pain that the veins on his head bulged, looking like they might explode at any moment. He rolled back and forth on the ground. Does it hurt? No. This can't count as pain. True pain is something an idiot like you cannot comprehend. It seems I can only help teach you what level of pain you've caused others. Sorrow flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and his foot stamped down on Huo Wufang's body. Long Chen's foot came down dozens of times on different joints. In the beginning, Huo Wufang's screams were exceptionally mournful, but afterward, he became silent. That was because it was already too painful for him to scream. He had to use all his strength just to resist the pain. That wasn't even voluntary, but an instinctual reaction of his body. According to his current level of pain, Huo Wufang's body should have immediately shut down and allowed him to pass out. But unfortunately, such a blessing never came to him. The first thing Long Chen had done was sever certain nerves to make sure he couldn't faint. Now, Huo Wufang could only silently endure that hell-like pain. However, no matter how much pain he was in, it was just physical pain. Could it even compare to the pain Long Chen felt inside? Seeing a spatial ring on his finger, Long Chen just directly took it away. Then after hesitating for a moment, he took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it down Huo Wufang's mouth. He used a slap in the face to help him swallow it. Only after doing that did Long Chen nod with satisfaction. Such a person had to suffer endless pain for the rest of his life. Killing him like this was letting him off too easy. After finishing this, Long Chen saw that Mo Nian and the others were crazily slaughtering their enemies as they fled. Now was the time for revenge. Then turning around, he saw the distant Han Tianyu and Yin Luo. The two of them were 100 miles from each other and were fleeing in two different directions. After hesitating for just a moment, Long Chen went straight for Yin Luo. He had only just moved when heaven and earth began to shake. A huge ripple appeared in the air, and a vast spatial door slowly appeared. Haha, time's up, Yin Luo, Han Tianyu, and all the others celebrated. They hastily activated the tablets on their waists. The spatial door shot out lights that enveloped them. Boss, first kill that bitch Yin Wuxuang. She's about to run. Guo Ran called out when he saw Yin Wuxuang was already enveloped by light. Everyone already hated Yin Wuxuang to the core. If they let her run, they would be so depressed that they might just kill themselves. Long Chen heard Guo Ran, but he still went straight for Yin Luo. To teleport away required a certain amount of time. He wanted to cut down Yin Luo as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you aren't able to kill me. Yin Luo suddenly laughed loudly. A tortoise shell appeared in front of him. It was jade-like and crystalline. Runes covered it densely, and it completely protected Yin Luo. Crystal bone. Long Chen's pupils shrunk. He really hadn't imagined that Yin Luo would have also found a crystal bone. Furthermore, it was a defensive crystal bone. He had actually been hiding such a powerful life-preserving trump card. His expression became a bit ugly. He was well aware of a crystal bone's power. As a defensive crystal bone, its defensive prowess was incredible. Although Yin Luo's cultivation base was limited and he was unable to use its full power, it would be enough to block at least one of his full power attacks. All Yin Luo needed was to block that one attack. That would be enough for him to leave the Julie secret realm. Yin Luo, you should stay behind. Mo Nian's voice rang out. At this time, a pitch-black arrow was knocked on his bow. It emitted a powerful pressure, seeming like the tongue of a poisonous viper that might take a person's life at any moment. Furthermore, all Mo Nian's spiritual qi was pouring into this bone arrow. Its runes lit up, causing heaven and earth to rumble. Piercing cloud arrow. The black arrow was like a bolt of black lightning shooting towards Yin Luo. As it flew, the runes on top of it grew even brighter. As it pierced through heaven and earth, it was as if it was capable of piercing straight through this world. A heaven-shaking explosion occurred when that arrow collided with the armor. The tortoise shell and bone arrow exploded together. Die! Long Chen shouted, his saber slashing down on a shocked and infuriated Yin Luo. But Yin Luo suddenly felt a powerful pulling force as the teleportation activated. Long Chen's saber fell. Yin Luo's body disappeared, but this time, he had been cut straight down from the shoulder, leaving behind an arm, a leg, as well as some ribs. Little Snow, get over here. Placing Little Snow in his spiritual space, Long Chen activated his tablet as well. Han, Tianyu and Yin Wuxuang had already left. He had to chase after them. There were two reasons why Long Chen hadn't first killed Yin Wuxuang. One was that he would be teleported to the same exit as her. He could still kill her once they both left. That was not the case with Yin Luo. Once he left, there was no way to avenge this enmity. The second reason was that Long Chen didn't want to kill Yin Wuxuang with one attack. That would be letting her off far too lightly. Long Chen's body faded in front of everyone. Brother Zheng, Brother Mo, you should get your subordinates to quickly clean up the battlefield. We'll go help boss. After saying that, Guo Ran also quickly activated his tablet. The other disciples from the 108th monastery also activated their tablets, disappearing from the secret realm. Everyone, hurry up and clean up the battlefield. There's not much time, you only need to get the spatial rings of chosen. Where's Huo Wafang? Asked Mo Nian. Someone helped him activate his tablet. He's already gone, replied a Mo Gate disciple. Ah, whatever, everyone, hurry up. Hua Beluo, Zheng Wenlong, and Mo Nian's subordinates quickly went through the battlefield. There wasn't much time before the spatial door closed. Mo Nian was extremely pleased. He picked up Yin Luo's body parts and put them in a spatial ring. Now he finally had a full set. Aiya, isn't Long Chen done for? Mo Nian's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 464 I want to kill her. Isn't Long Chen done for? What do you mean, Brother Mo? Zheng Wenlong hastily asked. Long Chen's not the same as us. As a member of the Xuantian Supermonastery, he has his own exit. The various sect leaders of its 108 monasteries are all waiting at that exit. Once he gets there, won't he be killed by those sect leaders? Said Mo Nian. You don't need to worry. I'll immediately go over to help. Hua Beluo also realized that now. She hastily activated her tablet, disappearing from their sight. Seeing Hua Beluo disappear, Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong were much more at ease. Hua Beluo was also a disciple from an ancient family, and she possessed a great deal of influence in the supermonastery. With her going over, she would definitely be able to help Long Chen. Mo Nian looked over the battlefield. The righteous and corrupt disciples that had attacked them had already fled in the first moment. How could they have dared to stay? Although there were spatial rings all over, they didn't have any thoughts of snatching them. As for those distant spectators, they wanted to come over, but they were still hesitating. After all, they hadn't been the ones to win those battle spoils. What are you just standing there looking for? The spatial door will only be open for an incense stick's worth of time. You don't want to clean up the battlefield? Shouted Mo Nian. This was a huge battlefield, and there were corpses everywhere. On Mo Nian and Zheng Wenlong's side, there were only a few hundred people. It would be impossible for them to completely go through the battlefield without several hours. Those spectating disciples were mostly from poor backgrounds. Although they hadn't helped, they also couldn't count as enemies. They were all righteous disciples, so there was no need to be so domineering with them. Those disciples were filled with gratefulness when they heard Mo Nian. They all rushed over the battlefield. However, they knew not to go overboard. They only went through the outer sides of the battlefield. The corpses there were mostly ordinary core disciples and favored. As for the center of the battlefield with the chosen, that was left for Mo Nian and the others. But even so, they all managed to gather over 100 spatial rings. They didn't have time to look through the spatial rings, but they knew that each one of them must contain unimaginable treasures. Long Chen, Mo Nian, and people like them conducted themselves openly and candidly. In comparison, Huo Wafang and Han Tianyu were trash. They might be powerful, but they lacked a grandness that an expert should possess. Brother Zheng, you should direct everyone. I'll go back first, said Mo Nian. What's so urgent? Asked Zheng Wenlong, surprised to hear that Mo Nian wasn't even willing to stay for a quarter hour. I feel like Long Chen might really be in trouble this time. He killed too many people, and who knows how many righteous disciples are included in there. There must be many Shantian experts waiting for him. Even if he grew wings, Long Chen would find it impossible to escape. He'll definitely be captured, and considering how many people he's killed, the fact that he comes from the lowest ranking monastery and that he doesn't have any connections in the supermonastery won't necessarily choose to protect him. If the supermonastery wants to appease everyone's anger, they'll very likely have Long Chen killed. So I'll go back right now and alert my old man. TCH, no matter what happens, I'll protect Long Chen. It was so hard to find a brother to my tastes. I can't let him die. Mo Nian's expression was gloomy. He came from a grand background, and he was very familiar with the unwritten rules between sects. You're right, I'll also report it to my sect elders. Zheng Wenlong nodded. The two of them activated their tablets and disappeared from the Julie secret realm, leaving behind their subordinates who were quickly cleaning up the spoils from the final battlefield. When the spatial door in the air began to tremble, those disciples' expressions changed, and they immediately activated their tablets. If they still didn't activate them now, then it might really be too late. Looking at the piles of corpses on the ground, it was unknown just how many spatial rings were still lying amongst them. They were filled with unwillingness. Unfortunately, staying behind was just death. The spatial gate finally faded away. The entire Julie's secret realm returned to calm. The only ones left on the battlefield were corpses, an endless number of corpses. An icy breeze blew by. It was almost possible to still hear the sound of sobbing. Spatial fluctuations appeared in front of Long Chen, and his vision suddenly changed. He arrived at the same place where he had entered the secret realm from. At this time, there were many figures present. The Xianxian supermonastery's 108 monasteries' sect leaders and their various Xianxian experts were all gathered here. As soon as he appeared, he heard the sound of a loud argument. One of those voices was very familiar to him. It was the voice of the sharp-tongued senior Kang Ming. But when Long Chen appeared, the entire crowd became silent. Everyone's gaze landed on him. Long Chen, you evil traitor, you willfully slaughtered the innocent and murdered members of your own sect. Let me see just where you'll run today. Yin Wushuang hid behind her first monastery's sect leader, her eyes filled with rancor and delight. With this many Xianxian experts, Long Chen was doomed. These sect leaders had already come here a few days ago in preparation for welcoming their disciples back. After all, those that entered the secret realm were their monastery's strongest disciples. Each one of them was important. Originally, people had been discussing what would happen in the righteous and corrupt battle. This time, the Xianxian supermonastery would definitely stand out. After all, they had geniuses like Han Tianyu, Hua Beluo, Yin Wushuang, and Han Tianfang. Adding on over 100 chosen, they had been confident in winning an unprecedented glory. But as they were discussing how they would finally get to reverse the tide against the corrupt path that had suppressed them for so long, Han Tianyu and Yin Wushuang had come out along with their people. When they had appeared, the sect leaders had jumped in shock. Han Tianyu was pale as paper, and his spiritual qi was practically exhausted. His body was covered with blood, and his right arm was broken. Yin Wushuang was even more miserable, and her jaw had been broken. A wood attribute expert immediately went to go heal her. Only then did Yin Wushuang regain the ability to speak. The first thing she said made everyone shocked. Long Chen had gone crazy and had crazily slaughtered the experts of the righteous and corrupt paths. Kang Ming had immediately exploded with rage and began to argue with the first monastery's sect leader. That was the cursing Long Chen had heard when he had appeared. Impudent Long Chen, how dare you be so disgraceful? Hurry up and kneel in repentance. The first monastery's sect leader furiously roared, sending a fist smashing at Long Chen. Fuck off, you old, shameless dog. A furious curse rang out, and a huge hammer that was even bigger than a table ruthlessly smashed at the first monastery's sect leader. The first monastery's sect leader had been hoping to capture Long Chen immediately. That was because Yin Wushuang had used a secret method to tell him that their illegal activities had already been exposed. So his top priority was to kill Long Chen. Even if others investigated at that time, a dead man couldn't testify. But although he was fast, Kang Ming was faster. The first monastery's sect leader was surprised by Kang Ming's quick reactions, and he hastily turned his fist into a palm, colliding with Kang Ming's hammer. A terrifying wave of qi shot out. Long Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. The two of them were both Xianxian experts, and with each wave of their hands, Xianxian power raged. That was different from Yin Luo's Xianxian power. His Xianxian power did not come from himself, and in terms of power, it was as different as heaven and earth. That power was something that could instantly exterminate anyone beneath the Xianxian realm. Long Chen was just about to resist with his full strength when he felt himself being pulled to the side. Long Chen was delighted to see Ling Yunzi take action now. It was he who blocked the aftershocks of their attack for him. What happened? Asked Ling Yunzi gravely. Sect leader, I need to ask you for one thing. I want to kill Yin Wushuang, and I need you to block the others. Long Chen took a deep breath. Ling Yunzi's heart jumped. Long Chen's gaze was completely steady, and he was clearly set on killing Yin Wushuang. All right. Long Chen was surprised that Ling Yunzi actually did not even hesitate. He nodded and engraved this favor in his heart. He then shot out straight toward Yin Wushuang. Originally, Yin Wushuang had felt completely safe. But now she let out a sharp cry and hastily hid behind another Xianxian expert from the first monastery. Brazen traitor, you actually dare publicly commit crimes in front of this many people. You really have fallen onto the devil path. Don't blame this old man for being ruthless in executing you. The first monastery's sect leader was delighted to see Long Chen attack. Now he would have even more reason to openly kill Long Chen. Execute your fucking mom. Why don't I just execute you too? Kang Ming raged, his hammer once more smashing down. Courting death. Being entangled with Kang Ming, the first monastery's sect leader was completely furious. His aura completely erupted, causing heaven and earth to rumble. But when his fist smashed into Kang Ming's hammer, he was completely shocked. Late Xianxian realm, he finally realized that Kang Ming had always been concealing his cultivation base. Now that he had released his aura, Kang Ming had as well. While the first monastery's sect leader was entangled with Kang Ming, Long Chen had already charged over to Yin Wuxuang. In front of her was a Xianxian elder. That elder roared and sent a palm crashing at Long Chen. Although this elder's words were just a scram, the powerful energy coming from his palm clearly showed this was a killing blow. Even meridian opening experts would be unable to receive this blow. But suddenly, a cold sword chi pierced through that person's palm. That elder was absolutely horrified. His hand instantly exploded and he screamed, miserably flying back. Ling Yunzi, how brazen. He let out a furious roar, as that sword chi had come from Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi simply returned his sword to his sheath as if nothing had happened. He didn't even look at that person. Now, Long Chen arrived right next to Yin Wuxuang. Without saying a word, the first thing he did was give her a slap in the face, breaking her just-healed jaw. At the same time, his hand locked around her throat, and killing intent surged out of his eyes. Chapter 465 10,000 Ants Devouring Your Heart. Long Chen had instantly caught Yin Wuxuang, horrifying everyone. Yin Wuxuang was a top expert, but why did it seem she didn't even have the slightest ability to resist in front of Long Chen? They didn't know that Yin Wuxuang had already become terrified by Long Chen. When he appeared in front of her, her head would go blank, and her reactions would be slowed. Her first thought was that she was dead. The entire crowd was silent. Even now, they didn't understand what was going on. Space was constantly trembling as more and more people appeared. The various monastery disciples were returning. Quite a few of them were the ones who had helped to attack Long Chen. They were shocked to see that he was still able to capture Yin Wuxuang despite everyone present. Yin Wuxuang's life and death would be decided by a single thought from Long Chen. What? The others all died inside. What happened? The 7th monastery's sect leader interrogated one of his core disciples. Whether it was the 7th monastery's sect leader or the others, they were all shocked and infuriated by what they were seeing. They were demanding answers. Long Chen, release Yin Wuxuang. Otherwise, your heavy sins will get even worse. The 1st monastery's sect leader was infuriated the most. Yin Wuxuang was a disciple from an ancient family, and she had only come here for tempering. If something happened to her, even he would be punished. But as a sect leader with a grand position, he was used to using his position to force others. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Long Chen did not submit to that. Fuck your heavy sins. You old, petty-minded trash, for some small matter, you actually wanted me to die within the secret realm. You had Yin Wuxuang and Han Tianyu set up all kinds of schemes against me, causing many of my good brothers to die. When it comes to heavy sins, you're the most outstanding. Fuck your mother, you actually dare let out such sanctimonious farts here, was your face made out of leather? Cursed Long Chen, nonsense, how dare you slander people so venomously, you, raged the 1st monastery's sect leader. Long Chen lightly swung his saber, and Yin Wuxuang's arm fell from her body, making everyone jump in shock. Long Chen actually dared sever Yin Wuxuang's arm in front of this many people. Long Chen, do you know Yin Wuxuang's background? By doing this, you will cause your entire 108th monastery to be eradicated, roared the 1st monastery's sect leader. Another arm fell. Yin Wuxuang's face was pale as paper, and her whole body was trembling. However, her throat was caught by Long Chen, and she wasn't able to say a single thing. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Long Chen icily glared at him. His blood-colored saber pressed against Yin Wuxuang's throat. The 1st monastery's sect leader's expression completely changed. Long Chen had definitely gone crazy. Nobody's threats had any use and would only infuriate him instead. Ling Yunzi, do you not want to say anything to your disciple? The first monastery's sect leader turned to icily glare at Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi merely smiled and said, Long Chen is my monastery's most outstanding disciple. I will support whatever he wants to do. As for your threat of destroying my 108th monastery, let them come. It matters not. You. The first monastery's sect leader's expression grew exceedingly ugly. He hadn't expected Ling Yunzi to indulge Long Chen so much. Ha ha ha, good kid, this is what a hero should be like. Isn't the worst case just death? Unless you become an immortal or god, who won't die. Living should be all about doing as you please, repaying gratitude and enmity. If you are just terrified of every little thing, then what is the point of cultivating? Kang Ming patted Ling Yunzi's shoulder, laughing grandly. Suddenly, more people appeared. When they appeared, the crowd was startled and furious. Guo Ran was the first to appear, still wearing his armor. The original color of his armor was already hidden completely by blood. Countless pieces of flesh were still caught all over it, and a strong, bloody stench came from it. Tang Wan Wild, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng all appeared. Only Luo Kang hadn't come because he was already dead. Boss, we've come. Seeing that Long Chen had caught Yin Wushuang, Guo Ran laughed heartily. As long as they could kill Yin Wushuang as revenge for their brothers, then even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Seeing them, all the sect leaders were appalled. Every single one of them reeked of blood and was releasing boundless killing intent. Even Tang Wan was covered in blood. Just how many people had these few killed? The most terrifying one was Wild. Other than his eyes being black, his entire body was red. His spiked club still had a trail of intestines caught on it, and it seemed he wasn't even aware of it. Seeing them all arrive, Kang Ming and Ling Yunzi were both extremely moved. When Long Chen had come back on his own, they had assumed the others had already died. Kang Ming was especially excited. Seeing Wild had returned safe and sound, he almost started to dance with joy. Most exciting of all, each of them was like a divine blade that had finally been unsheathed, their sharpness capable of cutting apart the heavens. Even under the gaze of all these Shantian experts, there wasn't the slightest unease on their faces. That meant that each of their mental realms had already arrived at the point of being unafraid of death, a state where honor or disgrace no longer mattered. Such a mental realm was something even experts that had cultivated for over 100 years wouldn't necessarily be able to achieve. Long Chen, what do you want as compensation to release Yin Wushuang? Let me tell you, she is a disciple from an ancient family, and that's not an existence you can provoke. You should be careful of her family tearing out your muscles and turning your bones to ashes. A pale Han Tianyu finally opened his mouth. He had just been healed by an expert, and his inner injuries were much better. However, his injuries had been too severe, and so he was still completely pale. His words caused Yin Wushuang to become filled with endless terror and fury. Both she and Han Tianyu knew Long Chen's temperament by now. He never submitted to any threat. For Han Tianyu to threaten Long Chen now, it was clearly because he was trying to infuriate him and have him kill Yin Wushuang. In that way, Yin Wushuang would be dead, and Long Chen would also be dead. It was precisely because she understood Han Tianyu's insidious scheme that her eyes filled with such rancor. Han Tianyu actually wanted her dead. Ha 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 ha, Han Tianyu, you really are a good guy. Thank you for reminding me. An ancient family is truly an enormous existence, and I'm really scared of them. I've decided, I won't kill Yin Wushuang. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Then you should hurry up and release her. You little traitor, treating her like this is already a blasphemy. Once you release her, you'll still definitely have to die as an apology. Panic flashed in Han Tianyu's eyes. If Long Chen didn't kill her, then his actions were still forgivable. Considering how talented he was, he wouldn't necessarily be killed. But what Han Tianyu wanted the most was for him to die no matter the cost. Yin Wushuang was filled with rancor. She had never dreamed that the man she loved would treat her like this. She wanted to bite him to death, but unfortunately, she had no jaw. Long Chen smiled. He took out 3 medicinal pills from his spatial ring and forced them down her throat. I won't kill you right now. I'll give you 7 days to live. But you also don't need to thank me, because during these 7 days, you will feel 10,000 ants devouring your heart, 10,000 poisonous bugs sucking up your marrow, and 10,000 insects biting your soul. Unless you can find the legendary 1,000-heart snow lotus, your body will begin to decay as soon as those 7 days are up. Your skin will rot first, and then your flesh, and then your bones. Most terrifying of all, you won't even be able to feel this corrosion. You'll be able to see your body slowly rotting and falling off, but you won't be able to feel any pain. That's because you'll have already felt all that pain during the first 7 days, so you should feel very blessed. I'd advise you not to try any pills to expel the poison, because I personally made this poison pill, and there's no one else in the world who understands it. And so, your life is up to the heavens. If you can find the 1,000-heart snow lotus, then I suppose that means your life really is hardy. But if you can't find it, just quietly enjoy your last 7 days. If you have any unfinished business, you should finish it quickly. For example, marrying and having children, said Long Chen. His voice was extremely calm, but it made people feel incredibly cold. Despite being surrounded by Shantian experts, each of Long Chen's words was filled with confidence, and no one could doubt what he had said. Long Chen suddenly threw Yin Wuxuang over to Han Tianyu, who hastily caught her. Han Tianyu was filled with disappointment, but he still acted ecstatic and excitedly said, "Sister Wuxuang, wonderful. That really scared me to death." Han Tianyu suddenly screamed as Yin Wuxuang ruthlessly slammed her head against Han Tianyu's nose. His nose broke and he even began to tear up. One reason was that Han Tianyu had no defense up, while the other reason was how weak he currently was. As a result, his entire face became bloody. What shocked everyone was that even after smashing his nose, Yin Wuxuang still viciously bit his nose as well. Although she had no lower jaw, she used purely her upper jaw's strength to tear off his nose, making Han Tianyu scream and kick her away. Only after she was kicked away did people see that Yin Wuxuang's face was starting to darken and twist, and her body was constantly twitching. Everyone's hearts turned cold. They all thought of what Long Chen had just said. 10,000 ants devouring your heart, 10,000 poisonous bugs sucking up your marrow, and 10,000 insects biting your soul. Long Chen, how dare you be so vicious to a member of the same sect? Shouted the first monastery's sect leader. Shut your fucking mouth. We were vicious. Fuck your fucking mom. This idiot woman caused so many people to die, and you say we're vicious. Are you blind? Guo Ran could no longer hold back and directly cursed while pointing at the first monastery's sect leader. Rebellion. The 108th monastery's disciples have killed members of the same sect viciously and cruelly. Everyone, help me capture them, shouted the first monastery's sect leader. Over 20 Shantian experts immediately rushed forward, completely surrounded Ling Yunzi, Long Chen, and all the others. Just as the first monastery was planning on settling this matter in a single strike, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. Chapter 466 Confrontation between sect leaders. Wa Beluo. Quite a few sect leaders cried out in shock upon seeing the second monastery's top disciple. As soon as she appeared, she walked directly to Long Chen's side and icily told the surrounding sect leaders, "I am allied with Long Chen, and whoever makes an enemy of Long Chen will become enemies with my Wa family." Wa Beluo's words contained unquestionable resolve. Compared to before, she was like a completely different person, filled with insufferable arrogance and imposingness. This was not the Julie secret realm. This place belonged to the righteous path, and as someone who came from an ancient family, she had an illustrious status. That was the power of disciples from powerful families. Even in the face of Shantian experts, they could still be completely confident. Seeing Wa Beluo stand by Long Chen's side, many people were stunned. Wa Beluo had always been the second monastery's secret weapon, but after entering the secret realm, Wa Beluo had shown her grandeur, shaking all the monasteries. Her background was no longer any secret. That made countless monasteries incredibly envious of the first and second monasteries. They both had ancient family disciples who had gone there for tempering. However, they didn't feel there was anything wrong with that. After all, the first and second monasteries definitely had that level of power, or the ancient families also wouldn't have sent their disciples to waste their time there. The second monastery's sect leader was a bit startled, but he stood out and lightly said, "Naturally my monastery's disciple can't be bullied by outsiders." He came to Wa Beluo's side and called out, "Brother Wang, Brother Li, Brother Dongfang, you should also come over." Over 10 Shantian experts immediately walked over. Those people were all allied with the second monastery. This time, the second monastery had truly decided to set themselves against the first monastery. Now, their full power was brought out. "Zhao Yongchang, are you sure you want to go against me?" The first monastery's sect leader's expression sunk. "Sha Kishan, aren't you just wasting your breath? Your character is something everyone in the monasteries knows. It's no wonder even the junior generation looks down on you. Now even I'm looking down on you. This isn't the first time you've abused your power. But you normally at least try to keep it secret. Did you think we were blind all these years? Or did you really think your methods were so amazing that no one could see any clues? Everyone in the monasteries is well aware of you targeting Long Chen. The fact that Long Chen could survive under your sinister schemes means he definitely has both power and wisdom. Such a person is a blessing to our entire supermonastery. But for a little selfish gain, you wanted to viciously kill this genius. Sometimes I suspect you're a double agent from the corrupt path, said Zhao Yongchang, the second monastery's sect leader. His words were extremely sharp, and each word contained righteous indignation, causing every person here to be filled with praise inside. The first monastery had suppressed everyone and controlled things in the dark for so long. When it came to the top geniuses from other monasteries, either they had to be drawn to their side or stealthily removed. However, although those monasteries in the lower rankings might be angry, they didn't dare say anything. Now that Zhao Yongchang had exposed this, many of them were cheering with delight. However, that kind of emotion could only be kept on the inside. These Shantian experts were all wily old foxes, and before a winner was decided, they definitely wouldn't pick a side. The first monastery and second monastery were now using Long Chen as an excuse to face off. As for who would be laughing at the end, it was still unknown. On the surface, it seemed the first monastery still had an absolute advantage. However, no one could predict the final result. On the side of the first monastery were 23 Shantian experts, while on the second monastery's side, even with Ling Yunzi and Kang Ming, they only had 15. There was a clear power disparity. Most of the monasteries, whose relationship with the first and second monasteries were somewhat vague, now decided to be silent, not taking any side. They couldn't tell just which side was truly stronger. Each side had an ancient family supporting them. If they joined one side, that would offend the other. That was a difficult decision, and so they decided to just watch. As for those disciples that had managed to come out alive from the Julie secret realm, they looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression, not saying anything. They had personally witnessed Long Chen's unrivaled power. However, his enemies were now Shantian experts. No matter how strong he was, he would only be slaughtered here. This time, the disciples who had managed to live were different from previous years. Previously, those monasteries ranked higher had more disciples who survived. While this time, every monastery in the top 50 had suffered calamitous losses. Some had even been completely eradicated. As for those ranked below 100, other than some that had died at the beginning in the secret realm, they had all lived to survive the battle at Two World Mountain. In all of history, the final righteous and corrupt battle was always the most desperate. Furthermore, those who died were always those weaker disciples. They were nothing more than prey for the strong. But this time, that final battle had become a battle to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen hadn't been killed, and instead, it was those top experts from the righteous and corrupt paths who had been slaughtered. The ones who had suffered the greatest losses were the corrupt path. They had almost been completely eradicated. That was because the righteous disciples had been comparatively smarter, and once they saw the situation was not as they had expected, many of them had laid down on the ground and pretended to be dead. Only when the exit had finally opened did they suddenly come back to life and activate their tablets. On the other hand, the corrupt disciples had attacked ruthlessly. But when they had run into Long Chen, who was even more ruthless than they were, it was fated for them to have a miserable ending. Their army of tens of thousands had been reduced to less than 1,000 survivors. Of their top experts, it seemed it was only Yin Luo who had managed to escape half alive. Of course, the other half of him had been left in the secret realm and gathered by Mo Nian. It was unknown whether he could even still survive after such an injury. In the righteous path, those disciples unrelated to the first monastery, who were comparatively weaker and smarter, had mostly all survived. Those people had no relationship to the stronger powers, and they knew that in terms of strength, they were just cannon fodder. An aftershock from an attack could kill them. Furthermore, they knew it was impossible for them to get a favor from Huo Wufang. Only those stronger powers had the qualifications to form a relationship with the Pill Tower. In the beginning, there had been many disciples in neutral positions when Huo Wufang had called for their help. But then, those top experts had joined hands to target Long Chen's group, and so those neutral people gradually joined in. In truth, they had only done that as an act. They didn't even need to do anything as long as they acted imposing and followed the flow. But due to their act, they had ended up throwing their lives away. Originally, the righteous path should not have suffered so many losses. When Long Chen had shown how ruthless he was, many of them had retreated. But once he had started to merge with the primal chaos bead, they had immediately seen an opportune chance and charged forward. They could only blame themselves for the slaughter that had then occurred. It could be said that the reason most of these weaker disciples had managed to get out of the secret realm alive was because of Long Chen. But seeing Long Chen in danger, they chose to remain silent. They wanted to say what Long Chen had encountered in the secret realm, but they were afraid of offending the first monastery. So, their best option was to keep their mouths shut. Some of these disciples had even been allowed to clean up the battlefield by Mo Nian and were holding many spatial rings. But even they chose to stay silent. Seeing that Zhao Yongchang was not giving him any face, Sha Qishan's fury soared. Zhao Yongchang, don't fail to recognize right and wrong. Long Chen willfully slaughtered the innocent in the secret realm. That is an undeniable fact, and there are even photographic jades as evidence. In order to curry favor with the Hua family, you act like you have a conscience. Do you even have a sense of shame? Do you even place the Xuantian supermonastery in your eyes? Sha Qishan, don't bother acting so sanctimonious and righteous. I trust my disciple, and since she trusts Long Chen, I also trust Long Chen, sneered Zhao Yongchang. Then there's nothing more to say. Everyone, you've also seen that Long Chen is a vicious murderer, the scum of the righteous path. Today, we can't let this traitor escape alive. Let me see just how you plan on protecting a tendon transformation traitor. Roared Sha Qishan. All of you listen. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. That was Ling Yunzi's voice. However, Ling Yunzi was still facing the front and hadn't made any odd movements. But Long Chen noticed Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the others also had jumped ever so slightly, so it seemed they were hearing his voice as well. This was a spiritual communication, and due to how close they all were, such faint spiritual fluctuations wouldn't draw other people's attention. Once the battle starts, all of you immediately run. This is a battle of Shantian experts, and none of us can protect you. A single aftershock can instantly kill you. Long Chen, you especially have to run quickly. You're Sha Qishan's target. Only by killing you can he cover up his scheme. Sha Qishan has a deep relationship with the supermonastery, and if you die, he will be able to easily hide the truth from the public. But as long as you get away, the other disciples should be safe. No matter how brazen Sha Qishan is, he wouldn't dare get rid of so many geniuses. In a bit, all of you run. Get as far away from the battlefield as possible, and try to get Long Chen a chance to escape, said Ling Yunzi. Long Chen thought about it for a moment and stealthily took out a talisman from his spatial ring. Hiding behind Ling Yunzi, he pressed it into his hand. It's useless. That's just a minor 1000-world talisman. It can only be used within secret realms. Here, the heavenly Tao's laws restrict its usage. Make your preparations. They're about to attack, said Ling Yunzi. Attack, shouted Sha Qishan. Sha Qishan, let me accompany you for a while. Zhao Yongchang sent a fist smashing at Sha Qishan. Considering this was a face-off in monastery rankings, he had to face Sha Qishan and display his power. Otherwise, how would he compete with the first monastery? Leave. Following Ling Yunzi's transmission, Long Chen and the others all began to rush away. Each of them wore a heavy cloak so others couldn't see their faces. Ha ha ha, you want to run? Stay behind. The 7th monastery's sect leader sneered and appeared right in front of them. Suddenly, a cold sword chi slashed down from the sky at the 7th monastery's sect leader. Chapter 467 If I don't kill you, I'm not human. The 7th monastery's sect leader suddenly felt his whole body turn cold, and a burst of pain came from his palm. His hand had been pierced straight through by a ray of sword chi. Ling Yunzi, the 7th monastery's sect leader, was infuriated. While it was true that everyone was now exchanging blows, it was really just for show. No one else had released a vicious attack like Ling Yunzi. If you want to kill my disciples, you'll have to do it over my corpse. Ling Yunzi also glared back at those sect leaders who were eager to capture Long Chen and the others. The killing intent in his eyes was not at all concealed. Ling Yunzi was currently like an awakened divine blade that had finally left its sheath. His sharp aura made them all feel a heavy pressure. Sword intent soared out of him, and if anyone dared take another step, they would meet with a thunderous strike. As a sword cultivator, Ling Yunzi had researched the sword Dao for many years. His level of comprehension had already reached a terrifying point. Ever since he had managed to free himself from his heart devil, his mental realm had reached a flawless point, and he had reached the realm where his mind and sword were connected. Right now, Kang Ming was fighting two Xiantian experts on his own, while the others had also found their own opponents. However, the first monastery's side still had more experts. There were still 6 people free to attack, and naturally they knew that Sha Qishan's goal was Long Chen, so they immediately chased after him. However, Ling Yunzi stopped all of them by himself. The sharp aura coming from him made them shiver. Furthermore, ever since they had become sect leaders, they had practically never exchanged blows with people again. After living in grandeur for so long, they had already forgotten what it felt like to fight, and they had lost that fearless determination a warrior needed. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry up, or Long Chen will escape. Sha Qishan furiously roared while fighting Zhao Yongchang, his voice containing a bit of panic. Long Chen was the crux of this entire matter. Once Long Chen was killed, all his problems would be resolved. No one would bother with a dead person. But if he didn't die, then that would create countless variables. Furthermore, Han Tianyu had also told him that Yin Wushuang had already exposed that it was he who had incited this entire matter by trying to have Long Chen killed. That completely infuriated Sha Qishan. If it weren't for Yin Wushuang's background, he would have long since slapped her to death. Now his only hope was to kill Long Chen. In the end, he could just fabricate some random excuses, and this matter would blow over. The dead could not testify. However, Zhao Yongchang was also a late Xiantian expert, and the two of them were relatively even in power. Even if he was slightly stronger, he could not defeat Zhao Yongchang without an extremely long period of time. It was impossible for him to personally attack Long Chen. Now seeing 6 people were stopped by just Ling Yunzi, he cursed them for being useless. If this continued, Long Chen really would manage to flee, and then it would truly become troublesome. Attack together. The 7th monastery's sect leader hastily took out his weapon when he heard Sha Qishan's fury, and he charged at Ling Yunzi. The 6 of them attacked at the same time, Xiantian power colliding explosively. Ling Yunzi faced them head-on, causing a huge explosion. Long Chen and the others, who were already several miles away, immediately felt a terrifying chi wave strike them and send them flying. But they didn't dare look back. They knew that as long as Long Chen managed to escape, this battle would count as their victory. Die. Facing 6 people, Ling Yunzi was struck so hard that his chi and blood were surging inside him. After all, he was only at the mid-Xiantian realm, and sword cultivators didn't specialize in brute force. With a sudden cry, his sword began to shine, and killing intent locked down one of the sect leaders. Ah, that person was only at the early Xiantian realm, and as a result, most of his upper body broke into pieces. Heavens, Ling Yunzi really wants to kill. Those distant spectating sect leaders' expressions all changed. Within the supermonastery, there were countless fights and struggles. The power struggle never ended. However, they had never seen actual sect leaders fighting each other so intensely, let alone sect leaders trying to take the lives of other sect leaders. That sect leader's reactions had been fast. The instant that sword chi had been about to strike him, he had turned to the side. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. Although his upper body was a mess right now, as a Xiantian expert, he had a powerful life force. He could absorb spiritual chi to regrow his flesh, but that required a certain amount of time in which his combat ability would be much lower. Furthermore, his courage was truly broken now, and he hastily retreated. Consuming a medicinal pill, he directly left the battlefield. Ling Yunzi, how dare you be so vicious? Raged the 7th monastery's sect leader. Ling Yunzi actually dared to slaughter sect leaders for just a disciple. I, Ling Yunzi, have no sons or daughters. My disciples are my children. Since you want to kill my children in front of me, there's nothing left to say. Die. With an icy cry, sword chi soared into the sky, and a terrifying pressure caused heaven and earth to change color. The 5 of them were immediately enveloped by sword light. Ling Yunzi's the only sword cultivator among all the sect leaders in the supermonastery. This pressure is terrifying. Sword cultivators were praised as number 1 in terms of offense. Even 5 against 1, the 5 of them were miserably suppressed. Several of them almost died beneath Ling Yunzi's sword. Ling Yunzi was shocking all the various sect leaders. They finally understood a sword cultivator's power. Ling Yunzi's combat ability was definitely not at all inferior to Sha Qishan. Sun Jianshang, hurry and go kill Long Chen. Sha Qishan suddenly shouted. In the crowd of spectators, one of the sect leader's expressions completely changed, and he couldn't help but curse inside. Sha Qishan wanted him to display his loyalties. If he didn't go, that was equivalent to completely falling out with Sha Qishan. If he did go, that was equivalent to offending Zhao Yongchang and the Hua family. Sun Jianshang cursed his bad luck. There were so many people present, but Sha Qishan had just had to pick him. In the end, he clenched his teeth and chased after them. But he had only just taken a step when sword light mercilessly slashed down on him. He jumped back and hastily retreated. That sword light had split apart the ground where he had been. Everyone, block him. Just now, Ling Yunzi had managed to force back the 5 of them to send an attack at Sun Jianshang, but he had dodged. At this time, the 7th monastery's sect leader roared and charged forward. He needed to keep Ling Yunzi tied down. Ling Yunzi roared furiously, and a powerful cry came from his sword as Shantian power erupted. The distant spectators' expressions all changed, and they hastily pulled their disciples behind them and fled. Ling Yunzi was truly fighting all out now, but the other 5 also erupted with their full strength. At this moment, Ling Yunzi was fighting as if his life was on the line, and the slightest negligence might cause one of them to die. However, in the end, Ling Yunzi was not able to throw them off. He could only watch as Sun Jianshang charged in Long Chen's direction. However, none of them noticed that other than Sun Jianshang, another furtive figure had also secretly chased after them. Long Chen and the others were almost 100 miles away when Sun Jianshang caught up. A Shantian expert's speed was not something they could compare to. Long Chen, so sorry, but I'll need to borrow your head, sneered Sun Jianshang. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm image flew out, enveloping all of them. Everyone was miserably blown through the air. Ji Yuyong and the others all vomited blood, feeling like their bodies would collapse. Although this was just a random blow that hadn't even been aiming to take their lives, Shantian power was simply not something they could block. In front of a Shantian expert, they were as weak as an ant. That was the difference between them, and there was no way to make up for it. Haha, I've finally found you, laughed Sun Jianshang. That attack of his had been to find which one of them was Long Chen. Another palm came crashing for Long Chen. Terrifying Shantian power completely bound Long Chen, making it so he was unable to even move. Just at this moment, the dragon scale within his body trembled ever so slightly. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, a majestic energy began to condense within it. But a moment later, it dissipated. Just try and touch him. Suddenly, Hua Baluo appeared in front of Long Chen, icily glaring at Sun Jianshang with disdain. Sun Jianshang's soul almost departed from his body in fright. He hastily pulled back his palm. If he killed Hua Baluo, he would die a tragic end. Even though his cultivation base had reached the late Shantian realm, pulling back a full-strength attack was still challenging for him. To suddenly pull back his attack was equivalent to having his attack land on himself, and he would have to take it without any defenses. Forcibly withdrawing his attack, he choked, and his inner organs almost flipped within him. At this time, Hua Baluo's sword was already stabbing towards his throat, startling and infuriating Sun Jianshang. He sent a palm to slam into her sword. Her sword exploded, and Hua Baluo vomited a mouthful of blood before fainting. Suddenly, an armored Guo Ran appeared behind Sun Jianshang and grabbed him. He shouted, "Boss, hurry and run." "Fuck off." Sun Jianshang furiously struck Guo Ran in his chest. A huge dent appeared in his armor, and Guo Ran instantly fainted. However, he still tightly held on. Die. Suddenly, the mark on Wild's forehead once more lit up, and his spiked club came smashing at Sun Jianshang. Scram! Sun Jianshang punched out, shattering Wild's club and sending him flying. Wild repeatedly vomited blood, and his arm became completely deformed. Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng crazily attacked Sun Jianshang. "Run, boss. It'll be fine as long as you get away." Ji Yuyong was blown back, his golden spear shattered. He landed on the ground in the distance. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Sun Jianshang, Long Chen, swear if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen furiously roared. A white figure appeared. Long Chen jumped onto Little Snow's back and shot into the distance. Chapter 468 Chased down desperately. The previous plan was for everyone to cover Long Chen, and when they were far away enough, they were to split up to confuse the others. But that plan hadn't succeeded. They had barely gotten anywhere before Sun Jianshong had caught up. Long Chen no longer needed to have any more misgivings, and he directly summoned out Little Snow to run as fast as possible. "Bastards, don't think I don't dare kill you!" Sun Jianshong furiously roared. Song Mingyuan and the others were risking their lives to hold him back. The most infuriating one would have to be Guo Ran. He had wrapped his arms around Sun Jianshong's waist, and no matter what he did, Guo Ran refused to come off. Finally, Sun Jianshong furiously slammed his palm on Guo Ran's shoulder, and his terrifying Shantian power completely broke apart Guo Ran's arm. Scram! With a final roar, Sun Jianshong erupted with his full power, sending Song Mingyuan and all the others flying. They vomited blood and then fainted. When he finally turned to follow Long Chen, he saw that Long Chen had long since disappeared. Little Snow was too fast, and when Sun Jianshong went past the next mountain, he saw a vast river on the other side, and Long Chen's tracks had disappeared. Atop Little Snow, Long Chen was tightly clutching his fur, his eyes surging with icy killing intent. He was clenching his teeth so tightly that his gum was bleeding. "Sha Kishan, Sun Jianshong, just wait. Haha, there's no need to wait, because your life is mine." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from behind him. Long Chen hastily looked back with shock, seeing a woman smiling at him sinisterly. Luo Bing. The one following him was Luo Bing, the one who had brought her 36th monastery's disciples to provoke the 108th monastery, only to leave dejectedly in failure. Luo Bing was currently filled with killing intent. Despite fleeing as fast as he could, Long Chen could not throw her off. "Long Chen, you really do have quite the abilities to be able to escape from Sun Jianshong. Hehe, did you think you were already safe? Haha, as soon as you left, I was secretly following you, all to make sure you didn't escape. Looks like a woman's intuition is really the best, as you really did manage to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how far you run, you won't be able to escape me. Today, I'll return the humiliation you gave me by 10 times no, 100 times. Ha ha ha, laughed Luo Bing. Long Chen's heart sunk. He hadn't expected this woman to have secretly followed him like this. Now it was truly troublesome. Do you know why I went through this trouble? It's because I'm very curious just what thing you have that allows you to grow this fast. Hehe, the heavens really haven't let me down. They gave me a chance to get all the benefits for myself, ha ha ha. Don't be afraid, I will definitely take care of you. Properly. Luo Bing's voice was full of excitement. HMPH, you old, ugly bitch, you look like some shoehorn that transformed and took human form. Don't spout your bile for others, insulted Long Chen. But although that was what he said, he was racking his head for ways to escape. Even if Luo Bing was trash as a person, she was still a Shantian expert, and he was definitely not a match for her. The only possible way for him to escape was to come up with some scheme. But Long Chen had truly exhausted all his abilities, and his head was empty. You still want to run? You want to use words to infuriate me and give you a quick death? Stop dreaming. I won't let you die so happily. I will make you feel endless despair as your life slowly trickles away from you. Luo Bing clenched her teeth. As Little Snow crazily raced along, he let out a loud roar, communicating with Long Chen. Little Snow was thinking of using their combined attack again. However, Long Chen shook his head. Currently, perhaps he might have enough spiritual chi for that, but his pill flame had only recovered to 20%. With only that level of power, their combination attack wouldn't be able to cause any effective injuries to a Shantian expert. Shantian experts had already surpassed the category of ordinary Haodian cultivators. They could control natural energy, and the battle skills used by Haodian cultivators were usually unable to menace them. In the cultivation world, there were some geniuses who could fight across realms. However, the gap between Shantian and Haodian was not one so easily crossed. And so there was a saying in the cultivation world that the cultivators below the Shantian realm were less than ants. When you reach the Shantian realm, your Haodian spiritual chi would transform into Shantian spiritual chi. But that was not all. Entering the Shantian realm caused a complete transformation in the body, and a person's longevity would increase to over 1,000 years. Furthermore, the strength of a Shantian expert's spiritual chi was a completely different concept compared to Haodian spiritual chi, and there was simply no comparison. So even though Long Chen was powerful, he wasn't delusional enough to think he could use his own power to defeat Luo Bing. Let alone a tendon transformation rookie, even a genius meridian opening expert would find it impossible to defeat a mediocre Xianxian expert. Ha ha ha, I really like your current expression. Keep struggling, keep trying to think of ways to save yourself. I like it. Luo Bing laughed and simply followed Little Snow, not getting any closer or further. Little Snow's speed had reached his peak, and just the wind force was something that would make a person's face hurt. But they were still unable to throw her off. Long Chen's expression was grave. He was thinking as fast as he could, but he wasn't able to come up with any way to throw her off. It was just as he said, in front of absolute strength, all schemes were useless. But in this case, it was Luo Bing who had the absolute power. She wasn't in a hurry to do anything. It was only because she allowed it that Long Chen could still continue running while she followed. She was just playing a game of cat and mouse, wanting to play Long Chen to death. Suddenly, the terrain became very level, and an endless, barren land appeared. Ha ha ha, this is the burial ground you've chosen for yourself. The scenery really is not bad. And this place also isn't that far from your monastery. How surprising, you actually have such feelings towards your monastery, and even in death, you want to die nearby, sneered Luo Bing. Luo Bing's words caused a spark to light up in Long Chen's mind. He suddenly thought of a certain thing. Perhaps that thing really would be able to save his life at this time. Long Chen had Little Snow act as if he was terrified. That was what Luo Bing wanted to see, and perhaps it could stall her for a bit longer. At the same time, Long Chen looked carefully at the surroundings, trying to match it up to the map in his head. However, the surroundings were all just a barren land, and there was nothing easily distinguishable. Just running like this is a bit boring. It'd be better to play a little game, don't you think? I'll first sever one of your legs, and you can continue running. Luo Bing suddenly got tired of this game and took out a sword. Sword Chi came slashing at Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. Had she finally run out of patience? A blood-colored saber appeared in Long Chen's hands, and a saber image soared into the sky, ruthlessly slamming into Luo Bing's sword. Dust exploded. Long Chen and Little Snow were both sent flying. They tumbled back several miles before stopping. Long Chen was horrified. Xianxian power was even more terrifyingly powerful than what he had thought. Ah, so you actually have a Xianxian weapon. Hehe, even if you don't have any other treasures, just that saber means I'll profit a great deal today. Luo Bing's eyes lighted upon Blooddrinker. Little Snow suddenly roared and a sphere of wind blades shot out like lightning at Luo Bing. Luo Bing was slightly surprised, and green light shot out of her sword. Long Chen's heart sunk. Little Snow's full-strength attack was split in two by Luo Bing easily. It didn't pose any threat at all. It had to be known that after absorbing the barbaric wind beast's Niden, Little Snow's wind blades had already surpassed the limit of a 4th-rank magical beast's attack power, and was on the same level as a 5th-rank magical beast. But such a terrifying attack was easily obliterated by Luo Bing. Not bad. What a curious magical beast. Interesting. I wonder, just how many trump cards do you have? Only like this will the game be interesting. Luo Bing smiled sinisterly. Run. Long Chen jumped onto Little Snow's back, and they once more crazily fled. Long Chen needed to find it, or he didn't have the slightest hope of getting away. But Luo Bing was too fast. She crossed a dozen miles with a single step and instantly caught up, slashing out again. This time, Luo Bing had struck with twice as much power as last time, causing Long Chen to vomit a mouthful of blood. Even Little Snow was injured. Long Chen and Little Snow repeatedly fled, while Luo Bing followed each time, launching 5 consecutive blows. Each time, she would double her power, causing Long Chen to constantly vomit blood. But Long Chen bitterly endured. He had to find it. Little Snow wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. His inner organs were already injured, but he still brought Long Chen racing forward as fast as possible. When Luo Bing attacked again, Long Chen returned Little Snow to his spiritual space. This attack was too terrifying. Long Chen couldn't act weak any longer, or he would take a heavy injury for this. 2 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and his divine ring shook the heavens, bringing his power to his peak. A terrifying chi wave exploded out, creating a huge 100-mile crater in the desert. The world became full of flying sand. Luo Bing was shocked. She was actually forced back a mile by that power, and when the sand scattered, Long Chen was already 100 miles away. Where do you think you're going? Luo Bing roared furiously and chased after him. She was now filled with an even greater desire to know Long Chen's secrets. She had to obtain them. This time, Luo Bing was no longer so careful with her attack power. She began to truly use her Xianxian power against Long Chen. She was shocked to find that even after using almost 80% of her Xianxian power, Long Chen was still able to receive her attacks. However, Long Chen was repeatedly coughing up blood, and his hand was bleeding. Against a Xianxian expert, he still had no chance. Long Chen was once more blown back several miles, repeatedly flipping through the air miserably. Furthermore, after all this intense fighting, his spiritual qi had sharply declined. His divine ring disappeared, and those stars in his eyes faded. Am I doomed to die here today? Long Chen clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he saw a small hill in the distance, and he was filled with endless hope. He began to speed toward that hill as fast as he could. Chapter 469 Terrifying Earth Flame. Long Chen was filled with ecstasy as he rushed towards that hill. Luo Bing shot off in hot pursuit. She had sensed the change in Long Chen's mood. A sinister smile crept onto her face when she saw Long Chen rush towards that hill. That was not actually a hill, but a round boulder 300 meters wide. It was simply eroded by the wind all year round, so it looked like a mound of earth. It had been over a year since Long Chen had seen that hill, but he recognized the marks he had left behind with just a glance. He sent a fist crashing into the hill. The rock door exploded, revealing the entrance. Long Chen rushed in without even thinking about it. You ran like this to find yourself a burial mound. Luo Bing entered right behind Long Chen. Seeing this round mound, she smiled mockingly. However, she was extremely crafty. She stood at the cave entrance and stared at Long Chen. This was where he would die. He couldn't possibly run out of this cave with her blocking the entrance. She wanted to see just what trick Long Chen was playing. Entering the cave, Long Chen saw some broken eggshells to the side. Those were Little Snow's masterpiece. At the center of the cave was a 30-meter pool of lava. The surging lava emitted a terrifying heat. Long Chen stood at the edge of the lava. You're right, this place really is the burial ground I chose for myself. I really want to know, if I jump, what will happen? Long Chen lightly looked at Luo Bing with an icy smile. Luo Bing's expression suddenly changed. If Long Chen jumped into this lava, his corpse would disappear. Then all the treasures and secrets he had on him would also disappear forever. I don't believe that you'll dare jump in. Luo Bing put on a brave face. Are you an idiot? I already know that I'll die, and if I land in your hands, I really won't have a good death. Why wouldn't I dare jump? Sneered Long Chen. Listen to me, Long Chen. Long Chen shouted. Don't get any closer. You want to use some secret technique to capture me? Keep dreaming. If you take another step closer, I'll immediately jump into the lava, and you won't obtain anything. Long Chen could easily see through Luo Bing's intentions. At this moment, Luo Bing was less than 30 meters away. That was an extremely dangerous distance. Fine, I won't move. Let's just discuss this. If you hand over your cultivation technique and battle skills, I promise I won't kill you. Luo Bing raised her hand and swore. However, she was sneering inside. She wouldn't kill Long Chen, but she could crush all his bones and then seal him inside this cave. Then he would still definitely die, while it still wouldn't count as breaking her promise. Staring at Luo Bing, was it possible for Long Chen to not realize this? Such methods were things Long Chen had grown tired of playing with ages ago. He saw through her thoughts in an instant. However, his eyes seemed to light up, and with a hesitating voice, he asked, You promise you won't kill me? I, Luo Bing, swear I will definitely not kill you. If I betray this oath, let my soul be burnt by flames and turn me to dust. Luo Bing swore solemnly, but a vicious light shone in the depths of her eyes. That was something that couldn't possibly escape Long Chen. Why have you still not come out yet? Big bro Earth Flame, hurry up and come out. I'm just waiting for you to save my life. Long Chen prayed inside. This was the cave Long Chen had noticed back on his journey to the Xianxian monastery. Back then, Long Chen had been chased by the giant desert scorpions. He had noticed light coming from here and rushed over. After killing the flame salamander, he had noticed this earth flame. Now after being chased in this vicinity, Long Chen had thought of its existence again, and he had placed his hopes on it. But right now, the lava was constantly surging, and the earth flame refused to reveal itself. That made Long Chen feel slightly panicked. Let me think about it a bit. But don't get any closer. Your character is too rotten for me to trust you just like that. Give me some time, warned Long Chen. Luo Bing's expression sunk. Long Chen's words were no different than a slap in her face. Killing intent surged out of her eyes, but she controlled herself and icily said, "Fine, I will give you an incense stick's worth of time to consider it." Long Chen wanted to say an incense stick's worth of time was too short and ask for a few hours, but that would definitely draw Luo Bing's suspicions. He decided not to say anything and acted as if he were contemplating. In truth, all his focus was on the lava pool behind him. "All right, it's been an incense stick's worth of time. Have you considered it?" said Luo Bing icily. "What nonsense. It's only been a single breath's time so far. How was this an incense stick's worth of time? Who do you think you're trying to scare? TCH, do you even have any sincerity? Has your head turned to crap? How about I just throw myself into the lava right now?" raged Long Chen as he took a jumping posture. In truth, it really had been an incense stick's worth of time. But Long Chen refused to acknowledge that, continuing to act furious. "No, don't jump, you're just too nervous and can't feel the flow of time. I'll give you another incense stick's worth of time." Luo Bing hastily stopped him. "Don't treat me like someone who doesn't know how to count. How could an incense stick's worth of time have passed so quickly? You clearly are just forcing me and have no sincerity." Long Chen angered Luo Bing so much that she turned purple. She tightly clenched her sword, wishing to directly cut Long Chen in half. But for Long Chen's secrets, she endured. Suddenly, the lava pool emitted a faint rumble. Long Chen hastily pointed at Luo Bing and cursed, "You idiot woman, did you really think I'd hand my secrets over to you? If I were someone as ugly and disgusting as you, I'd have long since killed myself. You want my secrets? Just keep dreaming. A trash woman like you, an idiot to the peak. Die." Luo Bing had already been trembling on the verge of exploding. Now that Long Chen once more insulted her, she finally lost control and slashed a ray of sword chi at Long Chen. However, Long Chen had long since been waiting for that and dodged to the side. Her attack ended up going past Long Chen. Just at that moment, waves of lava exploded as a foot-high blue flame floated out, its body semi-transparent. As soon as it appeared, a terrifyingly high temperature filled the air. Luo Bing's sword chi descended down upon it. Earth flame. Luo Bing let out a shrill shriek. She had reacted too late. The instant her sword slashed down on the earth flame, it caused a massive explosion that blew apart the cave. Long Chen was also sent flying by that terrifying power. A terrifying pressure descended upon the world. It was as if heaven and earth had become enraged. A blue light enveloped an area of several miles, and the terrifying heat caused even the sand to melt. "Ah!" Luo Bing shrieked miserably. Her entire body was covered by the blue earth flame. She quickly took out a bell that released a light that forced the earth flame away from her body. But that earth flame seemed to have been provoked, and it coiled around her like a blue flame dragon. Her little bell was growing dimmer by the second. As for Long Chen, despite being protected by his pill flame, he felt as if his entire body was about to burn to ashes. Earth flames were born from Mother Earth. It was said their power was capable of burning the heavens, vaporizing the seas, and refining the mountains. This particular earth flame was one that had only just been born, and it had still not reached its full power. But even just its present power was truly too terrifying, so terrifying that Long Chen should have immediately turned and fled. However, his disease had recurred. He felt like his legs were locked in place, and he was unable to move. "If I managed to take it, then even against Shantian experts, I should have some ability to fight." Long Chen's heart pounded fervently. "Blood essence grand art," Luo Bing suddenly shouted and her blood chi erupted. By using a secret technique to ignite her blood chi, she crazily resisted the earth flame. Considering how strong earth flames were, they would be able to instantly kill a Shantian expert without the slightest effort. But this earth flame had only just been born. It was still in an infantile state, so its power was limited. The other reason it wasn't capable of killing Luo Bing instantly was because its intelligence was very low. It didn't know how to attack. It only knew how to wrap around Luo Bing. That was the only reason she was able to resist it. However, this blood essence grand art used up too much of her Shantian essence blood. If she used up too much of that, she would descend from Shantian to Hautian, and she would never be able to reach the Shantian realm again. But considering the situation, she couldn't care too much about that. She could only resist the earth flame as best as she could. The earth flame looked like a translucent blue flame dragon as it coiled around her body, refusing to let go of this person who had just attacked it. Luo Bing pushed her power to the peak. The ground was constantly collapsing, and powerful qi waves made it hard for Long Chen to breathe. He felt like a mountain was crushing him. The Shantian realm really is terrifying. Although Luo Bing is only at the early Shantian realm, she could easily crush me. Now Long Chen was absolutely certain that if Luo Bing had wanted him dead, he would have long since departed from this world. The only reason he was still alive was because she had been greedy for his secrets. That made Long Chen sweat. The difference was truly too great. Crap, the earth flame is getting weaker too. Long Chen jumped in fright. The earth flame was no longer acting as fierce as before. Luo Bing had also sensed that, which filled her with delight and hope. However, although the earth flame was weakening, it wasn't a sudden decline, but gradual. If Luo Bing wanted to throw it off, it would exhaust a great deal of her power as well. Furthermore, as Luo Bing ignited her Shantian essence blood, her own power was weakening. She was horrified to find that if this continued, then perhaps she really might end up exhausted first. Most terrifying of all, there was still Long Chen to the side. Thinking of how ruthless Long Chen was, her blood turned cold. Scram! Luo Bing suddenly erupted with a burst of power, charging her way out of the earth flame's entanglement. Just as she struggled, free and her nerves relaxed ever so slightly, a green light flew over and cut through her neck. A head flew into the sky. Chapter 470 Primal Chaos Bead displays its power. Just as Luo Bing escaped the earth flame's bindings and she relaxed ever so slightly, a green light flew over and pierced through her neck. Before Luo Bing even understood what was happening, she felt as if her field of view was changing. She also saw a familiar body that no longer had a head. She also saw a palm-sized, green scale fly back into Long Chen's hand. Right now, Long Chen didn't even look at her. He was fervently staring at the earth flame. I died to a tendon transformation brat. That was Luo Bing's last thought before she descended into endless darkness. She wasn't a soul cultivator, and her spiritual strength was even slightly weaker than average. Now that her neck was severed, her soul quickly dissipated. At important times, you really are reliable. Long Chen properly put away the dragon scale. Its sharpness was not at all lacking in comparison to the golden page, and in terms of offensive strength, it was incomparably greater. But unfortunately, this dragon scale had existed for who knew how long. A lot of its spirituality had been lost. Thus, Long Chen needed to nourish it with his mind in order to let it recover. However, before it could recover, it had ended up losing even more of its core energy due to Long Chen using it repeatedly to battle. That made him feel extremely guilty. He swore that he would avoid using the dragon scale as much as possible so that it could recover. Now his attention was completely focused on the earth flame. At this time, the earth flame had shrunk to the size of a foot, looking like a translucent little dragon curiously looking at Long Chen. Hey, little friend, do you want to come play with Big Bro? Long Chen's voice was full of temptation. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that the earth flame actually did come over to him. However, it was extremely fierce, instantly erupting and enveloping him. Fuck, this is not what I wanted. Long Chen hastily circulated his pill flame to defend. But his pill flame was actually rapidly declining. As Long Chen's pill flame decreased, the earth flame seemed to excitedly surge. It's treating my pill flame as food. Long Chen was startled and furious. His pill flame was rapidly running out, and in less than a breath's time, it had all been devoured by the earth flame. Realizing there was no more pill flame to consume, the earth flame became furious, and a terrifying heat attacked Long Chen. Damn it, Long Chen felt despair. At the same time, he had an urge to slap himself to death. Did he have to be so greedy? Just as Long Chen thought he was dead, his dantian suddenly shook and emitted a rumbling sound. The fierce earth flame immediately stopped attacking and released Long Chen. It seemed to be shivering, and it immediately turned to flee back into the lava pool. Suddenly, space trembled, and the earth flame involuntarily flew back to Long Chen. Although it was struggling as hard as it could, it was useless. Long Chen also had no idea what was going on. All he saw was that despite the earth flame struggling all out, it still flew over, touched his abdomen, and then silently disappeared. He was dumbfounded, but when he thought of a certain possibility, he hastily looked inside himself and finally saw that bead in his dantian. His jaw dropped. Back when he had first merged with the primal chaos bead, a large amount of information had flooded his mind. At that time, he had been filled with inconsolable grief due to Yi Zichou's death, and he hadn't had time to examine the changes that had occurred in his body. Now that he looked at the primal chaos bead again, he clapped himself in the head. He really was screwed. When the primal chaos bead had merged with him, some information had appeared in his head, but he hadn't looked through it. Now that the information had disappeared, other than the fact that it was called the primal chaos bead, he knew nothing else at all about it. But the fact that that information had disappeared was also something he had no way of fixing. His mind entered the primal chaos bead, and he let out a startled cry. He felt as if he had entered a small world. This was a space of 3 miles, and the ground was completely barren. It was just a flat land with nothing on it. At the center of the space was a ball of flames. Currently, the earth flame seemed to be suppressed by something, and it was incredibly terrified. Long Chen also had no idea what this bead's abilities were for it to be able to suppress an earth flame. But he felt that it seemed just like a spatial ring. The only difference was that his soul was able to enter this world. Since you're called a primal chaos bead, then I'll call this the primal chaos space. Long Chen sized up his surroundings. This place was completely empty. However, it did possess a primal chaos aura that made him feel extremely comfortable. Suddenly, he let out a startled cry as he remembered something. Back when he had first entered the secret realm, he had been completely stuck at the peak of blood condensation. Breaking through had been impossible, but after entering the secret realm, he had almost immediately broken through. In other words, this world was lacking something that he needed in order to advance. But now that he had this primal chaos bead, he wouldn't need to go to any secret realms like that to advance. He walked up to the earth flame that was quivering in fear. "Come with me, I'll make it worth your while." Although he didn't know how the primal chaos bead had suppressed the earth flame, Long Chen could sense that within the primal chaos space, he was the ruler. He could control everything here. It was an extremely strange feeling. So he didn't feel any more fear towards the earth flame. That was a feeling that came with having absolute control. As he attempted to communicate with the earth flame, it was still constantly quivering. Long Chen could sense that the only thing it was feeling was terror. That made him feel slightly helpless. But he had to find a way to make use of such a powerful weapon. Long Chen forcefully squeezed out another ball of his exhausted pill flame for the earth flame. The earth flame immediately transformed to become a small serpent that swallowed his pill flame with a single gulp. Now, Long Chen could sense a feeling of joy coming from it. There's hope. Long Chen hastily circulated his spiritual qi to recover his pill flame. Feeding it ball by ball to the earth flame, after a few dozen feedings, he clearly sensed the earth flame was feeling a bit friendlier towards him. Earth flames were things born from the world, and they had their own spirituality. However, this earth flame was still in its infancy and needed to be guided. Long Chen constantly fed it his pill flame. When he had fed it over 1,000 balls, the little fellow finally stopped being terrified of him and became friendly, transforming into a blue serpent that coiled around his arm. It actually began to ask for more pill flame from him. Long Chen smiled. It was said that after an earth flame grew up, its intelligence wouldn't be any lower than a human's. However, when earth flames matured, they would become even more berserk, and it was even harder to subdue them. So, if you wanted to subdue an earth flame, you needed to do it before it completely matured. Long Chen had truly benefited. Once this earth flame matured, it would become an extremely powerful killing tool for him. Most importantly, he could even use the earth flame for alchemy, which would allow him to refine even higher tier medicinal pills. Long Chen pushed out his pill flame as fast as possible for 3 straight days. He didn't even know how much of his pill flame had been fed to the earth flame during this time, but it finally completely calmed down. Now, it merged its way into Long Chen's arm, and a blue serpent tattoo appeared there. The tattoo was 3 inches long and remarkably lifelike. That meant the earth flame had already accepted Long Chen as its master. In the future, he would be able to use its flame energy for attacks. However, for now, the earth flame had descended into slumber, and Long Chen didn't want to wake it. Instead, he decided to experiment. Looking at the vast and empty primal chaos space, a certain possibility shook his heart. He took out a medicinal ingredient from his life ring. Although this life ring could keep herbs alive, their vitality would still be impacted, and they would become listless. After a moment's thought, Long Chen dug a hole and planted the herb. He was shocked to find that as soon as he planted the herb, it gradually recovered from its listless state, and in just a few breaths' time, it began to thrum with vitality. This place can be used as a life ring, and it has a much better effect. Realizing that, Long Chen hastily dug a larger hole and planted the qilin fruit tree. As expected, it also quickly recovered, but the most exciting thing to him was that it was actually growing. He saw that the blossoms on the tree that had yet to bear fruit had clearly grown slightly in just a few breaths' time. It can increase the rate of growth as well. That made Long Chen ecstatic. He hastily began to crazily plant all the medicinal ingredients from his life ring into the primal chaos space. Under his rapid planting, a large medicinal field appeared in the primal chaos space, and the entire area became filled with a dense spiritual qi. Within this 3-mile space, this medicinal field only took up a small portion, which made Long Chen feel like it was a waste. After pondering it for a moment, he decided to set a certain region for spatial rings he had picked up and whatever was inside them. Spatial rings were not very safe since they could easily break, and once they broke, everything inside them was doomed. He took out all the comparatively precious things in his spatial ring to a certain region on the edge of the space. The primal chaos space was connected to his mind. Placing and withdrawing items from it was even more convenient than using a spatial ring, and it was safer and faster. He also threw in the spatial rings he had gathered from battle. However, he didn't bother going through them. There were just too many of them, and he was too lazy to classify them. He decided to leave that work to Tang Wan and the others. He trusted them to handle it. He was in the midst of tidying things up when he saw a certain something at his feet that made him turn expressionless. Chapter 471 Miraculous Primal Chaos Bead. No way. What Long Chen had noticed was a withered vine that had come from his spatial ring. It was a medicinal ingredient, but it was already completely dead. However, after landing on the ground, it had begun to thrum with life force again. Its cracked skin split apart, and a soft shoot was currently growing out of the ground. Its leaves waved ever so slightly, seeming to be breathing. It can allow living things to grow and withered things to revive, transforming garbage to something miraculous. Long Chen was simply stunned as if he looked at the little shoot. Ha 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 ha. Then he suddenly laughed uproariously. This discovery made him practically go crazy with joy. He hastily found some more dead medicinal ingredients and planted them. In just a short time, those withered ingredients began to recover, becoming green again. In less than an incense stick's time, he personally saw a medicinal ingredient go from dead to thriving. If he hadn't seen it personally, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Whether it was a seed or a withered herb, Long Chen would be able to grow any medicinal ingredient in his primal chaos space. That made him think of a certain way to get rich. If he bought a medicinal herb that had almost gone extinct in the outside world, placed it in his primal chaos space, and then sold the medicinal herbs that were born from it, then his profit would be in the hundreds or thousands of times. Long Chen had his pill god memories, but he had never managed to obtain that many medicinal ingredients to refine. This primal chaos space was practically tailor-made to him. It seems this primal chaos space is something I can control slightly. Long Chen suddenly thought of how the Feng Fu battle armor he had summoned in the previous fight had been slightly different than usual. He began to slowly circulate the Feng Fu star and Alioth star. Previously, their energy would directly pour into his body, but this time, it was different. Their energy was pouring into the primal chaos bead, and the primal chaos bead began to slowly revolve now. Primal chaos energy poured into his body, causing him to feel full of power. So that's how it is. My Dantian was empty, and this primal chaos bead has now taken the place of my Dantian. Then does that mean this was all foreordained? Someone with a Dantian was unable to cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art, while those without a Dantian were unable of cultivation. Even Wild had a Dantian, but he didn't have other people's complicated meridians. He only had 5 meridians, 4 for each of his limbs and 1 for his head. As for Long Chen's Dantian, it was something that had been destroyed after he was born. Long Chen thought of his pill god memories, the scenes that had appeared in his mind previously, as well as the primal chaos bead in his Dantian now. That couldn't possibly be coincidence. Coincidences couldn't occur over and over like this. But if it wasn't coincidence, what was it? Whatever. In any case, I'm the one who benefits. Long Chen let his imagination run wild for a while, but he couldn't come up with anything plausible. Rather than just stupidly wasting time on that, he focused on the changes in the primal chaos bead. He noticed that the output of his Feng Fu star and Alioth star directly affected how quickly the primal chaos bead rotated and how much power it released. Suddenly, The primal chaos bead stopped revolving, causing Long Chen to jump in shock. But then he laughed involuntarily. It wasn't a problem with the primal chaos bead, but because his spiritual qi had run out. His Feng Fu star and Alioth star had also stopped circulating. His previous struggle with Luo Bing had almost used up his spiritual qi. Then his spiritual qi had completely run out when fighting against the earth flame, and then again when he had been feeding it his pill flame. Now that little bit of spiritual qi he had recovered had been used to circulate his 2 stars. It was no wonder his spiritual qi was exhausted. After figuring out the principles of the primal chaos bead, Long Chen's attention once more focused on the primal chaos space. This space was something he could only enter with his spiritual strength. Now that he was inside, he was startled to find that quite a few of those medicinal ingredients he had planted had already blossomed. Furthermore, the hardest thing to believe was that the Qilin fruit tree now had 7 more flowers, and its immature Qilin fruits had already become completely ripe. I really struck gold. Long Chen couldn't help clenching his teeth. If he didn't clench his teeth, he wouldn't be able to express his emotions. The primal chaos bead was actually able to increase the growth of plants by such an extent. It had to be known that the Qilin fruits matured extremely slowly. These unripe Qilin fruits would have required many months, and perhaps even years to fully develop. However, now, years of growth had been condensed into just 2 incense sticks worth of time. How could that not make Long Chen go wild with joy? With enough Qilin fruits, he could bring the Alioth star to its fully condensed state and summon the true 2-star battle armor. Currently, he was able to summon out the 2-star battle armor, but one of the stars that appeared in his eyes was extremely faint. It wasn't the true 2-star battle armor, and he was sure that once both stars were fully condensed, its power would be incomparable. Thinking of that, Long Chen did his best to calm himself down. He felt a bit dizzy from the primal chaos bead's heaven-defying abilities. Wait, if the primal chaos bead can revive dead plants, then does it have an effect on humans as well? A brazen idea suddenly popped into Long Chen's head. He gathered Luo Bing's corpse into the primal chaos space. Throwing her spatial ring to the side, he planted her onto a specific batch of earth at the center of the space. Within the primal chaos space, all the soil was yellow. Only at the center was there a 3-meter-wide patch of black soil. Black soil should be more fertile than yellow soil. Let's try it. Previously, Long Chen had already noticed that patch of black soil, but whenever he looked at it, he felt it was a bit frightening. So he hadn't planted his medicinal ingredients there. Despite being the master of the primal chaos space, Long Chen still felt intimidated by this black soil. He decided to use Luo Bing's body to test it. He dug a hole in the black earth and stuck her in feet first, planting just half of her. If the earth was a precious resource, then this really was an excellent method. This way, he saved on space and on the cost of a tombstone. After burying her, Long Chen closely observed her neck. If Luo Bing really did grow out a new head, then he would immediately summon the earth flame to kill her. On the extremely off chance she revived, then he really was afraid he might not be able to handle her. But after several breaths' time, nothing changed with Luo Bing's headless corpse. It has no effect on humans. Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. If it really had been able to revive the dead, then he could revive Yi Ziqiu and Lu Fang'er. But then suddenly, Luo Bing, who had been motionless this entire time, suddenly moved, causing Long Chen to jump in fright. He was just about to summon the earth flame when he noticed that Luo Bing hadn't grown a new head, but had instead sunk deeper into the earth. Long Chen's jaw dropped. The black soil was like a monster's mouth, slowly devouring Luo Bing's corpse. In less than an incense stick's time, Luo Bing's corpse disappeared beneath the ground. At the same time, vast life energy filled the primal chaos space, and the herbs he had planted began to grow even faster, almost singing with vitality. Oh, devouring flesh can invigorate this space. Long Chen gulped. What a terrifying ability. Even Long Chen's heart was pounding at this shocking ability. Furthermore, he found that his injuries were now quickly recovering. Suddenly, Long Chen became nauseous. Just now, he had essentially absorbed Luo Bing's corpse in order to heal himself. How nauseating. Long Chen spat on the ground. However, he didn't feel too terrible. If a bad person died, he wouldn't feel any burden on his heart. However, he decided that in the future, he definitely wouldn't bury people in this black soil again. If he had to bury something, he'd use magical beasts. Other than healing him, some of that life energy was being sent to the medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, once the medicinal ingredients were planted in the primal chaos space, they formed a special connection, and Long Chen could draw out their own life energy to heal himself. Unfortunately, the amount of life energy in these medicinal ingredients is too low. I'll need to find some huge trees to store life energy. But this space is also too small and can't store that much. Looking at this 3-mile primal chaos space, all kinds of ideas of how to use this treasure popped into Long Chen's mind. However, those ideas were for later. Right now, he cleaned up the remains of this battlefield, and after summoning Little Snow, he left this region. Right now, he had to act extremely carefully. He erased all traces of his passage. The wind in this desert was powerful, so his tracks were already being covered naturally. Now, even if further pursuers came, it would be as if he had disappeared into thin air. Within the next 2 days, Long Chen had found a secluded place deep within the mountains. There, he summoned his divine ring and circulated his 2 stars. All the medicinal ingredients in his primal chaos space rapidly grew. During these days, he had researched the rules of the primal chaos bead. Within the primal chaos space, medicinal ingredients grew 10 times as fast as the outside world. However, when he poured in his energy to speed up the primal chaos bead, that growth rate would multiply by thousands. Over a year's growth could be collapsed to 2 hours. Unfortunately, that was extremely exhausting work. Long Chen could only maintain that top growth rate for 6 hours before running out of spiritual qi. He would then rest for 2 hours and start again. He didn't care that much about the medicinal ingredients other than the qilin fruit. 3 days later, after working so laboriously, over 40 fully matured qilin fruits had landed in his hands. Furthermore, the qilin fruit tree had also grown larger, going from being 3 feet tall to 3 meters tall, and there were almost 100 qilin fruits hanging on its branches. However, those had yet to mature. When Long Chen looked at the matured qilin fruits, his heart involuntarily pounded. The qilin fruits that had matured in the primal chaos space were magnificent and much better than the ones that had matured in the outside world. Now that he had qilin fruits, he secluded himself, aiming to fully condense the Alioth star. Chapter 472 Hiding the Truth from the Public. While Long Chen was in seclusion, the righteous and corrupt paths of the 7 prefectures were all deeply shaken. When the Julie secret realm had closed, thousands of disciples had come out. The news of Long Chen battling the peak experts of the righteous and corrupt paths rapidly spread. The most shocking information was how in that final clash, those peak experts had been blown away like dried up sticks by him. Everyone thought Long Chen would be the hope of the righteous path, a chance for them to soar in power. At the same time, there were many people that denounced the Pill Tower. They had stuck their hands into the righteous and corrupt struggles, and it had been unfair to the righteous path. They hoped for the Pill Tower to give them an adequate explanation. However, no response came from the Pill Tower. From some backchannels, it was learned that Huo Wufang had apparently been sent back to the Pill Tower half alive. Every single bone in his body had been broken. The Pill Tower had immediately taken action to heal him. However, that healing had been so painful that Huo Wufang would have preferred to die. Back then, Long Chen hadn't killed him. Instead, he had fed him a medicinal pill. That medicinal pill had actually been what had managed to keep Huo Wufang alive. However, within that medicinal pill had also been a strong poison. It was a kind of poison that would seep into his bones, and as soon as something tried to heal those bones, it would activate the poison. That poison targeted only the nerves, and it wouldn't kill him. Instead, it would just make him feel so much pain that he would wish himself dead. Long Chen hated Huo Wufang to the max, and all he wanted was for Huo Wufang to suffer endless pain. Although Huo Wufang liked to act incomparably arrogant, in truth, such people were all weak and cowardly inside. In the face of death, they would do anything to survive. It was precisely because Long Chen had known what kind of person Huo Wufang was that he had forced him to consume this medicinal pill he had personally refined. It was all to make him be filled with enough pain to want to die, all while knowing he wouldn't even have the courage to kill himself. Huo Wufang had been sent to his Huo family on the very day he had returned from the secret realm. However, whether or not he had been healed was something no one knew. As for the righteous path's questions, the Pill Tower still hadn't given an explanation. In comparison to the Pill Tower's silence, there were quite a few sects that had flown into a rage because they had lost too many of their elite disciples. Those were people Long Chen had killed. Some sects hadn't had a single one of their disciples return. In comparison, the smaller sects ended up benefiting greatly. Their disciples had not only survived but had also brought back a large harvest of spatial rings. The treasures in those spatial rings were several decades worth of resources to them. However, those smaller sects had also become completely silent. Their disciples that had come back and were filled with gratefulness towards Long Chen had been sternly warned not to run their mouths. Some of the more stubborn ones had even been imprisoned. One reason was that their sects were too small. If news of their gains spread, it would provoke jealousy from others. The other reason was that Long Chen had become everyone's target now. Who dared get closer to him now? The righteous path was in an unstable condition, with wild undercurrents flowing behind the scenes. But the corrupt path was in an even more chaotic state. Long Chen had almost completely annihilated the corrupt path's top geniuses of the 7 prefectures. Of their peak experts, only Yin Luo had returned, and only half of him at that. If there hadn't been a powerful healer present then, perhaps he would have already died. There had been more than 100,000 corrupt disciples that entered the secret realm. But less than 1,000 of them had returned. That was completely unacceptable. It was a huge blow to their core strength. Nowadays, Long Chen was classified as a must-kill figure to the entire corrupt path. Any names that had been placed on their must-kill list would be hunted down with the corrupt path's full strength. Within a hidden hall, there was a stone stele over 30 meters tall. It was engraved with tens of thousands of names. Furthermore, a red X had been slashed on top of each of those names. That meant they were already dead. There was only one name without an X over it, and it was one that had only just been carved, making it extremely eye-catching. That name was Long Chen. A mountain collapsed as a wave of qi soared into the sky. Rays of light were shining from Long Chen's body. 2 stars were shining within his eyes, and his aura could frighten even the heavens. Now, both those stars were equally bright. Furthermore, as those 2 stars slowly rotated, they released a volcanic power. It's finally completely condensed. Long Chen raised his head and laughed uproariously. His voice sounded like the roar of a god, shaking the land. After obtaining the primal chaos bead, even my cultivation base can rapidly advance. Long Chen clenched a fist, excitedly sensing the surging spiritual qi in his body. Long Chen had spent all his time refining Alioth pills. Not only had his Alioth star become completely condensed, but he had even advanced 3 cultivation levels, reaching the 12th heaven stage of tendon transformation. He was just 1 level away from the 13th heaven stage and undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Then he would be in bone forging. Long Chen sighed, muttering to himself, with both stars fully condensed, my combat strength should have increased by over 10 times. I should be able to dominate the bone forging realm, and I don't have to fear meridian opening experts. But I still am not an equal opponent for Shantian experts. The barrier between the Shantian and Hautian realms is just too great. Shantian experts were too powerful. Even Luo Bing, who had only just broken through to the Shantian realm, had already been so powerful. Currently, his best option would be to flee as far as possible. At the very least, he should wait until he broke through to meridian opening before returning. However, he always felt a bit anxious. He felt as if something was wrong, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Whatever, I'll stealthily inquire what is happening with the supermonastery. Long Chen took out some medicinal liquid and applied it over his face. Looking in a mirror, he made some adjustments, turning himself into the likeness of an ordinary man in his 30s who was slightly yellowed. He looked completely ordinary. If he was thrown into a crowd, it would be impossible for anyone to notice him. Switching out his robes, he began to rush into the distance. The next day, he found a city. He just happened to be hungry, and so he found a restaurant to eat. Just as he was about to start eating, he heard the large man beside him begin talking to his neighbor. This man's tongue had already grown loose from drinking. Why are you looking at me like that? You think I'm just bragging 'cause I drank too much? That man's voice was clearly slightly displeased. Don't blame me. Even if you said this when you were sober, no one would believe it, let alone now when you're completely drunk. The other man was holding back laughter. He seemed extremely familiar with the large man. TCH, if you hadn't invited me to drink, do you think I'd tell you something this big? Let me tell you, this matter is absolutely true. His voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. There's no harm in me telling you this. My older sister's husband's big brother's aunt's fiancé. Damn, how many relationships are you going to list? I'm already lost, cursed the other man. Aya, just ignore those relationships. In any case, her fiancé is a disciple from the number 1 Xuantian monastery. 3 days ago, we were drinking together, and he only told me this because he drank too much. You can't tell others this, or it will cause a disaster. When he reached this point in his story, he even paused his drinking. He looked around and saw the only one close to him was an ordinary man who had a sickly yellow tint to him. There were not the slightest fluctuations coming from him, so he didn't seem to be a cultivator. Only then was he at ease. You were telling the truth. The first monastery really is planning on killing 2 Xiantian experts in a group of geniuses. Long Chen's teacup instantly shattered. He suddenly appeared in front of that large man and grabbed his throat. Was that the truth? You? The two of them both completely startled. These two were both in the tendon transformation realm, but when they met Long Chen's gaze, they immediately felt numb and cold. A sensation of death filled their hearts, and they couldn't even bring themselves to think about resisting. Speak. What happened? Raged Long Chen. An incense stick's time later, those two had both woken up from their drunk state. They were both drenched in sweat, looking like they had just gotten out of a pool. The larger man told Long Chen everything he knew. Under Long Chen's interrogation, he didn't even have the courage to hold back a single thing. Once Long Chen left, they both collapsed on the table. They had never seen such a terrifying person in their lives. Long Chen's expression was gloomy, and killing intent was exploding from him. From that person, he had learned that after he had fled, the first monastery had still taken the advantage. There had been several more people to join the first monastery, and some of them had wanted to chase after Long Chen. As a result, Ling Yunzi had become absolutely furious and slaughtered 4 sect leaders. That had stunned everyone, even the second monastery's sect leader. He had only taken action to display his own power and fight for the first monastery ranking. But Ling Yunzi was slaughtering sect leaders. That made him feel the situation had turned sour, and he had pulled back. Due to that, Ling Yunzi and Kang Ming had been surrounded by everyone, heavily injured and finally captured. As for Tang Wan'er and the others, they were also captured. It was said that this matter had even alarmed the assistant monastery head, and in their rage, they had ordered everyone other than Hua Beluo to be imprisoned. The only gratifying thing was that Guo Ran and the others were still alive. But what infuriated Long Chen was that the first monastery had sent out news that 3 days from now, they were going to execute all of them. This fury didn't cloud Long Chen's mind. He knew this matter was completely unreasonable and made no sense. First of all, he was the crux of the matter as the main offender. If they were to punish people, they had to punish him, not the other geniuses. Even if there was to be punishment, they should have only punished Ling Yunzi and not the others. Second of all, the cause of all this was very simple. It had all been because the first monastery had targeted him. They had been the root of the trouble, and only then had the situation developed to that point. If they really wanted to target him, then they were lacking an honorable reason. They shouldn't be proceeding with this so openly without any fear. Third, the location was wrong. If someone was to punish these people, they should have done it at the supermonastery. Why would they punish them at the first monastery? Something was fishy. Good. Very good. As expected, they really did hide the truth. Then let me see whether you can hide the truth, or I can hide your lives for all eternity. Surging with killing intent, Long Chen rushed towards the first monastery. Chapter 473 Contemptible Mother and Son. Atop a high mountain, there was a palace that covered the entire mountaintop. This was the number 1 Xuantian monastery. The mountain range of tens of thousands of miles was enveloped by a spirit-gathering formation to increase the density of the spiritual qi here. At the central plaza, there were countless experts that had gathered. This plaza, which was 100 miles wide, was filled with people. However, not everyone here was from the monasteries. There were many experts from the various righteous sects, all of whom were furious. Their killing intent was focused on the people who had been bound to a pillar at the heart of the plaza. Kang Ming and Ling Yunzi had 4 large needles stabbing into their shoulders and legs. Runes flickered coldly from those needles. Those were heaven-locking needles used for Xiantian experts. Its runes were designed to seal a person's Xiantian power. At this time, Kang Ming and Ling Yunzi were both bound to the pillar, their Xiantian power locked away, and yet, neither of them felt any fear. Instead, their expressions seemed to be of ridicule. Little Yunzi, I really didn't misjudge you. You're a real man, but your uncle master is old now and only managed to cripple 2 of them. I didn't even manage to kill a single one, sighed Kang Ming. It's not that you're old, but that your opponents were too strong. As for my side, all I had were some cowards afraid of death. So killing them was easier. Ling Yunzi smiled. Haha, little fellow, even now you know to console your uncle master. Looks like all that love I gave you back then wasn't wasted. Kang Ming laughed. HMPH, even when you're about to die, you can still laugh. Well, I suppose you should do it some more. Soon, you won't have a chance to ever laugh again. The 36th Monastery's sect leader Luo Feng sneered. Fuck off. The only reason you're still alive is because you weren't fighting me. Otherwise, I'd kill a little brat like you with a single smash of my hammer, raged Kang Ming. Uncle Master, you still have the same temper. Ling Yunzi smiled. The 2 of them were unable to move, but they were still acting nonchalantly. The 2 of them had long since seen through what life and death were, and they no longer held any fear towards their deaths. Luo Feng simply sneered and didn't reply. He had been appointed as the executioner. In a bit, he would be personally cutting off their heads. It's too bad about the kids though. Kang Ming couldn't help but sigh when he looked at Wild and the others. Ling Yunzi nodded. He hadn't expected this matter to develop to this point. Sha Kishan truly was difficult to deal with. He even managed to suppress the truth from the public. Furthermore, sitting on a large stage was an icy woman who looked to be in her 30s. She had sword-like eyebrows and was wearing magnificent robes. She was one of the Xuantian Supermonastery's assistant monastery heads. The other assistant monastery head was the old man who had opened the passage into the Julie secret realm for everyone. As for this assistant monastery head, she was someone with a special relationship to Sha Kishan. She was his mother. Sha Kishan's mother icily looked over Kang Ming and Ling Yunzi, and then whispered to Sha Kishan, "You're certain that Luo Bing went after Long Chen and will bring back his head?" "Mom, you, call me assistant monastery head." "Assistant monastery head, don't worry. Luo Bing is a Shantian expert, and there definitely won't be any problems for her to chase down a tendon transformation brat. Luo Feng has also used his own head to guarantee nothing will go wrong," whispered Sha Kishan. "You have to be absolutely certain about this. If Long Chen is dead, this matter will conclude here. But if he's still alive, then he can still make this matter public in the future. If that ends up disturbing the monastery head, then even I will be implicated. You understand? Don't worry, I definitely won't harm my own mother. I couldn't handle this on my own, so I had to ask for your help. Furthermore, you don't need to be afraid. These various sect leaders all have their disciples killed by Long Chen. They came to testify against him. Even if the monastery head does investigate later, you can just push the responsibility onto them. Say that you were forced due to their pressure and had no choice but to kill them to placate their anger. Plus, I already showed you all that evidence. That's enough to prove Long Chen is a villain, and that it's because of his sins that he drew the wrath of both the righteous and corrupt paths. Plus, the sect leaders who have come here are all my friends. If the monastery head does start asking questions in the future, then with a single word from me, they will come out to testify for you. There's a certain phrase, the law fails when punishing too many people. All the possibilities have already been handled by me. It definitely won't bring any trouble for you," said Sha Kishan. His mother nodded. "The first monastery's position during these years has been extremely stable. I didn't even help you out that much. You really have done good work. Many thanks. What about the Yin family's girl? She's been sent back. Long Chen truly is vicious. We don't know what he fed Yin Wushuang. Our alchemists and wood cultivators were powerless against his poison. We had no choice but to send her back and have the Yin family think of a solution." "Didn't you say the Yin family's people would come here? Where are they?" Sha Kishan's mother frowned. I don't know. These ancient families are all so arrogant, so I can't be sure whether or not they'll really come," said Sha Kishan somewhat helplessly. Ancient families were all incredibly arrogant, and they were most arrogant about their bloodlines. Their bloodlines foreordained them to walk further than ordinary geniuses, so the ordinary cultivation sects were treated as tempering grounds for them. To create relations with them was extremely difficult. "Then what about that Hua family girl? How did you handle her?" asked Sha Kishan's mother. "She's still recovering." Good work. A child from an ancient family who ended up terrified. It really is best for her to sleep a bit longer. It's fine as long as she wakes up undamaged. Sha Kishan's mother nodded, extremely satisfied with his methods for handling matters. Tian, I really am gratified that you managed to handle everything so carefully and rigorously. However, there are no absolutes in this world. There's no need to handle every matter so perfectly. As long as something has a chance of success, you can still risk it. It's precisely because you've been handling things too carefully and that you're lacking enough guts that others have placed their sights on your position. You understand? Asked xianxia's mother. Thank you for the warning, mother. Your son understands. A man must have guts, and they must strike like lightning. Terrify others without fighting, subdue others without attacking. This is what it means when they say a great man must be ruthless. In truth, I really am a bit disappointed with how you handled Long Chen. If you hadn't cared so much about prestige and acted so carefully, he would have been dead long ago. Since you were sure he was going to be a disaster, you should have had him killed with your full strength. You should never have given him enough time to grow. When a tiger hunts a rabbit, they hunt with their full strength. You don't need to care about how others think about you. In this world, strength is everything. Your strength decides how much power your words have. If you're strong, others have to listen to what you say. If they don't want to listen, then you can just make them shut up. Understand? Said xianxia's mother. Yes, your child will remember your teachings. It's almost time. Go finish your preparations. We'll begin the execution. Xianxia nodded and stood up, looking over everyone present. He had used the name of the assistant monastery head to gather all the monastery sect leaders. He was going to use this matter to display his power for all to see, especially Zhao Yongchang. Did he really think that just because he managed to obtain an ancient family disciple that he could fight with him over his position? Now he would let him see what true power was, what having a foundation was. He would use this execution to overawe everyone. They wanted to compete with him. Then they could try it as long as they weren't afraid of death. Other than the monastery sect leaders, there were various righteous sect leaders who were allied with the first monastery. It was precisely because they were allied with the first monastery that they had suffered such heavy losses this time. Today, they had come to cheer for the first monastery, as well as to get some compensation. Xianxia had already promised them that he wouldn't let them suffer losses for nothing. Ling Yunzi, do you have anything to say before you die? Shouted Xianxia. Everyone else immediately shut their mouths, their hearts shaking. The execution was about to begin. Ha ha ha, there's nothing to say. Ever since stepping on the cultivation path, I never expected to have some good ending. However, I really am surprised that instead of dying on the battlefield, I would die to those from the same sect as me. However, that's also fine. Do you really think just because you have your mother's support, you can control everything? Haha, just wait. When Long Chen returns, he'll send you down below to see us again. We'll be waiting for you. Ling Yunzi laughed grandly, not at all caring about death. Long Chen, keep dreaming. Luo Bing has already personally gone after him. I know my sister well. The fact that she hasn't returned yet is because she's probably looking after Long Chen with every single torment she knows. Perhaps he is already waiting for you down below. Luo Feng laughed sinisterly. Your sister. Don't make me laugh to death. She doesn't have the qualifications to kill Long Chen. None of you know just how terrifying he is. Ling Yunzi laughed and then turned to Wild and the others. Children, don't be afraid. Long Chen will get revenge for us. For us to all die together, we'll be able to talk and laugh on our way. Even in the other world, we'll still be domineering heroes. We'll be far better than these sanctimonious idiots. Sect leader, master, I'm not afraid, said Wild bravely. Kang Ming's heart turned sour. He wasn't afraid of his own death, but he really was unable to accept having his own apprentice die. Luo Feng, start the execution, ordered Xianxia. A sinister light shined in Luo Feng's eyes. He swept his gaze over them all. He had the authority to choose who would die first. His gaze suddenly fell on the only woman. Little lady, I'll send you off first, haha. Luo Feng's first target was Tang Wan'er. Once Tang Wan'er died, the others' hearts would definitely crumble. That was exactly the result he wanted. Wait, I have something I want to say. Suddenly, Guo Ran opened his mouth and shouted. Luo Feng glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. Let him speak. Finally, there was someone afraid of death. He eagerly anticipated the sound of him begging. Sect leader Xia, I just have one thing to say before I die. Your mom's really ugly. Guo Ran's voice rang out throughout the entire plaza. Kill him, roared a furious Xianxia. Luo Feng raised his blade. He was just about to kill Guo Ran when an icy voice resounded throughout the entire monastery. If you dare kill my brother, I will make all of you accompany him. Chapter 474 Incomparably Domineering. An icy voice resounded throughout the entire monastery. The killing intent within that voice could make the 9 heavens shiver and the river of stars flicker. This was a kind of undefeatable will, something unrelated to cultivation base. Every expert present felt their hearts sink. The midday sun was glaring down on the ground. A figure slowly walked forward, a blood-colored saber on his shoulder, blood still dripping down the blade. His black robes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like 2 stars, making him appear extremely handsome. But the killing intent on his face could overturn the yellow springs of hell. One man, one saber, disdainfully looking down on all. Even in the face of hundreds of Xianxian experts, he still advanced bravely, looking at them as if they were beneath him. Long Chen, Tang Wan let out a soft cry, and tears streamed down her face. She wasn't afraid of death. But she had been afraid of never seeing Long Chen again, of never hearing his candid laughter again, of never seeing that face with that wicked smile. Boss, Guo Ran and the others were also filled with excitement. No matter at what time, Long Chen's voice was always able to inspire them. Ling Yunzi and Kang Ming's expressions sunk. In their eyes, Long Chen was acting extremely foolish. He was clearly sending himself to his death. But saying anything right now was already too late. How did you get here? Shouted one of the first monastery's elders. I killed my way here, said Long Chen indifferently as he continued slowly walking forward. They were very simple words, but seeing that blood dripping off Long Chen's saber, it caused people's hearts to tremble. That was especially true of the first monastery's experts. They were astonished. From the bottom of the mountain to here, there were over a dozen layers of blockades, and the path was 100 miles long. But Long Chen had managed to force his way through without setting off any alarms. The only possibility was that those people in his way hadn't even had a chance to set off an alarm before being cut down by Long Chen. Thinking of that made them feel numb. That was a bit too brazen, wasn't it? He is Long Chen. Sha Kishan's mother icily stared at him. Yes, that's him, replied Sha Kishan. This person is extremely strong. The aura of primal chaos surrounds his body, isolating him from inspection. If it isn't because of some top treasure protecting him, then it must have to do with his cultivation base. Unfortunately, such a person is our enemy, and so he can only be exterminated. Someone with only strength but no head isn't worth being afraid of. Kill him, ordered Sha Kishan's mother. Sha Kishan nodded and cast a gaze at one of the first monastery's elders. That was a meridian opening expert, and his position in the first monastery was very high. He was extremely strong amongst elders. He immediately shouted, "Brazen traitor! How dare you commit such violent crimes in the first monastery? Lay down your weapon and beg for forgiveness." The elder charged towards Long Chen. Golden lines appeared on his palm as he smashed it towards Long Chen, and a terrifying pressure caused space to twist around him. Die! Long Chen suddenly shouted, and his divine ring appeared behind him. What was different from before was that now, his divine ring was 2 colors, red and orange. The red light was on the inside, while the orange light was on the outside. One color circulated clockwise, while the other circulated counterclockwise. A powerful pressure began to spread from it. While everyone was still shocked, wondering what this technique was, Long Chen's blood-colored saber emitted a scarlet light that slashed at the elder. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, blood splashed. That meridian opening elder had been cut in half by a single stroke of Long Chen's saber. Long Chen swung his saber to get rid of the blood and then once more rested it on his shoulder, continuing to walk forward. A single slash of his saber exterminated an expert. It had been filled with a courageous imposingness, as well as a determination that said either you die, or I die. Even those Xianxian experts didn't have Long Chen's courageous will. Whether you ascended your way into the heavens or dug your way into the earth, that saber would still cut you down. That single saber slash had seemed to say that he could smile while throwing away his own life. He didn't need his life. All he needed was to be domineering. The entire monastery was silent. Only the sound of Long Chen's feet touching the ground continued to resound like thunder in people's hearts. I understand. I was wrong. Ling Yunzi sighed. Ling Yunzi was seeing something from Long Chen that no one else was seeing. He saw Long Chen's will, his determination, but the thing he saw clearest of all was Long Chen's Tao. When he saw that Tao, he finally understood his own Tao. Previously, he had managed to regain his own confidence because of Long Chen. He had found his old self and once more stepped onto his cultivation path. He had regained his cultivation heart. But this time, Long Chen was fully revealing his demineeringness. He had the attitude and determination that said he could die, but he could not lower his head. Even the will of the heavens was not something that could subdue him, let alone life and death. One man and one saber, imposing as the sea, forever grand, domineering enough to shake the heavens. This was Long Chen's first time displaying the essence of the 9-star hegemon body art for all to see, and it was absolutely shocking. The current Long Chen had completely transformed. He was no longer a sheathed sword. Now he was displaying his sharpness for the world to see. There were tens of thousands of experts present, and over 200 of them were Xianxian experts. These people were all just watching as Long Chen walked forward. They had been completely intimidated. They weren't intimidated by Long Chen's cultivation base and also not from his killing ability. Instead, it was from the demineeringness that came from the depths of his soul. Even Sha Qixin's mother's expression changed. Even someone as strong as her, the assistant monastery head, was still affected by Long Chen's demineeringness. She had an extremely uneasy feeling. She had an extremely grand position, but looking at Long Chen, she felt as if she had to look up to see him. That was not a feeling based on their heights. Kill him, she shouted. At this time, Long Chen had already reached the center of the plaza. On his way, not a single person had dared block him. Right now, he was less than 300 meters from Guo Ran and the others. The closest person to him was now Luo Feng. He was about to spring into action when Long Chen suddenly threw over something to him. "Let me give you a present." That thing rolled over to him. Shockingly, it was a head. It's Luo Bing. The monastery's sect leaders and elders were all astonished. Luo Bing, a Xianxian expert, had been beheaded by someone. "Sister." Luo Feng picked up the head and let out an aggrieved cry. He actually had a very good relationship with his sister, or else he wouldn't have indulged her so much. "Long Chen, I'll tear you apart." He pounced on Long Chen like a madman, exploding with his full strength, sending a fist smashing towards him. 2-star battle armor. 2 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and an explosive power surged out of his body. His blood-colored saber pointed up into the sky, and his primal chaos bead fully activated. Blooddrinker emitted a fierce rumbling, seeming like a devil that was awakening, emitting a terrifying pressure. His saber seemed to split apart heaven and earth as it ruthlessly slashed down on Luo Feng. "Careful!" Sha Qixin let out a startled cry. He could tell just how terrifying Long Chen's attack was. Blooddrinker slashed onto Luo Feng's fist. Long Chen's body shook intensely, and his inner organs flipped within him. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, he flew back. Luo Feng was also blown back. His arm burst into pieces. That had been Long Chen's strongest attack, and it had also contained his courageous will and that demineeringness that looked down on death. What? How can someone in the Haodian realm injure a Xianxian expert? He's only in tendon transformation. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. Luo Feng clearly hadn't been holding back at all. But despite that, his arm had been destroyed. Even though they could all see that Long Chen's saber was a Xianxian weapon, they also knew that without Xianxian power, it was impossible to bring out a Xianxian weapon's true abilities. The higher a person's cultivation base, the more stunned they were now. This toppled all their understanding of cultivation. It was no wonder Long Chen could dominate the righteous and corrupt path's peak experts in the Julie secret realm. He killed chosen like chopping melons, beheading chickens, and slaughtering pigs. He definitely wasn't human. Having his arm destroyed, fury clouded Luo Feng's mind. He was still stunned by everything as he stared at his arm. "Idiot! Dodge!" Suddenly, a furious cry rang out, causing Luo Feng's expression to suddenly change. But before he could move, a blood-colored saber stabbed through his chest and pierced out of his back. Thunder force suddenly surged out of Long Chen's saber and caused Luo Feng's body to explode. Everyone was now horrified. As a Xianxian expert, Luo Feng's body was harder than steel, but he had exploded just like this. Only once his body exploded did people see that countless violet thunderbolts were racing across Long Chen's saber. They constantly flickered, emitting a continuous rumbling. If Long Chen had directly used his thunder force to attack Luo Feng, then considering how powerful Luo Feng's physical body was, it wouldn't be able to cause any effective injuries. But Long Chen had instead poured in his thunder force into his body in 2 waves. The first wave destroyed his inner organs and caused him so much pain that he had been unable to circulate his chi to resist, while the second wave had been the true attack, instantly blowing up his body. What a vicious brat. Die. Suddenly, another Shantian expert roared and slashed a saber down on Long Chen. Long Chen hastily resisted with his full strength. His saber was blown away, and he vomited blood. The only reason he had been able to kill Luo Feng was because of some special circumstances. It didn't truly signify he had the ability to fight Shantian experts. This particular Shantian expert was precisely Sun Jianshang, the one who had chased after Long Chen but been blocked by everyone risking their lives. Sun Jianshang's body suddenly flickered, and he appeared right in front of Long Chen. A claw reached towards his throat. But just as his hand was about to reach Long Chen's throat, Long Chen's palm had already reached his chest. "Tch, who do you think you are?" Sun Jianshang sneered. Long Chen's power was not even enough to tickle him. PFF'd. Suddenly, a translucent, blue spear shot out of Long Chen's palm, piercing straight through Sun Jianshang's chest. Sun Jianshang's sneer became shock. Chapter 475 Contemptuously looking down on experts. A translucent blue spear pierced straight through Sun Jianshang's chest. A terrifying heat instantly burnt his organs to nothing. Long Chen smiled icily. "Sun Jianshang, I already said that I would definitely kill you. Now I've fulfilled my promise." This blue spear was a spirit weapon he had condensed from the earth flame. After being nourished by Long Chen's mind, the earth flame was extremely friendly with him, and he could use it as he wished. But even though Long Chen possessed an earth flame, that didn't mean he possessed the power to kill Sun Jianshang, who had reached the late Shantian realm. After all, his earth flame was still immature. So Long Chen's only chance had been to catch him off guard. He had seemingly only sent forward a simple palm, but then he had already prepared the earth flame in secret. He had instantly released it when his palm had touched Sun Jianshang. By the time Sun Jianshang had sensed the danger, it had been too late for him. This spirit weapon condensed from the earth flame had burnt away all his organs, and a berserk energy was flowing through his meridians, crazily destroying his body. Sun Jianshang was horrified. All his spiritual chi had been burnt away now, and he didn't have any defensive ability. If the earth flame had attacked him from the outside, then he would have been able to block it. But the earth flame was attacking him from inside his body, and there was no way for him to defend. Get going. In your next life, remember to have a brain and not listen to an idiot's orders, or you'll just lose your life again. After saying that, the blue spear in his hand emitted a fierce light. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, Sun Jianshang's body exploded. Terrifying blue flames roared into the sky, igniting even the void. Kang Ming, Ling Yunzi, Guo Ran, and all the others were all dumbfounded. Those were Shantian experts, those on the same level as sect leaders. They were supreme existences to them. But Long Chen had now killed 2 of them in a row, and one had even been in the late Shantian realm. That was completely unbelievable. Earth flame, it has to be an earth flame. Otherwise, there's no way it could be so powerful. Some people managed to see through some clues. In this world, only an earth flame could possibly so easily break through a Shantian expert's defenses. For a Shantian expert, even if they didn't circulate their chi to defend themselves and only relied on their physical bodies as defense, not just anything could hurt them. Looking at that blue spear in Long Chen's hands, many people felt some greed. That was an earth flame, a priceless treasure. Furthermore, the fact that Long Chen could subdue an earth flame meant it was still in its infancy. As long as they killed Long Chen, they should be able to control that earth flame for themselves. Everyone's eyes turned green from greed as they stared at that spear, and they gulped their saliva. Long Chen, hand back my beloved disciples' lives. Suddenly, a sect leader from a righteous sect roared and erupted with his full aura, charging at Long Chen. It wasn't just him. Dozens of sect leaders immediately charged over with red eyes, all of them wanting to snatch the earth flame. Just as those sect leaders began to move, a terrifying pressure spread, and a cry shook their eardrums. This isn't something you should stick your hands into. Those sect leaders were all blown back by a terrifying wave of chi. Sha Kishan's mother had now walked forward, fervently gazing at Long Chen's earth flame. Even as an assistant monastery head, she had never had a chance to interact with any earth flames. If she could obtain it, then that would be immensely beneficial to her cultivation, and it could help her break through. She had to obtain it. This is a matter of the monasteries. Others shouldn't interfere, she said. Those sect leaders' expressions immediately became ugly. She had clearly decided to keep this earth flame for herself. They were all unwilling, but they didn't have any ability to resist Sha Kishan's mother. They could only helplessly withdraw. She turned to Long Chen and smiled slightly. Long Chen, I really wouldn't have expected you to have had such a heaven-defying opportunity. Since you've brought an earth flame for the supermonastery, it can count as a great service, so I can spare your life. Cripple your cultivation base, lock yourself behind the mountains, and never come out again. I can only do so much for you. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed, his laughter filled with disdain and contempt. Presumptuous. What are you laughing for? Sparing your life is already an immense grace from the assistant monastery head. Hurry up and kneel in thanks, roared Sha Kishan. I'm laughing because you greedy idiots think I'm as stupid as you are. Did you think I'd just charge in like this without any trump cards? Suddenly, a huge crystal appeared beside Long Chen. As soon as that crystal appeared, berserk gales spread in all directions. The closest buildings were actually torn apart by those wild gales, causing everyone's expressions to change. The distant disciples from the first monastery who had been spectating all let out startled screams. Many of them were blown into the air. It was unknown just where they flew off to. Wind Spirit Crystal. Sha Kishan's mother let out a startled cry. No one had expected Long Chen to have such a treasure. That both startled and delighted her. Idiot, even now you don't get it. Long Chen sneered and placed a palm on the Wind Spirit Crystal. Glancing at everyone, he lightly asked, if I use the earth flame to detonate this Wind Spirit Crystal, the result will be quite spectacular, don't you think? Long Chen's words caused everyone's expressions to completely change. Some of the sect leaders even began to quiver. Sha Kishan's mother's expression became exceedingly ugly. They were now all afraid. If Long Chen used the earth flame to detonate the Wind Spirit Crystal, then not one person here would survive. In fact, even the entire first monastery would instantly turn to a barren land. Even Sha Kishan's mother, whose cultivation base had reached a terrifying level, would not be able to block such a terrifying explosion. Ha ha ha, boss really is boss. Laughed Guo Ran. You cowardly idiots, you really like acting so arrogant, right? Just continue acting so high and lofty. Boss, don't hesitate any longer. Just detonate the Wind Spirit Crystal and have everyone die together. To bring over 200 Xianxian experts with us, haha, just thinking about it excites me. We'll have really made a profit. Guo Ran's brazen shouting made all those sect leaders turn green. This bastard was actually encouraging Long Chen to detonate the Wind Spirit Crystal. We're all of them crazy. If anyone dares move, I will immediately detonate the Wind Spirit Crystal. Long Chen suddenly shouted because he had noticed some sect leaders had begun to stealthily withdraw. Long Chen, don't be so impulsive. Everything can be discussed, advised the second monastery's sect leader, Zhao Yongchang. He was also afraid. If Long Chen detonated the Wind Spirit Crystal, then he would die too, and that really would be too unlucky. Considering what had happened before, he felt he had a slightly friendly relationship with Long Chen. After all, they had once fought on the same side. They could count as allies. Even if Long Chen had to detonate the Wind Spirit Crystal, he could still let them go first before detonating it. Shut up, Long Chen coldly snorted, do you really think we're friends? Don't use your childish thinking to judge me. The reason you took action that day was to fight over the position of the first monastery as well as to suck up to the Hua family. The 108th monastery was just a pretext for you, so don't even try talking about some friendship or alliance. If you really were our ally, you wouldn't have just watched indifferently as your allies were being killed, not even saying a single word. So everyone, listen up. If any of you dare take a single step, I will immediately detonate the Wind Spirit Crystal. Everyone can die together. I always do what I say, and if anyone feels any doubt, then I welcome you to try me. Everyone's hearts dropped. According to Long Chen's ruthless and decisive nature, no one doubted his resolve. With a single saber, he had killed his way up to the first monastery, then killed 2 Xianxian experts in front of all of them. What level of craziness was that? Such a person practically treated life and death as a game, not caring in the slightest. Even Ling Yunzi and the others were able to laugh and talk in the face of death. They definitely all had to be crazy. And crazy people were capable of doing anything. Long Chen, what do you want? Sha Kishan's mother icily stared at Long Chen. If she took action, She had a 99% assurance in being able to instantly subdue Long Chen and make it so he was unable to detonate the wind spirit crystal. But she didn't dare. On that off chance she failed, then everyone would die. She didn't dare take this lightly. Let everyone go. Impossible. Sha Qixin's mother icily snorted. I can release the disciples, but Ling Yunzi must die. Otherwise, how will I convince the masses? Ling Yunzi was just about to tell Long Chen to agree, but Long Chen was already pointing at her face and cursing, convince the masses. You old bitch, for someone like you to have become an assistant monastery head, how the hell did you convince the masses? You are clearly biased towards the first monastery. What caused this whole situation is something everyone knows clearly. For you to side with the first monastery, how are you going to convince the masses? That's right, you really are an old bitch. For you to treat our 108th monastery like this, none of us are convinced. Do you want to talk about how you could convince the masses? Suddenly, a voice rang out. A large mass of people were walking over. Long Chen was shocked to see that Tu Fang was leading a group of hundreds of monastery disciples over. Elder Tu Fang. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Haha, good work Long Chen. These idiots have always been targeting us. Now we can finally release our resentment. Tu Fang laughed. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we wish to follow you in life and death. Those 108th monastery disciples behind Tu Fang all raised their hands and shouted, their eyes filled with zealotry. Long Chen felt a wave of emotion. He knew these brothers and sisters that had come here didn't have any thoughts of leaving alive. He didn't waste any more words. Old bitch, are you releasing everyone or not? It'll be up to you. I'll give you to the count of 3, 1, 2. After saying 1, Long Chen immediately shouted 2, not giving Sha Qixin's mother any chance to think. At the same time, the serpentine rune on his arm lit up. His earth flame's energy was already beginning to gather into his palm, causing everyone's expressions to change. I won't compromise. You can go ahead. Sha Qixin's mother suddenly laughed, and she threw a bronze bell covered in runes into the air. That bell instantly grew larger, protecting her and a few dozen other experts behind it. From her posture, it seemed that as soon as Long Chen detonated the wind spirit crystal, she would activate this bronze bell's defensive abilities. Good. Long Chen icily laughed, and the earth flame energy in his hand moved to touch the wind spirit crystal, causing everyone to turn pale. Long Chen, don't do anything stupid. I, Mo Nian, have arrived. Chapter 476 Domineering Mo Yunshan. Long Chen, don't do anything stupid. I, Mo Nian, have arrived. A frantic cry rang out. A group of figures appeared in the plaza. The person at the front was Mo Nian. Behind Mo Nian was a middle-aged man with a square face and a button nose. He possessed a mighty and lofty bearing, and he emitted a powerful pressure that caused these hundreds of Shantian experts to shiver. Behind that man were over 10 Shantian experts. Without saying a word, they just followed him, walking to the core of the plaza, not even glancing at the surrounding experts. Originally, Long Chen really had been planning on detonating the wind spirit crystal. If everyone else died, then living on his own didn't have any more meaning. But Mo Nian's arrival gave him a thread of hope. From that domineering man behind him, Long Chen sensed a similar pressure to the one Sha Qixin's mother gave him. That meant the two of them should be on the same level. Mo Yunshan, are you trying to interfere with the matters of the Xuantian supermonastery? Your Mo Gates hands have really stretched far. Sha Qixin's mother icily stared at that middle-aged man. Obviously, the two of them knew each other. That middle-aged man curled his lip and disdainfully said, even if you begged me to come to this corrupt and worthless place, I still wouldn't have come. However, if my son's brother has difficulties, then as the family head, I should at least come out to show his prestige, right? What do you say, Zhou Qingyu? Are you going to give face to me? Sha Qixin's mother's name was Zhou Qingyu. Of everyone present, no one else had known that except Sha Qixin. Face, hee, perhaps you, Mo Yunshan, do not possess enough face for that, sneered Zhou Qingyu. Mo Yunshan didn't get angry at that. Instead, he smiled slightly. I knew you would reply like that. But my old man told me to at least try diplomacy before force. I knew that was making things too complicated, but there was no way around it, and so I asked. Now, diplomacy is over. Time to use force. Since you disagree with me, then we'll use strength to decide everything. Brothers, prepare to fight. You dare, raged Zhou Qingyu. You're right, I really do dare. Why don't you ask around about our Mo family's conduct? We never have any taboos about anything. Let alone fighting over a few people, even if it was razing down the first monastery and cutting off your head, it isn't anything difficult, said Mo Yunshan disdainfully. As soon as Mo Yunshan arrived, he crushed everyone in terms of pressure. Those Shantian experts didn't even dare take a large breath with him present. Qing Prefecture's hegemon, the Mo family. Few people didn't know about that powerful existence. Now, Mo Yunshan's arrival, his demeanoringness, and the way he spoke to Zhou Qingyu shook everyone. He even dared say he wouldn't mind killing the assistant monastery head. That was definitely crazy. In fact, according to the stories, everyone from the Mo family was crazy. They couldn't be judged according to common sense. Now, they found those stories really were true. Domineering dad, Mo Nian stood by Mo Yunshan and gave him 2 thumbs up. Fuck off, you little brat, if you had half your old man's daring, I would have to burn incense in thanks. Honestly, how did I give birth to such a coward? You don't even dare do the smallest things. If you weren't my child, I would have long since slapped you to death, cursed Mo Yunshan. After cursing Mo Nian, he then turned to Long Chen. He completely ignored Mo Nian's fury and instead gave Long Chen a thumbs up. It's Long Chen, right? Good work. This is how a man should be. Back when Mo Nian had first left the secret realm, he had immediately called out his father, who had been in seclusion. He told him that no matter what, he had to help him out with a certain matter. That had greatly startled Mo Yunshan. He understood his son. Although Mo Nian was a bit too conceited, he conducted himself cautiously. He never caused any trouble. In fact, it was precisely because he acted that way that Mo Yunshan was so dissatisfied. A man should be unafraid of heaven or earth. How could a child that didn't know how to cause trouble ever manage to mature into someone amazing? Well, that was what his father had taught him in any case. But this time, Mo Nian had begged him for help, which was extremely startling to him. From Mo Nian, he heard a rough explanation of what had happened. Apparently, this son of his had finally gained a brother. That made Mo Yunshan very excited. Without saying another word, he had gathered some of Mo Gate's experts and rushed directly to the first monastery. On the way, Mo Nian had told him about Long Chen's temperament, and as a result, Mo Nian had been given a harsh tongue lashing. Mo Yunshan had said that compared to Long Chen, Mo Nian was a spineless coward, which had enraged him so much that Mo Nian had almost coughed up blood. Long Chen greets Uncle Mo. Please forgive me for lacking manners at the moment, said Long Chen, his hand still tightly pressed onto the wind spirit crystal. Junior brother, there's no need to be courteous. Men don't need to care so much about such trifling things, laughed Mo Yunshan. TCH, you're lacking seniority. He's my brother, not yours, said Mo Nian. You really talk too much. Mo Yunshan blushed and glared at Mo Nian before looking back at Long Chen. Child, you can put that thing away now. Don't worry, with your Uncle Mo here, no one will dare touch a single hair on your head. I came here just to help you out. Mo Yunshan's words were filled with confidence. It seemed he didn't even place Zhou Qingyu in his eyes. In fact, it seemed he didn't place any one of these people in his eyes. Long Chen hesitated for a moment and then summoned out Little Snow, who pulled the wind spirit crystal with him into his spiritual space. This wind spirit crystal was too special and couldn't be placed in the primal chaos space for fear of it blowing those medicinal herbs to death. Just as Long Chen put away the wind spirit crystal, Zhou Qingyu moved ever so slightly. However, a pitch-black bow was immediately raised and pointed at her, making her turn stiff as a statue. Mo Yunshan's black bow was already fully drawn. All the murderous aura in the surrounding thousands of miles was sucked up without a drop missing. A terrifying energy locked down Zhou Qingyu. The person closest to her, Sha Qishan, immediately became covered in sweat, his face pale. In the face of that arrow, he felt himself like a rabbit who had been locked onto by a hunter. As long as Mo Yunshan wished it, he would be instantly killed. This attack wasn't even targeted at him, but just some fallout filled him with absolute terror. Long Chen, go save those friends of yours. Let me see just who dares try to stop you, said Mo Yunshan. Mo Yunshan, do you realize you are committing a grave crime? Warned Zhou Qingyu. In the cultivation world, for outsiders to stick their hands into the affairs of sects truly was a grave crime. It would definitely draw public ire. TCH, what grave crime? Go ahead, Long Chen. Your Uncle Mo's bow hasn't tasted the blood of experts in a long time. I wonder whether it will finally get a taste today, said Mo Yunshan. Long Chen was delighted and filled with reverence towards Mo Yunshan. This was what it meant to be domineering. Long Chen was about to move when an icy snort suddenly rang out. I don't think your broken little bow can kill anyone at all. Everyone was startled, turning to see a woman in a long dress. She appeared to be in her 30s, and her expression was completely icy and filled with ridicule. Behind her were over 10 experts wearing blood-red robes. They were all Shantian experts, and the air around them twisted, making them seem extremely terrifying. Sha Qishan was delighted to see that woman and hastily bowed. Sha Qishan greets Senior Yin Qing. People from the Yin family. Long Chen was startled, feeling the situation had taken a turn for the worse. An ancient family was slightly troublesome. Mo Yunshan most likely wouldn't be able to block both Zhou Qingyu and Yin Qing. Ha ha ha, if we want to know whether my bow can kill anyone or not, it seems we'll have to test it. There's always been a certain thing I've brooded about. Back when I roamed through the world, I only managed to kill 3 disciples from ancient families. But everyone knows good things come in pairs. I wonder whether I'll be able to resolve that regret today, laughed Mo Yunshan. Mo Yunshan still didn't place that woman in his eyes, relieving Long Chen. Mo Yunshan, it seems your Mo family no longer wants to have a place in the cultivation world. How dare you say such things? Yin Qing icily glared at Mo Yunshan, killing intent surging out of her eyes. Let it go. The Mo family is not like you people who rely only on your ancestors. Our foundation is far greater than you can imagine. Don't think just because you have your ancient family alliance that you're so amazing. Even if you're allied, it's just for show. There's nothing worth being arrogant about. Furthermore, you ancient families cannot so easily stick your hands into the matters of the rest of the world. For you to run your way here is already violating the ancient family alliance's conventions. Your actions won't bring you any protection from the alliance. Do you have to waste your breath? Said Mo Yunshan disdainfully. This so-called ancient family alliance was actually an extremely terrifying and enormous existence. Every ancient family was part of it. However, this alliance had existed for far too long, and its members were no longer so united. That was because almost everyone knew the position of ancient families and wouldn't dare provoke them. Furthermore, with the arrogance of ancient families, they rarely interacted with ordinary cultivators. They would only occasionally send their disciples out for tempering. That was also a way for them to keep up to date on the current situation in the world. This alliance was just in name only. No one knew its true use. The outer world only knew that the ancient families had an alliance, but they knew nothing of the exact details. Hearing Mo Yunshan's words, all these experts felt dizzy. But they knew one thing. This matter was about to blow up to an unprecedented scale. Does an insect have the right to speak such big words? I won't waste any more words on a commoner. Sect leader Sha, why haven't you executed the criminals yet? Said Yin Qing icily. You can also see that the execution was set up a long time ago. But some people interrupted us, said Sha Qishan. Yin Qing sneered and then looked around, her gaze lighting on Long Chen. You are Long Chen. Good. You really are brazen to be so vicious to one of our ancient family's disciples. Sha Qishan, first kill all these accomplices, and then I'll decide how to punish this little fellow. He dared poison one of my disciples. Then I'll make him beg for death. Following Yin Qing's orders, those experts behind her all charged forward at Ling Yunzi and the others. Whoever comes over will die. Mo Yunshan's aura erupted to his peak. You should worry about yourself. Zhou Qingyu sneered and took out her weapon at the same time as Yin Qing. A powerful aura locked onto Mo Yunshan. As long as he dared make a move, they would both release a killing blow. Suddenly, a cry rang out and the ground split apart. Countless wooden stakes shot out, and a terrifying pressure caused everyone's expressions to change. Chapter 477 Experts appear one after another. 10,000 wood overgrowth. A huge shield formed of wooden stakes appeared in front of the attackers, stopping all of them. At the same time, the chains binding Ling Yunzi and the others broke apart, and they were wrapped up in the wooden stakes and sent to Long Chen's side. Furthermore, the heaven-locking chains in Ling Yunzi and Kang Ming's bodies were removed, and their injuries rapidly healed. Other than their spiritual qi, which couldn't be rapidly recovered, all their injuries were healed. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. By the time they clearly saw what was happening, Ling Yunzi and the others had already escaped their bindings. Sect leader, Tu Fang and the 108th Monastery's disciples all cheered upon seeing Ling Yunzi escape. Long Chen, Tang Wan threw herself into Long Chen's embrace sobbing. I really thought I would never get to see you again. Long Chen tightly held Tang Wan not saying anything. He simply let her sob. Guo ran, wild, and the others were also quickly healed. They hadn't been tortured, and each of them wore a delighted expression from escaping death. Li Chuyu, you dare interfere with my Shantian supermonastery's private matters? Raged Zhou Qingyu as she looked up at a figure in the sky. Up in the sky, atop a violet phoenix sparrow, there were two women standing. One was Chu Yao, while the other was an extremely young and beautiful woman. Her graceful manners made people feel comfortable just by looking at her. This person was Chu Yao's master, the Skywood Palace master Li Chuyu. She merely smiled in the face of Zhou Qingyu's cursing. Assistant monastery head Zhou's words really are grave. All I did was come here to act as a mediator since my apprentice begged me. I hope everyone can peacefully resolve this matter. No matter how you put it, Long Chen is a genius of our righteous path. I, Li Chuyu, as a member of the righteous path, cannot bear to watch such a heavenly genius die to some sinister schemes. Li Chuyu's words were very calm without the slightest bit of anger, sounding as if she were just stating some simple facts. But there was a needle behind her silk words. She was cursing Sha Kishan for being envious of others and trying to kill geniuses, and at the same time, she was ridiculing Zhou Qingyu for siding with her son and not being impartial. Li Chuyu, don't try cursing anyone indirectly. This is a matter of the Xuantian supermonastery, and a little girl like you does not have the qualifications to interfere. Shouted Zhou Qingyu. Li Chuyu might be the palace head of the Skywood Palace, but her cultivation base had only reached the peak of the Shantian realm. Zhou Qingyu's meaning was obvious. Someone at her level did not qualify to even speak to her. At this time, Li Chuyu and Chu Yao had also arrived beside Long Chen and the others. Chu Yao exchanged a glance with Long Chen and then gently pulled away Tang Wan. Now was not the time to talk. Li Chuyu gave Mo Yunshan a simple greeting and then glanced at Long Chen with praise. She merely smiled in response to Zhou Qingyu's words. Many thanks for your reminder, senior. When it comes to qualifications, I really am a bit lacking. But as a member of the righteous path, I have to protect the righteous paths. Talents from any vicious attacks from crafty villains. That's the duty of every expert of the righteous path. And so although I don't have the same qualifications as your distinguished self, for the future of the righteous path, I had no choice but to come here. You, who is the crafty villain? Long Chen clearly slaughtered countless righteous disciples, and his sins are unforgivable, raged Zhou Qingyu. Senior, you've misunderstood. The crafty villains I was referring to were those people from the corrupt path. Those people are all contemptible and shameless, wicked and treacherous, and they all like to use schemes against people they are jealous of. They don't have the ability to handle the righteous path's experts, and so they end up bringing harm to their own geniuses. Most hateful of all, some of those ancient seniors even like to discriminate towards their own children, deliberately inverting right and wrong, misrepresenting the truth. Such villains really are the most hateful. If I didn't know better, I'd assume those villains were purposely sent there by the righteous path to act as inside agents used to harm their own geniuses. Don't you agree with me, Senior Zhou? Smiled Li Chuyu. Long Chen and the others all felt incredibly satisfied inside. Li Chuyu truly was amazing. Her way with words had reached the realm of perfection. She cursed people without a single obscenity. She was clearly pointing a finger at Zhou Qingyu's nose and cursing, but she didn't reveal the slightest anger. She made it so Zhou Qingyu wanted to explode with anger but couldn't in order to keep up her pretense. That had practically reached the level of a divine ability. Zhou Qingyu was ashen right now, killing intent exploding from her. Li Chuyu's words had ruthlessly torn apart her hypocritical mask, completely humiliating and infuriating her. But she didn't retort, as when it came to eloquence, she couldn't even compare to her. Quibbling would just cause her to lose even more face. It's just a girl. Since she dared come here to harbor murderers, then we'll just kill them together, said Yin Qing icily. A peak Shantian expert was not anything in her eyes. She had come here in order to kill. Only then could she display her prestige. Ancient families were unable to accept their disciples being treated so ruthlessly by others. They had to kill the offenders. Only then could they maintain the dignity of an ancient family. Other than killing people, her target was also Long Chen. The rumors were that he had merged with a mysterious bead in the secret realm. The Yin family's higher-ups wanted Long Chen caught and brought to them to see whether or not they could extract that bead. Fighting and killing all day isn't a good thing. Why can't everyone just sit down and talk about it? After all, Amicability can make you rich, and that's the way of a king. At this time, an old man's voice rang out. One young and one old person appeared in the plaza. No one had sensed their arrival up to now, which shocked everyone. Sorry, we're late. The young person to appear now was surprisingly Zheng Wenlong. Seeing Long Chen and Mo Nian, he hastily apologized. You're not late at all. In fact, you're right on time. Long Chen laughed. He hadn't expected Zheng Wenlong to also have come to help, and he couldn't help being moved. At the same time, he began to admire him. Although Zheng Wenlong always said he was a businessman, he never went back on what he had decided. Although their goals were different, that determination and commitment in their bones was the same. Who are you? Zhou Qingyu icily glared at the old man. He looked extremely ordinary, seeming so old that he already had one foot in the grave. But he made her feel a powerful pressure that told her he wasn't as simple as he appeared. Me, hee, I'm just an old peddler. Sometimes I do some small business. But this little fellow really is devoted. He told me there was an excellent business opportunity here for me to get some profit from. And so, here I am. For this pitiful old man to still have a chance to make such a huge profit at my age, it really must be a blessing from the wealth god. The old man leaned on his walking stick and slowly walked up to Long Chen. Looking at Long Chen, his turbid eyes suddenly began to shine. How was that at all the blurred vision of an old man? Long Chen felt as if this old man was able to see through all his secrets. Yes, this will definitely be big business. Ah, Zheng Wenlong, how about you just transfer this client to me? Look, I'm so old, and really pitiful. Grandpa Su, please don't fight with this little one. A hair on your head is probably worth more than everything I own. You're being unreasonable. Zheng Wenlong scowled. You little fellow, what kind of words are those? Those who pursue the business Tao pursue profit, and in that process, you have to be willing to do anything. To do business, you need a powerful foundation, and part of that is having a thick skin. What's so unreasonable about my request? Little fellow, you still need more tempering, rebuked the old man, acting as if Zheng Wenlong had failed to live up to his expectations. That's enough. I know you must be people from the Huayan sect. Are you planning on interfering in this matter as well? Raged Zhou Qingyu. In this world, only the Huayan sect's people repeatedly talked about business like this. They were easily recognizable. No, we wouldn't interfere in your personal matters. The old man shook his head disdainfully. Then what did you come here for? Asked Zhou Qingyu. To do business. The old man firmly said, Long Chen is someone my Huayan sect has invested in. Furthermore, we've already invested a large amount of manpower, physical resources, and even lives. In other words, Long Chen is a client of my Huayan sect. In the future, he will bring us a huge amount of profit. And to us businessmen, profit is our lives, while our clients are our bread and butter. For you to kill Long Chen would be severing our profit. That would waste our investment. Furthermore, those people that died still have families, and they need us to look after them. Killing Long Chen would sever their income. Severing our livelihood is equivalent to killing our parents, and since you want to kill our parents, we naturally will go all out against you. Have I explained it clearly enough? If you still don't understand, let me say it even clearer. We came here to protect our client, and not to interfere with your private matter. Do you understand? Zhou Qingyu turned ashen. She hadn't expected this matter to develop to this point. More and more people were coming to support Long Chen. If she couldn't have Long Chen killed today, then she really would be doomed. Right now, she was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Previously, the only reason she had agreed to this was because she had felt she had enough assurance. But if Long Chen didn't die, the truth would sooner or later be exposed to the public. If it was learned by the monastery head, just thinking of the consequences made her feel cold. But now Long Chen had Mo Yunshan as well as that elder from the Huayan sect. Their strengths were relatively even. If more experts appeared to join Long Chen's side, then he really would be able to escape. Zhou Qingyu glanced at Yin Qing and saw she was already eager to fight. She clenched her teeth. Today, no matter the price, she had to kill Long Chen. Everyone listened to my orders, kill Long Chen. Along with her shout, a powerful aura surged out of her, and the entire first monastery was enveloped by that aura, making it hard for others to breathe. Yin Qing also released her aura. Her target was Long Chen. Ha ha ha, good, let's have a good fight today. Mo Yunshan's laughter rang out like thunder, and he raised his bow. Aiya, you people, We could have settled this peacefully, benefiting both parties. Why do you people always want to fight? Well, I suppose there's no choice. It's been a while since I've exercised my bones. I wonder how many moves I still remember. The old man from the Wyan sect sighed, but a bright light shone from his eyes, and he no longer seemed doddering and senile. Everyone was horrified. If these 4 people fought with their full strength, then the entire first monastery would be razed to the ground. Just as an immense battle was about to erupt, a powerful spatial fluctuation materialized, and a figure gradually appeared in the sky. Chapter 478 Monastery Head. Monastery Head. The Xuantian supermonastery's sect leaders and elders all let out startled cries and bowed. The person who had appeared was an extremely beautiful woman who only looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. She wore a green dress, and she was so beautiful, her face like a painting. However, a powerful pressure came from her, and there were 2 huge wings on her back. Floating up in the sky, she was truly like an immortal who had descended upon the earth. As soon as she appeared, the entire world seemed to tremble, as if she was beginning to merge with it. She was smiling, her smile like a flower in bloom, beautiful beyond compare. But an icy light shone in her eyes. Zhou Qingyu, you really are amazing. Are you planning on bringing down the entire first monastery? Oh, I understand. You dislike the look of your son's monastery and so you want to bring it down to build a bigger one, right? She might be smiling, but her voice was filled with fury. Monastery head, let me explain. There's no need to explain. Zhou Qingyu, although I was in seclusion all these years, I know everything you've been up to. I was too lazy to bother with what you were doing since I was at a critical juncture in my seclusion, but I really did underestimate you. For a selfish matter, you actually wanted to kill this many geniuses. In truth, I already came out of seclusion half a month ago, so I personally saw everything you've done. The reason I didn't say anything was because I was very curious just how selfish a person could be. I never expected you to teach me that a person's evil desires really are boundless. From you, I see the most shameless and contemptible aspects of the entire righteous path. Good, very good, said that woman. What no one had expected was for the powerful Zhou Qingyu to actually immediately kneel down on the ground and beg, "Monastery head, I was just confused for a while. I was poisoned by my unfilial son, which caused me to make such foolish decisions. Monastery head, please forgive me. My Zhou family will definitely be deeply grateful." Now everyone was truly dumbfounded. They had never imagined Zhou Qingyu would kneel and begin weeping bitter tears. Furthermore, Sha Qixin's expression completely changed. At this time, his mother had actually pushed all the responsibility onto him, and his heart turned cold. Since you are the assistant monastery head, I only have the authority to record your mistakes. As for your punishment, it will be decided by the Dao sect's enforcement hall. I've already reported everything that has happened here to the enforcement hall. As for what they'll decide to do, it'll be up to your luck. That woman shook her head. Shui Wuan. Zhou Qingyu suddenly stood up and icily glared at the monastery head. Clenching her teeth, she raged, "You really schemed deeply this time. Good. This time, I, Zhou Qingyu, admit defeat. But don't get too pleased. My Zhou family won't leave it like this." Shui Wuan waved her hand, and a spatial door opened in front of Zhou Qingyu. "Leave. If you have anything to say it to the enforcement hall's elders. They'll definitely patiently listen to your story." Seeing this spatial door, a bit of despair appeared on Zhou Qingyu's face, but clenching her teeth, she entered. Her body disappeared from everyone's stunned gazes. The spatial gate also faded along with her. "Sha Qixin, do you know your sins?" After sending off Zhou Qingyu, Shui Wuan turned to her son. Sha Qixin turned pale as paper, and he hastily knelt down. "Monastery head, please spare my life." Shui Wuan shook her head and sighed. "I also want to spare your life. Unfortunately, I can't. A person's sins will always catch up to them sooner or later." With a wave of her hand, a pillar of light slammed into Sha Qixin's body, and his body immediately exploded. But what was shocking was that even after his body exploded, there was not the slightest bit of blood remaining. Instead, there was just some water residue. Long Chen's heart almost leapt out of his body. This monastery head was truly terrifyingly powerful. That attack had clearly contained the aura of the water attribute. Somehow, when it had struck Sha Qixin, he had turned into water. That was no longer within the classification of battle skills. Such an attack was simply called a magical technique, and it completely surpassed Long Chen's current understanding. The entire crowd was silent. No one had thought that this matter would end up alarming the monastery head who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Monastery head Shui, my Yin family won't bother with you about your supermonastery's internal affairs. However, I absolutely have to bring Long Chen away today. Yin Qing frowned when she saw that Shui Wuan had appeared, but she still put on a brave act. Oh, why is that? Asked Shui Wuan. Because Long Chen is shameless and contemptible. He poisoned one of my Yin family's geniuses, and despite trying countless methods, the best my Yin family is capable of doing is keeping her just barely alive. Most hateful of all is that this bastard Long Chen actually lied, saying if we found 1,000 heart snow lotus, we would be able to save her life. We paid a huge sum in order to obtain 1,000 heart snow lotus, but Yin Wuxuang still continues to suffer from the pain of 10,000 ants devouring her heart. It didn't have any effect, raged Yin Qing. Long Chen snorted, idiot, how did I lie? Yin Wuxuang only had 7 days of life left to her, but she still hasn't died now. How did I lie? Do you even have a head? Bastard, right now she has to suffer day and night from incredible pain that's even worse than death. How can that count as saving her life? You're the bastard. Has your head been trampled by a donkey? You can't even understand words. My boss said that the 1,000 heart snow lotus could save her life. When did he ever say it could relieve the poison? Furthermore, that despicable woman is absolutely vicious and ended up causing that many people to die. This is just her retribution. What are you so mad about? Guo Ran couldn't hold back from cursing. Beside him, Mo Nian clapped in praise towards his brilliant cursing. Guo Ran's cursing truly was satisfying. You're courting death. Yin Qing raged. When would she have ever suffered such humiliation? For a junior generation to curse her in the face like this almost made her explode. You're the one courting death. If you keep being such a bitch and end up irritating Uncle Mo, he'll definitely kill you with a single arrow through the head. Guo Ran stood behind Mo Yunshan, arrogantly cursing Yin Qing. Mo Nian's eyes suddenly brightened, and he raged at Mo Yunshan. You damn dad, when you talk to me, you barely say a few sentences before just beating me. What? Are you ruthless to children but a coward in public? You actually wasted this many words to an outsider. Just which one of us is your son? Am I your son, or is she your son? Everyone's expressions became odd. Were these two really father and son? Was there really a son who would say such things to his father in public? What absolute nonsense. Of course, you're my son, or I'd have long since beat you to death. Furthermore, are you blind? She's a woman, and she's even older than your old man. How am I supposed to give birth to her? Roared Mo Yunshan, giving Mo Nian a slap in the face. Everyone's expressions grew even odder. Were they really one family? Was there really a son like this? Was there really a father like this? They really were a marvel pair. The solemn atmosphere became extremely strange due to their words. However, Yin Qing's killing intent had boiled to a pinnacle. But at the same time, she also didn't dare attack. There were too many experts here, and she would definitely end up losing if she started a battle. She could only endure it for now and contemplate getting revenge later. Monastery head Shui, don't you feel like you should give my Yin family an explanation? Demanded Yin Qing. Shui Wuan's faint smile disappeared to be replaced with iciness. Let me tell you a few things. First, you and I are not on the same level, so when you speak to me, be more respectful. Second, I, Shui Wuan, don't need to give anyone any explanation about anything, especially not to a little girl like you who has only reached the half-step C expansion realm. Third, don't think that just by using your family's name you can run rampantly amok. Although I am just a single supermonastery's monastery head, I am backed by the Xuantian Dao sect. You ancient families don't have the qualifications to suppress me, understand? Yin Qing's face went from red to white. In the outside world, she could always do whatever she wanted. She had never received such a humiliation. But she also didn't dare publicly challenge Shui Wuan, because she would be able to crush her. It was just as Shui Wuan said. Although she was just a monastery head, behind her was the entire Xuantian Dao sect, one of the cultivation world's 3 heavenly sects. A single ancient family truly was nothing in front of such an enormous existence. Ancient families might be able to be tyrannical in the rest of the cultivation world, but in front of the Xuantian Dao sect, they still didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Go back and tell your family exactly what I've said. This matter is a private matter of the Xuantian Dao sect, and we don't need them to stick their noses into it. Since you sent your disciple here as tempering, then you'll have to comply with our rules. In other words, I have jurisdiction over everything. As for Yin Wuxuang's conduct, I've heard of what she's done. And so to settle this matter, I only have one phrase for you: she has only herself to blame. In this world, just having a strong background isn't completely reliable. That is merely something your ancestors gave you, and it can disappear at any time. Your disciple committed outrageous sins here. Did she think that her background placed her above the law? Perhaps that would have been true at other sects, but it isn't here. And so, scram back to wherever you came from. Shui Wuan's words were said indifferently, obviously disapproving of the Yin family's conduct. Yin Qing was completely enraged. It was clear Shui Wuan was protecting Long Chen and refused to give the Yin family any recompense for this matter. Now, she would be unable to obtain Long Chen's secrets, and she had lost all her prestige. Just as Yin Qing was hesitating on what to do, Guo Ran cursed, "Hey, are you deaf? Our monastery head has already said it this clearly, but you still don't understand. Alright, then let me simplify it even more. Our monastery head's meaning is this: either scram, or die." Yin Qing's teeth creaked as she clenched them from fury. She really was about to lose control. With a cold snort, she was just about to bring her people away. "Who is Long Chen? Hurry up and come out." Suddenly, a woman's cry shook the entire sky, causing people's eardrums to almost burst. Even Shui Wuan's expression changed. Chapter 479 Mysterious Expert. Suddenly, heaven and earth began to shiver. A jade-white hand appeared up in the sky and tore open a crack in the void, and a woman walked out of that crack. This woman appeared extremely young and had a slender figure. She wore snow-white robes, truly looking like a high god up above others. There weren't any fluctuations coming from her body, but as soon as she appeared, it was as if the entire world had become encased in ice. The ordinary disciples began to shiver, their teeth clacking. Even the Shantian experts felt chilly and had no choice but to circulate their qi with their power in order to defend against the chill. Each one of them looked at that woman with shock. This woman was extremely beautiful, but her face didn't have the slightest expression. She was like some goddess of ice and snow, so cold that others didn't dare approach. As soon as she appeared, her eyes scanned the people below. She quickly noticed Long Chen, and her eyes brightened. She disappeared from the sky, appeared in front of Long Chen. She hastily asked, "Where is Yi Ziqiu? Quick, tell me." Long Chen was completely startled. He didn't know this woman's intentions, and so he hesitated. "My friend already died. Does Senior need something? Quickly bring out her corpse. I need to see if her soul star has scattered. Quickly," she demanded urgently. Long Chen's heart shook. He thought of a certain possibility and hastily looked towards Chu Yao. She waved her hand and a large, wooden coffin appeared in front of her. The wooden coffin automatically opened, revealing Yi Ziqiu, who lay inside. Her face was pale white, but that final smile of hers still remained. Seeing that smile, Long Chen felt a wave of emotion and couldn't hold back his tears. That smile was Yi Ziqiu's final gift to him. Tang Wan'er and Chu Yao also had tears streaming down their face. The death of one of their sisters who had fought side by side with them made them feel as if knives were stabbing their hearts. That mysterious woman hastily pressed a finger to the space between Yi Ziqiu's eyebrows, and suddenly, a rune shaped like a snow lotus lit up. "Her soul star still hasn't shattered. I made it just in time." A gratified smile appeared on that icy woman's face. She waved her hand, and a crystalline ice coffin enveloped Yi Ziqiu before she was put away by the woman. "Senior," Long Chen hastily cried out. He still didn't know what intentions this woman had. He couldn't just let her take away Yi Ziqiu. "This woman's soul star will be very useful to my disciples. I'll be taking this corpse," she said icily. Guo Ran and the others all raged. She wanted Yi Ziqiu's corpse to use as a cultivation tool. That was absolutely intolerable. "Hand back my friend's corpse." Long Chen instantly summoned his divine ring and battle armor. A blue flame spear appeared in his hand. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others also surrounded this woman. As long as Long Chen gave the order, they would immediately attack. That mysterious woman smiled mockingly at being surrounded by them. She icily said, "Don't think a few babies like you can do anything. If I want to leave, then even if everyone here tried to stop me, you would all be killed with a wave of my hand. It'd be best for you not to overestimate yourselves. Long Chen, don't be reckless. This senior is very powerful." Shui Wuan hastily tried to stop him. Even she felt an incredible pressure from this woman. She couldn't help being horrified. Why had such a person appeared here? I don't care if she's a senior or not. I also don't care how high her cultivation base is. If you want to bring away my companion, you'll have to take my life first. Long Chen icily glared at that woman, his aura growing stronger and stronger. Although he knew this woman was terrifying, so terrifying that even Shui Wuan was intimidated by her, Long Chen definitely wouldn't allow her to just bring away Yi Ziqiu. So no matter how strong she was, he still needed to fight with his full strength, even if it meant a battle to the death. That was the essence of the 9-star hegemon body art. Ever since Long Chen had understood that, he had sworn never to yield. Wasn't the worst case just death? Your actions right now are very stupid, said the mysterious woman. You're absolutely right, we're all just this stupid. It's precisely because we're stupid that we can fight together even unto death, said Long Chen icily. His 2 stars circulated with their full power. Since his chances of survival were already so remote, he might as well give it a try. Seeing Long Chen gathering all his power, that mysterious woman's icy expression gradually became a smile, a bit of admiration appearing in her eyes. Just how many years had it been since someone had dared face her like this? Let alone a tendon transformation rookie like Long Chen, even someone on Shui Wuan's level didn't dare face her directly. But Long Chen still gathered all his power, not giving up despite knowing how many times stronger she was, despite knowing he was facing someone he could not possibly defeat. That required more than just courage. Good, very good, it's no wonder you were able to subdue an earth flame at your realm. It seems it wasn't necessarily a coincidence. The mysterious woman nodded, no longer appearing as icy as before. Instead, she seemed like a benevolent elder, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. All of you really are excellent disciples. The reason why experts are called experts isn't just because of how strong they are, but because they need a powerful courage. One of the traits an expert must have is to be able to fight against other experts, experts who might even be stronger than them, without withdrawing, without being terrified, and without giving up. You've all done well. Long Chen, you don't need to be worried. I was just testing you just now. I don't have any malicious intentions. I crossed 17 prefectures all to bring back Yi Ziqiu. I've already seen the scenes of your battle within the secret realm. Yi Ziqiu possesses an extremely rare celestial ice body, and she is perfectly suited to my sect's cultivation techniques. I came here today to bring her back to my sect to cultivate, said the mysterious woman. Then, you mean that Ziqiu, she can be? Long Chen's eyes brightened with emotion, his voice trembling slightly. The mysterious woman nodded. Her soul star hasn't dissipated yet. When I bring her back, I will use a Zan ice pool to baptize her. That will let her completely shed her old self and reform her physical body. At that time, she will be revived. Really? Chu Yao and Tang Waner both cheered, hugging Long Chen and crying tears of joy. There was no better news than this. To them, a companion's death would bring endless pain to those who remained. That kind of pain could make a person wish they were dead as well. That was also why they loathed fighting so much. But cultivation was simply like that. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Furthermore, there was no retreat possible. That was something all cultivators were helpless about. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen hastily bowed to the mysterious woman. In truth, you don't have to thank me. We only encountered each other due to coincidence. I will be bringing away Ziqiu, but it will take a while in order for her to revive. There's one thing I should warn you of. Once she undergoes the baptism of the chilling ice ancient pool, she will become completely transformed, and her physical body will reach a flawless level. If you don't work hard, you'll only ever be able to look up to her, said the mysterious woman. Don't worry, Senior, such a thing definitely won't happen, promised Long Chen. Alright, then I'll leave now. If there comes a day when you reach that realm, you will naturally come to know who I am, so there's no need for me to tell you my name. But if you aren't able to reach that level, then we will be people in 2 different worlds, so telling you my name would also be useless. After saying that, this mysterious woman took a single step and appeared in the sky. Cutting a line with her hand, a crack appeared in the void and she stepped through, disappearing from their gazes. Even once that mysterious woman left, everyone present still felt as if they were dreaming. To be able to wave her hand and tear apart the void, just what level of expert was this? They had never even heard of such a realm. Yin Qing's expression was exceedingly ugly. She icily glared at Long Chen and warned, just wait, Long Chen. This matter won't end so easily. You should know, an ancient family's prestige is not something someone like you can tarnish. Hurry up and scram, don't you see my boss is too lazy to even acknowledge you? Said Guo Ran disdainfully. To such a lofty and arrogant person, you couldn't give the slightest bit of face. The best way to handle them was to ruthlessly give them a slap in the face. The more face you gave them, the more unbridled they would be. Although Yin Wuxuang was basically dead thanks to Long Chen, that didn't relieve any of the hatred in their hearts. Right now, there was hope for Yi Ziqiu reviving, but the others who had died would never live again. Lu Fang'er's corpse might be intact still, but the Wind Spirit Pavilion's poisonous arrows were specialized towards soul cultivators. Her soul had already dissipated, and even a god wouldn't be able to revive her. As for Guan Wenin and the other 108th Monastery's disciples, they were all dead due to Yin Wuxuang's schemes. So seeing that Yin Qing dared try to threaten them at this point, Guo Ran was just a bit off from completely exploding and unleashing a real batch of obscenities. Yin Qing almost coughed up blood from rage. Clenching her teeth, she finally left with her people. Once the Yin family left, those various righteous sects, members who had been brought here by Sha Qishan also said their goodbyes. Sha Qishan had been executed, and their previous investments were now essentially gone and wasted. Most importantly, with Sha Qishan's death, the compensation he had promised them was also gone. Staying any longer wouldn't bring any benefits, so they could only leave dejectedly. It could be said that their core strength had been greatly injured now. Their elite disciples had almost all been killed. They could only wait and patiently gather more disciples, raising them into elites. However, what they didn't know was, 100 years from now, when they and their new disciples waited for the Julie secret realm to open, they would all be dumbfounded because the Julie secret realm would not open. It would forever disappear from this world. Once those various sect leaders and elders left, the only ones remaining were the members from the monasteries, as well as those from the Huayan sect, Mo Gate, and the Skywood Palace's Li Chuyu. Shui Wuan swept her gaze over these people and then icily said, "Now it's time for us to properly settle our accounts." Chapter 480 Settling Accounts. Now it's time for us to properly settle our accounts. Shui Wuan's words caused quite a few people's hearts to jump. Those people were the lackeys of the first monastery. Sha Qishan, their strongest support, had been killed. They immediately had a bad feeling. You can all go to the law enforcement hall on your own and report your crimes. I'd advise you not to try and hide anything, as that will just send you to your deaths, said Shui Wuan. Those people immediately turned ashen. This time they really might be doomed. The monastery head was planning on using them to display her power and to completely transform the supermonastery's atmosphere. Most importantly, of the people present, there wasn't a single one that was completely free of sin. Over these years, they had committed quite a few crimes while following the first monastery. However, there was one thing that let them stay calm: they could just push the blame to Sha Qishan. It was Sha Qishan who had forced them to do everything, and they had been helpless. In any case, Sha Qishan was already dead, and the dead could not testify. By doing this, at the very least, they should be able to keep their lives. At the same time, they understood Shui Wuan's intentions. She didn't necessarily want their lives. Instead, she wanted them to pile all the guilt on Sha Qishan. That could count as a favor to them. Otherwise, if this was investigated carefully, then once all their vile crimes were uncovered, they wouldn't be able to escape the death penalty. Thinking of that relieved many of them. They bowed towards Shui Wuan and then began traveling towards the supermonastery to report to the law enforcement hall. "Hey, you old guys from the first monastery, wait a second." Guo Ran suddenly interrupted when he saw the 3 Shantian experts of the first monastery were about to leave. "You old codgers, hand back my spatial ring." Guo Ran and the other spatial rings had been taken away by the first monastery when they had been captured. Just thinking of that enraged him. That spatial ring contained the treasures he had obtained in the secret realm, and most importantly, the thing he needed for his livelihood was in there as well. They were already all taken to the storehouse by sect leader Sha, explained one of the elders. "How about I go get them now?" "No need," said Shui Wuan. But monastery head, Guo Ran became panicked upon hearing this. His forging table was his life. Before he could say any more, Long Chen pulled on him. He wanted to hear what Shui Wuan was going to say. At the very least, she had always been slightly biased towards them. She probably wouldn't try to keep their treasures selfishly. "Gather all your first monastery's disciples. First, Tell them not to touch anything within the monastery, and that people who do will be killed without exception. Then leave and go to the 108th monastery. As I see it, you've all stayed here for too long and have gotten too used to it. Changing your environment will definitely benefit your mental and physical health. At the very least, it should get rid of some of your hot temper. As for the 108th monastery's disciples, well, it seems quite a few of you have already come. Since you've come, there's no need to leave. This place will be your new territory, said Shui Wuan. Every person was astonished. The first monastery and the 108th monastery were being switched. She was treating this too lightly, wasn't she? Monastery head, this is a bit inappropriate. The rankings are always decided on the strength of the disciples. This is too unfair, said Zhao Yongchang. He had long since set his sights on the first monastery's position. Now that Sha Qishan had died, only the second monastery had the qualifications to take the place of the first monastery. Oh, is that so? Then it's very simple. Pick out any disciples from any monastery and have them challenge Long Chen. If they win, the first monastery's position will be yours, said Shui Wuan. Zhao Yongchang turned green. Find a disciple to challenge Long Chen. That was definitely a joke. Even two Shantian sect leaders had been killed by Long Chen. Who would dare still challenge him? Zhao Yongchang had an urge to slap himself. However, he was quite the sly fellow, and he smiled and cupped his fists at Ling Yunzi. Then congratulations, Brother Ling. You've become the youngest sect leader of the first monastery. Brother Zhao, you're too courteous. Unfortunately, our sect leader is injured right now and can't reply, so let this junior brother take his place. Brother Zhao, you really are an amazing person and a great ally. You're actually the first to come congratulate us. Guo Ran walked up and cupped his fists to Zhao Yongchang. Zhao Yongchang went from green to black. He, a grand sect leader, was being called a brother by a disciple. That was absolutely humiliating. Furthermore, when Guo Ran had called him an ally, he had raised his voice extra loud, filling it with disdain and contempt, pointing towards how he had fled as soon as it had become dangerous but had come to suck up as soon as it was beneficial. Looking at Zhao Yongchang, who was holding back a stomach full of anger, Shui Wuan couldn't help but find it funny. At the same time, she truly found that Long Chen's group was very interesting. They were definitely all marvels, unafraid of anything. Ignoring everything else, just the fact they had dared take out their weapons against that mysterious woman was enough to impress her immensely. Even she had been completely suppressed by her aura. It really must be nice to be young. You can all disperse now. The first monastery still has other guests they have to receive, so don't create more trouble here, said Shui Wuan. Now, the masters of the first monastery had changed. As for the old members of the first monastery, they had no choice but to go to their new home. But thinking of this new home made them feel as terrible as if their parents had just died. First place had immediately become last. That result was hard to accept for them. Some of them even noiselessly sobbed. The first monastery obtained all the best resources. But as for the 108th monastery, well, that truly was like falling from being emperors to being beggars. As some people cried silent tears, others were filled with excitement. Guo Ran and the others were all cheering loudly. I want a whole region to myself, roared Guo Ran. The first monastery had 100,000 disciples. But the 108th monastery's disciples were numbered in the hundreds. It truly was possible for one person to take a large region for themselves. As the 108th monastery's disciples cheered, even Ling Yunzi was extremely moved. Master, can you see this? We're number one now. That had been Ling Yunzi's mission this entire time. Although it wasn't him who had accomplished it, Long Chen was still his disciple. This accomplishment was still his. A pressure that had been resting on his heart had finally been lifted. Mo Yunshan suddenly sighed, surprising people. Shui Wuan asked, for you to sigh, do you feel there was some flaw with how I handled this matter? Mo Yunshan shook his head. It's not that there are flaws, but that it was really too perfect. So perfect that I can't find anything to nitpick about. It's because it was so perfect that I have to sigh. Why is that? Because you handled this so perfectly. There's no way for me to bring Long Chen back to Mo Gate. Originally, my old man wanted me to bring this little fellow back with me. He said he really wanted to know what kind of person his grandson's first friend was like. This time, it seems I'll end up being scolded by the old man, sighed Mo Yunshan. Thinking of his father's temperament, he felt a headache coming. That old man's temperament was legendary. All he cared about was the result, and if he didn't like the result, he would always curse you first before even asking for the reasons. Sigh, I even brought my old man's clone jade tablet. Mo Yunshin revealed a jade tablet in his hand. Ha ha ha, then let me thank old man Mo for his care of my disciples. In terms of age, old man Mo is even my senior, so please bring my regards back to him. Shui Wuan laughed. Ah, that's enough. I didn't even get to have a fight. Let's go back. Little fellow, do you want to play around for a few days first, or do you want to come with me? Mo Yunshin asked Mo Nian. Mo Nian truly did want to stay for a few days. But when he looked at Long Chen, he shook his head. It's fine, let's go. I want to learn our family's ancestral battle skills. Long Chen is really too abnormal. If I don't work harder, I'll be thrown off by him. When he had first arrived here, he had seen 2 lumps of flesh under Long Chen's feet. The pressure coming from that flesh clearly marked them as Shantian experts. That had given Mo Nian a huge impact. Long Chen's growth rate was too abnormal. Previously, it had always been he who threw others far behind him. Now, he was in danger of Long Chen doing the same to him. That gave him a sensation of crisis. He definitely didn't want to have to be protected by others. Not bad. Could it be you finally learned to be hardworking? Long Chen, your Uncle Mo is leaving now. When you have time, come to Mo Gate. No matter at what time, Mo Gate will always be a second home to you. Mo Yunshin patted Long Chen on the shoulder, his expression earnest. I'll definitely come. Long Chen nodded. From the bottom of his heart, Long Chen felt extremely close to Mo Nian and his father. They truly felt like a family to him. Yao we should also go. Once we get back, I'll impart the first volume of the Skywood Sacred Canon to you. With your talent, you'll definitely soar like a shooting star. Say goodbye to your boyfriend, smiled Li Chuyu. At this point, Li Chuyu seemed like a benevolent mother, gently caressing Chu Yao's cheeks dotingly. Then I'll be going now, Long Chen. Chu Yao held Long Chen's hand, reluctant to part. Long Chen also didn't want to part. But in the end, he still had to watch as Chu Yao left. He couldn't help feeling somewhat sour inside. Separating was always an extremely painful choice. Brother Long, should we leave or? Asked Zheng Wenlong. Brother Zheng, you and your senior shouldn't rush off so soon. In a bit, I'll definitely have some things to discuss with you. If it's alright, please stay for a few days, said Long Chen. He truly did have some things to discuss. However, Shui Wuan had continued waiting around all this time. It was obvious she still had things to say. However, the fact she hadn't said them yet meant it was inconvenient for her to say them in this situation. Mo Yunshin and Li Chuyu had both noticed that, which was why they had directly said their goodbyes. Zheng Wenlong nodded and supported the old man away, finding a place for them to rest. Tu Fang now sent some disciples back to inform the people who had remained in the 108th monastery. It was time to move homes, and there was plenty of work to do. The first monastery was too huge, and just making an inventory of what was here would require a while. Monastery head, Uncle Master and I are a bit unwell and need to find a place to rest. Ling Yunzi and Kang Ming were already fully recovered thanks to Li Chuyu. This was just an excuse to leave. At the same time, Guo Ran, Tang Wan and the others also exchanged glances and left. The only ones left were Long Chen and Shui Wuan. Chapter 481 Kill his way into the Wind Spirit Pavilion. I would have thought that you'd want to thank me. Seeing that Long Chen didn't say anything after a long time, Shui Wuan finally broke the silence. Within the huge plaza, only the two of them were present. The atmosphere was slightly heavy, because from the start, Long Chen had only just been staring into the distance silently. If someone should be thanking someone, it should be you thanking me, right? Long Chen smiled slightly. Oh, why is that? If I tell the truth, will I end up being killed to keep me quiet? Long Chen looked at Shui Wuan. Although in terms of age, Shui Wuan was old enough to be his grandmother's grandmother's grandmother, her youthful appearance made others forget her age. If it weren't for a certain look in her eyes that said she had experienced all the vicissitudes of life, others might really think she was a simple and pure maiden. You can speak. I'm not so intolerant. Shui Wuan smiled ever so slightly. She had a strange feeling when she looked at Long Chen, as the intelligence he had displayed did not match up to his age. If she hadn't sensed that his soul fluctuations matched his spiritual chi fluctuations, she would definitely suspect he had been possessed by some old demon. There are 2 reasons I don't need to thank you. The first one is that this chaotic situation with the first monastery was all caused by you. Previously, I didn't really understand what was going on here. But from how furiously Zhou Qingyu was clenching her teeth when she left, I can tell she ended up falling for your trap. During all these years, you intentionally let her and her son work together, allowing them to turn the supermonastery into a state of turmoil and chaos. As for yourself, you just kept yourself in seclusion and paid no heed. But in truth, you were just waiting for a chance to catch them in a mistake, a chance to defeat Zhou Qingyu in a single move. Although I don't know what relationship you have with Zhou Qingyu, I can guess both of you come from two separate large powers that compete with each other secretly. Most likely, she came to the supermonastery to keep watch over you, while you were always looking for a way to get rid of her. You feigned weakness, intentionally giving all the authority to her, all to find a chance to crush her. In order to get rid of her, you let her turn the supermonastery into its current state. I wonder just how many people ended up becoming sacrifices because of this little game of yours. And so I don't need to thank you. As for myself, although I wasn't a direct part of your game, due to what happened, I ended up affected indirectly. It could even be said I have a right to hate you, as I was just a single chess piece in your hand, said Long Chen, looking at Shui Wuan expressionlessly. Shui Wuan was silent for a long while. In the end, she sighed, I really wouldn't have thought you'd be this perceptive at this age. Then let me ask you, do you hate me? Long Chen shook his head. I don't hate you. I also don't need to hate you. Hate is the feeling of the weak. This matter can't be blamed on you, because even if someone else was in your position, the result would probably be roughly the same. It would just be a different method. At the very least, your current position is extremely beneficial to me. And in truth, there is at least one thing that I have to thank you for. You didn't wait until Zhou Qingyu killed all of us before appearing. Originally, in order for you to get the most profit, you should have waited until she had trapped herself into a corner before taking action. That way, she would definitely be given the death penalty. But today, although you managed to get rid of her for now, her crimes aren't necessarily enough to warrant her death. So that means you still have a bit of benevolence at the bottom of your heart. Looking at this youth, Shui Wuan was filled with shock. Long Chen was really too terrifying. With just a few clues, he had managed to deduce the rough situation, and his deduction was quite accurate. That was especially true when he had said she should have waited until he and everyone else had been killed. She truly had been thinking like that at the beginning. But in the end, she hadn't been able to bear doing that and had gone out prematurely. She sighed. You're right, I really was unable to just watch so many top geniuses be killed so young. Shui Wuan had to admit, when it came to being ruthless, she was greatly lacking compared to Zhou Qingyu. Otherwise, she could have long since gotten rid of her. So I'll still need to thank you for this, said Long Chen. There's no need for you to thank me. I saved you because you were all my supermonastery's disciples. Only once you all grow up can you be useful to me. Currently, I've given the first monastery to you. As for how you plan on growing, that'll be up to you. Originally, once you reach the bone forging realm, you should have been sent to the supermonastery to be raised. However, now you have the first monastery's resources, which is enough for you to grow. Only the lower-ranking monasteries have to send their disciples to the supermonastery. As for how you split up the resources, I won't interfere. Right now, the monastery competition no longer has any meaning. Thanks to you, the supermonastery's core strength has been greatly damaged. I can only place my hopes on the few of you. When she said these last few sentences, Shui Wuan's expression became a bit odd. Long Chen also felt slightly embarrassed. But that had been unavoidable. Who had asked them to try and take his life? As for the Yin family, you don't need to be afraid of them. I can help you keep them at bay, and they won't dare do anything to you as long as you are within the monastery. However, you also can't be careless. It seems you've caused that girl to suffer quite miserably. Each time her poison flares up, she feels enough pain as to want to die. During those times, she ends up tearing at Han Tianyu with her teeth. Apparently, Han Tianyu ends up beaten black and blue each time, said Shui Wuan. Han Tianyu also went to the Yin family. Yes, he has a few smarts. When Yin Wuxuang was sent back to the Yin family, he knelt on the ground and swore in the face of all those Yin family members that he wished to marry Yin Wuxuang, promising to look after her for a lifetime. Back then, he ended up moving quite a few of them, and so they permitted him to stay within the Yin family. But for some unknown reason, Each time Yin Wuxuang's poison flares up, she'll torment him as if her life depends on it. That puzzles her family members, said Shui Wuan. Long Chen sneered inside. Isn't the reason simple? It was all deliberately set up by yours truly. Han Tianyu wanted me to kill Yin Wuxuang, and Yin Wuxuang wasn't stupid enough to not see that. She saw through that immediately. How could she not hate him? In truth, that 1,000-heart snow lotus would only cause Yin Wuxuang's constant pain to become bursts of pain. Each time the poison flared up, she would feel enough pain as to want to kill herself. And when she felt that pain, she would naturally find Han Tianyu displeasing and torment him. With the Yin family's arrogance, they wouldn't help Han Tianyu avoid her. If Yin Wuxuang wanted to torment him, then she could do as she pleased. The Yin family always looked down upon outsiders who married into their family. Originally, Long Chen had been a bit worried about the two of them. Now hearing the two were so blessed, he was much more at ease. Long Chen, just what did you feed her? Why are countless pill cultivators completely helpless? It was a mixture containing several hundred different poisons that complement each other. Based on the combination, there are thousands of different possible formulas that could be the antidote. But only one of them is right. If they give her the wrong one, she will immediately die, so they don't dare take the risk, explained Long Chen. You really are ruthless. You might be fine within the monastery, but when you go outside, you have to be careful. Ancient families are known for being hard to deal with, warned Shui Wuan. Yes, nodded Long Chen. As for the pill tower, you don't need to be worried. This time, they ended up committing a grave crime, drawing the righteous path's displeasure. Due to being in the wrong, they won't be making any movements for now. Huo Wafang had gone too far this time. To publicly use the name of the pill tower to call the righteous and corrupt disciples to attack Long Chen, he had completely infuriated the righteous path. Thinking of Huo Wafang, Long Chen smiled coldly. Long Chen had fed him a poison that would adhere to his bones. That poison had seeped into Huo Wafang's bones, and soon as someone tried to heal them, it would immediately trigger the poison, filling him with pain. Even if they didn't try to heal his bones, that poison would still feel like countless knives stabbing his bones. Furthermore, the pill tower would definitely give him some medicinal pills in an attempt to stop that pain. Those medicinal pills truly could stop Huo Wafang's pain. That was because the poison would treat those medicinal pills as nourishment and focus on devouring them instead of Huo Wafang. Once the pain-relieving pills were devoured, the poison would once more begin to gnaw on his bones. The poison would become even stronger after having consumed those pills, making him feel even more pain. Reporting to monastery head, there's someone looking for boss Long Chen who says she's from the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Guo Ran hastily ran over. Long Chen's expression changed, and he was just about to say something when Shui Wuan said, "You can go." I'm truly sorry. Long Chen cupped his fists and hastily followed Guo Ran down the mountain. Arriving at the gate, he saw a round-faced maiden pacing quickly back and forth. Long Chen immediately recognized her to be the one from the secret realm who had asked Meng Qi to come back to them. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please come and save senior apprentice sister Meng Qi. This maiden collapsed into tears. Long Chen's expression completely changed and he hastily asked, what happened to Meng Qi? Feng Xiaozi's death infuriated the pavilion master, and he had senior apprentice sister Meng Qi imprisoned, as well as crippled her soul root. He wants her married off to Feng Xiaozi's little brother. From that maiden, they learned that from the start, the pavilion master had placed his sights on Meng Qi's soul root, and thus prepared to have her married to Feng Xiaozi. With their powerful soul energy, their children would definitely be peerless geniuses. Originally, he had been planning on waiting until the two of them had reached the Shantian realm before carrying that out. But he had never expected Feng Xiaozi to die within the secret realm. Furthermore, Meng Qi had betrayed the Wind Spirit Pavilion to side with Long Chen. That had completely infuriated him, and he had almost directly killed Meng Qi. However, killing her was too wasteful. He would have his other son take the place of Feng Xiaozi to marry Meng Qi. He would turn Meng Qi into a tool to birth his progeny. Hearing this, Long Chen's hair stood on end from fury. He asked for a map of the location of the Wind Spirit Pavilion from the maiden and was just about to kill his way into the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Boss, I'll go gather our people, said Guo Ran. There's no need to go to that much trouble. I'll go with you. Suddenly, Shui Wuan appeared in front of Long Chen. Grabbing him with one hand, the two of them disappeared from their original location. Chapter 482 Furious Long Chen. The Wind Spirit Pavilion was located on the border between Su Prefecture and He Prefecture. It was the hegemon of the surrounding sects. Although they didn't have many disciples, perhaps only a few thousand, they were soul cultivators, and almost no one dared provoke them. The Wind Spirit Pavilion was currently decorated with colorful lanterns and banners, but the atmosphere wasn't very happy. Instead, it was rather grave. That was because today was the day Meng Qi was supposed to be married off to Feng Xiaoyun. Meng Qi was viewed as an immortal fairy in the eyes of the Wind Spirit Pavilion's male disciples. But today, that fairy's soul root was destroyed, making her a cripple. Furthermore, the reason she was being married off to Feng Xiaoyun was something they all knew. All of them felt miserable inside. But although they knew this truth, there was nothing they could do. They could only follow the pavilion master's orders and set up the decorations. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the Wind Spirit Pavilion and everyone turned pale. A powerful pressure surged over them, making it hard for them to breathe. Feng Xiaozi's bastard father, get the fuck out here. A furious roar shook the land, shaking everyone's hearts. Long Chen and Shui Wuan were standing in the Wind Spirit Pavilion's plaza. Long Chen had destroyed the Wind Spirit Pavilion's statue with a single slash of his saber. That was what the previous explosion had been. Shui Wuan had grown 2 wings and carried Long Chen all the way here. She crossed dozens of miles in a flash, managing to reach the Wind Spirit Pavilion in just an hour. Worried about Meng Qi, without even thinking about it, Long Chen had directly caused the greatest commotion possible in order to draw out everyone from the Wind Spirit Pavilion. In any case, Shui Wuan had come with him. He didn't need to have any misgivings. Following his furious roar, countless experts from the Wind Spirit Pavilion rushed over. Who dares be so impetuous in my Wind Spirit Pavilion? Suddenly, a roar rang out and a terrifying pressure descended. A middle-aged man wearing a crown and yellow robes appeared in front of Long Chen. This man was tall and his aura was unstable, causing the space around him to fluctuate between light and dark. He appeared to be in his 40s, his eyes were gloomy, his lips were very thin, and his chin was pointed. Behind him were also dozens of Shantian experts who were glaring at Long Chen and Shui Wuan. When this middle-aged man saw Shui Wuan, a bewildered expression appeared on his face, as he was shocked to find he was unable to sense her aura. "You are the Wind Spirit Pavilion Master?" asked Long Chen icily. "Brazen brat, how dare you be rude to the Pavilion Master?" shouted one of the Shantian experts behind the middle-aged man. Long Chen suddenly summoned his divine ring, his 2-star battle armor, and directly attacked. As for the Shantian expert, he hadn't expected him to just immediately launch an attack. He hastily formed hand seals, and a translucent sword light shot out at Long Chen's saber image. What shocked everyone was that the Shantian expert's sword light was blown apart by Long Chen's saber, and he was blown back, vomiting blood. Shui Wuan was expressionless, but inside, she was also shocked. Long Chen's full-strength attack had already surpassed the bounds of common sense. It contained some kind of unknown energy. This same attack had been able to sever Luo Feng's arm, and Luo Feng had been at the mid-Shantian realm. After blowing that expert back, Long Chen didn't look at him any further. He simply pointed his saber at the Pavilion Master. "Hand over Meng Qi, so you must be the one who killed my beloved son, Long Chen. Die." The Wind Spirit Pavilion Master finally recovered from his shock and charged at Long Chen. He sent a palm crashing forward, and a spiritual arrow also shot out of his forehead at Long Chen. A snow-white palm smashed apart that spiritual arrow and also tightly caught the Pavilion Master's wrist. It was Shui Wuan. Just as the Pavilion Master was surprised and about to throw her off, another larger hand viciously slapped across his face. The Pavilion Master spun through the air and vomited a mouthful of blood, as well as a dozen teeth. "Bastard!" he roared furiously, and a figure rushed straight at Long Chen. Behind that person was a large illusory image. That was a young man who looked similar to Feng Xiaozi. It was his little brother, Feng Xiaoyun. Seeing his father be humiliated, he immediately charged out and summoned his Dreamsoul battle armor, wanting to kill Long Chen with spiritual strength. Long Chen snorted and a lightning spear appeared in his hand. He ruthlessly smashed it into the Dreamsoul battle armor that Feng Xiaoyun had summoned. That huge Dreamsoul battle armor instantly burst under Long Chen's spear. "What?" Feng Xiaoyun was horrified. Before he even understood what was going on, Long Chen had already slapped him unconscious. With just 2 slaps, his skin was split open and he was bleeding heavily. As a soul cultivator, His physical body was very weak. If Long Chen hadn't held back, a slap from Long Chen could have easily caused his head to explode. All of that happened too quickly. The Wind Spirit Pavilion Master had only just tried attacking when he was sent flying by a slap from Long Chen. By the time he stabilized, Feng Xiaoyun was already in Long Chen's grasp. He raged, "Long Chen, if you dare touch a hair on my son's head, I will tear you into a million pieces." A miserable scream rang out as Long Chen ruthlessly tore off one of Feng Xiaoyun's arms. "Please, continue threatening." Long Chen's hand was already on Feng Xiaoyun's other arm, just waiting for him to say more. "Long Chen," the pavilion master clenched his teeth furiously. "Don't give me any more of your sheet. Hand over Meng Qi," said Long Chen icily. "You dare threaten me?" Another arm was viciously torn off Feng Xiaoyun's body. His miserable scream resounded throughout the entire Wind Spirit Pavilion, causing everyone's blood to turn cold. "Keep going." Long Chen's hand ended up on one of Feng Xiaoyun's legs. The pavilion master's eyes almost tore out of his face. He was about to go crazy with fury at seeing his son's arms be torn off. "Hand over Meng Qi." The pavilion master's chest heaved. Like a bellow, the killing intent in his eyes had almost taken solid form. But looking at Long Chen's icy eyes, he decided to yield in the end. "Go take that slut out of custody." One of the Shantian experts behind him hesitated slightly, exchanging a furtive gaze with the pavilion master before leaving. After a short while, Meng Qi was brought over. Her face was completely pale and gray. Her bright eyes had become much duller, and there were not even the slightest spiritual qi fluctuations from her body. Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen, Meng Qi forced out a slight smile. Long Chen's head began to buzz. "All of you should die." Long Chen's furious roar shook the heavens. He seemed to have gone crazy, an icy killing intent surging out of him. "Long Chen, I've already brought over Meng Qi. Hand over my son." The pavilion master couldn't help becoming a bit afraid at seeing Long Chen become crazy. He was afraid he would instantly kill Feng Xiaoyun. Then his Feng family's bloodline would be severed. "Long Chen, stay calm. She's still in enemy's hands." Shui Wuan lightly placed a hand on Long Chen's back, and a cool aura spread throughout his body, suppressing his own aura that was about to go berserk. "Fine. Hand over Meng Qi." Long Chen clenched his teeth. "You release my son first. You don't have a choice." Long Chen glared at the pavilion master, his voice colder than ice. In the end, the pavilion master decided to yield again. There was no way around it, as he only had that one son left. He didn't dare let anything happen to him. That Shantian expert released Meng Qi, who immediately collapsed on the ground. Her soul root had been destroyed, and she was unable to use her soul energy to control her spiritual qi. Her meridians had almost instinctively absorbed the pitiful amount of spiritual qi in her body, and from that consumption, she basically had no energy at all. However, she still smiled happily, doing her best to crawl over to Long Chen. That scene broke Long Chen's heart. He immediately pounced forward and pulled her over to his side. Meng Qi leaned against his chest with a contented expression. Her hand gently caressed Long Chen's cheek. "Long Chen, I'm happy you came. We won't have to ever part again in the future." Killing intent exploded out of Long Chen. He flung out Feng Xiaoyun, and with a wave of his spiritual strength, a roar shook the entire Wind Spirit Pavilion. "Meng Qi, I'll kill all of them as revenge for you." Long Chen roared. Everyone attacked together. The pavilion master caught his son and then handed him off to an elder. Then his spiritual strength erupted, and over 10 Shantian experts also attacked with him, shooting out countless spiritual arrows at Long Chen. However, when those arrows were about to reach Long Chen, they were all crushed by a barrier of light. Shui Wuan's hands were still in a hand seal in front of her. "Little Snow, prepare yourself. We'll kill them all," shouted Long Chen. "Don't Long Chen," cried Meng Qi. "Why not?" Long Chen hastily paused. "The Wind Spirit Pavilion has treated me kindly in the past, and my conduct was no different from betrayal. Now that they've treated me like this, I no longer owe them anything. From now on, neither of us owe the other anything. Long Chen, I'm begging you, just let this matter end here, all right?" begged Meng Qi. "Meng Qi, why do you have to be so foolish? They're just a bunch of brutes," asked Long Chen. "If I'm foolish, then I'm foolish. Long Chen, can you let me be stubborn just this once? I promise, I'll listen to whatever you say in the future," pleaded Meng Qi. Long Chen viciously glared at the Wind Spirit Pavilion's people, and then icily said, "Today, Meng Qi has saved you all. From now on, everyone should mind their own business. If you offend Meng Qi again, I swear I will erase your Wind Spirit Pavilion from this world. If you don't want to die, then I'd suggest you get the hell out of the Wind Spirit Pavilion, or don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. The pavilion master's expression was extremely ugly. A junior was actually threatening him like this. All his prestige was lost. Who are you? He asked Shui Wuan. You don't have the qualifications to know. Right now, Meng Qi has left your Wind Spirit Pavilion and is a member of my Xuantian Supermonastery. It'll be best for you to stop while you can, said Shui Wuan. You are the Xuantian Supermonastery's monastery head. Shui Wuan snorted. Placing one hand on Long Chen and one hand on Meng Qi, her wings trembled and she disappeared from everyone's view, leaving behind only the Wind Spirit Pavilion's people who were gnashing their teeth in fury. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.